Everyone is talking about and want to learn Cloud Code. And right now in 2026, a massive shift is forming. On one side, we have people who are using Cloud Code to build applications, automate their entire workflows, and ship things that used to take weeks in hours. On the other side, we have people who are still wondering, who are still doing all the things manually, and they are still limited by what they can do alone. This course put you on the right side of the divide permanently. There are tons of Cloud Code tutorials out there. Most of them show you one feature, skim the surface, or skip the hard part. This is not that. This is the most complete beginner to advanced Cloud crash course that exists right now, covering every single feature, every concept, with real working example for each module. No matter if you're from a technical or a non-technical background. If you watch this one crash course, you will not need to watch anything else. So hey everyone, this is Mayank Agarwal and I have been using Cloud Code for over a year. I have taught 100k plus professionals across platform in AI and have taken trainings at Google, Spinny, TransUnion, where I help people how to integrate AI into their everyday work. In this particular crash course, here is everything what we will cover. We will start and understand how Cloud Code actually works, the agentic loop, the architecture, and why it behaves the way it does. Then we will jump on to setup, discussing on all the operating system, Mac, Windows, Linux, so that you are able to run it on your machine. Post that, we will discuss about slash commands, the permission modes, the UI, and the entire .claude folder explained. Then we will jump on to claude.md and understand why it's the single most important file in your complete Cloud Code work. It gives your Cloud Code a permanent project brain that remembers your rules, your stack, your standards forever. Then we will jump on to context management, where we will discuss about context window, token budgeting, and how to keep Claude sharp across long sessions. Post that, we will master skills which are reusable, invocable playbooks that turn any repetitive workflows into a single slash commands. After that, hooks, the background scripts that run on every action automatically, zero tokens, zero prompting, auto formatting, security guardians, session logging, all is possible with hooks. Then we will make sure that we give our Cloud Code the ultimate power, connecting it to our everyday apps using MCP, live web search, browser automation, and any external services, be it GitHub, Slack, Telegram, anything. Then we will jump on to understanding sub-agent, where we will build an entire team of specialists that work in isolated context, can use cheaper model, and does focus job while our main session stays clean. Then we will understand about agent teams, which are multiple Claude instances working in parallel on the same project, coordinating directly with each other. After that, we will add more power to our Claude with plugins and master place, installing entire capability bundles in one command. We will make sure that now we are able to use AI to actually free ourselves by scheduling and loops. We will automate everything to run on a timer, even when our laptop might be closed. And then finally, everyone, we will create a capstone project, a full stack productivity app built live from plain English spec document, React frontend, fast API backend, and every module and every concept which we have covered will be used naturally in this one complete build. By the time this course ends, you will not only understand Cloud Code, you would have built with it. You will have your own system toolkit which you can apply to your projects the second this video ends. So, if you're ready, hit that subscribe button right now so you don't miss out on any future updates on Claude or Cloud Code as well. And in the comment, just write down one thing which you want to build, because after this course, you will be able to do the same. So with that, everyone, let's get started. Hey everyone, so welcome and let's start with our Cloud Code Masterclass. And as I promised, the same is going to be very much in depth. And even if you are from a non-tech background, even if you have not written a single line of code, I will make sure that each and everything is properly clear to you. We have divided the same into very logical sections, and each sections you will see that how I have used these awesome diagrams, which as you will see will be very helpful. So do make sure that you download all the content. And now let's get started. So this is the complete module division, everyone, in which we are going to master Cloud Code. And as you can see, there are total 13 modules, starting all the way from getting started, like how exactly what Cloud Code is and everything. Then installation, commands, .claude folder, claude.md. Then we will jump on to context, sessions, skills, and hooks. And finally, understanding the whole system, that how it gets connected via MCP, agents, team plus plugin, and then finally a capstone project, which we will be building again with properly making sure that everything which we have learned, all the 12 modules, are now getting revised and used in that particular project. Now, one thing, everyone, since I've spent so much time, I have made sure that actually complete month plus 200 plus hours I have spent on mastering Cloud Code, going through every documentation. I have covered actually in depth about each and every module here, right? You will be astonished that, okay, this is also possible. And that is the level of thing which I want all of you to think about, because now many companies I heard that they are also providing their employees with Claude Code credits per month or per day basis, and they are still not able to take the best benefit. And I have made sure that I have not only shared you what is present on the documentation, but going beyond that, based on my very extensive like decade of experience of building with AI and building softwares as well. Right. Along with that, if you face any issue at any time, please make sure that you are commenting the same, and I will clear out that doubt. I read every comment, so I make sure that each and every of your doubt will get cleared. If you like the crash course as you keep on watching, which I hope pretty you will, uh, please let me know in the comment on that as well. And yeah, I will make sure that in future as well, I'm able to build more and more projects using this thing. And one more thing, this is not just for Cloud Code. The way I've explained, I've actually taught you a system so that even if tomorrow you are using some other, let's say, terminal based coder or like coding app or normally other things as well, you will be understanding the complete AI path in this. So I have actually explained everything from complete scratch. So even if you are from a non-developer background, even if you have never written a single line of code, you will be able to easily follow each and everything in here. So with that, now let's get started. So before we move forward, everyone, and we write even a single line of code, let's say where I even open terminal or help you to install Cloud Code, I would like to take a step back and make sure that you actually understand what Cloud is, like actually. And I now I know that most of you will be like, hey Mayank, like let's quickly install it, right? People are explaining it in 20 minutes. Well, my idea is to make sure that I am able to explain you Cloud Code in such an in-depth manner that not only can you use it every day, the real thing on which you are spending the time, but also that you are able to explain it to anyone as well, right? So with that, we are going to make sure that we understand the same completely from starting. And the idea is pretty simple. I have seen so many people who get started with Cloud Code. Maybe they are seeing some very quick video. They just get started, then they see that hey, something is not working. They get frustrated and they leave, right? And always the reason is exactly the same. Like they are not focusing on the fundamentals. Over the past few months, I have put up awesome videos on Claude as well as Cowork as well. And there as well, you will see that how I have kept the understanding in so much depth so that you are able to understand and use it everywhere, right? So with that, everyone, now let's get started with Claude Code. And before I explain, let's focus on this Claude as well, right? So let's try to see it step by step. Coming to Claude, everyone, I would like to explain it in line with ChatGPT. So pretty sure that all of you must have used ChatGPT ever, right? So if I go on Google and search for ChatGPT, then this is the complete ChatGPT, everyone. Now, I always say that ChatGPT is like Google of AI. This is actually what kind of got AI famous and everything. Like, of course, everyone have used it, right? You must be sure or must be knowing that OpenAI builds ChatGPT. Now, majorly the reason is that we know Sam Altman. We have heard the name OpenAI a lots of time. How it is closed as well. But just like OpenAI builds ChatGPT, Anthropic builds your Claude, right? So there is a company, everyone, which is known as Anthropic. So again, if you will go on Google and search for Anthropic, then you will see anthropic.com. Now I'm pretty sure that none of you must have seen this thing earlier, right? You must be not aware about Anthropic. But yeah, that is the company, everyone, which actually built this Claude. So if you will go on the Anthropic homepage, AI research and products, that puts safety at the frontier. So this thing is very, very important. Truth be told, Anthropic was actually started by people who left OpenAI, and their aim or idea was pretty simple. They don't just want to make the most powerful AI; they wanted to make the most secure and safety first as well. So that is the whole mindset that hey, we want to build something which is going to be very, very safe, trustworthy, and very, very powerful. And I think over the last few months, with their releases and multiple overall updates, they are moving in that direction, right? Now, everyone, since the idea of how Claude came into being is clear, let's try to see the family as well, because that is something which you will hear a lot. And I know that many of you will not have an idea about this, right? So, talking about the Claude family, everyone, Anthropic creates Claude just like OpenAI creates GPT. Now, again, since we know OpenAI and we kind of are aware that how it is launching all these things and everything, I could ask, hey, which model are you? And it will most probably tell 5.1 or something. So it is okay, 5.3 model. Now, just like OpenAI has GPT and all its model are known as Chat GPT or GPT, right? Anthropic has Claude and its model are kind of divided into families first. So Claude Haiku, Claude Sonnet, Claude Opus. For GPT, it is GPT-4, GPT 3.5, 5.3. So these are versions one, right? And again, there is a distinction like how some models are very fast, some are very powerful. which we will talk about. Okay, but the idea overall is very much same, everyone. So if you understand and have a understanding of this particular, have a clarity of this particular OpenAI side, that kind of helps you to just quickly parallelize the understanding for Anthropic side as well. Okay, Anthropic, Claude, Claude has multiple models. OpenAI, GPT has multiple models. But the main thing, everyone, that at the end of the day, in its core, all of these are just LLMs, which are large language models, right? Now, if you're not aware about LLMs or what they are, this is an awesome diagram which helps you to explain. So, if you will see here, everyone, LLM practically explained. LLM are just like your brain. Okay, so just like how we humans have a brain, LLM is also a brain. It is trained on vast amount of text or data, maybe images, etc. as well. Just like again we are trained on so many experiences, what we read, and then based on that training, everyone, it is having the context and it is able to predict the next best word, right? So best, it basically creates sentences or the outputs so that based on its training, it is able to generate and help you answer the same. Just like how if our brain gets trained in something or for some exam, we are able to answer questions nicely, right? So if I can just show you quickly, let's go back to Claude. Now, again, this is the Claude UI, everyone. Very much similar like ChatGPT. Uh, in a very simple sense, you can just go to Claude. So let's say Claude. So just click on this, and it will ask you to create a new account. You just enter your email ID or sign in with Google. I think it supports Google and Apple or some Microsoft as well. And then you just enter your let's say mobile number. Okay, Claude. If I remember, I have been using it for the last 1 year plus for sure. Because initially it was just very good for coding, and its UI has changed a lot of times, right? But yeah, now this is the newest UI, everyone. And one thing note, over the time, no matter when you are seeing this video, the UI and some elements might shift here and there, but the core understanding and the fundamentals, they are going to be exactly the same, right? So whatever you are learning from here, I don't think that would be going outdated anytime soon. They might move this somewhere here. Maybe they are just playing around with the UI, but overall the thing will be the same. Now, just like ChatGPT, there is a simple text. You can ask it anything. Just to show you that how it is an LLM, I can say, can you explain me photosynthesis like I am a 10-year-old? Okay. And it will now try to explain me the same, everyone. Just I would stop it for once and I would just ask under 500 words. Okay, so I don't want that it becomes a lot longer. So let's just ask it to explain it in under 500 words. And you will see that how it will just basically explain the same, how plants make their own food, what does a plant need. So it is explaining me like this. Now if you will see, right, if you try to follow, it is just coming word by word. So the idea is that it has been trained on a lots of photosynthesis, understanding data, text, books, right? Now it is generating the same word by word. So at the end of the day, LLM is just a next word predictor. Your ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, all of them are doing the same thing. Maybe one thing, one better than another, right? Now, if you will see, everyone, this has been explained. Now, if I do, now do the same as if I am a PhD under 500 words again. So now you will see that it understands the context. It understands that, hey, now I have to explain it to an audience of PhDs. And seems like, okay, I can use some heavy language. So see, now it is saying the formula, etc. as well, which of course will not be very helpful to the, let's say, 10-year-old, right? So it is now basically making sure that yes, it is able to explain you in that manner. And that is again what your all your different LLMs will do. Okay. So that is the idea, everyone. Most tools, wherever they tell you that what to do, or basically what you tell them, they LLMs basically understand what you mean. So that is the whole idea. It is not just explaining in a similar manner. This is actually now making sure that yes, it explains based on what you level you are at and everything, right? So same question, completely different answer because it understood the context as well as adapted and gave me the answer based on that. So that is where LLM comes to picture, everyone. Now I would like to open a new chat again. For the Claude, as I said, I have already covered the same in one of the previous videos where the Claude was covered in complete depth, right? So I'm not explaining you Claude here, just that this fundamental understanding is very, very important. And yes, once we cover all these things up, I think they're very closely mimicking or near to Claude only, right? The Claude code thing. So now everyone, you will see these different models here. Opus 4.7, which was recently introduced, Sonnet 4.6, and Haiku 4.5, right? So along with this family, It is very important with respect to Claude now, because the same option will be available in Claude code as well further, right? In the next section, which we will see. So let's try to understand this family, everyone. If you will see, these are the Claude models, everyone. Speed versus intelligence. Haiku, which is very, very fast, right? Sonnet, which is balanced, good for everyday task and reasoning. Opus is like the most powerful one, right? So, of course, Haiku is going to be pretty fast. Deep reasoning, any complex task, anything which requires lots of planning, Opus is the one. And since like there is a distinction in how powerful they are, Haiku will be very fast. It will be consuming less number of tokens. Opus will be consuming a little bit more number of tokens, which means that the brain will be getting used, right? So more power, less usage unless you pay a lot. Or normally as well, you can get that, hey, seems like you have used all your limit, please come after some time. If you used Opus, that thing get quickly done. Okay. So extended thinking is also there, everyone. Like if you click on this, there is an extended thinking. Okay. This is how you use it. Think longer before answering complex problems, debugging. So that is the whole idea. Now, if I have to keep a thumb rule, I normally try that if the task is very, very much in depth, it is very much complex, I go with Opus. And that same understanding will jump onto Claude code as well, right? Because there as well, at the core, we will be getting some task done. So maybe for planning out the task, for creating the architecture, etc., you can use Claude code with Opus, right? So Opus is the family. Now it will have further version as well. So as of now, if I show you here, Opus 4.7. But if I go on more models, Opus 4.6 and Opus 3 are also present. Similarly, Sonnet 4.6, but Sonnet 4.5 is also present. Okay. Now I can show you the same as well in depth. So let me see where is the, yeah. So this is the one, everyone, models, models.overview. This is the official Claude docs, right? So official docs are the best way to learn. If you will see choosing a model, if you're unsure which model to choose, consider starting with Opus 4.7 for most complex tasks. It is most capable, generally available model. All different Claude models supports text, image, and everything. So see, this is the distinction. Opus 4.7, Sonnet 4.6, Haiku 4.5. Now again, majorly you have to understand that what all it supports. So this is the part where you have to see extended thinking. Yes, yes. Opus doesn't have that because it is anyway powerful. Adaptive thinking, yes, yes, and Haiku is not having this. So this table overall, everyone tells you that how smart or how big of a model is. But yes, not a lot of people can read this. That's why this kind of a good diagram comes into picture. And as you can see, majorly thumb of rule, which I follow, Sonnet for everything else. Haiku, if I know that my task is very, very simple, it is very, very quick. Opus, if I know that it is very powerful, even I cannot do it. Okay, so that is the whole understanding. And normally I keep extended thinking on. Now, based on this understanding, we will follow the same in the Claude code as well. Okay. So with this idea clear, everyone, now let's jump and understand. And before we jump onto Claude code, I would like to just explain one more thing as well. So that is going to be very, very helpful. And if you will see, I've ordered, like I've opened all these different official talks, which I will come to. And yeah, I will be sharing the links with all of you as well. So again, all the like official website and everything. The next thing which I want to discuss, everyone, is something known as Claude Desktop, right? So you have been using Claude on your, let's say, web, just like ChatGPT, but they come with their desktop application as well, right? So just think of them like WhatsApp, how we have WhatsApp on the, let's say, web as well. But you can download the WhatsApp application, and instead of messaging a friend, you are messaging Claude directly, right? So you can download it. It's going to be available free of cost. Rather, everything which I've covered till now, it's totally free. Like you don't need to pay anything using Claude, downloading Claude desktop, and then even starting up the same. It is supported in all the major different I think overall, let's say, OSs. So mobile as well, it is having an iOS and Android app. For Mac OS, Windows, and Windows ARM 64 chips as well. Once you download the same, everyone, it will again get open like an application, and you will see a very similar kind of a thing, right? So simple kind of a chatbot, and you can just ask it, hi, how are you? Now it will again just answer your question. So it is having Claude here, just that now it is installed on your system. It is still connecting to the web to understand and reach out to Claude brains. And yeah, it is just answering your question, right? So as of now as well, it can help you answer questions, but it cannot do anything on your machine. Okay. So Claude in overall, and very, very important distinction. When I talk about Claude on desktop app as well, it cannot still access your folder or do anything. Okay. So I will come to that point and explain you that as well. But this Claude and the Claude on the app, sorry, web, is exactly the same. just a little bit more benefits. Now, since it is running inside your, let's say, desktop, you get this small icon in the top. You can click on this and it will just try to access your, let's say, screenshot and all these things. So just help you to use it better. So that is the whole idea, everyone. You can send it a screenshot and everything directly rather than doing it always and saving it and then uploading it. Okay. So that is the whole idea. Now, again, as an analogy, because I love to teach with analogies, Claude as an on a desktop is just like a smart person on the phone. It can tell you that, hey, what you have to do, like let's say tell you the number, tell you multiple things, but it cannot still act on your act on its own. Okay. So that is where Claude desktop or Claude comes into picture. Now the whole idea is pretty clear to us, everyone. And now let's move on to Claude Code. So great, everyone. Now let's try to understand. And I think this is the moment which you all have been waiting for. So now let's start with Claude Code. So if I go on, let's say Google again and search for Claude Code, you will find that how we have, okay, let me do this and try to see. Yeah. So built for developers, though again, if you are not for developer, I would make sure that you understand everything. Okay. That is actually how fast and better it has made. So now everyone, let's try to understand because all the things which we have done till now, right? Anthropic, ChatGPT, Claude, different models. That was all just the context. Now I want to talk about Claude Code, and I want that you pay very close attention now because this is where most people get confused. Okay. Claude Code is not Claude with different interface. Okay, so it is not like, hey, I'm having a Claude and it is just having a different interface. It is a fundamental different category of tool, right? If your Claude actually is a brain, like that's the best analogy. If your Claude is a brain, Claude Code is a brain but with hands as well. Okay, and I would like to explain you in a very easy and awesome manner because I believe that that is also very important, everyone. So just to show first, like I although I have a good diagram as well. See, you have let's say a machine. Okay, so I can just search for machine icon. You see. So say of course everyone you have this machine, and I want again that you understand this thing because no one, I'm not sure why people don't explain this. And this is where I see that people who are not from tech or very strong tech background, they of course leave. Like even if you are doing engineering, let's say first, second, third year, or normally let's say even if you are some related field like product managers, because they don't understand this, they leave. Like they get confusion and everything, right? And this is very critical. See, we have this machine, everyone, and we have already seen that how we can actually access our Claude. Okay, so I would just get Claude icon quickly. We can quickly access our Claude from here, right? So this, yeah. So this is your Claude, which we can access via the internet. But at the same time, right? At the same time, along with the web, everyone, right? I showed you that how it is possible to download it on your machine as well, right? Now, Claude code, right? So this was all Claude till now. This is what we have covered. Next, come into picture, everyone, something known as Claude code, right? So let me show you it. So let us have this like this, Claude code. Okay, let us have it like here, and I would just join these two so they can move always in. Now, what happens with Claude code, everyone, and why am I saying that this is not? It is Claude with hands, or it can actually do stuff, right? So understand it. When we talk about a machine, okay, typically it is just some hardware which you are controlling, right? So you of course have this very nice, awesome graphical interface, etc. But at the core of it, everyone, there is something known as terminal. Okay, so there is something known as terminal, which many of you might have heard. For many of you who have not heard this, I would like to show you this as well. Okay, because that is where we will be learning Claude as well. See, this everyone is something which is known as terminal. And ideally, this is where your computer can get control, right? When we talk about computer machines on the web as well, right? That hey, where is a server and everything? This is how you get the access. So anyone who can run any commands here can get access to your, let's say, get access to your machine. Example: if I just show, let's say, if I do ls, so I'm in the main directory. Let me go to desktop, everyone. Let me say clear everything out. So now I'm in desktop here. Now I can say make directory. Now you don't need to know these commands. Make directory. Let's say test Claude code, and I could now go inside this directory as well, right? So now for people who have never seen this, they would not have understood. But what I have done, everyone, is typically, let me just show you the finder. So 1 minute, yeah. If I go on, let's say my main page, then I can go on my desktop from here as well. And this is where it gets crazy, right? So I created a folder and you will see that text Claude code is created here. Now it is empty as of now. It is empty as of now. But all I'm saying is that I create a new folder like this, let's say test folder. But at the same time, if someone gets access to my terminal, he can also do the same without that interface or without that buttons, etc. So very, very important thing. Please understand this clearly, because once you understand this, the whole idea that okay, how Claude actually is having the hands, what change with Claude code will get a lot clear. So if I do an ls here, everyone, ls is a command which with which we see what is there inside the folder. I see a test folder. Now what I can do, make directory test folder 2 and see text folder and two directories are created. Like again, there was a space here, so there's a different way of doing it, but no worries. I could actually get main directory 3, and you will see 3 is getting created. So all I want to prove is that if a very, very smart person, okay, or very, very smart brain get access to your machine in here, okay, then it can do stuff. It can actually create some files as well. So let's say touch my awesome code.py and see I am having a file listener. Or let's say clear everything out, touch my file.txt, and we have a txt file as well. So it is an empty file, right? So I hope you get this complete idea, everyone, that how at the end of the day, what Claude Code does, it is Claude in the backend, but now Anthropic said that, hey, let me somehow get installed to the user system and then do some changes in here. And how do it does that changes? It is able to access or run commands on my machine. So just like I showed you the terminal, very, very important thing, it is able to similarly run. And that is why it says that it is for developers and it has to get installed. Because if Claude code will not be installed on your machine, it will not be able to run these commands. And that is where actually Claude code gets its hands as well. So this is the distinction, everyone. Claude chat versus Claude code. Same brain, different capability. Claude.ai or even the Claude desktop with just Claude, it is Claude chat. It is just a communication layer where it talks. Okay, at a user level, you can just talk to this, but you do all the stuff. So, for example, you can go on Claude now, everyone, and ask it that give me a simple code so that I can sort an array using bubble sort. Right. So I'm just asking it for a simple code. Now what it will do, everyone, it will just make sure that it provides me with a simple code. Okay, so it is asking me some question, no worries, let me just ask, do it in Python, and it will give me the code, right? So again, the brain is pretty simple, right? Brain is just making sure that it can provide you with some code, like you can even think of any file as well. But the difference becomes, everyone, is that now I will have to copy this, I will have to copy this, I will have to go to my machine. Let's say I go to this particular machine, and this is what we used to do, I think, around a year or 2 years back, where everything we were doing with our AI, right? So we used to ask it for code, and it used to provide us with the code. Now I can create a new file, everyone. So I can again create from here, touch sort code.py. I could do pi and then just paste it. So again, no worries if you don't understand it. Now, if you will see, the code is pasted here. So again, the brain was working and providing me with the code, but action, creating a file, copy pasting the code, I have to do all of that. Versus with Claude code, it is the same brain. So it is actually the same brain, to be very honest, right? Which I will show you as well. But it is able to act as well. If you will ask it the question, which I will show you just in a bit, once we set up Claude code in depth, it will not only be telling you that, hey, this is the code, it will also create a file and paste the code inside it. And how does it does that, everyone? The answer, I think, is right in front of you. It is able to run these commands in the backend. Now, since it is having your access, it will be able to run the command. If it feels that, hey, somewhere I need a user approval and everything, it will ask for the same as well. So yeah, that makes you free a lot. So user state, it is relaxing. It is able to do all these things right in front of you. And that is the main understanding, everyone, which is should be now very, very clear, that Claude code doesn't just answer question, it takes action. And that distinction, right, is what separates it from every other AI tool out there. The moment you understand that Claude code has hands, then it can actually reach your project and change things. Everything and how you work basically changes. Okay. And the main benefit is that actually Claude Cowork also works in a similar manner. So that should be very, very helpful. Now, yes, Mayank, thanks for this in depth, right? I'm pretty sure that you are liking this approach. But believe me, this thing will help you to clear future updates and everything as well, right? So once now that you have understood the whole content and everything, now I think we can jump on to Cloud Code. Just one very, very important last part, which somehow no one explained. So one more concept before we move on to the installing and everything. And this is going to be the most important thing is in this entire video, right? Understand this and each and everything like skills, hooks, agent, MCP, which we are going to cover in depth, will make a lot of sense. And that's something everyone is known as agentic loop. Okay. Now again, don't see anyone talking about this. Very, very important. When you type something in Claude as well, right? So let me just talk about Claude. You will see that how it does a lots of thing in the backend. First, it makes sure that it plans what it has to do. Then it acts. Okay. So it can read, let's say, any file which you upload. It can run some commands internally as well. So if I normally, let's say, ask it, generate a quick small PDF for the same. So see how it will work, everyone. It will be working in an agentic loop where it will start. So see, it is thinking now. User want a PDF of bubble sort. It is reading some PDF skill. It is not that it's just giving you the answer. It is kind of working in a very circular manner. So see, reading PDF skill. I will use a report lab to create clean PDF. Now it is running this script in the backend as well. So this is how Claude is working. Okay, pip install something, creating bubble sort PDF using report lab, and see it is writing some code which it will run. So I hope the dots are now getting clear that Claude on the machine which it is working, it will try to run these code and everything, and finally provide us with a PDF. So think, act, okay, then result, then it can ask if it is not right or everything, and we can retry as well. So this is how Claude and Claude code works. Okay. So the same thing everyone will is how exactly Claude code. It will first understand, it will read all the files, your let's say different can do the Google search as well. Then it will check and have the results. Then it will have a quick check. Then it will ask that, hey, do you want to make any changes? If everything all right, and then finally it gets reached right. So ask, think, act, and that is how finally things get done. And that has a very, very big role on how smart overall Claude is and why Claude code works so better. So see how you have got a so awesome of a presentation. Oh, sorry, PDF, right? So in here it is not like you're talking to an AI or you're talking to a brain. You are directing one, and that is completely different relationship. The agentic loop is the secret to why Claude code and everything feels like magic. It is actually in depth now, as I've shown you. It is not magic. It is just some iteration which is at a very, very good speed, right? So that is what makes it so powerful, everyone. And this same philosophy, because the brain is same, will get shifted to Claude code as well. Okay. So yeah, I think this should be very, very clear. This is a very, very important topic. As of now, we have seen that how or what exactly Claude is, what is Anthropic, all these things. And if we see the Claude code official docs, everyone, this is the official documentation. And I've read through the same entirely, like completely, so as to make sure that I can cover each and everything. So again, installation and everything we will come to being, and we will see the same everything via practically. So now let's move on to the next part where we will understand that how Claude actually gets installed and how to set it up on your machine, be it Windows, Linux, anything. So great, everyone. Now let's move forward and try to understand about setup and installing Claude on our machine. So by the end of this part, you will actually understand how Claude gets installed and various different modes of installing it. Because yeah, that is I think what confuses a lots of people as well. We will be understanding and setuping the same in all the three different OS. So I will be sharing that what issues you might face and everything. And yeah, by the end of this part, everyone, you will be able to install Claude, make it run on your system, as well as authenticate and see that how you have to use Claude code, right? And this again is very, very important. So we will be making sure that all the errors, everything is kind of fixed, because I've seen so many people, they see a 20 or 50 minutes video where the mentor is able to run everything. He's able to create the world class website. And when you try to install it on your machine, be it Windows, Linux, or let's say Ubuntu, Windows, Linux, or Mac, you face problem and you just run away, right? So I've seen so many people who, after seeing the tutorial, gets all charged up, but the second they try to install it on their machine, they face some errors and then they run away because no one has taught that, hey, how to fix these errors as well in depth, right? So that would be the one understanding, everyone, and we will make sure, right, that all the common errors as well we are discussing and solving the same as we install them, and we will be seeing all the different ways of installing and running Claude code as well. So with that, let's now get started, everyone. This is kind of the same diagram which I showed you, where I explained that how Claude is a brain, right? So this was a very important diagram, everyone. This one, Claude chat is a brain, and Claude code is just that brain with hands, right? Now the way it gets hand is very, very important. You could ask Claude to give you a code, something which we did here, right? So yeah, we did ask that, hey, can you please create a code and maybe create this file as well? But it will not be able to do it on your machine. So that is why, or that is like exactly how Claude Code, by accessing our terminal, right? So by accessing our terminal, able to work on our machine. So for sure, we will have to install Claude Code as well, right? So let's see the installation, everyone, and we are going to see the same in all the different operating systems. Now I have created this terminal sign as well, which I will come to that why I have done that. First, let's go to the official documentation. So if you will see, if I go on this official documentation of Claude, and I will have all the links and everything. So don't worry around that as well. There is a quick start button. Now you will see, everyone, that how it is saying this will guide you how to install like Claude Code in every operating system, and there are different ways, right? So the very first and the vanilla way is to make sure that when you are inside your terminal, so this was the terminal window, everyone. I've just created one more. Okay, this one is the black one where we will be installing Claude. When I write Claude, nothing is found. The idea is that how can I give my Claude, okay, via Claude Code access to my machine? So for the same, we will be installing it via our terminal. Now, people who have been using, like people who are from non-tech background, product managers, etc. As of now, you must have got a .exe file, or the way you have installed your setup, or let's say games. That is little different. Okay, in here, via commands, we normally try to install things. Okay, so there is no setup file something. For that, what we will do, everyone, if I go on Quick Start, you will see that how for Mac OS and Linux, it is saying that, hey, if you want to install this, just copy this and run this command on your terminal, right? So the second I run this command, the installation will start. So we will let it install, everyone. It will take a little bit of time because in the backend, again, it is doing the same thing. It will be downloading a script or a file. Then that script will run. It may download some additional things, and then it will be installed on your machine. Now, people who are on Mac OS or Linux, you have the terminal inbuilt. So the second you search for terminal, you will find this terminal inbuilt on which you can run your commands. But on Windows, basically we have different things, right? So on Windows, if I talk about, we have something known as CMD, okay, which is command line, I guess is the full form, right? Command prompt, sorry, yeah, command prompt, something like this, which you access by writing CMD. You also have something known as PowerShell as well. So this is something as well which is there on your machine. Now in the official documentation only, everyone, if I go on the overview, yeah, you will see that how they have given separate commands to install it on your Windows as well. So when you are installing it on your Windows, either you can run this command on PowerShell, and this is very important that you run this command exactly on PowerShell, or you could run this command on your CMD. And it's almost the same thing. It tries to get a file and tries to run this. Basically, in the backend, it just handles each and everything, and it will be installed. If you want to be very closer to the terminal of how people use it with Mac OS or Linux, something which lots of people will be doing in the tutorials, etc., then it is very important that you download this Windows terminal. Okay, so this is a very awesome, given by Microsoft only, Windows terminal which you can download on your machine, and the same will be pretty helpful to you. Okay, so with that, everyone, let's see our installation so that we can move forward. See, it is still downloading 2.1.119 version. If I just zoom in and show you, the idea is pretty simple. Like, it is just getting that file and everything, so it might be a little heavy. So let it run parallelly. And yeah, as I said, you can have a CMD. I can just get a CMD icon quickly. Yeah, this one works on your Windows. It can be a CMD, or it can be a PowerShell as well, right? So these you will be downloading these notes, so that's why I'm making it very much helpful. Okay, let me copy this. I have to run this again. So just I can have this, and this is where you have to run the commands, everyone. And in a similar manner, it will get installed. Now again, I will wait for it to get installed. Parallelly, I could just have make sure that this is how you install it. And in Linux and Mac, terminal is by default there, and that's the main way in which I want all of you to install this, right? So there is another way through which I will show you as well, like another way, like, which is pretty easy, honestly, though it doesn't work on let's say your Linux, but I will still show you. If you will see, so see, it is saying installing Claude Code native build latest, setting up Claude Code. If you will go on your Claude desktop application, everyone, which we downloaded in the last part, you will notice that how on the left, if you have purchased, so I will come that how can you exactly use Claude Code. Okay, so don't get any confusion here. I have made that proper, covered that properly as well. if you have purchased Claude Pro subscription or Max subscription, that is a $20 or $100 one. Okay. So if I go back and show you Claude Pro, and if you go here, see, let me say adjust plan. Now you will see Claude AI upgrade. There is a Pro and there is a Max plan. Now these are the annual one, and I think in the monthly one, I think it's $20. Okay, with some tax etc. If you have purchased this plan, everyone, and when you log in with your same ID, you will see that on the left, along with chat, you will be getting the co-work and code as well. Okay, so again, we have to right now focus on Claude code. And the second you click on Claude code, it will be present in a graphical user interface. So this is a GUI, right, where you can click buttons and everything. Rather, you can just select a folder here. You can just go and open folder. I can just go on my desktop, and in here, let's say test Claude code. And I could just ask, create a hello world, and I can just zoom it in so you're able to see it properly. Hello world Python, Python file in this folder. And the second I press enter, it is just asking, trust this workspace. Claude code may read, write, or execute files in this directly. Only proceed if you trust the process. So it is saying that, hey, once you install, I could read the files, what is present. So there might be some bank statement, everything. I would be able to read it. I can write, that is, create new files, edit current files, or even delete the files and execute. If you ask me that, hey, run this Python code, I could run the same as well. So this is the warning which it is giving everyone. And just to show you like how it works actually, once your Claude code gets installed, unlike simple vanilla Claude, it is having these multiple tools. So it is having a tool through which it can run anything inside your terminal. So we say that, okay, via these different tools, my Claude will be able to do multiple things. So that is very important distinction, that in a way in the backend, and that is why it is taking so much time to install and everything. Claude says that, hey, I have some different tools via which I could run inside your machine. Okay, so the second I do trust workspace, it will start running. See, starting session. Now again, it will just quickly get started. So we can just wait. Again, it is just connecting. So it is saying Claude processes with exit code 1. Let me quickly check everyone. I think I have selected Haiku. Let me set Sonnet. Let me send the request again. I think that it might be the case because, like, to show you all how to install it from scratch, I have uninstalled Claude before. So maybe that have caused a mismanaged thing. Yeah, I think it's still giving an error. So no worries. But all the things which we are doing, we can do via this GUI as well. Though I will highly suggest not to follow this, but the other two ways. So if I just quickly discuss, we were discussing about installation, and we have covered about first, which is let's say the Claude desktop. I will quickly just search it. Get it, 1 minute. So let's get the Claude desktop icon, everyone. I think, yeah, this should work. Yeah. Great. So one way is this, everyone, where we are running it via Claude desktop. Then another way is how we are running it via our terminal. So if I now show you, everyone, this has also been installed on my machine. And the best way to check it out, the second you write this Claude, okay, and I would just clear everything, and I would write Claude, and it will then run. So see, it is now able to understand, and with this very nice graphic, it is coming. So welcome to Claude Code this version. Choose a text style that looks best with your terminal. So it is asking that, hey, I will set up the theme, and you can of course change and do all these things as well, right? Now, before I move forward, one thing: if you are in Windows, you might get a error or something that, hey, this command is not let's say valid or is not identified. So for the same, everyone, you have to make sure that you do add the same in your path. So this will look something like this. Why Windows says Claude is not recognized and how to fix it. So you can take the screenshot here. Let's say when you write Claude after installation, it will say Windows looks through the path list. It will not be having that. I hope all of you remember that how. If we go on Windows path, right, we have to add just this path variable. In here, you just have to add Claude. And once you have added the same, everyone, then it will just start getting recognized. Okay, so that is the whole idea. And one more thing before we move forward, I would just like to show you that to install Claude on your machine, you should be having Node available, right? So again, if I go back, if I just go on here, I could just say Node-v. This Node is installed in my system, right? So quickly we can check, because I want to make sure that you don't face any errors, right? I could just actually open a new chat and ask, what are the requirements for all OS to download and run Claude Code? Search and 10. So we are using Claude Code only to ask for it. Claude only to ask for its requirement. Majorly it is Node and of course some basic configuration like 4 GB RAM, etc. But yeah, once I think that is done, you should be very good to just run it directly. And I will tell you about a command as well in a bit, which can help you to check if everything is fine. So see, it is just going through all the documentation and everything. And yeah, that is the benefit, like how it is running in a agentic loop, searching, then doing advanced search. And it is telling that, hey, macOS, these are the versions. And I think overall it will just ask for network shell, Apple Linux. I think even if Node is not installed, it can get that. So see, native installation, no Node.js needed, auto updates. Via npm, Node.js is required. So yeah, that is what I remember, that you might need to install Node. Again, if you face any issues, you can quickly search. But in my experience, you will not face any problem. This kind of an issue where you are not able to run it on your machine, Windows specifically, because of missing variable, is what we want to fix. Now, when you go back, everyone, and click Claude, this is the kind of very good, this kind of, I'm not sure if it's a jellyfish or something. It will open. I would just say that, hey, you can have, like, now we can see different types, how it will look, right? So I could say that let's have auto or match terminal, because that would be good. And this is very important, everyone. So you will see few options here now. And I would like to take a screenshot so that I can explain this properly to you. Pay attention. Once you have installed this, everyone, once you have installed Claude, now Claude is not free, right? As I told you that if you have the Pro or the Max subscription, that is only when you will see Claude Cowork and Claude Code here. Else you will not see these two offerings, right? And the idea is pretty simple. See, it takes money for LLMs to run. Okay, so Claude, Anthropic is basically spending that money. And we will have to also make sure that if we want to use Claude, use the brain, we spend some money as well. So Claude Code is not free. Running LLMs at this scale cost money, and Anthropic charges us for it, right? So there are three options majorly, everyone, if you will see here. First one is your Claude account with subscription, Pro, Max, or Team. Second is Anthropic console account. And third is third party platform. So before I could move forward and say that, hey, Claude Code, you are an awesome software, please just make me free and run all the code and everything. Please take over my job so that I can relax. You have to tell that how you are going to pay for it, because again, you are just saving your time, right? Three ways are there. First is Claude account with subscription. Now, if I show you in my particular account, settings, billing, I am having a subscription to this particular Claude account. I am having the Pro version. Now you can go on adjust plan. And here, as I showed you, like there is a Pro and a Max version available, right? So that is the very first way, everyone, something which we are going to use. Second, everyone, is that if you are not buying Claude, let's say via this Pro subscription, and in this, however you use Claude as well, so I would like to show you one thing as well. This is a little tricky and very frustrating, but Claude charges you on the basis of usage. Claude says that, hey, your current session, it will be for 4 hours 53 minutes. Normally, I think it is for 5 or 6 hours, and it limits how much you can use inside it. Okay. And again, all models as well. So basically, Claude says that, hey, I will be giving you some fixed limit weekly. You can just run your everything in here for the time being. And this is how the first option works, Claude account with subscription. Second, everyone, is where, just like ChatGPT, okay, just like ChatGPT, we can use a key as well. So if I go back for the timing, let me just do Claude account with subscription, and it has open on my separate browser. I would just authorize it. I can show you like what it is asking. Let me quickly get the screenshot from the second screen. So just a second. See, this is what I'm getting. Claude Code would like to connect to your Claude chat account, access Anthropic profile information, access Claude Code session, everything basically. I can authorize. The second I would authorize, which I have done, see, login successful, please enter to continue. So see, it is saying Claude can make mistakes due to prompt injection is only use it with Claude code you trust. So that we will all master in few seconds. So this was the very first way, everyone. Now I could just press enter. And I could say, for the optimal coding experience, enable this recommended setting for your terminal. We can use the recommended setting, not a problem. Quick safety, is this a project you created or one you trust? So I could say, yes, I trust this folder, not a problem. And now I'm inside my folder, everyone. So see, it is asking you a few things because it is trying to access lots of things. So terminal would like to access data from other apps. Let me allow it. Uh, let me actually don't allow this and don't allow this. Let's go to the folder. So before I can exit, I could just say exit, cd desktop and test Claude code. Okay, so I was running it in the major like directory, outside directory. Okay, now I could say Claude and see it has started. Right. So we will come to this particular UI and everything as well. The second way, everyone, in which you can run Claude is something by providing it an API key. So Claude overall, just like ChatGPT, sorry, just like OpenAI, it also provides you with a key. So what I can go is I can go to, let's say, Anthropic. Let me just search here only. Anthropic API and see Claude platform. So this is the website, everyone. And in this, you can make sure that you can buy credits. So it is on the go. Like to explain you in a very simple sense, Claude Max or Claude Pro is like a gym membership, which you purchase and you can, let's say, go once a day or twice a day, not more than that. They will be saying that, hey, you can just use gym for 1 hour, not more than that. Okay, if you're coming for a time. Whereas this API setup, everyone, it is like how you are just paying per session. So every time you go to the gym, you are maybe paying 500 rupees or some dollars. So that is the best analogy to understand it. I want that you understand it in depth because many companies now are providing their developers with $300, $500 worth of monthly usage of Claude, right? So now if I show you everyone, I would just go here in organization settings. And yeah, in the organization, you will see that how, like again, I've just created an organization. If I go on billing, this is where my credits are zero because I was testing something out. I can buy credits as well, right? So let me buy just 3 credits for the time being. Okay, let me buy 5 credits. And again, my card is already present. I will get an OTP and I could just purchase these credits easily, right? So that is the whole idea. I think I don't have that much. I think it was 400 something which was left. But anyways, I will just enter the wrong OTP and I will enter the OTP. And if I would have that level of rupees in my card, it will work. So let me quickly just have the OTP, everyone. Just a second. It will be coming up in a bit. And once it comes, I could just quickly enter it. So I can show you. Like, again, this is the way. So I've just got the OTP as well. 1 second. Oops. Okay, and I can verify and proceed. Right. So now, again, it will be done. Let it run. So it is failing. I know the reason because again I had some for 20 rupees or something, so I have to recharge my card. But yeah, that is once you do this, everyone. Then what you can do, you can go on this API keys and you can create a new API key. So let's say I use Claude code here and I could just copy this key. Once you copy this key, then you can use your Claude code and that is how it's going to charge you. Rather, I can go back and just do login and it will again ask me. So see Anthropic console account. Now again, it is asking the browser and everything. So in the backend, it is again asking that, hey, I would like to. So this is the second part, everyone. And I'm showing you all these things in depth because I want that you master it completely in depth, right? Not just like for fun. So this is how it is opening for the second part. Now here it is already saying that, hey, I could create key on your behalf already, access your Anthropic profile information, and I could upload files on your behalf as well. So I could just authorize in a similar manner. And I think even I don't need to provide the key, it will create the same itself, right? So now it is asking me for entering some money or something, which of course for the timing I'm not doing. So that should be all good. But yeah, I think that is how it works, everyone. I could just escape to cancel. For the timing again, I would just make sure that I do it with subscription. Okay. So let me authorize and it should be all fine. Okay. So now it has been done, everyone. Now, one more thing. There is one more option, very important, which is third-party platform like Amazon Bedrock, Foundry, or Vertex AI. So these are the cloud-based AIs. Rather, you can use your Claude code with a locally hosted AI as well. But though that is pretty simple, like you used Olama and run your, let's say, Llama or any Quen-based model. But that is like having a Ferrari and using it with Cycle, which doesn't have any engine, or even with a, let's say, Maruti 800 engine, because the whole power is the brain, right? Not that how it does these different things. The whole power is the brain. And if you are just taking away that brain and putting up a very lesser of a model or a very unsmart model, then it will not run. So this third way, everyone, third party platform, though you can use any AI as such, but it will not be the best, giving you the best approach. So I would suggest that if you are actually CH, which you should be, please just have $5 loaded up. It would be more than enough for this complete tutorial. Or if you have a $20 subscription, that should also be enough, like in steps, of course, because we will be running multiple codes and everything. So there will be a limit, which I will show you as well. Okay, so that is more than enough, and that is how you can use the same. Okay, so yeah, I think these are all the ways, everyone. I have created a very good graphics as well. Pick your Claude Code plan. Subscription $20 a month. Claude AI daily use. Pay or use API key, learn and test. So these are the two major ways. And as I told you, this is not going to be free. So that is why I have explained you the most important thing. If you're learning, again, as I said, start with the API route. Or if you normally want to explore Claude, Claude Cowork, and Claude Code, go out with a $20 subscription. I think it is more than enough. I currently have 3 subscriptions because of the limits and because a few people in my team are also using it. Okay. And again, the money which you spend, believe me, it is going to give you way more back in the terms of value overall. Okay. So that is the whole thing. I think we have covered about how to install it via terminal, about the system requirements as well. And overall, just one more thing which I would like to show you, everyone. So we have a Claude doctor command now. So I think it was very recently introduced, in which if you just run this, so I think I am all done with this. Let me quickly authorize it same again. And I could just say it is done. Okay. I could write Claude doctor. I think this should be not outside. 1 minute. So yeah, see, I'm outside my Claude, everyone. Here I could write Claude doctor. And like a doctor, it will just check if everything is great or not. So see, it is just saying that, hey, diagnostic currently running native, auto updates, everything is done. You don't seem to have any issues. So this Claude doctor command, everyone, is very important. I would be adding the same as well. If Node is not installed on some other issue will be there, it will tell you about the same, that hey, seems like you are having some issues. And that is how we have installed the same, everyone. We have talked about the path fixing as well. Now let's see that how we will be running it as running as well, right? So let me just clear everything out. Claude, and I could just close this as well. Yeah, Claude, and see, now I'm inside this desktop text Claude folder. I have already done this part where I have it set via overall our particular folder and via our Max Pro subscription. Now I could ask it, create a simple hello, and I will talk like what all is there in this particular UI as well. Or let me just ask simple thing. Hi, how are you? Let me just ask a simple message. So see, thundering, it will say thinking, pondering, these small words which include your let's say things as well. See, hi, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. You need to help with whatever you're working on. What can I do for you? It is using Sonnet 4.6. It is saying that, hey, I'm on Claude 4. So I would just get this particular thing as well. So I could explain all these things to you. Okay. Very important. I would just go here. And I think somewhere down the line we have, yeah, I've created this. So installing and path issues, we have already covered this. Now on the terminal, this is the kind of UI which you get. So very simple. This is your Claude model you are using. This is like all how it is Claude Pro. So it tells about that it is via the Pro subscription. Then it is saying that, hey, I'm on Mayank 953 AI emails organization. In it to create CLAUDE.md and all these things we will cover in a bit. Then I just sent a message and it is replying me with the messages, right? So pretty simple thing. I could just now ask it, can you create a simple hello Python file in this folder? And now it will run. So see, synthesizing, try setting up environment variable and all these things. So it is just saying that, hey, you can make this a lot better. So see, it is saying that, hey, create file hello.py. Do you want to create the hello.py file? Either you can allow it just for the time being, or you can allow this on all edits. So every time it wants to get a write access, because write access is a little tricky, right? It can change your files, it can delete your files and everything, which is why it is very important to use it properly. I could just say yes. And see, it is saying LSR plugin recommended. LSR provide cold intelligence like go to definition and error checking. So it should be fine. We can install this. So we can say yes, install this particular plugin. And now it is saying that created hello.py. If I go back, let me open the terminal, folder in our desktop, test Claude code, hello.py is created. See, pretty simple, right? So hello.py is officially everyone created. Now, just one more thing I would like to show you. So if you will see everyone, again, it is just giving some recap as well, which we can disable. But what I would do is I would just open this in like another terminal window, terminal tab. And I would say Claude hyphen verbose, right? When it runs with this verbose command, you will see that it's a little bit different. It is again just having this tokens and everything as well here, right? So now if I ask that, hey, can you create a new file with a 10-line Python code saying hi to the user. So again, just very simple basic code, infusing and everything. You will see that how 16,000 tokens are done. It is again asking, do you want to create hello user file? I could just say yes. And high effort 16906, 16943 tokens. And it is saying that, hey, I've created the file, which I see here as well. So around 10 lines, it is working all good. Like it will surely work all good. But this is where I would like to explain you. So if you will see everyone, it is also saying that imaging clipboard control V to paste, which I don't want to do. You can press this button as well, right? So see all that shortcuts. But I will cover about all the commands and everything. So don't worry about anything as of now. We have very, very dedicated parts for covering each and every part here. But now when I take this, again, we have seen that how it is telling me about, let me just get this particular part, right? So all the parts were exactly the same. In the verbose, what happens, everyone, is that we get this particular token thing as well. And I like that I explain you tokens in depth because that would be very, very important. So pay attention, everyone. Now it is saying that it charged 16,991 tokens just for writing this simple Python file. Okay. So to not get confused, I think I can have the complete file as well so you can understand it. So in this, if you will follow, right, all it is saying is that, hey, I charge you on the basis of token, but I hope you know that it should not have charged this much, right? And for people who are not aware what a token is, it will be explained like this. So token is like the cost of AI. See, in a very simple sense, you can think of token as just, let's say, 3/4 of a word. Okay. Now every AI, it charges you on the amount of tokens it either takes input or it gives you output, right? So normally, if I show you even in the models, everyone, let's go to the models page. Yeah, you will see that how they are having the cost. So Sonnet is having $3 cost per input of million tokens, and Haiku is having $1 per input of 1 million tokens. And for output is $5. For Sonnet is $15. So it is saying that, hey, for 3/4 of a million words, I would be charging you somewhere around $5 or $15. So token are very, very important. Token are pieces of text. Input plus output is like your final cost. So just as an example, if let's say you are working with your API key, if you are using Haiku, if you say in 1 million words, if you send it 1 million words and say that, hey, this is some task, it gives you out 1 million words, your total cost will be $6. So very, very important because I've seen so many people, again, they don't understand this cost structure and then they are never able to optimize because now companies actually wants people not only to use AI, but actually optimize the use of AI as well. So it should not that you are doing the best work, but you are making or charging $2,000 worth of company credits. Okay. So that thing is very, very important. And of course, the better the model, like Opus is charging you $25 for the same thing because it puts in more mind, more effort, more reasoning, and everything, right? So that is the whole understanding, everyone. That is why we have to understand and use this. And now we have to see that we have to actually use a model which is right for the task. So, for example, for initial task, maybe we are using Opus for all the planning and everything. And for basic tasks, we can use Haiku, and everything in between, we can say that, hey, Sonnet seems pretty good. So this way, tokens become very, very important. And that is why it is saying that, hey, for doing this task, I charge you 16,000 tokens. Now, why did it charge 16,000 tokens? Because the way Claude Code is created, everyone, I told you that how it is having these multiple different tools, right? And these tools are actually something which is used in the backend. Every time Claude runs, it will be not remembering anything. So all the information about different tools, your task goes through Claude. So around 16, I think 14,000 something it is taking itself. And then it gives you back the reply. So this understanding is very, very important. We will discuss about context in depth, but I just want to make sure that you understand that yes, it is not free and it why it charges so many things and why it might be very expensive for even Anthropic to run. Because to give you this level of things, I think I can just run this command as of time being. So I just run this context and see. It is saying that, hey, Sonnet 4.6, 16.9 out of 200k tokens, so 8%. System prompt is 6k tokens. System prompt will be everything basically that, hey, you are a Claude code, you have to write a very good code. System tool is 8k tokens. Then there is something known as skills, which we will cover. Then messages, and it is saying that, hey, I have 183k free space. So just to give you an idea, now again, we will be covering these things in depth, so don't get confused or anything. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that how things happen beneath, right? So I can close this, everyone. I can just close the terminal and we are back here. Now we have also seen that how to run this inside our terminal as well. But when we are using it in real life, okay, of course we will be using it via some or the other IDE. Now, what do I mean by IDE? If I go back, everyone, into the official documentation, you will, let me make it dark mode. You will see that how there was terminal, then there was desktop app which you can download. So this was the Claude desktop app only, which in our case is not working. Maybe I will have to reinstall or restart the same. And next, everyone, is your VS Code. Okay, VS Code, which is a browser, or Cursor, or JetBrains IDs. So they are different IDs, and I have VS Code open here. Okay, so yeah, VS Code is open here. And just one more thing, everyone, I would be pasting all the links here and sharing this on GitHub. And I have also very nicely prepared some questions as well. So in each and every part where you might face any question, installation and setup, these are some of the questions which you might have, right? So I have just made sure that all these are also answered. In here as well, everyone, you can use Claude. And this is the suggestive way if you're using it on a project, right? So because this is where you can see each and everything happening right in front of you. So we have seen about running it in Claude desktop via our terminal. And now we will see that how can we run it inside an IDE like VS Code, Cursor, Anti-Gravity, JetBrains IDs, right? So all of these things. So now why am I this is helpful? Because VS Code or these IDs, this is where we actually develop tech projects, and Claude Code is kind of for creating technical things only, right? And the idea becomes very simple that we want to see the changes happening right in front of us. In here, things are happening, but we are not able to see them very nicely. And though this is a very good way, right, of using Claude, and that is what will be happening in the background, we will still use our VS Claude code in VS Code because that is how normally we develop projects. Okay. So for the same, everyone, now what I can do, and I would like to show you one more thing. When I do open a terminal here, if I write Claude here, you will see that it is able to run here, and it is saying that, hey, yes, I trust this folder and everything. It is able to run via this terminal inside this folder. Okay, so this terminal is exactly the same. Once you install it on your machine, you are able to access it everywhere. Now, to run it, you have to install a particular this document, extension. Just go on extension from this. It is same in every ideal, be it anti-gravity, be it cursor everywhere. You will see this Claude code. Make sure that you download the official one. Okay, I don't want that you miss out on your data, on your key or anything. Please install the official one. Like somehow pixel agents are coming above, not the Claude code. And see, now it is saying that, hey, I'm installing the same, let it install. So it is installing. It is from Anthropic, 11 million install, which tells that, yeah, it is the official one. And in a way, now it is adding an extension, just like we had ad blocker or any other extension, right? And yeah, now we have the same evidence. See, now we are having this particular thing to access it, just like how we access your GitHub Copilot. Click on this button and see, Claude code is present here. I could just say hi. Now it is saying incubating, processing like some of the words which tells that it is thinking. And see, hi, how can I help you? If I ask, create, or rather, let me just show you one more diagram before we move forward because that would be very, very helpful. So this was where we have this particular thing, everyone. I would just be having 1 second. Yeah, this diagram here first. So Claude Code Cockpit. So these diagrams are pretty good. Takes a lot of time to create, but they will be very helpful to you when you see it afterwards, right? So creating some space so that you are able to access them. Second, everyone, is when we install the same in our VS Code or other any ID for that matter. So I've told that what is best, it is best for as well. See, terminal versus VS Code, pick your cockpit. Like terminal, always available, works on servers as well. So if you have a machine, right, if you have a hosting or machine, AWS or any machine, it will work there. Maximum speed, no setup beyond install. In here, of course, you have to get the install, but it tells you that, hey, these are the different changes which I'm doing. You can drag the files into your chat. You can select a direct file as well. Code visible while building, familiar editor environment. And again, it is best for active development. So normally this is how VS Code environment works. Same Claude code, just different experience. So now everyone that we have installed the same, okay, let's try to run and create something. So what I will do first, I would just go to VS Code. Let me just have it a little clearer here. Yeah, this one. I would just open the terminal, or let me get a new folder here only. Let's say my first session. Okay, so I just created this my first session, everyone. I would just say, so see, here also it is exactly the same. Upload from computer, add context, browse the web. It can browse the web just like Claude does. These are, I think, all the commands. So slash all the different commands which we are going to talk about. Let me switch the model for the time being to Haiku because I want to make sure that it like charges very less money or very less of my usage. And right now it is saying that hey, links.txt file is open, so I am having the context of it. I can close this. And now everyone, I could just have multiple Claude instances as well. So if you will see, it is having multiple Claude instances. And I could just ask it something. I could just say that, hey, create a file hello.txt containing the message. My name is your name. So let me just quickly add Mayank here. And I will be giving you these things as well. And I just set up Claude. And let me enter. See, marinating, thinking, everything. See, allow write to hello.txt. So see, it is showing you that, hey, I think you can get it somewhere here. 1 minute. Let us close this, make this owner as well. And now it is pretty good. See, that is the benefit. It is saying that, hey, I'm trying to create a hello.txt file and it's showing you the difference as well right in front of you. So whereas terminal was just creating it directly, this shows you that, hey, this is something which I'm doing. Now I could say yes once, or I could say yes to allow all edits this session, but let me say yes for the timing. And you will see that how it will create the same. See, then the file has been saved to this particular thing. And yeah, I think we can see the same, everyone. It is there in my first session. Let me just move it. Okay. And it is there. Now, similarly, everyone, this is where again Claude has called the write tool. In the backend, if you will see, it is just thinking what to do. Then it is writing this hello.txt. And then it is saying that, hey, great, the file was created successfully. The full path is this file. And then it is doing all these things for you. So two things happened. Claude made a decision using the write tool, executed it, and then verified it that it works by repeating back the path. So that is the loop. That is like the agent loop, all under 5 seconds, right? Now let's see that how it can read and write as well. So now what I will do, everyone, I would just copy another command and I would just ask Claude, okay, see, look at what's currently in this folder and then create a Python script called greet.py that asks the user for their name, prints hello name, welcome to Claude Code. After creating it, run it and show me the output as well. So I can just click it now, pay attention. Again, forming, thinking, incubating, any word it can give. It is saying that, okay, it is looking. Now it is saying that, hey, allow me to run this bash command. Now, if you remember, right, if you remember everyone, this is how we also see this, right? So if I show you in the terminal, if I open a new terminal window, 1 minute, sorry. Yeah. If I open a new terminal window, I also write this ls command only. So of course, Claude is very smarter, so it is writing longer commands in me. But all I want to tell you is that it is actually just running these commands. So I can say yes. It is saying allow to write greet.py. I could say that yes, allow all the different times. So see, now it will create this particular thing. It is saying allow this bash command. Now we can always allow as well, but I love when it asks me for the bash commands. So at least for the timing, I can see that hey, it is not deleting anything from my machine. So see, it is saying script is working as expected. It checks for a name and prints the personalized greeting, right? So again, if I go links.py, the file is there. Sorry, greet.py, it is there. Hello.txt, it is there. Questions.txt, which we created, right? Link was empty only because we created it. And yeah, everything seems to be working. If I want, what I can do, everyone, let me just get it here. Not sure why it always keeps running. Let us have it like this. I can open my terminal and I could just close this for the time being, clear everything. And I could say Python greet.py. And it will ask for my name. I would say Mayank. See, hello Mayank, welcome to Claude Code. So very nicely, like it has created a very workable file for me. Okay, so this is again, everyone. Now what happened? It runs some command. So it again used some tool to run the command by listing all the files. Then it understood that okay, what all is present, and you can see this thing as well. So I highly suggest that when you're in the learning phase, please make sure that you understand what it has done. So although it is normally let's say hidden, you can see the same as well. Okay, perfect. The script ran successfully. This is all what is happening. This is working as expected. If you want, you can close this as well. Now this is just like your Claude chat. So again, why it is helpful? Because just like you were using Claude chat here, if I just open a new chat, just like you were using Claude chat here, everyone, you can use the same. And it will make sure that instead of just providing you with the file, instead of just doing these things, it is doing all that on your machine. Okay. And of course, you have the full control as well. Now to show you, if I go on settings, there will be some usage increase. See, there is a 8% usage increase, everyone. This is directly coming from my Claude code, right? Because I have not used Claude right in front of you. It was 000 in the starting. So it is saying that, hey, in a session, you have used 8%. So if I do it around 12 times, it will say that, hey, come back after this 4 hours you like have done it. Okay, so that is the case. So yeah, that is how you have to check this as well. So if it is a very longer codes, which we will do towards the end, it will basically charge you on that matter. And one more thing, just one small thing, if you go on usage, you can have some extra dollars uploaded as well. So I have uploaded $20 just for making sure that if in worst case something is running, I could just sync up and get these dollars from there. Okay, so that is the whole benefit, everyone. Let me now go back. And this is how you can run the Claude in different ways. Just to quickly help you revise, I think we have covered each and everything in here. I would just let you quickly revise what all happened. So we discussed about setup and installation, everyone. We discussed about all the best ways of doing it in different operating systems. I told you that how you have to install it via the command line. Claude Desktop runs on Windows and your Mac OS. The reason it is not working in mine might be because I uninstalled from the backend and then installed, so I might have to restart it. But yeah, overall, you will be using it in terminal or maybe directly inside your VS Code only. VS Code is the most preferred way because we will be developing some actual projects and understanding things in depth. Now, if you will see, we have also further understood that what can be some of the issues. And for the same, I told that this is what you have to fix it, right? So in Windows, if you're getting these issues, everyone, you just have to set the path and it will work. Then after it, you can just run Claude Doctor command, something which I mentioned as well. So Claude Doctor, where I mentioned it, it is all the way towards the down. We can have it in here, everyone. Once you run the Claude Doctor command, everyone, I think it will just give you that, hey, everything is fine. This is what you have to do. Then we saw two ways. So I think the images are bigger. Let me make the subtext bigger so that you are always able to connect to it. So see, when you will see this diagram and you will get this PDF, you will be able to make sense of everything, right? So let me also, 1 minute, get this and paste it here. So I can just get this second and I could just make sure that I'm pasting it. Okay, so pretty simple. In this way, you will be able to connect each and every dots because yeah, I do understand that many times it is not possible to run in each and everything. So these diagrams help you to quickly revise that, hey, this is what my input, right? And yeah, that is, I think, everyone, all the things which we have covered in here. Now, if you want, you can also, I could just give it a very big task as well. So I would just have go towards the down, close this thing, and pay the attention. Now, create a small Python script called number facts that takes a number as a command line argument. Check if it's prime, check if it's a perfect square, check if it's a Fibonacci number. Print all three results neatly formatted. Then run it with the number 144 and show me the output. So I'm just increasing the level. First, I just ask it for creating a file. Then I asked it that, hey, read what is inside and then also make sure that you write something, create a file. Now I'm kind of running a multi-step process, okay, which corrects itself altogether. So this time it will run and everything. It will be, maybe it might give an error and it will try to fix it as well. One more thing, all these previous chat is also going in the context, just like how it happens with Claude on web. So if you want to have a new chat, don't share the context. Please just open a new chat and start from here. Okay. So let me just run this. And I will make sure that I cover, again, as I said, like context and everything in depth. So see, user want me to create a Python script. I will show that how it changes in the backend as well. Okay. So number facts, I think it is okay. So see, it is pretty fast, right? It is done. So it is saying allow this bash command. So it is saying cd to this particular folder and run this Python 3 command. If Python will not be installed, it will actually install it altogether from your on your machine. And I could just press yes. Now it is saying effecting. It is saying now let me test the error handling when no argument is providing. So it is again doing and checking that error handling, doing everything for you. This time it has done the same command, everyone, but again, this time no number is given. So I hope, see again, what is happening is that if I have to show you quickly, because I want to make sure everyone is clear with this, clear everything out. It is running this command Python 3 number facts, and I could just pass 144. So it is saying number facts for 144. These are the facts. Okay. But I asked it in my task. Okay. And you can pause the video to make sure that you understand the task in depth. Show more. See. Run it and show me the output, something which it done. Then make sure it handles the case when no argument is given. That is print a helpful error message. So this time it is now testing for that as well. And it is just again making sure that it is test me and ask me for all the commands, because these commands, it is actually playing up with your machine, right? I could actually just run the same command via terminal and all of that thing exactly will happen. I could change this as well. Very important, so that in worst case, it is not deleting anything. So now the second I said yes. So see, it is saying the helpful error message is given. We could see the error message as well, everyone. See, please provide a number and an argument. If I run this without this 144, Even I'm seeing this message. Let me clear and show you. See, error, please provide a number as an argument, Python number fact. So I hope now this is everyone totally clear. Three prompts, three files, zero manual coding, and most importantly, we now understand what's happening under the hood as well, right? Each and every single time. So Claude Code is installed on your machine, it is running, and you have already built something with it. That is not a small thing. Most people take more than 5-7 hours, or they just see the videos and never do anything. The way you have done this, you now actually understand how to run the Claude Code in complete depth. Okay, so that would be very helpful, everyone. I have already added this Q&A, so please make sure that you download these resources. So most of you will have these common doubts only. Sorry, lots of playing around. Yeah, this Q&As will be very helpful. Okay, sorry for messing it up. I think I can just close this, and yeah, this is how you will see it, everyone, once you download it. Very nicely formatted Markdown files. And yeah, I think this is all what we have understood and mastered in this particular case, which is your all the things related to installation and setup. I think I've covered each and everything. Now, in the next part, everyone, we will try to dive deep and actually try to create something. Also, understand that as a pro user, okay, not just someone who is just asking Claude to create something as a novice. No, as a pro user, what are the different commands? What are its different capabilities? And what all Claude can do or help you to do once you master it like a professional. Okay, so let's now in the next part, everyone see and goes in depth in our Claude models and commands where we will master that what all is configurable inside this particular things, all these different commands, what they do. But yes, highly suggested to please set it on your machine, because all the things which I'm doing, the second you understand and do it at your end, and of course I will be providing all the things, it will be very helpful. So in the next part, everyone, let's master the Claude commands as well different modes, models, so that you are able to use it like a pro. So great, everyone. Now let's move forward and try to understand that how can we master lots of things with respect to commands, sessions, and everything in this particular part. And one thing more, like as of now, I know that many of you must have seen the videos where by now they must have built something. And honestly, that is pretty easy. Like I could just ask Claude that, hey, can you build me a Kanban board where I could manage my task. And of course, Claude will build the same and it will be a HTML file, everything. But the way I am making this particular video, I want to make sure that via this crash course now, you are able to master the same in complete depth. So that even if you're using it at the highest of the companies, even if you're using it for actually building a system, a very in-depth system, you are able to understand each and everything. So with respect to that, everyone, now let's move forward. And yes, will be having a project towards the end, a proper in-depth project, which will be having complete back end, front end, everything. For the time being, now let's try to move forward and try to learn about sessions, commands, modes, and the Claude directory. So these are very important. Some things which are going to change the way you use Claude, and of course make you as an experience or a master in Claude code. So with that, everyone, let's now try to see. Now, if you would have noticed earlier as well, I used to press this slash, we were seeing lots of different commands, right? So in part two, we got Claude code running, and that is great, right? But now, right now, basically, you are sitting either in terminal or Claude code, where you kind of have a Ferrari in your hand, but you still don't know that, hey, what all is possible, right? So that is the difference between an expert driver and you, who are again having the key to the best car in the world, but still doesn't know that, hey, what all is possible, what are the different controls and everything. In this part, we are going to change that completely. You're going to learn every slash command, every tool in the cockpit, every mode, every different, let's say, setting. And by the time we are done, you won't be just like reacting to what Cloud Code does, which like lots of people do. I was just connecting with one of my friend. He's again getting 400 USD by its company, and he's just using it like this. Like normally, the way I think majority of the people are doing, right? So that is what we are going to change today, everyone. And this is the section that would separate you from people who dabble in cloud versus the people who genuinely master it. And we are going to be the one who master it. Okay. So with that, now if I go back in terminal as well, and I will be closing this Claude desktop as of now, everyone, because this would be the least of the places where you will be using it. Though all the things which you see here, we will be able to now learn from the commands and by going in deep, right? But majorly, as I said, you will be creating proper projects. And for the same, this is the best, this or terminal is the best way of using it, right? So let me close this Claude desktop. And now let's see the terminal as well. So here is the terminal. Now in this as well, everyone, if I just show, yeah. So if I press this slash, you will see lots of commands coming here, right? So these are something which are known as slash command. Now slash commands are just like keyboard shortcut, right? So just how we do control C and control V to copy and paste something, right? In Claude, we just do a slash command, and they gave us direct control over Claude code capabilities, right? Without, let's say, using up our overall actual conversation context. So if I want to, let's say, just change my, normally I want to just change how am I using Claude. I could just change by doing this login command, right? So these are the commands which basically help you to configure Claude to make sure that you can take the best benefit. Don't ask you to spend any tokens. And they help you to configure and, of course, use it in a lot more depth. Now, again, there are lots of different commands. I have actually created a very nice board and diagram for this. So if you will see your slash command dashboard, these are the major one which you will be using. But along with that, everyone, I have made sure that I have created this very nice website with Claude only, where you will be able to see each and every command, right? So I have created the same 70 plus commands, 9 categories, and each and every one of them are explained. And I have also made sure that I have categorized them, right? So if you will see memory and context, what exactly is there? How can you use it, right? So that is the whole idea. So again, you will be getting this link as well, everyone. So this link I have just kept it here. And our idea is to make sure that though there are lots of them, let's try to understand the main one. Okay. So that is the whole case. Now let's start and let's go to our plot here. And let's start one by one. So the very first command everyone is going to be model. Okay. And you will see that how the second I write model, there is a switch model thing coming. Now it is very important that you master these commands again, because these are going to actually work in here as well. So tomorrow, when you are having Claude not running, let's say via your VS Code, or you are using Claude on any server, right? Claude code on any server, that is where also it will be useful. So the second you press this slash model, you can easily select what exactly you want, right? So Haiku, Opus, and default. Okay, so default is Sonnet. I can just take it to Haiku here and see this conversation is cached for current model. Switching to Haiku means full history gets reread on your next message. And I can say, yes, you can change it to Haiku. As of now, tokens are not taken up. It is saying that, hey, if you change the brain in middle, if you change the engine in middle, I will have to see and scan the whole car to understand what all is happening. And I think we are fine with that. Like in future, at least it will save us tokens. And of course, we can have it set to Sonnet, etc. as well. The same case happens here. I can just switch and let's say select a model. If I just go to Sonnet, it is saying that, hey, switch to Sonnet 4.6. Similarly, the second I do it, let's say model again, it will be Haiku again. So that is the whole benefit, everyone. Now, please make sure that you are not switching a model a lots of back and forth. Normally, what I would suggest that start with Opus if like you are just starting up with the task, because the thinking capability of Opus will be very helpful. As the whole plan is there, which has been done like maybe with the highest of the engineer level intelligence, then you can fall back to Sonnet or then Haiku, right? So I normally use Opus for all the planning, Sonnet for building up the major components, and Haiku for maintenance, finding out the error, etc. So in that ways, I am basically kind of done the real life thing, right? Where senior engineer, which can be your Haiku, it is handling all the things. Oh, sorry, which is your Opus, it is handling all the things. Middle level engineers, Sonnet, are doing the development and stuff. And then Haiku are basically the people who are maintaining and all these things, right? So that is the whole idea. Now, as it said, when you switch the model in between, it will be sending the complete history. So again, if I change, let's say model here, you will see that how if I do it to Opus, the conversation is cached. So it is saying that, hey, I remember all these messages with respect to Sonnet. If you change it, I will be sending all the messages. Okay. I will be setting all the messages. So I get what all you're talking about. So that is the whole idea, nothing else. Okay. So that is, I hope everyone clear now, just to help you remind. Yeah, with each model there is a price related, right? So these are the price exactly, and that is why it becomes important to understand them. And of course, extended thinking, adaptive thinking, these are some functionalities which they also support, right? So that is going to be very helpful. Token is also one thing. Now when you are building, token context is very important, and as you can see, context window is 1 million for Claude Sonnet, and I think that is only on the cloud versions, not on the major one. And again for Opus as well, and Haiku it is 200k tokens. Okay, so that is the whole idea, everyone. So that is why it is very important that the picking up the right model isn't about using the most powerful one. It is about using the right one for the job. So always understand and remember this particular thing. Okay, it's not that you always choose Opus. No, if it doesn't require, please choose Haiku or Sonnet as well. Now with that, everyone, let's move forward. Now, just like model, there is a effort as well. I think it will be mentioned here. Effort. And again, it just set the effort level, right? So majorly it will try to do a more of agentic loop, make sure that it is able to spend more time on that particular task. We are fine with high actually. X high with Opus was recently launched. I think it was just 2 weeks back. But yes, we should be fine with high or medium. That should not be a problem. Okay. Balance approach with standard implementation and testing, and it is telling that as well, right? So effort, if you will see, if I do max, this session only maximum capability with deepest easing. So you are able to see that how it is explaining these things a little bit as well. And one thing more, everyone. So what all I'm teaching, I have made sure that properly I have gone through the overall documentation of Claude. Okay, so this not teaching from anywhere. Let's say just by listening to someone or just what Claude is selling, you will see that agentic loop. They are explaining the same thing. Models we are discovering. Then we will come and talk about tools, etc. as well, which I will be showing you once the things may make a lot of sense. So all of these things I have gone through the complete documentation in depth. Okay, so and that is something which I will even suggest you when you are let's say stuck somewhere, because documentation is the real kick. That is the whole idea. It is coming directly from Claude. Anywhere anyone else is teaching you, that would be some other version of this. But of course, following this is not very easy, and these kind of diagrams and stuff helps, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. Let us actually open this diagram as well. If I show you, see, so I can just go here and search for effort. Okay, I think I have not added effort here. Okay, that's all. 1 minute. So see, effort, low, medium, high, it is telling you as well. It's like setting a difficulty slider for Claude seasoning. Low is quick brainstorm, max is Claude doing deep dive and everything. So that is how it happens, everyone. And it is telling the related one as well. So slash model. That is why this particular thing is helpful. Took me around 10 minutes to create with Claude. But yeah, overall it's working pretty good. Now next, everyone, let's start with cost. So if I just do slash cost, right? It is coming as slash usage or slash context, and it may happen again that some of the commands might change, but the idea will basically be the same, right? So it is usage or cost. If I do slash cost, see, total cost $0.046, total duration API is 14 second, total duration wall, like I think which I'm looking forward, 22 hours, total code changes, 2 lines added. This thing, let's see in this session as well. If I do slash cost, I'm showing you from both the ways because I want to make sure that tomorrow, if you're using it on any server or normally via terminal, then that should also be fine. Or if you are using it, let's say in any IDE like anti gravity, VS Code, everything, then should also be fine, right? So that is the case. And people who have no non-tech background, I think I missed that out, but you can directly go and just download this VS Code. It's totally free. It will just get started on one of your folder. Like you can just think about that. And since we will like from people who are from the non-tech background, you can just ask it to write and create the files for you. Like that is actually what is happening for everyone now. So it is again, it is also having its own co-pilot, but I think Claude code is way better, right? So that is the whole case. Now let's move forward, everyone. I think the cost thing is also pretty done, where we have seen the usage. You are currently using a subscription to power your Claude Code usage. So let us see if there is any other thing as well. I think, yeah, that is what it is telling. But if you will see that how, even though if I just show login here, right? Here as well, I'm using Claude account with subscription, but it is still able to tell me the cost, right? So that is the reason that how it is a little bit better in that terms. Okay, so this is like based on your complete receipt that hey, if you are running a significant run, then after that you must check this that hey, what exactly happened. So if I just let's say it is 0.460, right? Let us escape it. Ask it, uh, can you tell me what is 2 plus 2 and write a Python script for it. Okay. So if I ask for this, okay, it is just asking us for our feedback as well, not a problem. And now it is creating a script. I think it was 0.260. So we will ask the same. Do you want to create add.py? Yes, we can create the same. So let it run, create it, run it with Python to see the results. I could just now do cost and see it has increased. Right. So that is the whole idea. Like cost basically, as you will be running, it will be increasing. Current session 2%, current week, all models 18% use. So it is telling the overall usage as well, right? That is how it happens. Now, again, when you do this cost, you can see that how, since the session has now run, it is having lots of more details as well. I think it might be also the case. High, if I just select a simple high, then let's see the usage. I think it will show at that level as well. So if I just go and see the usage now, everyone, it is saying that you are using your subscription to power your Claude. Breakdown Haiku is hitting 100%, cache it is 0%. Now, this becomes very important because when you're using it in a company and for real work, right? For real work, you will have to understand that, hey, how the cost is basically playing around. So we can see that, okay, this complete exact graph was actually there in the Claude code as well. Favorite model, total, tokens, all these things it is telling. We can just navigate through the same. Current session that how it is 2% used and everything. So auto compact, show tips, like all of these are the settings which will make a lot of sense once we move forward, right? So that is the level of depth everyone in which we are covering these things up. So again, after the sending a message, the cost increase, which is of course makes sense, right? So now everyone, let's move forward and try to see context, which is very important again. Uh, the second I like ask for this context, okay, what happen is that now pay attention. What happens in the context part? basically whenever you are chatting with Claude, right? So it is not that Claude is remembering what you are talking, or basically it is not that hey, it remembers the three messages and only the newer message is going. It is never the case. Let's say that if there are four messages, and we can say that hey, this is user. So this is user everyone, and the left one can be your Claude. Okay, Claude. Every time you talk, every time you send a message, the complete conversation history with all the context, tools, MCP, everything is sent. So basically, what happened is that this whole conversation, it will be sent to our Claude. So I can just have a Claude icon. Okay, let's have this one. Let's have Claude code. I think I like this icon overall. So whenever even let's say we are using Claude code as well, everyone, whenever we are using Claude code and we are communicating with it, this complete thing goes to your Claude. Okay, everything is meant. And along with that, of course, there are lots of other things. So when you are using Claude code, of course, when you ask it for something, right, it knows that hey, I have to create a code, etc. Right, and that is where again the way it happens on top, right? On top, there are few more things which are sent. So what are those things? There are some system instructions, right? Then the way your Claude is actually able to talk, sorry, do all these actions on the terminal, right? So there is a tools as well. There are different tools. Okay, so tools can be to let's say delete, to create all these things. Then if you have connected any MCP, if you have connected any MCP, there's MCP things are also sent that hey, I have all these connections. Now we will discuss about MCP in depth, so don't worry. But hey, I have all of these different things. Which one do you want to use? And again, then it will be able to understand that hey, I have these things in the arsenal. Now many people ask me that hey, Mayank, how can I use it without this? Well, the problem is you are not aware, right? So you will at least have to send that, hey, I have access to these things. Without that, even Claude will not be able to take the right decision. For example, if I ask you that, hey, you have to, let's say, create a furniture, right? And you just check that, hey, these are all the tools I'm having. If you know that, hey, these are the tools, you are not still using the tools, but just knowing what tools, what connectors, what apps you are connected to helps you to take an informed decision. And that informed decision is not possible unless this thing is sent. So if I go back, everyone, you will see that how right now it is saying, and if I can actually show you here. So here we have just sent a simple one message hi, but if I go and see show you the context here, pay attention. See, it is very easily readable. It is saying that hey, you are currently using a subscription to Power. That is all good in the usage part. Context usage model token 29.5. But do you really think that just in sending a hi message I must have used this much context? No, right? That is because system prompt is using 3.1 percentage, which is 6.2k tokens. Now I've already told you previously that how token is the currency. So let's have this diagram again maybe. So that's why like token is very important. Right? Understanding token is very important. So token is just like the currency. These are actually the things which is sent when you send a hi. Maybe one token is used. What Claude replies basically has that approach that hey, this many tokens we are using. So more tokens, higher cost, both input and output. Normally, of course, output token will be higher than input token in terms of cost because you are sending an input and on top of that, it is thinking and then returning you back everything, right? So that is why output tokens are higher, everyone. And yeah, I think you should be aware about these things, right? So that is how it happens. And if you see further system tools, skills, messages, right? Messages are basically, let's say what we send, free space, which is 68.3 percentage, auto compact buffer 33k. So auto compact buffer, we will talk about this in one of the command that how it compacts a very long conversation etc is there. So that is the whole case. Everyone pay attention here as well. Same information always. 6k tokens around 21.7 for system tools because we are using it from terminal, right? So it can be the difference. I think it is 21.9, it is 21.7 here. So a little bit of difference. Maybe some tools are sent extra or not sent via the terminal. While here, because it needs to tell you the difference, etc., via VS Code. So maybe it is sending some more tools context, right? MCP tools, which are by default, and some, I think some which I have configured on my overall Claude. Then skills, messages, and free space. So this is how it is using this, everyone. Now I think I can just dismiss it for the time being. Should be fine. Yeah. So that is the whole idea, and it is saying recap. You have created two simple Python scripts, hello@py and p@py. Both are ready to run whenever you need them. So again, it is just saying that hey, this is how we have charged you. This is the whole context. So that is actually what it is telling. This breakdown basically tells that hey, system prompt basically is also using lots of instructions. So this system instructions tools, it is over the less using it, right? And then, of course, we have our whole conversation history. That is all what is taken away. And yeah, that forms our context, everyone. And of course, that is needed. If we don't send all these things, Claude will not be able to help you to the best of its ability. It will not know which tool to use and everything. So it is actually like a RAM in your computer. When you open too many tabs, when you're sending too many messages, your computer slows down, right? And when your context starting filling up. So as of now, we have not moved at that level because I first want to explain you these things. But as your context will start filling up, you will notice that how, and we will be discussing context in a lot of depth. The reason is pretty simple. I think that as a expert, you should know about context. Like I have seen that people who build awesome of the solutions, right, who are actually doing 50, 60 lakhs job, they know how to use these things in depth. Okay, of course, they will not be using Claude just like this, the way you are using right now by just typing anything here, right? So that is the whole case, everyone. So as your context will fill up, Claude will slow down. It will get less accurate because it will have lots of information. So that is why we need to make sure that our RAM is kind of free. Okay, so that is the whole idea. Now, everyone, what happens next? That let's say that if I ask it to, if I just see where we are, test Claude code. Okay, so we are in this particular file. So I can just ask it something. Can you create a quick Kanban board and host it on localhost? Make sure not to make it very complex, and also just have a single HTML file. Okay, so I'm just asking it to create that basic project which you might have seen many people show and just above you. But again, for us, that is a very simple thing. So see, anything osmosing 190 tokens, okay, are I think going in input of our messages. Now it is taking that time, everyone, and I want to show you that how this time. So it is saying that, hey, do you want to create kanban.html? Let's create that. So I've just done yes. Okay. So it is saying that, hey, run via this command. Let me just run this. Let me run this here. And now we can go on localhost it, then go to kanban.html. So let's go here, everyone, and pay attention. We have just started a very basic server, so nothing out of the blue. And see, I have a very basic Kanban board, right? So just maybe in like hardly 10 seconds, I can just drag and drop things. I can add that, hey, work hard, explain, Claude, code in complete depth, right? So these are the level of things which you can do, everyone. That is, of course, helpful, and that is the whole idea. We can cross the buttons, but at the same time, now since we have asked it so many things, and again, this is very simple. We could have run it here as well. I'm just taking the both the approaches because I think it is anyway the same UI, same thing, right? So that is why I'm just jumping across VS Code and terminal. Don't get confused. You can do all the things here as well. Now, if I show you the context, everyone, you will see that how in this time the context will of course be a little higher, right? So it is somewhere around 51k tokens. Earlier, how much it was? Let us see this quickly if I have that information. Earlier it was 45k tokens. So we have sent 5k extra tokens, right? And over time, it will surely happen that once you have chat and made so many of these different conversations. So once, let's say, you generally are having so many of these different conversation, at one time your context will start filling up, right? At one time your context will surely start filling up. Now, at that point, everyone, what you can do, and normally you must have seen this as well. So let's say if you're having lots of these messages, right? And I could just have some dots here so as to tell that, hey, this is what you want. Minute, dot, dot. Okay, so like this is basically helpful. So you must have seen Claude also do something like, let me say it in the image. Claude compacting conversation. You must have seen this if you have used Claude, and surely you must have done that. You must have seen something like this. Compactive a conversation so we can keep chatting and everything, right? Now, in a way, everyone, what is doing here is that when we connect with Claude, right, we ask it lots of different things. Like I can send and make spelling mistakes. I could just send it maybe things which could have been sent in 100 words. I am sending in 2000 words, right? So of course the token increases. It is just like how when you connect with someone, you can just easily say that, hey, this is what I want to convey, but you normally have the complete email and all these things, right? Claude compacts this information so as to get the main context. It is like a minutes of chat, right? So that's just how we get minutes of meeting. Claude does that thing, and it is able to then free up the context. So if I try to do the same thing here, although there is not a lot of chat, but what I will do compact, pay attention, compact, and see, free up context by summarizing the conversation so far. So the second I run it, it will compact the conversation. And by default, I think it is on where called if like it will reach around 170, 180, it will try to compact and make it less. So see, it is saying that compacting the conversation. And in this, what it will do, it will try to say that, hey, user tried to create a Python script which added a number. It tried to create a Kanban board and a one more script as well. So it will basically make sure that it compacts. See, compacted, read kanban.html, read these things. Now when I do context, pay attention. It is how much? So now it is saying Claude Haiku. Okay, I think I might have to send a message. Okay, no. Sorry, my bad. It is showing 0% error. I might have to send the message again. But overall, we see that now 74.6 is empty, right? What was the case earlier? 74.1. So something it has compacted. I can just ask it, can you summarize what all I did in a line? Okay. So I can just ask it that, hey, what all I did. Now it will get started. And now again, you don't have to ask it every time. So see, it is just telling us these things. So seems like it has not missed out on anything. But the second I ask for context, most probably it will be a little less. Like, of course, right now we are not using lots of chats, so it will not be the case. So it is 27%, right? 53.3. And earlier, I think it was around the same only, if I remember, 26%. So again, I think it has compacted. But since majorly we are still using these things, when the chat will become a lot larger, then it will be pretty good to compact it, right? But again, it is able to make sure that our messages and everything, because see, it cannot do anything for the system prompt that is anyway there. For the system tools as well, it cannot do. We can of course remove some tools and the MCP servers. Skills files are also kind of there. Our messages is something which it can try to compact, right? And that is of course, again, since we don't have a lots of messages here as of now, it cannot compact them that much, right? And again, we are just having the code, etc. So that also it has to be aware of that. Hey, this is the code and everything. So this is how your compact works, everyone. Now again, if you will go back, if you will search for in this particular thing, compact, this will tell you. See, like summarizing a meeting. Okay, I think auto summarizes the full conversation. Focus only on auth bug we are fixing. So let's try this as well. So that is why I've created this. If I say compact, just remember my requests and nothing else. So the second I ask it, it is compacting with my instructions. So again, it will try to go through the chat and everything, make sure that, hey, this is all what was happening and compact it into a shorter conversation. So that is going to be very, very helpful in the long term. So that is how the compact works, everyone. And see, now it has done the same. Let me still check the context. I will majorly be testing the user level of things, like how much is the messages and how much is the total usage. So seems like it is showing 0 because I think we will have to start the chat. It is 7.6k tokens. I think earlier it was 5k around. So it is maybe increasing because we have very less. Okay, it was 8.2k tokens. So it has just saved us for the timing 600 tokens, but that is totally fine because as of now, I just have 4 messages. When I will have 15, 20, 30, 40 messages, then it will be able to compact them better. And that is what happens in Claude as well, right? It compacts when we are actually having lots of messages, not in the starting, right? So these things are very, very helpful. And I would like to have this diagram here so that you always remember this, right? So I could say compact is kind of this way it works, right? Now, next everyone is something known as rewind. Okay, so you will see restore the code and or conversation to a previous point. So I would show you this. Let me show you this with an example. So let me just, let's say, create some files here. Create a file called config.py with some database settings. So it will be creating a file. I could just say yes, allow the same. So we can see this config.py. Don't worry like what all it is, should be fine. Okay. Now say I ask it, actually rename that file to database config and add 20 environment variables placeholder into it. So I'm saying that, hey, please rename the file and also add some extra variables so that I can add the same. And that is what Claude will do right in front of us. But now, what if I needed to, like, again, I'm not pushing these files, I'm not saving any changes anywhere, right? So I'm not saying that, hey, so see it has added, I can say yes. But let's say tomorrow, then my manager or I see that, hey, no, I don't have to change this file. Why is it moving in here? I have to make sure in this database config, I have to take it back to config.py only. My code base will fail and everything, right? So what I can do, everyone, I can just do rewind. So pay attention, rewind. And you will see. The second I take it to this particular message, that is our last message, create a file, and I say continue, not only will it take me back to that particular chat, it will also rewind all the changes. So see, it is saying rewinding. So create a file called py. So it has taken me at that level, right? It has taken me at that particular level. And that is where rewind is used. So it is just like a state in a video game, right? When we say that, hey, I've saved to this point. Now, if I die afterwards, I will start from here. And all the things will be as it is. So that is the whole benefit, everyone, which we get from rewind. And you can see here as well, right? So I have now just previous messages. So that is the whole benefit which we get, right? Database config is now, again, I can just remove this, and this all, right, it will change. So if I, let's say, now ask it to create a file, let me show you this. And again, you can just see the same in all of these things. So because again, these commands are a lot, I'm just sharing the one which I use regularly as a pro developer. So see Control Z, but for your entire coding session, not just the last section, you can jump back to an earlier moment, including the code state at that time. So rewind the conversation and enter your code to a previous point in history. Okay, so alias is checkpoint. So see, I can say yes, it will create the same for me, right? It will create. If I do rewind and I, let's say, go back to this high, 16 lines will be removed and 0 lines will be added. And it is saying that, hey, config.py. So see, config.py is deleted. I'm not sure why this database config stayed, because I think that was the issue, some problem. But yes, that is how it basically makes sure that, hey, at this is what the level I am, right? So I can just maybe delete it manually for the time being. But that is how it works. So again, if I ask it to create some, let's say, connection.py, right? And when you will be having lots of messages and you feel that, hey, no, this one extra message, this is unnecessarily causing me some extra things. I don't want that. You are fine, right? Just go back. No worries. Just do a rewind here. And that is something which I use a lot, because anytime I feel that no, this is not the right change, that is helpful. A new fork conversation will be created after reminding. No file checkpoint found. So it is saying that, hey, I don't understand. That is the case. Again, we can easily go back, and that is where rewind is used. So this has already been added, everyone, connection.py. Now I can say add 20, or let's say 5 more environment variable in the file. It will understand that I'm talking about this file only, because it is having the context of my full chat as well. So let it add, and it is how it will be done. Okay, so I can say yes. So debug mode and all these things are added. I can just directly do rewind and see. Now it is saying 43 lines will be removed and 0 lines will be added. Connection.py. The second I do continue, this file is deleted. So that is the benefit, right? And now I think this is very, very powerful, everyone. Now, next, everyone, is something which is known as rename. So I will just show you rename first, right? It is not present here. Okay, let's go back. Let's select here. Rename. See, rename the current session. So what I will do, rename Mayank's session. And the session has now been renamed to Mayank session. Okay, so very, very important, because this will help you to actually save your sessions by your projects or by a particular ticket. So many times it happens that we are working on a particular feature or ticket. So just save them like this. And the same will be very, very helpful, right? So that would help you to actually make sure that you are able to save your sessions. Now, to make sure that you can very, very gracefully exit your sessions, right, everyone? So you can gracefully exit. And again, I'm not making these notes here. These are kind of mentioned here already, right? But overall, if I show this, yeah, this one, it is having all these things, right? So if I say read, but again, I still feel that this is like there everywhere. We have to understand the same as well, right? So see rename, name. Now, very, very important thing which lots of people miss out is that you have to make sure that you always gracefully exit your session by exit. Okay. Exit the CLI in the background session, detach or stop. So the idea is that when you exit this, unless closing your terminal, right, it saves the session properly and prevents any partially written files from being left in the broken state. So let's say if it is working on something or anything, it will not happen, right? So if I the second I press exit, see, it is done. And now I am outside on my terminal. So I can see all the files and everything. See my awesome code, kanban.html, everything is there. What I can also do now is that the second I do Claude, okay, so I rename my session, I could do resume and say resume a previous session, and see I'm having the mining session here. So see, I am back, totally back at that particular state. That is the whole benefit, everyone. That is how we use it. Now, of course, that is going to be very helpful in the long run. We are having these sessions created here as well. I could just close these sessions quickly. So these new sessions are created because I was rewinding. So it is basically like how in Chat GPT, if I just show you, right, I can just show you in Chat GPT, because this thing is not present somehow in let's say Claude as of now, which I hope that they add. Can you give me a connection.py file? Now, hopefully it will give, but I need more. Okay, so nice thing that it is asking for more information, or let's say it is giving for Postgres MySQL. Add variables in each of them. So again, I'm just asking for adding variable, right? Do you actually see this button? Branch in a new chat, right? This is something which Fork is also basically used, which I will show you in a bit. But what we can do we can start off a new session. So I'm saying that, hey, no. I think I don't needed the variable. Please, before this, I would like to start a branch out, or let's say create a new session. So branch in a new chat, right? So this is something which you can think Rewind is doing, right? That's why we were having so many options. Every time I rewind, it was kind of opening that for me, the previous session, right? So now everyone, what we can do, I can just clear each and everything. So see, start a new session with empty context. Previous session stays on this. It is saying that, hey, when you do clear, it is just like you are starting a new context. I think earlier it used to clear out the same as well. So I can just start it with, let's say, here as well. Hi. And again, understanding these things are very, very important, right? That is why I'm spending so much time. Hey, I see you've opened greet.py. Would you like to work on? No. So, and again, you can send the messages in between as well. What can I help you with? How are you today? So, see, I'm doing well and everything. The second I go here, do clear, right? The second I press this clear, everything will be gone. Like it will be just like a new session. Okay. So now if I asked what I asked last, most probably it will not be able to tell if it is not sending all these messages. So let's see this. You asked how are you doing today? Okay, I think it is sending the complete chat here. If I just show you in this manner, let's say before clear, let me show you the context. Okay. Now again, I'm just showing you these because yeah, you will be using them every day. Like as a pro user, you will be using them every day. So see, 0 by 200k tokens. The second I let's say send a hi message. Hi, what all you did. If I ask this session, all the chats and everything will be sent. And I could just clear it so that it starts up with a new session. That is the whole benefit of clearing as well, right, everyone? So let me check. I think this is the major one. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So the second I now do everyone context, it will be, I think, somewhere around how much? 29%, 57.5k. If I clear out everything, start a new session with empty context. See, it is starting the new session now. Earlier, it used to, I think, clear out in the current one. But of course, now the new session is started. If I see context, nothing will be sent as of now, right? It will be zero most probably. So, okay, it is started with, let's say, I'm just sending the information, which is 43.2k tokens, nothing else. So, that is the whole benefit, everyone. Along with this, what I can also do is I can do a fork here. Okay, I think it is again not mentioned here. So again, lots of commands are there which I can see are just present in your terminal only. So now if I send great, let us enhance the canban.py. So now what it will see, it will try to understand that, okay, I have to enhance this py file. So it is seeing searching for one pattern, orchestrating tokens, thinking with high effort. I think we have set the effort to high. And it will be able to say that created a new canban.py. Okay, enhance the existing Kanban py that you want me to create first. So it is saying that, hey, I've created this into a Kanban based application. So if I go back and if I let's say start this again, I think it is now a Kanban based application, sorry, Python based application. So let us start it like this. I can just ask it only. How can I start on my local host? Let us ask this. So now it is reading the file and everything that, hey, how can I read option one CD? So it is just telling that, hey, run this command and it will be started, right? So let us stop this, start it on the 8,000 only. If I think I will go back, hopefully it will be a little bit more better. Let's go back. So, okay, it is directory listing and everything here. I think kanban.html. So I think it is not enhanced. It was maybe asking us, but what I want to show you is that if I go back now, I could, like it is still saying that, hey, I will create kanban.py that stores the HTML and everything. But for the timing, I can also fork or branch out it, create a branch of the current conversation at this point. So now what is happening, everyone, is that there was already a chat running. There was already a chat running. One, then two, then three, right? So like this. But I said that, hey, I want to branch this out here. So now all Claude is saying that, okay, I have created a new chat. Okay, so it is just like branch in a new chat option. So again, Rewind also does that. It basically makes sure that it goes to that particular thing, right? It goes to a previous message and then basically forks your chat. But here, what happens, everyone, is that when you branch your chat, right? When you branch your chat, and it will be there as well, fork, branch. So again, it tries that, hey, now I could make sure that from this particular last message. So Rewind does that from the previous message. But here, basically, I am saying that, hey, branch in a new chat. And now a new chat is started. See, they're having a different ID overall. So that is how it works. Everyone is having a different ID. So now I'm having the complete chat here as well. It is branched from a conversation. and previous chat is also there. So this is exactly what happens actually, right? Now, where it will be helpful if let's say you are having a very good chat where you are developing all the features, but someone says that hey, let us try out by adding this one new feature as well, if it will work or not. But you don't want to disturb your complete chat, right? So that is the pro level of development when you will be doing this will be very, very helpful, right? So to return through the original resume with this particular ID, we could have renamed as well. And Claude branch conversation, you are now in the branch. So we have actually changed. We are now in the different thing, right? And of course, there is session like I can clear and all these things are already present, right? So that would be very, very helpful, everyone. And that is where it is helpful. Now let's move forward. Let's quickly see a few more. So log in, everyone, sign in with your Anthropic account. It is just asking you again that, hey, how do you want to sign out? Sign in, sorry. Similarly, there is log out. The second I do log out, it will sign out me from the current account. So the second I do see successfully logged out, now it is saying that, hey, I am not having the access. So now when I open Claude, it will most probably ask me, see, I'm logged out. So it is totally, totally new. So now completely new session. I have to approve it, reauthorize it. Okay. So again, that is how it happens. I'm just having it in a separate screen and I have been already authorized. So see, I can enter to continue. It is saying security notes and everything. So totally it is starting from scratch, right? I can use the optimal setting and see how it gets started, everyone. So these are the few things as well. Let me check what are the other ones which I normally use, because these were the major one which I see using. Okay. Fog and everything. Let me also show you one more. So I think it will be present here as well. Status is, I think, usage only. Let me see here. Status. Show Cloud Code status including version model. Yeah. So this was actually everyone usage only. I think they have combined the same. So usage we see in this particular one. Stats are all the stats, right? I can actually go and see the models as well, like how much models and everything. So basically, yeah, all the config. You will see that auto compact is true here, which means that as it will grow, it will try to auto compact it. Then thinking mode, all of these things are basically there, which kind of helps to Cloud Code in working in depth. And again, as a pro developer, Claude Code users who will actually get jobs, who will actually be building awesome things with it, you need to know in this level of things, right? So that is going to be very, very helpful. One last thing, everyone, which I would like to show, I think, which is pretty good, which has been recently done. So see, power up, right? What it does, so basically, this is an interactive sessions or lessons with Claude from Claude itself. So if I just check, right, I think when was power up introduced? So slash power up Claude. I think it was just maybe 2-3 weeks back. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, right? 2-3 weeks ago. So now this time Claude is saying, and I think it will work here as well, maybe. Okay, so again, I can see that here this command is not present, right? I normally use it for in my like let's say, of course, for local development, I use it with VS Code, and I have a server, okay, hosting a machine where this is running, where like I do some development for some client. That is where I'm using Cloud Code with the with complete, let's say, this thing directly with your terminal. So that is why these commands are kind of there. So see, talk to your code base, tier with modes, okay, undo and thing, run in the background. So undo, I think I told you that how it is rewind, right? Run in the background task, which we will see as we move forward. Teach Claude your rules, claude.md, which we will also see. Extend with tools, automate your workflow, multiply yourself by creating sub-agent or teams, code from anywhere, remote control, dial the model. So again, that is how it is helpful, everyone. So see, why is the list page run model to switch models, Opus for hard problems, Sonnet for most work, Haiku for quick questions. Each trade speed for depth, right? So see, this is how it is saying effort controls how long Claude thinks before asking. High for this. Also, fast toggles, fast mode, same model, faster output. So I can just press escape. I can just say fast and see, fast mode is now on. So high speed mode for Opus 4.6 extra usage. I think I should go back and just have the model as Haiku only, because the second we go on Opus, I think in 4 or 5 messages, it will say that, hey, come after some time, you have used all your limit. Okay, so that is the whole benefit, everyone. And I think these are all the different commands. I would just like to quickly share an image again so that it can help you revise. Now, again, there are lots of course, different more commands as well. And that dashboard will be helpful. But as of now, this will help you to revise what all we have covered. So I think we have covered these one. These one are the common one which I wrote because I am using them day in and day out. Power up was something new, so I thought of including that. But I would suggest highly that please go through this website, this artifact created by Cloud only. It is having all the 70 plus commands. And the best part, like it is having all these divided as well, right? So that will be very, very helpful to all of you. So with that, everyone, now let's move forward. And now we have actually mastered, I think, slash commands in a lot of depth, like way lot in depth and than you will require. But believe me, this will be very, very helpful in the long run. Okay. So now everyone, let's move on to sessions. Okay. And how exactly to make sure that we can play around sessions, because see, this is how exactly we will be using Cloud Code, right? We will be getting multiple sessions here. So it becomes very important that anytime you are opening Cloud Code or in a folder or anything, it creates a session. And a session has an ID, a history, timestamp, metadata, what all you have changed. And these sessions are basically stored automatically on our machine, right? So we don't have to do anything. Cloud Code is handling it, but still it needs to make sure that we understand the same. Now, let's try to quickly see everyone that what are the mistakes which a novice person do versus like let's say an advanced level or advanced person does. So what happened is that let's say I will just ask it some work, right? So I will just ask it this particular work, and let me actually do one thing. Let me second. Let me. We can do it here only, not worry. Okay, I'm building a task management web app. Create an initial project structure with index, style, app.js. Make it actually work, not just a skeleton, and keep it simple. I think we are already using Haiku, so it should not be a problem. See, I am just asking it here to create something for me, right? So very, very simple. Although like I have done these things via the command only, and you will be saying that, hey, Mayank, of course this is helpful. So see, it has created. I can say yes, and it will start creating few files for me. And every time it will ask, like so, every time it is asking me, we will fix that as well. Don't worry. I know that many of you will be thinking that, hey, Mayank, why are you pressing yes? This you can select the second option. I will come to that. Don't worry. So it is created in index.html, style.css, and then I think it will create one app.js as well. So see, it has created the same, right? Now, what most people do, everyone, is that let's say if so, it is saying that allow this bash command. Okay, I can allow it, not a problem. What most people will do, or most beginners do, right? And believe not even beginners, people who are at an experience level, they will just let's say if they will stop their work tomorrow. They will close everything, close VS Code and everything, and tomorrow when they resume, they will just start a new session. So they will be starting afresh here and say that, hey, can you add a dark and let's say light mode toggle, right? This is something which they will do, but we know that we can resume the session, right? So we can resume the conversation and see, we can just go in here, build task management app, and that is how we have all the complete thing which we had yesterday, right? So that is how easily you can resume your conversation. And this becomes very important because of, let's say, making sure that not only are you saving tokens here, you are actually having the complete context, which might be very easily let's say compacted and all these things. So that is where it is we save a lot of time. Now of course if I just show you, there is a whole session history. Like in here it is very simple because we are having the complete UI. We can click on this to start a new session. These are all the sessions history, but still people are not using it, right? These are all the slash commands. So again, you can fork it as well. Now you of course know how to fork the same as well, right? I think in here we have to do it via 1 minute, but I could actually take one advantage, right? I can do rewind, and let's say with a simple message, and it will say that okay, continue, and see a new chat is basically open. So that is how we can do this level of things as well, everyone. And of course that is very, very helpful. The same thing happens here. Like if you're using it, I have seen so many people make this mistake. So this is somewhere we have to handle the sessions. Now just to show you, right, just to show you, and I will have to go to one of the hidden files. So when I said that, hey, all your sessions are basically noted, all of them are saved, right? Where they're exactly saved, depending on if you're Windows, Linux, or Mac. In Mac, basically, you will see, and I will talk about this towards the end of this part, that how we have a so any somewhere we will be having a dot code. Like you see these overall things, right? You see these files, and there are again, I think all the AI apps which you can find, Clio AI, Copilot, everything, because I'm using all of them. But let's for the time being try to find dot Claude. And in the dot Claude, everyone, we have all these things saved. So see dot Claude, right? And if I go inside projects here, you will see different projects. And in one of the projects, right, see, I will be finding all of my sessions as well. So this is how actually it gets saved. Now, again, that is exactly how we are able to use it as well. And I just want to show you because I told that, hey, how Claude is handling it. I know that you're still not aware about .Claude directly as of now, but we will discuss about that. Don't worry. And that is exactly how all these sessions and everything are saved. So yes, they are actually physically getting saved somewhere. That is how it is able to go back and like have all these things from your local, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. Now let's move forward. Like this is just I wanted to show you because you see this chat differently and session differently. Just try that. Hey, I am working on sessions. That is the whole idea. Now let's try to move away from that part, everyone, where we will be giving that yes every time. So I think that would be helpful if we try to fix that once and for all. Instead of saying yes every time, let's try to say yes once and for all. So it will save a lot of time for us as well. Oh, now talking about the permission modes, everyone, like you have seen that how whenever we are trying to create a new file or like ever do something, it basically tries that, okay, by applying its brain, Claude applies the brain, and then the hands comes in and hand says that, hey, I have to type this command or I have to create something. And that is where it asks us for our permission. The idea is that if I just normally ask it that, hey, create a new file, let's say hello mayank.txt. Okay, so I will just simply create a new simple file, and you will see that how it will try to show me the changes that is a part of your this, but it will ask allow write to hello mayank.txy. Okay, so it is trying to create some hello mayank.txy, and I could just yes. If you will see the options here, right? It is yes, then it is yes, allow all edits in this session, and no, right? So overall, either you can see this particular thing what it is trying to do, or you can just tell Claude even what to do as well, right? So that is the whole idea. But major thing is that yes, if you're working on a lots of heavy level project, which you will be once you master Claude code, then it will be asking you each and every time, and answering it each and every time will of course be very very difficult. So that is where let's try to understand this, and with respect of the Claude, permission mode with respect to Claude code, and this is the most important safety concept in Claude code, and it's also the most commonly misunderstood one. So let me be very precise. Claude code can do powerful things, right? It can write files, delete files, run terminal commands, and that is the whole point. But it can also make mistakes. Permission modes are there which allow how you control how much autonomy overall Claude code has, right? So that is the overall thing and what level of supervision you want. Now, if you will try to see, I've created a very good graphic here as well. So there are majorly three permission modes: standard, auto, and bypass. So standard is where it, like the one which we currently are in, where it will try to ask you for each and everything. Auto is where again it will ask you, okay, balance plus, let's say for some few things it might ask you yes or no, and then final bypass, okay, where again it will do everything totally on itself. If you are sure that hey, my Claude code it will handle all these things properly, you can go to the bypass. Auto is normally of course a recommended one. Now in here I can do yes, and you will see that how it works, and it will just create the simple file hello my.txy. Now let's see the same everyone. Let's first try to see 1 minute. This is something which we see. Let me just quickly get. Let's go here. And yeah, so see, if you will see this as well, everyone, when I'm pressing Shift Tab. Okay, so this is written here, Shift Tab. Few things are changing in here. Edit automatically. Okay, see, ask before edits, edit automatically, and plan mode. So these are also some of the modes which we see. Now in here, plan mode, as the name suggests, Claude will first explore the complete code and present a plan before editing so that it doesn't edit. First, it will show that, hey, this is the file which we should create. This is something which we can do. Pretty good for longer projects file and the files projects which you are taking up from middle. So from the ground of course, you are building. Claude will have the complete idea. Edit automatically, Claude will edit your selected text or the whole file. Ask before edits, clause will ask for approval before making each edit. So this is the same everyone. Now if I go back in the terminal, in here as well, when I do shift tab, the same is changing. See, plan mode on, then accept edits on, plan mode on, and normal is when it will ask. So here if I ask, create a file, hello mayank.txt. So hopefully it will just simply create and ask me that, hey, do you want to create hello mayank.txt? Now I can allow yes. I can say allow all edits during the session. So that is of course one more way. And then just like I have done this where it is doing this particular job for me. Okay, so of course that is the whole idea that in worst case, Claude should not delete anything. Okay, it should not run any command which can give a problem. So that are all the things which we need to take care of. And though here we are just able to see these three, and you will see that, hey, Mayank, we have selected this auto as well. Well, that is where again reading documentation is helpful. So if I go and 1 minute, let me quickly check. Yeah, this is the permission modes, everyone. So you will see select control whether Claude asks before editing files or running commands. So that is the whole idea, everyone. And these are all the one. So default, what runs without asking read only. So it will never create a file. It will just read your files. Best for getting started and sensitive part. Rather, this is a very good table which we should have in our notes as well. So let me copy this and have it somewhere here. Okay, pay attention. Now it will be very clear, everyone. See, accept edits, reads file edits, and common file system command. Make directory, touch basically to create a new file. Move, copy. Iterating on code you are reviewing. Plan, it is also read only. Exploring a code base before changing it. So plan mode is also there. Then auto. Okay, it was recently launched. In auto, what happens? Everything with background safety check. Long task, reducing prompt fatigue. So again, it will not that every time you are pressing yes, 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 and that is the most uh, recommended one as well. Then don't ask only pre-approved tool, lock down CI and scripts. So it will not ask only the pre-approved things can run. Bypass permission, everything except protected paths. So isolated containers and VMs where you are sure that hey, if I run it on bypass permission, it can actually delete my complete file system as well. So these are the very, very important system, everyone. If you will scroll down, you will see that how in a CLI or in VS Code, we can just normally do shift tab and it will work. And of course, okay, what we can do, right? So when we do install this Claude code, right? In your VS Code as well, everyone. So if I show you Claude code settings, right? There will be something which is there in the Claude code settings. Let me open that up quickly. Okay. Or let me just search for settings. 1 second. Let me see where exactly this is. Chat. Okay. So here we are able to see this. If you go on and let's say just press on this button. Oh, sorry, this one. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, my bad. So you have to search in VS Code settings. So for this, I have pressed Control Command and the button right of M. Okay, so that is something which I've connected the comma and command. If you search for Claude code here, everyone, here is where you will see lots of things. Right, initial permission mode, you can see default, accept edits, plan, bypass permission, preferred location, panel, sidebar, wherever you want it to be. So there are a few settings which are present here as well, right? So all it is saying is, and you can of course edit these things via your basically via making a JSON file as well. So that is where it is saying. Again, I will repeat command and the comma, then search for Claude code, right? Claude code. And this is how you can change it in VS Code. And similarly, it is given for like all the different things, JetBrains, desktop, web and mobile, right? And along with that, everyone, when you are using it on a server, right, which majorly you will be using it either in VS Code or in a server, this is how you can run it. So Claude permission, edit mode, accept edits, plan. Then there is something which was ultra plan as well, I think, which was recently launched. Then if you will see if you, in future, everyone, eliminate prompts with auto mode. Auto mode requires Claude 2.1.83. I think, again, very, very recent changes which we are covering here. Plan, admin, model, provider. So these are all the things which you can check. These are blocked by default. Downloading, production deploys, force push to main, which are basically all the things, right, which we handle, or mass deleting and cloud storage. Allowed by default, local file operation, installing dependencies, reading. These are all the things which you can use. Boundaries you state in the conversation, the classifier treats boundaries you state in the conversation as block signal. If you tell Claude, don't push or wait until I review before deploying, the classifier blocks matching action even when the default tools allow them. So pretty straightforward. If I ask that, hey, don't create a new file, it will still, even though it is allowed, it will try to make sure that it is blocked by default. Okay, so that is the whole idea. And yes, similarly, you can start it in other modes as well. Don't ask. Okay, so Claude permission mode, don't ask. Skip all checks with bypass permission mode. So bypass permission mode, something which you should avoid because in this it can actually do anything, right? That is something which we should always and always avoid. So let's see the same in action, everyone. Now, if I go here, okay, if I go here and just let's say ask it to create something, right? See this thing. The second I press enter, now it will just create some 3 files for me and it will ask me every time. See, yes. So this is where the development becomes slow, right? Now again, it is asking to write helper. I can say yes and allow all to all the things, right? So see, now it is in the edit automatically mode, not in the ask before edits mode, right? Similarly, if I go back and let's say I do the same thing, but I will start it in the auto mode. So I will show that from the terminal since you now have the idea. So let me search where is the auto mode plan. Okay, curl bash. And if I go, yeah, so we can see all these different modes. And okay, so I think, yeah, the auto mode is not available in the pro plan. I am on the pro plan only. That is why I think we are not able to see it. Admin on team and enterprise models. Yeah. So as of now, everyone, auto mode is not in the pro plan. I think when I used it, so I actually went to my Claude and I think I tested it out using the Anthropic console account, right? So when we will move to the, let's say, key towards the end, I will showcase that as well. Okay. So that is where, of course, auto mode is also helpful, everyone. And normally, the whole idea is that how can we make sure that these commands, right, or these things which happens, we are in control of them. So that is the whole idea. Auto mode was very new as well. So I remember testing it out just for some work. So let me show you auto mode, Claude Code. Claude Code. I think it is in research preview for many things. Available feature that allow AI autonomously to run this feature. But yeah, it will become mainstream in some time. So 24 March, I think just 2-3 weeks back, it was just launched. Idea is pretty clear that few of the commands will be allowed, few of the commands will not be allowed. And it is like kind of trying to mimic how we normally run, right? So that is the whole case, everyone. Now let's try to also check few of the other things, right? Let me show you this thing. So let's say delete all the txy file, for example, txy file in the project. Now, since it is in edit automatically, it will delete the same. In auto mode, it would have given you a overall command. So see, it is saying fine, and hopefully this command, this is deleted. But this is the where the problem happens, everyone, and this is what auto mode is trying to solve. That in case, like if it goes haywire, like maybe one small thing it missed, right? Because it did start deleting everything, then it will be a problem. So that is something which we need to always handle. Now, one thing more, if I just gracefully exit it out, the way we should exit it, clear. The second I do dangerously skip permission, it will be a very big problem, right? So again, I am not going to go there. The idea is that it will just run each and everything and won't ask you for anything. And these are all the different modes, everyone, in which you can use that. So that is the whole idea of how you will be using the different permission modes in your Claude, right? So in your Claude, majorly, as I said, the auto will become in some time the main one. And normally, Anthropic did this research and they found out that 93% of the people, they have it set on edit automatically. So this edit automatically is overall still fine, right? Claude will edit your selected text or the whole file. So that is more or less pretty good. Plan mode is also good because it gives you an idea that hey, what all it is trying to do, so that if you see that hey, something is getting deleted, you can check out the same as well. So let us try out plan mode first as well. So let me take up a task and I will ask it, build a complete REST API with the following endpoints: get task, list task, okay, include error and everything. Let me just run this thing in a plan mode, everyone. And now you will see that how it will first, without doing anything, first tell me the plan which it feels like. Okay. So explore the existing code base file. So it is going through my code base, and that is where I think Claude is pretty good, right? It does the step just like a human would. So I would have also done the same thing. And see, listing all the directories. It is doing a find command. It is doing the overall commands and telling you each and everything. Now it is reading all the files as well, everyone. Booping, thinking, like that's some good words which it throws out. Elucidating. Okay, so see, it is saying pip list installed Python packages. So again, it is asking. We can say okay, you can run it, no problem. Okay, so it is getting the commands. Now see pip list. So it is asking, checking some overall good packages if they are available or not. But yeah, the good part, it will still not install them. So if you have, let's say, less internet speed or whatever be the case, maybe you want to create a new environment where you want to install that, it will still not do. This is the plan mode where it will think and make sure that it is able to work on that. Whenever you are starting a new project ever in Claude, and that's a complete in-depth project, plan mode with Opus. Like try to just make sure that you are planning everything with Opus. Don't use Opus in generating those tokens, because again, see, if Opus by its mind can give us a very good plan, right? Very big idea of that how it should be done, then we can move on to Sonnet. What's the problem, right? Because we have planned each and everything. Now see, it is saying good. Now I have a clear picture of Fast API, UVCon, Agentic, SQL Academy are all already installed. Let me design the implementation plan. And now it is just saying that hey, I am defining a plan, going list top level directories, everything it is trying to do. And let us wait, manifesting. I think we all are determining. See, it is saying allow this bash command Python 3 import Fast API, everything. So let me say yes, maybe. Okay, I think it is checking like the version, etc. Right? Import SQL Alchemy. Yeah, it is trying the version actually. So right now you will see via these commands, import Pydantic version, so that it is aware that hey, this is what I have to do, and that is the level at which actually Claude Code makes your work easy, right? So I can maybe say yes, allow all, not a problem. It will say verify Fast API, everything. Now somewhere what it has created, everyone. Let's try to do yes. Some file was created, I think, link.txt. It is just checking out all the things. Now, if I want, while it is planning, I could just say, just give the plan and don't check the library version, etc. Because I don't want that it unnecessarily spend the time and everything. So see, this is how I've done this. And once it gets completed, it will most probably then try to see my this message as well, right? If I want, I think I can remove it like this as well. So see, okay, this is for fork and rewind. Okay, so they have integrated this rewind here as well. Nice thing. I could stop it here. Okay, if I stop, it will just stop doing each and everything. I could just stop it. See, tool interrupted. So it is saying that, hey, something happened. Let me stop. It is interrupted. Now I could just paste this. I could make sure that now it is having this thing so that whatever it has done, it will try to pick up. Although I will highly suggest not to stop in between when it is running commands. During the research part, it is all fine. Okay. So yeah, I think now it will all work, everyone. And towards the end, I will also show you like what are going to happen once you master the .claude directory, everything as well, because that is the whole part. Via Shift tab, we can easily do this. See, it has opened the plan separately. Where is the file? Okay, so see, it is saying yes and auto accept. This is not something which we want to see. Task management REST API context, adding fast API back into the existing task manager project. I think it must have found that task manager project which we created. Maybe file layout API and everything. Okay, all these things it has just given us. Now you can read through it. You can suggest some changes that, hey, don't do the verification via curl. I want that it doesn't run by UVCon. So all of these things you can do, and the benefit is very, very simple. That even if you don't know anything about coding, it is just telling you these things, and you can even ask it that, hey, can you give me the plan so I, as a non-coder, can also understand the same. So very, very simply, I'm just asking that, hey, please change the plan. I don't know coding or anything. For people who are coding, I've already shown. So don't say that, hey, Mayank, you are just teaching for no coders. No. I'm just making sure that people who are from every facet, they are able to understand it. So see, it is just creating the same here, what we are building. 4 things API can do. So it is explaining you now that, hey, see, action, and this is the plain English thing. Let me close this. Pay attention. Reusing what already exists, Qt how you would run it. Shall I go ahead and build this? So I can now say no, yes, anything. Okay. And now I think it's a good time to also check the context, like how much context is being taken care, right? So seem like it has taken around 30.2, which is all good. I think not a lot. Okay. Free space is still a lot, so not a problem at all. I would just like to change the model to Haiku because I see the model is Sonnet here. Okay. So something which we need to take care of because if I go to my usage, right, it would have taken some usage or more, right? Because again, internally also it has lots of things. So let's see the usage, everyone. Yeah, I think 22% use, 20% I'm using it for other things as well, but overall that is a pretty good. Okay, so yeah, I think that is all which you need to know about permission modes. Very, very important again because you will be using them for real. Okay, now once we cover the .claude, which is the next topic, like not claude.md, like that is where most people stop. I am going to start from the like as a professional, right? So .claude is the major thing there, everyone. So if you will see, I showed you that how we are having this .claude here as well, right? So once we discuss under that, there as well we can have these permission modes and we can have some commands as well. So pretty high stuff, but should be clear to you. So in the next part, now let's try to understand about the .claude directory as well, and that I think is the single most important directory if you are a professional or an advanced user in Claude Code, which I feel all of you should be now. Okay, because the understanding from there, pretty sure that since it's a very good concept, it will get targeted on other AIs, codecs, and other IDs or AI assisted coding as well. Okay, so in the next part, everyone, let's try to understand that. Now, everyone, let's move forward and try to learn about .claude directory. Now, again, it is not claude.md. We are going to discuss that afterwards. So, before I tell you about this, like, let's first quickly understand about .claude. Now, every serious Claude project, okay, will have a .claude folder. Like, it is that simple. Most people just or tutorials show you just claude.md. We are going much deeper. This is the most important folder that you will ever have for a project. Everything that makes Claude Code feel smart, specialized, and majorly under your control, or the way you want it to behave, basically resides in this claudemd in this .claude folder. Okay, so it's a little confusing. And before we move forward, I would like to talk about a few things because I think it should be very clear. This notice this dot here, the very first thing. Now you will notice that whenever I talk about dot before a folder name, right? So that folder effectively everyone is hidden. Like if I show you all these folders which are starting from dot, they are hidden in Linux and in Windows as well, right? Sorry, Mac OS. So they are hidden in Linux as well as Mac OS as well. And of course, in Windows also, we can have the folders which are hidden. So that is where again this .claude is coming, nothing else. I hope all of you remember that how we can go in Windows, right? And we can just hide the overall, let's say, folders. So this dot is just that, right? So many file explorers will not show that. In Mac, you can just go to the settings and say that, hey, show the hidden files and folders. And of course, it will be the same case in Windows by going to tools, etc. So that is how it is shown and hidden. And since the reason it is hidden is that most people never know or use it, right? But again, it is intentional that it is hidden from the normal audience who just want to play around and feel happy. But for the professionals out there, you need to master it, right? So again, you have to understand that yes, you as a professional will be needing and working inside this folder. Okay, so that is the whole idea, everyone. Now, just to quickly show you, like if you just as an example, I have created this .plot folder here, right? Let me quickly just set few things up. So let me delete this for the time being. We will be creating from scratch only. If I just normally open a terminal, right? So let's say, let me remove this. We are in test Claude folder. I would just say make directory dot Claude. If I do ls, you will not see this folder. So because it is hidden, on ls, this folder is not shown. When you do ls hyphen la, then the folder will be visible. See, dot Claude, dot ds store, some other folder overall. So that is the major idea again, just hiding it because majority of the people never uses it any day anyway. So that is the complete idea, everyone. Now let's try to understand how it looks like. And again, we will try to understand it in depth. Very first thing is again how it is having different levels, right? So again, Claude overall, it works at different levels, right? The very first one is at your enterprise level, everyone. So what do I mean by enterprise level? That let's say that if you're getting this particular Claude via your enterprise, okay, so most of the you will not be seeing it. If you're handling it at enterprise, then you can set up some rules and structure at enterprise levels as well, right? That is the whole idea here. Second is at a global level, so which is again present in your home folder, just like for me. I have not created this. It is just present in my Mayank, users Mayank, right? So that is where in my home folder it is present. And if I want, I could now create one here, which will be specifically for my project. So this .plot folder, everyone, which I have just created, this will be very good for my project. And as you can see in this folder, it is this project rules are the closest to Claude. Like, so this is the overall overriding power, and this is again having the priority level, both are increasing. So if let's say, just as an example, your enterprise has mentioned that, hey, always give me the Python code. But you are working on a project which is on Java, and you in your project says that, hey, this project is on Java 8. Then since it is nearer to Claude, nearer to your brain, this is how it will happen. And I can showcase that in another sense as well, because I want that all of you understand this thing. See, when you go on Claude, everyone, if I show you the settings, I am having these personal preferences that, hey, any task which I provide, please make sure that you ask me these things. Now in here, I could have that, hey, please always give me the code in Python. Let's say I could say, give me the code in Python. Okay. So again, very simple. I've just made it. Now, if I open a new project up, everyone, so I will be just opening a new project. Let's say test Claude code project. And let's say if in this particular project, I say that good DSA solver, right? Create project. In the instructions, I would just add, I work and learn DSA in C++. Now pay attention. What happened? I have this complete Claude overall, right? Where I have said that, hey, please give me code in Python and make sure that you answer everything. But inside this, now I have created this project. And for this project, I have specifically mentioned C++, right? So ideally, we will try it out, and let's try it out actually. Write or give me a code to sort an array using bubble sort. So again, I'm just taking a very simple example. You can have, let's say, write formal language, write funny language, this all things. Let's try to see what it will try to follow. See, before I dive in, it is asking for some things. See, you mentioned you work in C++, but your preference say you give code in Python. So again, there are conflicting instructions, but ideally, it will try in Claude code and normally as well that the instructions which are closer to the project. So this takes a higher priority. They are basically understood first. Like if I would have given it more stricter instructions, that forget everything and this is what you have to follow, it would have of course been taken care of. But here it is just clarifying the same, right? That is the whole idea. But yeah, normally if I just normally say here, give me all code in Java. Now this particular thing, everyone, will be the main idea, right? This will be the main thing. Okay, so see, Got it? I will make sure all code is Java going forward. So even though I have asked it for C++ and everything, now I can ask give a code to add two numbers, right? Now, of course, the chat is taking the most prioritized thing. So it will just give me in Java, right? So this is how the priority looks like, everyone. So in a way, your organization or enterprise setting where they can say that, hey, never delete the file, always make sure that you run this, please don't commit into the main branch. Then global preferences, which are present at your main home folder in your Windows, Mac, or Linux. And then finally, your project level things, right? So project level dot Claude, rules, systems, everything. Okay. So that is the whole idea. Closer to project, it is having a stronger control. It is not that it will always follow that. Maybe it will ask you to clarify. Because again, Claude is smart in that manner, right? If there are some overall things which are conflicting, it will try to clear that out. So that is the whole idea. Now, since we are learning this in depth, I have learned this from official documentation. Let me, so overview one minute. Yeah, explore the Claude directory. And this is, I guess, the best way of learning about Claude as well, right? So I will just make it bigger and see. This is actually how your Claude directory looks like, everyone. So claude.md is again the file which I will talk about. Inside the .claude, you can have settings, settings.local, rules, skills, commands, agents, everything. So this agent memory, all of these things are pretty good and nicely mentioned here. This is for out your project level, right? Now, if you want, we can have at a global level as well. So see Claude dot inside this, we are having the claude.md settings, JSON, everything, because understand one thing, just to let you know. See, if I create anything outside this folder, Claude might not be accessing it, right? It is saying that, hey, I will be accessing everything on .claude, right? So that is something which we have to understand that this is how it works. Now, reason why I'm teaching you this in much depth is because I want that you actually use it. Companies, as I said before, are spending or giving people 400, 500 words of dollars to actually work on Cloud Code. And when you understand these things in depth, you are able to save on that cost, use it effectively, and that is actually as a developer how even as a non developer you use these things in depth, right? So same thing which I've created here. Now again, you will find lots of images. Like even if I just go on Google, let me go here on Google 1 minute and just search dot Claude directory. If I go on images, like there are so many different ones, right? So again, all of them are telling, but I think why go anywhere else if we have the official documentation from where everything is working. So that is how it works, everyone. In the project, we can have CLAUDEmd, MCPs, and work tree everything outside. And then in the .claude, we can have the settings.json. Okay, so again, it is just telling as well overrides global Claude setting JSON, local settings, CLI flags, and manage setting override this. Then we are having permissions, hooks, status, model, environment, everything, and this is how it looks. This example allows npm test and npm run commands without prompting, blocks rm-rf, and runs prettier on the files after Claude edits or writes them. So see, this is exactly how you have to run this, everyone. This is exactly the file. Similarly, claude.md, there is where they have given the best tips out there. We will be discussing about claude.md in depth. It's a very, like the most important file actually. And again, then it is having some rules, skills, commands, output styles, like how should be the output, agents, and agent memories as well, right? So again, we will be covering about agent MCP in their specific in-depth sections as well. And similarly, in the global one, everyone, we are having almost the similar files. In the project, I told you that how we are having project-related things and everything. Themes are again at a Claude level in the, let's say, your terminal, how the theme should look like. Settings, key binding, few more extra things which will be used across sessions. So that is the whole idea. But once you go inside a project, that is where this project things override the global thing. Okay, so that is the complete idea, everyone. And now let's try to create this and then see the same. So let's try to create the file one by one. Let's open terminal here. Clear out everything. I would just say make directory. Okay, and I would just say -p. Let me delete this for the time being. Delete, and I can say .claude. Or let me create it in a simple manner so all of you understand it. .claude. Now I can do cd .claude, and I can say make directory skills agents. And I think that should be more than enough. We can now see that skills and agents are created. There are few more files which I would like to create, everyone. So touch .claude, sorry, touch claude.md. So it should be all in caps, claude.md. Then claude.local.md. Then settings.json. then settings.local.json, and similarly we can have .mcp.json. Okay, so I'm just creating all these files, everyone. Now, if you will see, we have all these files, and we are going to cover them one by one. That is the whole idea. Let's start a new chat as well. Let us start a new one. Great. Now, whenever I am starting, let's say sending anything to Claude, it will be understanding these things. So let's try to see this, everyone. Let's make sure that everything should be clear. And what I will do is, should be fine. I think I can keep all these things here only, no worries. And again, I will be updating the questions.md with all the questions which you might get, so you can see it afterwards. Now, let's talk and see everyone one by one. So, claude.md, very, very important. This is like the brain of your entire Claude. Okay. The way it works is that it is like a briefing document before Claude begins everything, right? So, if I go back and if you remember, we created a very good Claude SMS. Yeah, see. So, what happens, everyone, is that Claude is having a system instruction, tools, MCP, all these things, and what all it has access to. Along with that, when you create this claude.md, right? When you create this, let us get this icon, claude.md, this also goes alongside with everything, right? So again, what happens? Claude.md. And normally it is in caps. Now you must have seen many people sharing their claude.md, and that is the whole idea that you make your Claude ready, right? That's the whole understanding. And ideally, we can make it any longer. So let me just try to make one thing. And we are following the best practices here. I will be covering claude.md in depth as well. See, project task manager about app. What is this? Is a web-based task management, project structure, coding standards, behavior rules, Git convention. So again, I've just given it all the things. If I show you from the official documentation as well, everyone, let's try to see this. Loaded into content at the start of every conversation. So just like I said that, hey, in the start, it will be loaded. Project specific instruction that shape Claude works in this repository. Put your conventions, common commands, and architecture context here. So Claude operates with the same assumption. So if I am using camel casing or anything, it will also use the same. If I want that, hey, my notes should be very much in formal language, in a funny language, that is where you keep it. Target under 200 lines. Again, I will be covering these things in the next part properly because this is very, very important. Claude.md loads into every session. If something only matters for specific task, move it to a skill or a path scope tool. List the command you run the most, run memory open, and all these things, and also works at claude.md if you prefer to keep the project root clean. So what it is saying is that if you notice, I have created this inside .claude folder, and it is saying that hey, if you want to make sure that everything of Claude is inside a similar folder, same folder, it works here as well. So in here, it has created it outside. So claude.md, it has created this outside. It is saying that hey, this works, and you will see again that how I follow the best approaches, project convention, command stack, and everything. You can go to the full docs as well, but we will see that in the next part. And now, everyone, when you will ask it a particular task, right? So let me just show you one thing. Let me ask this question. Write a JS function to filter the task, and I'm starting a new chat. Pay attention. This time, what will happen, everyone, is that I will help you write a script. Let me first check the claude.md file to understand the project context. Now, see how it is able to understand these things, right? And it has given us the complete file as well. So I think I've given it a write a function. Let me ask it. I can customize, just create a file for me, right? So I can just ask it that hey, just create a file for me, and you will see that again how it will be trying to make sure that it follows all the convention, camel casing, and everything, right? See, it is able to follow all these convention. Each and everything will be in depth. That is the whole idea, because it is having the context of my Claude from the claude.md, right? Now, everyone, what happens many times that we are testing out many things, right? So if you are doing it in local, that is where claude.local.md comes into picture. So almost the same thing. If I show you where is it present? Okay, I think they have not covered about this, but let me tell you how it works. So claude.local.md, everyone, like whenever we apply this local.md, that file is ignored when you share or upload your code somewhere. So just to give you an example, we normally use a service called GitHub or some version control system, GitHub. Just like how you make changes to a Google Sheet or a Google Doc, right? You have those versions that, hey, I did the change. I can showcase that as well. To be very honest, I can say docs.new and let me show you that. So let's say I'm creating something just randomly. I'm adding multiple things. I'm having this. Let's say this. Now I rename this. Important. Right. Now, if you go inside this, you will see that how it is having a version history. So of course, as of now, there will be just one version, empty file, which was created by me. Then I did lots of changes. So all of these changes are here. Now I could, of course, name this version and everything. Similarly, in code, we make sure that we are keeping the same thing in a way. Or, of course, all of this is code only, right? We can do this in Word as well. But we use something known as GitHub or normally any version control system. So, as an example, let's say if I show you this prime plus dash, it is having all of these things. I can commit to this particular thing. I can share my code. When you do this sharing, everyone, this .local.md doesn't get set up. Sorry, doesn't get uploaded. So GitHub can ignore .local files. In a way, I can just add all my local things. So for example, local overrides not committed to Git. I can remove this part actually. I am running this on Windows 11. My Python is this. Local API is this. Is in the environment. Personal preferences, everything. So that is where now it is everyone useful for local specific instructions. So just as an example again, if the code runs with on the local host 9,000 on your local, right? But on the web, it runs on, or on the real application, it runs on 8,000. We can control it in this, and that will kind of override when it comes to your local entity, right? So in a similar manner, everyone, settings.json is there. So if I show you settings.json, I can paste this directly. I am saying that, hey, you are allowed to run these commands, but you are not allowed to run bash rm or anything, right? So I will just copy this as well and add one more command. Yeah. So I will add just rm here. Okay. Now, what is happening here, everyone, is that I have, in a way, now I hope all of you remember that how we also learn about different modes of running it. The idea is pretty simple. I have kind of, by understanding more in depth, controlled that what commands it can run, because at the end of the day, after understanding with me, it was running some commands only, right? So this is how settings.json is created. If I show you here as well, see, overrides global. Again, global are all the fine. You like the rules are exactly the same to create and enter, just at global, then local. And of course, at the top, Anthropic. So permissions, hooks, we will learn about hooks, models, environment, everything, right? Output child. So see, here it is having each and everything. We will learn about the hooks, but permissions, it is allow it to run the test and run. But rm minus rf is not allowed. So rm minus rf means deleting recursively. If you run this command without any checks, your entire code base project can get deleted as well. Okay. So now to test this, everyone, let's do one thing. Let's do one quick thing. Let me open a new chat again. Let me add this run git add and git command initial setup. So it is unraveling and everything. I think it will fail because I'm not connected it to a Git repo, but no worries. It is saying cd users and git add. I can say yes, allow git init and everything. So it is saying that, hey, done, I have initialized the same thing. So why is not git available? Okay. So I think if I do ls-la, I think it has created that outside. No worries. So we will check that. No worries. GitHub repos, GitHub sync. And it has, okay, I think, yeah, it is already in my Git folder. So that is why it is giving some issues, but no problem. Let's try to do one thing now. Delete the folder. Which one is this? Utils, let's say. Okay. Utils recursively. Okay. Now when I do this, everyone, let's pay attention. So now again, I've asked that, hey, can you run rm minus rf command? See what it is saying. Pay attention. Very, very important. Like this is how you actually become a pro. Permission to use bash with command this. Okay, let me copy this maybe. Copy this and show you. Okay, let me copy this as well. Permission to use bash with command this is denied. So again, earlier it was asking me all these things, but now since I'm smart, I'm more professional. I could give it these commands, and these are very easy commands. Just tell what you want. If you want that, hey, you should never touch this folder. You should never, let's say, delete any file. You should never do anything. See, you can just add it here. So very, very simple. Just maybe go to Claude and it will give you these files. Not a problem at all, right? So that is at a level, everyone. Once you understand things in depth, that is how it becomes important. Now, again, in a similar manner, we can have settings.local.json where I could present any URL or anything. See, in the local, it is saying that git init is allowed because we have added it, right? Like it was able to run it. So now we are just kind of saying that, hey, environment variables are there. And if you will see here as well, see, environments are present. Environment variables sit in every session. Now, if on my local, I want to use my own OpenAI, but on the cloud, of course, I will not be using it. So this is at the level of which you can control these things. So very, very important. I have actually gone through each and everything in the official documentation and then understood these things, right? You can send your model here as well, output style, everything. I just wanted to showcase that what all is possible. Okay. In a similar sense, everyone, next is rules. Now, rules are basically, I will tell you like what is the benefit of rules and everything. See, if you could have wanted, right? Since claude.md is the brain, and ideally, I would just have a folder icon. Ideally, what is happening, everyone, is that you are also, of course, loading this .claude folder, right? So now you can say that, hey, Mayank, why don't we, let's say, have a single file only? Why are you asking us to create this structure? Well, because Claude has suggested us to create this. Okay. And the whole benefit, if you don't create this, then your Claude file will be a lot longer. Plus, you see how nicely it is following some JSON structure as well. And again, you don't have to write this. That's the benefit of vibe coding. You can just ask Claude only to create this for you. Go to ChatGPT or Claude and it will create this for you. And the benefit is that we are able to now divide these files like my rules, all my different things. Let's say my rules, my agents, my style, all these things I could now define into folders so that my Claude is better able to understand it. Ideally, if I would have wanted, I could make my claude.md a lot bulky. But then that is where the problem will happen because it will try to load claude.md every time. It will have lots of context. We have already kind of discussed that how with lots of context, it kind of messes things up, right? So that is why again I'm first showing you this .claude because claude.md should be part of .claude, not the other way around. Most people talk about claude.md. They write 1,000 lines claude.md and it is not able to work in any ways. As a professional, you need to understand that this is how these things get built. Now, what I can do, everyone, I can just again go to my rules. So let me get a new folder here, rules. Let's say rules. Inside this folder, I could create a new file, which can be your code style.md. Similarly, I could create one more file, testing.md. And now you will see that again how I'm just adding few things for people who are from non-tech. Just understand that, hey, these are nothing but some rules for your copywriter or for your. So again, for people on non-tech, just always relate that you are asking someone to write an article. So what are the rules? How you have to test the article? How you have to make sure that you search everything? So in a way, if you will see everyone, and do say hydrated. If you will see, code formatting and naming convention, camel case for all JavaScript variable, kebab case for CSS class names, snake case for Python. All function must have docstring or JS doc. Max line length 100 characters. So if I now ask it, everyone pay attention. If I just open a new chat, create a Python file having a function to add two numbers. So very, very simple file I'm just asking. I just want to show you, like don't want to unnecessarily make you, again, I know many people also be doing C. It has just added this doc string. Earlier in the previous file, it might not be present. See, no doc string here. See, no doc string here, no doc string, nothing. Why? So doc string is actually this small, where's the file? Let me say yes. See, docstring is just a small line which tells that, hey, what you have to, what this function does. Docstring, like documentation string or overall thing. Since now I have added to my rules and it is also going in Claude, this file has this, whereas the previous file, everyone, was not having any docstring, right? Rather, I can show you if I just ask you, create number underscore facts dot py again. If I just ask it to do that, since it is now getting those rules, hopefully it will follow that convention. So let's see, read number facts, it is reading the same, validating, like doing all those things. Okay, so it is saying that hey, the file already exists. Now see, it is basically understood that this is what I want to do, and that is the level of benefit. If you add these things up, your current files also can get a lot better. So if I say that, hey, file already exists, let me update it to follow the project's coding standard by adding proper docstring. From where it is getting the coding standard? From my code style. That is the whole idea. And now I could say, yes, nice, very good. Everything is all good. And now it is asked before editing. I could make it edit automatically, but I love to like again have these things so I can show you these things as well, right? Instead of directly doing when I'm coding normally, I have this on always, yes. So, and of course, I because I'm aware, I make sure that I define this settings.json where I am denying it to delete anything, right? So that is the benefit of knowing these things in depth, and that is how you are able to use Claude at a very, very high level. So yeah, everyone, I think this was one more way of doing this. Now, if you will see, like we can actually, I can also create some file called security.md. Minute security.md. I could make sure that I paste this as well. Security rules never violate this. Never hardcode credential, API keys or password. Always use environment variables for secrets. Summarize all user input before using them. Never use eval in JavaScript. Always parameterize database queries. No string concatenation. So again, all the security things I have done here. If I ask it to now go through my project, it will correct all these things as well. And that is a level of understanding and benefit you get when you understand these things in depth. Now your claude.md everyone is kind of broken as well in a very, very good thing. So instead of a one giant file, you have three focused files. You can update security rules without touching the code one. Again, it will never grow up. You can make sure that you can remove a file and everything. So that is a whole benefit which we get, right? Now, everyone, agents and skills, we have dedicated parts for that. So we will be covering them in that. But the idea is that we can create skills like, let's say, hey, review my code. Hey, you are an agent or everything, but we will understand those in depth as well. I don't want to just cup on that. And yeah, I think that is all what we have to understand in .claude directory. We have seen that how .claude directory exists. I have shown you that how it exists at a global and a project level. This link is very, very important. Like I will just copy this link because you will see so many people sharing these things up, but Claude officially is having this thing right in front of you, right? So I've just added this link since you will be downloading this thing up, right, everyone? So that is the whole idea. Now let's go back and let's go to Claude directory. Let's see if I think I've covered most of the things. It would be just like few of the things which are explained in depth here. But yeah, I think more you use it, more it will be helpful. And I will be covering these things in lots of depth again. Right? Just make sure that you remember this, that we have a global one. We have a enterprise one, which normally, of course, I cannot create because I'm not having an enterprise Claude setup, right? If I show you about enterprise, Claude pricing, uh, teams and enterprise. So when you go through enterprise, that is where you get admin set user org limits. Somewhere they must have said role based access. So somewhere they must have said that hey, you can control these things. So that is the whole idea. Okay. For you, global and project is the main thing. If there is something which you need in every project, please add that in global. If there is something which you need specific to project, please add them in project. Once you feel that hey, this has been now created, you can share that to your enterprise as well. That hey, please have that this as an enterprise level so that your new intern, your new team member, your new joinee, his code is also in line with enterprise. Now, many enterprises are still not aware of this thing. Understand just right. So people are still sharing these let's say Claude folders manually or via some Git command, but they are not aware that they can have this via enterprise level as well. So that is the benefit which we get by learning things in depth, everyone. So now with all of these things clear, everyone, we have now understood a lots of things in this part, starting all the way back. If I show you like where we started, yeah, starting all the way back from our slash commands. In depth, we have covered each and everything. You have a very good file structure as well here, like sorry, your website. Then we learned about the permission modes and everything, everyone. Again, in depth, I showed you that how auto mode is also there. Not in my plan, unfortunately. In API, it is there, but you can, of course, try it out in your company or otherwise. Then we discussed about layer of Claude memory. So why I'm saying memory? Because your brain, Claude is remembering those things, right? Then we learned about this Claude folder in depth. And I think, as I showed you, this is the best, uh, like rules and everything. Forget what others are telling. Listen to me because I'm saying you from the official documentation. I have read through the official documentation and then just create those things up, right? Now, in the next part, everyone, we are going to work and understand about claude.md because this one file is very, very important. Though we have still discussed about the best practices and everything, I want to still make sure because you will find this claudemd being shared. You will find this claudemd being the major kind of a thing which define how your project will go. And of course, few things we can divide it up as I've shown you, and you can see that what all needs to be in your claudemd otherwise and what you need to divide. So rules we have divided just like in the best convention and best following. So that is a whole benefit. But let's now meet up in the next part quickly, and there we will master claude.md in depth. And always remember this particular thing that how what you have to put in global and project because that is going to be very, very helpful. So now let's jump on to the claudemd. So great, everyone. Now let's move forward and try to master this claude.md file, both from a global as well as the local perspective. The idea is pretty simple. We have already seen that how exactly this claude.md file is. And in this part, the anatomy of claude.md, we are going to understand what exactly is, let's say, claudemd and why it matters. Then any other single flight, how claude.md or Claude rather actually reads it. Okay, so how it actually gets read in the Claude ecosystem, where to put it, what not to put in it, and what exactly to put in the same as well. and of course how to write one from scratch in a best suggested manners, and real world approach on why most people claude.md works against them, okay, because they are not following the best practices. So now everyone, let's jump on to that. And what I will have done is I will be creating a new folder where we will be trying to create multiple claude mds, etc. Now, most people, okay, either don't have this claude.md file or they have it completely wrong, right? And the reason it matters so much is very, very simple. Claude Code start every session with zero knowledge. So every single time, it doesn't remember what you built yesterday. It doesn't remember the naming convention that you use or which your project is using. Every session is just a blank state. Claude.md is how you change that. It is the briefing document Claude reads before touching even a single file in your project. If you get it right, every session will feel like that you are working with someone who has been in your team for months. But if you get it wrong, okay, or you don't have it at all, and then you're going to spend your first 10 minutes of every session re-explaining your complete project from scratch. So in this particular part, everyone, now I'm going to show you exactly how to write one, and of course how to share the research and how I personally write mine as well. So with that, let's get started, and now let's try to understand and see the problem, everyone. So this is the problem versus the solution. Very nice infographic. If you will notice here, without this, let's say in a new session without claude.md, your Claude is confused, right? It is not able to again read through all these files. And again, in a bigger project, which we will be doing in a bit, there are lots of things. So again, snake case, no types guessing, wrong library. But when the claude.md is present, everyone, again, it's a clean new state. But claude.md is read first. And once it is read, then of course, after that, there is a correct output. So no context, which means it has to guess. If there is a context, then it has to basically not guess and write something properly. Same model, same prompt, and different results. So that is the whole case. And these instructions, they remove guesswork, which becomes very important when you are making a real project. So we are mastering Claude Code for real here, right? So that is something which we need to understand. And here is actually something, and I would have a quick 1 minute. Let me get a very, very good link, which no one talks about. And I would like to show you that. So pay attention, everyone. Just let me go to the, yeah, great. How Claude works, extending the Claude. So there is a, it's use Claude Code, store instructions and memory. Yeah. So this is actually where the official documentation of the claude.md, like all the best things, right? Again, people are just rephrasing them, or maybe I'm not sure by how they're creating it. But there is a very important thing as well, everyone. And this is something which I want that you understand. Claude is actually having this instructions as well. So let me paste it out. These are the instruction which Claude is having. So what happens, everyone, is that when you have a Claude file, I think we have already discussed that how this is how it gets loaded, right? So system, again, this is having some system 19K kind of tokens. Then your Claude MD is there. Then your history and again the remaining things. So we have seen the same in context, right? When I show you the slash context thing, this is what all is having here. Now you can push in FCP tools, skills, etc. here. But your Claude MD plays a very, very important role. And most people do a very, very bad mistake here, which we want to avoid. And for that, we need to understand in depth that how Claude actually uses this thing. In the Claude official overall document, overall, let's say instructions, everyone, there is a line. Important, this context may or may not be relevant to your task. You should not respond to this context unless it is highly relevant. What does this single line suggest? And this is actually being researched, and that is why I'm sharing this. Very, very awesome link, everyone, from Human Layer, where you will see that how LLMs are mostly stateless. Like they have explained the same very, very nicely, to be very honest, right? And in this only, they have talked about that how when lots of instructions are there, it kind of gets reduced. So I have actually gone through the same, and then I have gone and understood that okay, what are the best ways as well, right? So in here only, everyone, if we search for system reminder, let me just do, yeah. See, Claude injects the following system reminder with your claude.md file in the user message. Now, what does this line signifies? And that is very, very important to understand. Claude.md, it doesn't get any free pass or it doesn't have authority over Claude just because it exists. It should actually be having some useful information. Most people, I see that they are creating it without any thought. They are just following any approach, okay, or they are asking AI to create it. And that is where, again, it can work against your system as well. So something which is very, very important, which nobody touch upon. But as a pro, you should know this, that your claude.md, everyone, uh, it should be having relevant instruction. But at the same time, if your claude.md is having lots of instructions that aren't that are not universally relevant to the single task or to your project, then Claude will also start skipping that. So that is the whole idea, everyone. And based on all the research and everything which has been done here, it is normally suggestive that you don't unnecessarily bloat your claude.md file. And where it comes from, if I just show you again, because understanding these things in depth are very, very important. See, I think it is written somewhere here again. I actually read through the same. Yeah, frontier thinking LMs can follow 150 to 200 instruction with reasonable consistency. So normally Claude is around having 50 inbuilt instructions. So in this system, prompt everyone. And again, I know that most people start by just writing claude.md. I just want to tell you that how it actually has an effect. So that thing will be very, very important. Now, out of these 50 to 70 instructions, Claude normally presents, right? So you have a total space of 100 to 120, 150 more total across your claude.md, rules, security, all those files, right? And if you unnecessarily increase the instructions, if you try to bloat your claude.md with, let's say, 700, 800 lines or paste each and everything in there, then it will perform against you. And since, again, now no one is writing code, I feel that just like how we get good over time with code, understanding Stack Overflow and stuff, this level of in-depth knowledge is required. So small model get much worse, much more quickly. LLM biased towards instructions that are peripherals of the prompt. So I will come to that. And as instruction count increases, instructions following quality decreases. Okay, so this one point is very, very important, everyone. And this now takes us to the point in the second diagram which I've created. Claude.md, what belongs versus what doesn't. So if you will see, everyone, relevance should be greater than length, clarity should be greater than quantity. So what belongs? Overview, commands, naming, folders, right? Your rules, verify how to verify the project and any agent talks, etc. Full documentation, full API documentation I've seen people getting, not doesn't belong here. Style rules, code terms, one-off task, hook logic, irrelevant information is not belonging in here. So 60 relevant lines, everyone, is greater than 400 irrelevant or unnecessary lines. So that is the whole understanding which has been proven by research, right? So that is why we are taking it. Now let's try to create one, everyone. So what I will do, I will just go back and inside this, I will just create some claude.md and I could just write first here so that you get an idea, right? And see, your claude.md, everyone, will be very first having the, I think I should just do one thing, rename it. Let me have MD towards the end. Okay, so that it is able to, yeah. Project, job application tracker. So it should be having the project overview. That is the very, very important thing. I think I created a diagram for this as well. Uh, so I've discussed on the element. This I will quickly explain. Great. So see, the very first thing, everyone, is project job application tracker. Now, since over time I know that claude.md is going to play a very, very huge role, it is very important that we understand it from the documentation as well. And I know that it's going a lot deep, but again, once you understand from here, I think you are set for life, right? So in that case, everyone, you will see that again, claude.md files, who writes it to, what it contains, scope, and all these things. And there is some very nice thing that mentioned here. So again, just few things. Where when to add claude.md, Claude makes the same mistake second time. A code review catches something, Claude should have known about the code base. All these things which I have already taught you about. Then this is all about the different levels. So if I remember, I told you that how it is at an organization level. So where you have to put it. Then project instruction dot claudemd or dot inside this Claude folder, which we have created this one. Then we have the local one, everyone. So user instructions and then the local instructions. So this hierarchy is also very, very important. Okay, that is very, very important. That where exactly are you putting it? Of course, dot local is having the highest priority, then your user instruction, then project, and then at the end of the day, the global one, and then the enterprise one. Okay. So if we just move forward, there is one more thing which I want to show you, and I will highly suggest that please go and read through it. Okay. Yeah, I think see at the read me for project, so you can mention your other files here as well, and you can also make sure. Just a second, like load from additional. 1 minute. Let me just check that how you can ignore some of the things as well. So user levels, let me find it 1 second. So was able to find it, everyone, like again, very much hidden in the documentation. And since I've read lots of them, like that is where from multiple sources, but yes, block level HTML comments like maintainer notes in claude.md files are stripped before the content is injected into Claude's context. Okay, so just to let you know, if you want that, hey, something should be there which should not be, let's say, taken by Claude, then you can add something like this as well. So this I'm just telling you because many people needs to add these things. Now, when you are added this thing, this will not be taken into the Claude's context. Okay. So human note, right? We can just mention some things here. Now, why this becomes important? Because over time, I feel that either with Claude or with other, let's say, tools, we all will be doing something like this only, right? Where we will be using this level of, let's say, files to work on our project rather than actually sharing knowledge or something, right? So that is why these human note are very, very important. And this is something which can travel across teams as well, right? So in a company setting, this becomes very, very important. Now, one thing more which I would like to show you everyone that how or what exactly gets loaded, because that is also very, very important. So if you will see Claude code reads CLAUDE.md files by walking up the directory tree from your current working directory, checking each directory along the way for claude.md and Claude locals. This means if you run Claude in foobar folder, it loads instructions from foobar, then claude.md, and any claude.local file alongside them. So that is very, very important that it loaded the same in context and it tries to add right in the context which is getting loaded. And similarly, if you will see how it works, the first 200 lines of memory.md, so this thing becomes very important. Now, the reason I'm saying is that when you work in a company again, there can be multiple things which you might need. Now, going back, everyone, let's see what all we will be adding. So project job application tracker, this is like the project understanding. Then I could check and write the key commands. So if you will see essential commands, this is like one of the highest value things you can add because when Cloud Code is working, it often needs to verify by running command, right? And we are giving this. Without the same, it will be guessing. And as a real developer or as a person who is creating these things, even if you're not aware, again, for people who are from non-tech, you can ask AI as well to write these things up, but make sure that you provide this up, right? Ideally, I would copy the page which I'm giving you, the official documentation and the human layer one, and then ask any AI to write the file for me. And normally, even Anthropic suggests that please include the bash commands, code style, and workflow rules. That gives Claude a overall persistent context, right? So that it is able to run these commands. So that is very, very important. Then everyone, we can have the naming conventions. Now, of course, we can have it outside as well. But first, let me show you in terms of a single Claude file. So components function, and you can see that how clean they are. I'm not unnecessarily adding any English words and stuff. Then I can tell that, okay, what is going to be the project structure. So if I just show you, this is your project structure, everyone. You can, of course, refer this file afterwards. You will be getting the same. Then very, very highly suggested that you also enter the testing way as well, right? That how it will be done and how it will be tested. From Anthropic's internal teams, always run test, right? After implementation and include that how to do that. So Anthropic again is suggesting these best things. Then some hard rules and let's say the guardrails. Never commit directly to main, never hardcore credentials. Now these are also in the auto mode. If you remember, we discussed the same. Always handle error explicitly, no silent failures. Prefer explicit over clever. Readable code beats compact code. Okay, so that is something which I have added. And now I can check the verification as well. So pay attention. After Claude code changes, run npm run type check and npm test. After UI changes, take a screenshot and compare it to requirements. So you can see how nicely each and everything is kind of being done. After database changes, verify with the test query. When uncertain, ask user rather than assume. So again, I have now made sure that all these things, right, which I talked about belongs. Overview, commands, naming, folder, rules, verify. Agent docs we will discuss, like when we will be working on agents as well. These are the majorly the things which belongs here. Now let's talk about what doesn't belong. Although I have had it in the diagram as well. Okay. Don't, let's say don't add, right? Something which I've seen a lot of people do, entire API documentation. So what they do is they add their entire API documentation. Never please add that. Then let's say what we have to avoid, any outdated instructions. So outdated code snippets, right? Rather, please don't add code snippets. Just tell that how it has to run and everything. And you should never also add task related or task specific instructions. It is created for the projects, not for your task. You can just tell about your task in, let's say, the chat only. Because the idea is that many times Claude tries to update your CloudMD as well. So if you try to make it for a particular task, that is how it will get there, right? And then everyone, a little technical, but I will still add it. Uh, Hooks related stuff or instructions. Now, what are hooks? I will be covering them in the future modules, but the idea is that if you want something to obviously and always run, right? Ideally, to be very honest, if you want that this verification, let's say just as this one, though I have added here because it's a smaller project, but if I want that it should always and always run without fail, then there are something known as hooks, which will always make sure that it runs because in your claude.md, 70-80% time it tries to follow the instructions and it can miss out on the instruction as well, right? So that is why if something is non-negotiable to run, then there are better ways to handle the same in Claude code than running it in claudemd. So that is the whole case, everyone, and how it works. And now what we can do, everyone, let me do one thing. Let me just open a new window first, maybe. New window. Let me get this up somewhere. Can I get it? Yeah. Let me try to open the folder, right? So let me say desktop. Let's go to desktop. Then Cloud Cover. Where exactly were we? Cloud Code for all? No, I think desktop. So where we have created this folder, Cloud Code, right? Let me see the directory as well quickly. It is in the GitHub. It is okay. Totally makes sense. I have added it in the GitHub sync. So GitHub, GitHub sync, Cloud Code, and finally Cloud. Okay. So this is where everyone I have my Cloud dot first, right? Now you can see that how it is also getting ignored. And I could just stop this. I could just have this here. And now I could ask my Claude. So if we will see Haiku, right? Okay, this is not Claude, my bad. So just fall for that. This is the Claude code, everyone, right? So I would just first make sure that the model is Haiku. And now I can just ask it, right? Or rather, let me first select Opus quickly. So let me say model. The way I do it, let me do it like that. Okay. And I will ask that, hey, do the plan. And we can just select the effort to be medium. Okay. Please tell, please tell how, please create a plan. How should I go about my project? Okay, so I will just do some reverse engineering as well here. For the timing, I'm just asking it that, hey, please tell how should I go about my project. I really hope I have some tokens and limit because I don't want to my this to go with Opus, but no worries. Let's try to do this. Now it is asking me for a bash command. Let me say yes, you can run it. The idea is pretty simple. It will try to run. Okay, I think I have missed out one thing. Extremely sorry. We should have this as claude.md, right? So let me copy this, everyone, and paste it. And let me say, hey, we have got a claude.md. Of course, like it will try to read claude.md, right? Not any other thing. So let me start a new chat. Close this one. Let's check for the model. Model is Opus. And I could just select this. Or rather, let's try to select it with your Sonnet because I feel that Sonnet also will be pretty good in this. It's a simple project. We will use Opus towards the end. Let's use a high effort and let's now ask this. So this time, everyone, it will be having the claude.md, right? It will be able to understand the project, etc. Of course, right now it is all empty. We have just told that what all we want. These things will be hidden. That is how it works. It is saying that let us read. Okay, so no worries. Let it read this thing. And yeah, we can just give yes. Actually, we can just say yes. As I said, 93% of the users anyway say yes all the time. So in the plan mode, just I want to see what all it is doing, right? So I think it is just listing all the things for me. It is reading the Claude code, claudemd, and get log one line. Okay, no worries. So again, few of the commands it is trying to understand the project structure, understand if it is connected to any Git or stuff. So that's why it is doing that Git status and all these things. Okay, so let it work. And of course, as of now, we have reduced other files because I want to focus on claude.md major, right? So let me say this yes a lot of time. Okay, no git ignore found, should be fine. Again, it is just trying to first see because we have written a very, very in-depth things, right? It is trying to find that if there is a git thing available, right? Now I think it has moved forward where it is understanding that what all I have already with respect to the folder structure. So what we do in a simple I, like with a simply seeing it, of course, it is taking time by understanding the structure, right? So all the input output is going here. So it is now, see, it is saying the project is a fresh start. Let me design a comprehensive plan. And that is exactly how it is able to understand by running it multiple times, understanding the git commit or if something is there, something has been deleted. Now it is having all these things as well, everyone. So see, list all file in the project directory, claude.first. So it is reading all the files, but majorly claude.md would have already been read. Claude first it is reading because it is present in the directory. I could have again have it in some folder and then have some commands that, hey, don't ever go through these things, which we know, which we have kind of seen, but let it read for the time being and let's see what it works. And then again, we have multiple things to work in future as well. But first let it create and then let me quickly wait so that it gives up with the plan. So seems like it is still working, everyone. Like, of course, still it is Sonnet with a high plan. So see, it has just given us the plan. Plan, job application, tracker, implementation, roadmap, project currently contains only claude.md, no package JSON, no dependency, project initialization, files to create. Okay, so this is of course very, very helpful. Configure VI test with JS DOM, update, additional tabs to install. Database schema, okay, Supabase, it is selecting the same TypeScript types, utilities, React component, API routes, authentication, components. So again, to be very honest, even I've just written a simple command. I don't know about anything, how it will work. Not a JS guy, but still it is able to provide me with all these things. I would just say a few more things. So I will say that please, for the time being, keep everything local with respect to database, etc. So I can run the same. Okay. So pretty simple approach, nothing out of the world. And I could just ask it. And I will try that if I can change the model in between because I think it will be taking a lots of things. So I've switched it to Haiku. I think in the next one it will start taking that. Finally, let's see that if I open Claude, how much is the usage when we are using? Because okay, so okay, I think they have done some new approaches. Plan a day trip, find new recipes, write a great email. I think this was anyway there. This is something which I would love to test out, but no worries. Let's go to the settings, usage. I think it's fine. 27% till Friday. We have lots of things. So should be fine, not a problem. So again, I will understand the plan to remove Superbase and use a fully local database instead. It is like trying to do all these things. And for the timing, since my machine is not having anything related to JavaScript, etc., it will try to work on this, right? So see, uh, seems like it has done. Okay. And I can say yes and auto accept. I can say this yes and auto accept. Let me stop this for the timing. Let me just say model, switch the model to Haiku and say that just kidding. Please continue with the plan. Okay, so I've just done the whole, let's say, thinking with Sonnet with a high level. And then it is asking, allow this bash command. Okay. Now, of course, it is using other thing here. Let me try with skip validation flag, all these things. Okay, I think I should have continued with Sonnet, but no worries. It will be asking me for all these commands now because it is in edit automatically. Let me say, okay, seems like it has added some package.json. Let me say yes. Okay, there was option to do everything, but no worries. Thought, yes. Again, it is trying to install so many things, which I have no idea. I'm just making sure that it works. Like, again, I have worked with JavaScript, but still it is like not the bestest of my language. And the reason I've selected this is pretty simple. I want that, yes, people are able to understand the same. So it is trying to create a package.json. Let me say yes, and see, our package is created. Package.lock is created, which is having all the complete files and stuff. Yes, allow npm install for this project. So it will try to install the libraries, everyone. These are lots of libraries to be very honest, so it will take a lots of time. But I think yes, it is kind of a mini project which we are doing, unless like let's say just having the best knowledge, best instructions about claude.md. Rather, if you will just read about this right till here, and I will be giving you a very good file as well, which will be having these instructions in an easy to understand manner. These and this link, the human layer research, I think this is the best resource which I found after so many searching. These are the best resource to actually write a pretty good claude.md because, as I said, it is a single most important file. Okay, so now everyone you will see that how it is installing the libraries. So it will take a little bit of time. Let me quickly fast forward it and come back once it has been done. So asking for a few more things, allowing this bash command, ts config it is creating, no worries, TypeScript. So should be fine. Like again, now it is actually creating files one by one. And honestly, I love to see that what all it is doing, even if you are from non-tech. Just see that it is not deleting anything for the timing, right? So again, it will be writing lots of code, which of course not a lot of us will understand, but still it makes sense. And I could just say, please auto approve creation of bash creation of files via bash. So let's see if it understand that, right? User is asking me to auto prove. They want me to bash instead. Okay, I think no. So I think we will have to create that thing where we allow it via the proof commands. That would be the best approach here. Create app directory structure in global CSS. Sure, let us do that. So it has created everything right in front of us. Okay, so doing lots of work, right? It used to take maybe days for without this. Allow NPS, Prisma, everything. And still, again, everyone, though we are discussing about Claude.md, of course, because I want to show you this, the best way is something which is .claude folder, which we have discussed as well, right? So I can say yes, allow cat, let it run parallelly. I will just give this yes a lot of time. Now it is again everyone creating lots of things because the project was in depth. You will notice one more thing. It is saying that hey, 48% of the context remaining until auto compact. So once this gets filled, it will try to auto compact the whole conversation, right? So since it is working so hard and getting so many of these things, auto compact after some time will make sure that we are saving on the context overall, right? And that is the time where you will also notice that it is like kind of remembering few of the things, okay? Because of course content gets shortened, summarization happens, but more or less I've never seen it performing badly as such for the time being. And yes, we will be discussing that in context management in depth as well, because over time I know that this gets a lot important. Many of my friends, they have actually spent their budget of $400 or $500 in 15-20 days, which was given to the company. And the reason is very simple: they don't know how to do context management. So let it work. Again, I think it is saying that lots of things are created just because the project is in so much depth. It is trying to work out on many things, right? So now the critical Kanban components, Kanban and everything. Now again, this is the complete project, everyone. I remember we created a very basic one as well, which was just on HTML. This one will be having a complete data and everything. So yes, it will try to take more context, more money, but at the end of the day, it will be more expandable. Okay, it will be shareable and everything as well. Okay, so let it create quickly. And now I think it is running the same npm run. So hopefully it will try to just tell me there is a version mismatch. And that is a thing, but let it work. No worries. It is like a mini project which we are doing as a part of understanding Claude.md. So seems like it has completed this, everyone. I think it has done the same in phases. Perfect. Phase 1 to 8 completed. I think that was the plan as well, which it provided. I will highly suggest that you please save your plan, because I see sometimes it doesn't get saved into this file structure. And now it is saying build status succeeded with no errors. Now run npm run dev. So I could just open a terminal. Okay, this open claw thing is still haunting me. No worries. Let me do this npm run dev. Let's go to this localhost 3000 and see what it has created. I normally feel that it might not run in the very first go, but still. So it seems like it has done something. Okay, seems like it has created a very nice one. Although UI level, I think it can be pretty good. Oh, nice. So I can actually enter Google role. Let's say SD status wish list, job URL, location. Okay, nice. Salary range. Google should pay, I think, me 50 lakhs, hopefully. Apply date, that is also pretty good. So yeah, I think it has created a pretty good approach. Like it is having the contact name, notes, everything. If I add the application, then I can I move it? No. So I will have to go here and say. So what I can do, everyone, I can just ask it. And that is again, that now is where your vibe coding starts. So can you please add the drag and drop functionality as well? So let's ask this. And of course, everyone in the building part as well, maybe like what I normally suggest, you can use Sonnet for the initial part, right? But after that, you can maybe go to Haiku. Okay, so see again, it is just doing some changes. Catman call of a dragwell wrapper. Now I need to also improve the components to better handle the drag logic. Let me make sure. So yeah, that is where vibe coding shines, everyone. I think you don't need to know about anything. It is just working and making sure that provide you with everything. So even to be very honest, I also might understand 10% of the code as of now. Thankfully, because I'm having a tech background, if I sit, I will be able to understand in depth. Okay, so that is not the case. But still, just from a single file, what all it has been able to create, that is very awesome thing, right? So let it work. Let it just add that, and then we will test it out. So seems like it has done the same. It is saying that hey, it has been done. Application now has a full drag and drop functionality. And yeah, I think it is saying that it is working across all. App is production ready for phase 9 testing whenever you want to write test. So again, we can for the timing avoid the testing. Let me just close this, run npm run dev again. In a bit, it will try to auto compact. We will see the context as well, everyone. And rather, we will try to compact it ourselves as well. Let's reload it. Okay, so loading our applications, and it seems like it is actually working. Like that's a good part. Although again, it can be a little bit quicker. But again, I think the DB is there in place. Everything is something which we can see. there are complete proper modules. Okay, it has created a basic application as of now. Also, I will say it is a basic one. But yes, at the same time, this is something which is shareable, and we can work on top of it, right? So it is having a version as well, withdraw on all these things, right? I can make it beautified. That's not a problem. I can say that, hey, can you make this? Can you remove some things and all these parts? But as a overall tracker, it is still pretty good, right? It is able to actually do the work, and I like that how it is having so many relevant details which it is asking, right? So if I would have created the one from scratch, I would not have included this contact name, email, and notes. I would have just included the company name, etc. Just the way we do it in Notion or any other thing, right? So that is the where the benefit lies, everyone. And of course, we can create complete application and stuff with that. Let's close this out. Let's see the context here so that I can show you like how much is now actually used. So pay attention, everyone. This time our messages I think will be the major one. So messages are 29.3%. So earlier, since we were just learning, we have not done this mini project kind of. It was always that messages are not a lot high. Now, of course, what I can do, I can just do what was compact. Okay. Compact will try to, of course, as the name suggests, will compact all the things, and majorly it will be having compaction on our messages because that is where majorly the things lies. One more thing, everyone. So going through all these things, I know that not a lot of people will do that. What I have done, I have created this very nice Python notebook for you. Let me close this up. See, I've created and I will be sharing this where all the parts like how it gets loaded, then critical reality that how Claude may ignore few instructions, high accuracy, what, why, and how framework, what tech plus structure. Like again, best of the things I have just shared here. Okay, progressive disclosure pattern, Claude.md minimal, agent docs, deep context file, all these things also have been shared, right? Short file, high compliance, long files, ignored instructions. Anti patterns, too many rules, irrelevant info, style guides, huge file. So just download the same from GitHub, and you will be having access to each and everything. The idea is that I don't want to make it very complex for you to remember, but I want that you understand the same in depth. So that is why I'm opening all these best practices, documents, and everything, right? So see everyone, again, it is saying that 101k tokens freed, which is a lot, right? This is how it has done. How much tokens are we using? So okay, 100k was being used. It is saying 101k tokens freed. Okay, let us see the context again, or I think it will get started in the next one. Let's see. Yeah, seems like I think it is making a miss. Okay, it may be again. It is half the token. That is what I see. That messages has been made a lot half now because that is where it can cut on, right? Because messages can be compact. Now, what I can do, everyone, I will show you one more part, right? So this is also very important. We started by creating our own claude.md, where it is, yeah, claude.md. Okay. But what I can also do, everyone, and you will see that it has already created .cloud. So when I say that, hey, say yes to all, it automatically creates that setting.local.json. Now you know that how we can create a settings.json on everything. But let's say that if I delete this thing, or let me rename it, previous Claude, right? I could also run a very important command, okay, which is something /init. Okay. It is not always suggestive because now it will try to understand your things and try to create this, right? So it is saying that, hey, I already have the claude.md file. Where is it? I think it is remembering from the chat, claude.md, but it will not find the file this time, hopefully. So list files, and now again, it is what it is doing, everyone, is that it is reading all these things, right? It is trying to read. Okay, uh, I think it is still reading. Great, I can see the project structure. There are Claude first MD and previous Claude MD files that might have old content. Let me go through those as well, and I will ask it here. Please create from scratch. Don't read the previous one because I want to just check what it creates by this slash in it. And that is again one very important command. I hope all of you remember this slash commands. I didn't cover this slash in it because obviously that is the whole idea that I can show you when it is relevant. Some research normally say that, hey, don't use this slash in it because claude.md is very important and you should write it yourself. But I feel that it is a very good starting point as long as you can edit it down. So don't always remember on this, right? So let me just say, don't read the previous one. I can just say enter. So that is something also. Got it? The user want me to create the Claude from scratch without reading the previous one. I have enough information from all these things. I will get a comprehensive Claude.md with essential commands, architecture review, and key patterns. So this is just like something which Claude is providing that, hey, if you have a project already there, just please use the slash in it and create your file instead of like, let's say, writing it from scratch. Again, a good starting point, please edit it yourself. Don't take it as that, hey, what Claude will give will always be the right one. No, that is not going to be the case. So that is where I want that you please focus on this thing. Now, I think again, key section, perfect. I've created a comprehensive .claude.md file for the job application tracker. I think this is the new one, right? Let's see how close it is to ours. The file provides guidance to Claude when working with the Claude directory, Claude dot this. So development commands, I think testing, database. So we are using Prisma. Architecture overview. This is a local first simple user Kanban board, no cloud services. So it is mentioned that state management, data layer, code organization. So I feel that this is something which could have been avoided because, as I said, that a little longer plot file, but it's not going to help you in the long run. Key patterns and conventions is pretty good. CSS styling, database notes, debugging tips, performance notes, known limitation and future improvements. Status enum is a string, no authentication layer, no multi-user support, no search or filter, no keyboard navigation. Yeah, these are some things which are not added. So I see everyone that it is still a little longer. Of course, we could have made it a lot shorter and maybe divided these things. For example, of course, and this is where now the next part comes in, which kind of I have already told you, right? Now we have discussed about the best part, best practices, the official documentation, that awesome human layer page. So where is it? This one. And I will highly suggest that please all of you read this thing. This is very, very important, right? One of the best read on CLAUDEmd which I found. It has also done that level of research that when things works and everything. Now, of course, when it grows, everyone, the whole idea becomes that, and I like to add a structure as well. Let me get a new file here. So I will be adding this as well in the resources. Claude dot structure dot md. So this is the best approach, everyone, which I would ask all of you to follow. And as we have seen, this claude.md, which has been created by slash init, it is still very long. So something which we need to avoid. And the main idea, everyone, how to avoid it. If I go here, see, again, this is just to explain you claude.md new session, claude.md 50 lines, always loaded. Agent docs, test guide, API rules, we can just have them separated. Okay, so this is loaded only when needed. Okay, so if you will have agents which you will talk about, or let's say testing guide will be done when only testing has to be done. Instead of having a one file having 400 lines, let's have small plus modular docs. And this is where I think I have already shown you in the previous part that how after this thing, Claude directory, in the official documentation as well, claude.md comes afterwards. So that is why I kind of gone in this circle where first we understand .claude, then claude.md in depth, just like how we have done right now. And then, of course, how, of course, it should be divided. Now, this divided thing we have already done. We already have discussed around your, not this Claude thing, 1 minute. So we have already discussed about commands and let's say different things like rules, etc. Agents uh, and agents, skills, etc. We will cover in the future parts. But the idea is pretty simple that instead of again having this long of a claudemd file, which is somewhere around 182, I think we should have it short. So that is something which is going to be very, very helpful, everyone. And now one very important thing which lots of people again avoid, they feel that claude.md is like a one and done file. Okay, so I would just like to mention here, claude.md is not a one and done kind of file. Okay, so very, very important. It should also be regularly maintained. Okay, so normally what is suggested, everyone, few points, and this I'm just telling you the best practices from the industry. Now you will not find it anywhere else because this is not mentioned somewhere. These are just few of the things, and thankfully because I have few friends, those companies are using Claude Code in depth every day. So they told me that these are the things which they have been suggested that hey, review it monthly, prune aggressively. Okay, so normally what happens, everyone, Claude Code also tries to update your claude.md file, right? So that is where when Claude updates your claude.md automatically, okay, and in some workflow this happens, you have to review every change. Okay, Claude tends to add things just like how we have seen with the slash init command. So that is where I think we need to avoid this. So what we should do, everyone, we should have some line like this in Claude. I treat claude.md like a technical debt. reduce it over time, not grow it, because else you will see that as you keep on working on your CLAUDEmd, it will become very bulky. And we have already discussed that what happens when it becomes bulky, right? So rather, it's helpful that you review every change. Don't include instructions for solved problems. So very, very important. I see that most of people, something which they have solved, the instructions are still mentioned. If you have added a rule, because let's say Claude kept on making some mistake or something which you were facing issue, but now you're not facing it. Okay, now you're not facing it. Please remove those dead rules. Okay, don't make it bulky. And last is prefer pointers over copies. So again, don't copy your code. Don't copy any API documentation. A 40-line Claude file that is accurate and relevant is worth 10 times more than a 400-line Claude that is half outdated, half irrelevant, half having unnecessary things. And yeah, in this case, less is genuinely more. Okay, everyone. So that is the whole idea. That is something which you need to follow. Let me have it inside a good folders as well. So let me just zoom out. Let us have this. Send to backwards. Send to back. Okay. So very, very important. I would just have it in this folder so that you always remember this. These are like, I think now like the best practices. Okay. Now I've already shown you the full Claude file as well. And I think just one last thing is left. Yeah. This is something which I would love to talk about everyone. This is on the recency or primacy bias, which is there in the normally LLMs. Primacy and recency bias. Again, LLM is like our brain only. In a meeting, you normally remember the starting of the meeting. You might be sleeping in between, and then you remember the end of the meeting. And this has very nicely been talked about here. So I thought that this is very helpful. That what happens, everyone, if we see this in depth, I think recency, yeah, or primacy somewhere. Let me check where it was exactly written. Less is more, file length, progressive disclosure. So I think it was written somewhere here as well, but let me explain. You see, whatever is in the top, primacy never deletes, always use. So Claude normally always use these things up. Towards the end as well, it is able to remember all these things. And just like us human, this is how it happens. So memory, position, top, pretty high, just like a meeting. So all the things which you remember in a meeting, right? Middle, okay. Bottom or towards the end, pretty high. And that is something which you must have seen when you are using Chat GPT, Claude, or any Gemini or any other LLM as well. That something which you asked in the starting is taken a lot in depth. Middle thing, it can miss out sometime. Towards the end, also, these are the things. So, what do I mean by this is that always make sure that you are having those important things. And again, don't first bloat it. But if in case, even if it is bloated, always have some important things, etc. Right? For example, run test should be in the bottom, not in the middle, because if it forgets to run test, then there is a problem. Similarly, the starting thing, right? How exactly what is the convention? Because you don't want that your code which is given by Claude, it is having multiple issues. And this you will face when you will be deep in the project, just like how we were. If we would have continued our messages without, let's say, doing any level of compact and everything, then it would have been a problem. So let me go to the this one. This was the one, right? So that is where you will face the problem, and that is something which I want that all of you avoid. So yeah, I think that is all and everything which we need to understand. We have seen a mini project as well. Now I know that it can be, of course, a lot made better, and we will be doing that in one mega project. But for the time being, we have just done one small mini Kanban board job tracker, which we were able to also 1 minute, lots of things, yeah, which we were also able to make better with respect to say after vibe coding. Yes, it is not the final project, but instead of doing that, we will see towards the end that how we can deploy with all the things in it, right? All the things when we will master in Claude Code. So with that, everyone, I think this thing should be very much clear. As I said, official documentation and the link which I have shared, you will be getting that with what all I have taught, and this very, very nice this Python notebook. It will be something which will be, sorry, Jupyter notebook. It will be something which will be very, very helpful, right? Now, as you saw everyone that how the context is something which we need to manage. And in a longer projects, this becomes a problem. So I would now in the next part like to discuss a little bit about the context management, that how these things gets happened so that you are aware about this recency and privacy biases as well. So we will understand about the context rot, how to handle context, how to clear it out, token budget, all these things in depth. Because in a longer run, when you will be working on longer projects, these things will be having a lots of overall value. Okay, so with that, now let's meet quickly in the next part. where we will master about this context rot and context management part. So great, everyone. Now let's move forward to another very important topic. Like again, I feel that this topic is something which not a lot of people will tell you about, but this is actually something again which has a lots of effect because when we are working on real world projects, right? So unlike those small YouTube videos where, of course, they are doing something. I don't get that since again, I will tell you like from where this understanding is coming. Since I've spent so much time building with Claude and of course discussing with people who actually are building with Claude, right? Not just learning it, not just building some funny projects. With time you will see that your Claude basically gets bad with the responses, right? And that is something which you will see every AI happening, right? So just as an example, if you just normally, I'm pretty sure that most of you must have used chat gpt the lot, like the most, because let's be honest, like this is the AI which has kind of started all the AI wave. Now over time you will notice that how chat gpt of course also starts giving bad answers or doesn't follow the complete instructions, right? So if you asked it in the very starting that, hey, please make sure that the variables are in a camel case, or hey, please keep the overall language formal. Over time you will see that how it starts to just forget your instructions, it starts to make some mistakes. Well, since at the end of the day, Claude code, right, is just an extension on Claude, that is your brain, and it is basically a brain with hands. The whole idea becomes very simple that the same problems will be there in Claude code as well, right? And that is something which I need to mention and talk about, which is something known as context management, or as I like to call it, context rot. Okay, like when your context, like when you have a lots of context, and it causes a rot in your output and everything, right? So that is something which we need to discuss here, everyone. So let me have it like this. Yeah, great. So now let's start and let's try to quickly understand what we are going to learn in this part. What a context window is and why it fills up. I'm going to teach you with a very, very awesome visualization. Then how to spot context rot before it ruins your session. Okay, because again, in Cloud Code, when we are developing a real project, a context rot is something which you would like to avoid, right? And we also don't want that we set up a new session and all these things. Every technique, okay, from compact and a very, very awesome technique, changelog.md, to prompt specifically to stay sharp across our sessions and build. And of course, how to make token budgeting or discuss a little bit about the budgeting of the token as well. So with that, let's get started, everyone. Now, coming to this, everyone, as you see in front of you, and the major point is that, like every AI, Claude also has a memory limit, right? And it starts getting fill up whenever you have lots of chat. You ask it to do multiple things, which will be the case in real life. And when this happens, the response gets bigger, and it start after some time. It will start ignoring your claude.md. It repeats thing it has already did. It will make mistake that it would not have made 20 messages ago, right? And I'm pretty sure that people who have used Claude or any AI a little longer, right? Not just for funny stuff, they will be able to relate to it. And this is something which is called context rot. And it's not actually Claude code or Claude getting worse. That is basically you not knowing how to manage, right, the resources or the context nicely. So this section, of course, we will be doing that. And by the end, you will be having the context management in-depth understanding. So let's now jump into the same. The very first thing which I would like to show you, if you go on this explore the context window, Claude has done an awesome, awesome way of like helping you visualize this. I'm not sure why nobody, maybe they're not going through the documentation. That's why they might not be covering this. But see, this is a very visual thing, right? The second I do a start session, system prompt, which is auto 4.2K, auto memory, right? Auto memory is something which we can discuss towards the memory part. Environment info, MCP tools, skill description, CLAUDE.md, project Claude, everything is there. And you will see that how around 7.8K tokens get filled up. Okay. The second I do a send, that is, I'm sending a message. Our prompt, let's say it was 45 tokens. Claude now is reading some files. So everything is basically adding into the context. Like, so see how visual it is, like how overall lovely it is that Claude has created this tool where at each point it is reading these multiple files, everyone. Now you don't have to worry like, man, where are these files and everything. No. Just I think all of us have seen when we try to build as well. This is how Claude works, right? Read quick start, read claude.md. And if I open another session, I think there was one session. Yeah. Here, okay, this is not the one. Maybe this one. Yeah. So in here, you can see that how it has read so many of the files and everything. So this is kind of like mimicking the behavior. And you will now notice, everyone, that as I keep on sending the messages, so my follow up, and this is how we use it, right? So now pay attention that Claude, it's not like a single message is being sent. All the context, everything is being sent into the Claude for each message, right? That is how it works. So now as I start to do it, pay attention, context it 22.2K tokens. run compact. I think I did that already, where in the last part we were able to see that how from 100k tokens we were able to just cut it half into 50k tokens, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. And the way you can think of your Claude context window is like a limited whiteboard. Very, very good analogy. Again, some things are there which you cannot control, like systems, MCP, everything. Like MCP, we can control actually. I will show you that as well. Then claude.md, everyone, like the normally .claude or claude.md. Of course, you can control this because, as I told you in the last part, don't make it very, very bulky. Don't make it very wordy. Just have some good, let's say, overall structure or format in which you have to follow that. And then I think it should be all good. And of course, like though your Claude models are having a very, very good context window. So I think it for Haiku it is 200k. For Sonnet also it is 200k, and I think for the on the web it is 1 million, and Opus is 1 million. But I hope you remember this recency bias thing as well, right? Primacy and recency bias. So even if your context, let's say here, becomes let's say 190k, and you say that hey Mayank, I am now sending small messages. Well, it will start to forget that. So that is the whole idea, everyone. And yeah, in lines with that, though we have a good context limits, we have to still be very, very sure because our space is limited, right? And as it starts filling up, even though if you compact, right? Of course, in compaction as well, something will get lost. Like that is for sure the thing, right? If you are having 50k tokens and you are just, let's say, reducing it to 5k, just as an example, although Claude tries to have everything, it will still miss out on something, right? I hope that thing is very, very clear. Like, of course, like if you are shortening a text, something or the other will get missed, though you can get a good summary, etc. Maybe some nitty gritty things, like very, very specific things, might get missed, and that is the case. Oldest messages and everything are removed, everyone, as we move forward. And of course, there is a limited white space which we have to take care of. And that is the reason with rather every AI. Okay. So if I just teach you a little bit, let's say brain icon, right? Every AI, it is like sitting as a brain and you are just sending it messages, right? So every chat, like even now when I will send this, like this is a compact thing, but when I will send this particular message, then also all the previous messages will also go. It is not that it just get the latest message. So very, very important. Your calls are stateless. Whenever I'm reaching out to Claude, it is just sit there with the training. It doesn't remember that, hey, Mayank sent me 10 messages before. No, for it, it doesn't remember anything. That is why one more thing which you must have noticed, that as your chat on Claude also gets a lot bigger, it charges you quickly. So what do I mean by that, everyone? Just to showcase you, if let's say I am Claude.ai, okay, uh, if I have a chat here, like so once I have, let's say, chat 20, 30 messages, the next message it will try that, hey, I am sending each and everything. Okay, so that is how your Claude has a context. Or maybe the latest message, it will try to remove the older messages, but that is how it gets the whole idea about the chat. So it is not that just the latest message gets sent, right? And that is, of course, one of the reason that as your context will grow, you will be charged a lot, because we have already discussed in the model overview that how we are charged based on the input tokens and the output tokens. So now, if I don't compact it, then my cost will basically start spiraling up. So there will be a snowball effect where for each consecutive messages, I will be charged a lot because my Claude needs to have all this understanding. Now, if I just compact it, on the other hand, if let's say I just uncompact, so see, this is what's left in context: startup content, which lives outside the message history and reloads after compaction, plus a structured summary of the entire communication. Skill description, don't reload. So now if you will see, everyone, this has been compacted. All 21 conversation event condensed into one structured mem summary. The summary keeps your request, intent, key technical goals, everything invisible in your terminal. This content does not appear in your terminal. I think we all know that. We can just see that by a slash command, right? And that is the quick understanding as well, everyone. So if I go back, just like few things which tells that you have a context rot or you are not doing good context management. Claude ignores your CLAUDEmd rules. You said camel case, it is writing snake case. Generic responses instead of project specific. You are saying that, hey, my let's say file is following this particular structure or this particular language or this way of building this. But your Claude, again, since it has so many messages, it handles or misuses the same. One thing here, Claude being Claude, of course, it does the compaction itself, which we have seen as well in the settings, right? So if you remember, if I go on, let's say Claude, and just a second, in here, if I do usage or I think cost, there is a config where it is auto compact true, right? So it of course handles it at its end, and that is how it handles the same in your Chat as well, where the bar runs whenever the context is pretty long. Because again, Claude also wants that you are able to chat it longer. Then it repeats already work done, create a file that already exists. Quality visibly worse than early in the session. Code that was clean 30 messages ago is now sloppy, is now having some errors. So these are the symptoms. The cause is a full context window, slash compact to compress, slash clear to reset. Now, many times it happens that even after compressing, you are having 150K, 130K tokens. And that will majorly happen in a case like ours. So if you remember, if I just do context here, and we would try to see this only, like this example only, so we can understand in depth. See, it is using 61.4K tokens. Now I can say a few more things. Can you add dark and light mode as well? And also make sure that you make UI a lot better. So let's first ask this particular thing, everyone. Now, again, this time, this whole context will go along with our request. So very, very important understanding. And we have to make sure that, yes, we are able to avoid these context nodes. Now, when the chat will increase, and let's say if I have auto compact or if my chat doesn't get compacted, then it will give you an error, right? So that is the whole case that it will start, not error rather, it will start behaving not in the best part, right? So that is the whole case. Now let it run and we will see the context again. And parallelly, it happens like it is reading all these files, which now you know from this particular diagram that whenever even it reads the file, let me refresh it. 1 minute, yeah. So it is again starting up. This is a pretty good tool which is given by Claude itself, right? So now I send this, pay attention, your prompt, it is sent. When it reads the file, the context gets added because again, it is able to understand the file, right? That's the whole idea. And ideally, it's a agentic flow, like understanding, then kind of going back. What you can also do, everyone, one thing which I would like to show you, let us exit this. If I do status, right, then it can tell you all these things as well, right? In here, we have the usage as well and all these things. But what you can also handle, you can just write update my status line to show a loading bar of how many tokens I have used out of my total context window and the current model name. So this is again something, everyone, you can actually change all these things, like that's pretty good overall in Claude. So now it will try to understand Claude use skill update config. So yes, again, it is having a skill update configuration, which is basically taken care of. The second I do yes, you will notice that how it will try to add this. So you can actually change how it looks overall. That is the whole case. And it is changing in the main file, right? So now it is thinking with high effort. I will add a status and configuration to show token usages. Error editing file. Good thing with Claude, it will try to fix the error. Agentic flow coming into picture. I see JSON validation error. The status line command was too complex with nested escaping. Simpler approach. So again, the idea is that you can change what all information is kind of given in your status. This is specifically helpful because not every time you would like to see that, right? So yeah, I think I'm not anywhere understanding the code. So let's see. And yes, should be fine. Again, this is also fine. And we can run this command. See, Haiku is reusable here. Hopefully, in some time, this will also be visible. You can customize the color bar width or refresh intervals. So I can say still not able to see the status line. Sorry, I think it should not be status. It should be context line or bar. Okay. Again, just a vibe coding thing, but thankfully in Claude, it handles your vibe coding stuff as well. So let it run some command and hopefully it will come up. And then you can ask it only that, hey, like otherwise, again, since it is a global level setting at your .claude folder in your machine, surely it will work. Okay, so let's try to see what is happening. And again, like this here, I'm also doing the vibe coding because even I'm not aware like how it happens. Okay. So it is saying that status line now set to show Haiku with diamond symbol and your model name is Cyan. To see the status line, restart Claude Code completely, quit and reopen it. The setting should reload and pick up the status line. Okay, so let's do this thing. Exit. I think that's how Claude Code is done. And now let's Claude enter again. It is Haiku. Okay, let me resume. Resume previous conversation. I think this one. Look at the bottom of your terminal window where the status line appears. So let's try it out because that's the whole benefit of this, right? Let's try to have an image. Let's see if we can send it an image, and I can say cannot still see the status line. So I want that you do this level of editing, etc. when you are using it. And the reason is pretty simple. In here, with the application, it is able to show you these things. But normally, of course, it is not visible, right? So let me just say yes to few of the things here. And yeah, that is how you actually do coding, everyone. So like multiple sessions running. That is the future of coding. A few things will be totally on like Claude or totally on these models or AI. Few things you will have to take care. So let us see. If you still don't see the status line feature might have limitation in the current Claude Core version or UI mode. Here are some alternative pros. Okay. Let me do one thing. Let us open a new one. Let's enter Claude here. Claude. Okay, Claude. Seems like it is still showing Haiku. Okay, no worries. I think it might be some issue with the Claude current model. Although should not be. But yes, we can check the same. Can you check at your end? And I cannot still see it. Okay. So I'm just like making it clear that how you can also change the statuses and everything. Like this is also coming up with some setting up, right? So that is the case. Let's see this. Eco file user, like I think it is now checking the status line file and everything. So would you like me to try one of these alternatives? Sure. Let it run. I don't care what it is doing. Let me say yes. Yes. And again, if you're from a non-tech background, everyone, again, many things will be like that. Hey, what is happening and stuff. But again, for us as well, for many coders also, it is not making sense. You have to see it like yes, how you can build these things up, and totally fine if you don't understand coding. But you should be very good in understanding the other instructions which I'm giving you. So now you know this, know the commands and everything as well. So that would be pretty helpful. Okay. So let's see this. Yes, let's try. Okay, bash command configuration is invalid. Okay, now seems like the model is also one. Restart Cloud Code and try submitting. Let us close this, clear everything. Claude, say a hi. Now it will be sending up some things. I am Cloud Code. Uh, okay, how are you? Let's see. I could just have the status line set up Cloud Code status line in UI. Read it, read it, read. So again, it is just reading the files now when I use this status line. I just wanted to add it so that it can be helpful, but should be fine. Again, I think lots of tokens are going there. Can you add model name and a context bar for used context? Okay. Status line. If it doesn't happen, I will try it parallelly. No worries. So now we can check it. So this is actually a skill, everyone. I believe we will be understanding about skill as well. Seems like it is going to read my files because in Claude settings is where these things will be already added. So let's do it a quick try. Meanwhile, our that is improving because I want to show you here as well, like how exactly this thing happens, right? So let it work. See this? Yeah, see, it's done. So yes, we can read it. We can read it. See, it's added now. So again, multiple iteration just, but seems like now finally it has added. And I could say I can just take a screenshot because it asks me sometimes when I take a screenshot. So see, it is saying that hey, this is visible now. You will see the context bar update as you use Cloud Code. So that is all fine. Let me say great. Please make sure that it is visible every time I write Claude command in my terminal. Okay. So of course that would be just setting up the default options, right? Let me say yes to a few things. Okay, now it is just reading the database, no problems. Use this skill to configure. Claude may use instruction code. Okay, let us have this. Or let me try parallelly. No matter, like maybe it has happened already. Claude. Yeah, seems like it has done everything. So now if I send a hi, and of course you can change the colors and everything as well, right? See, if you want rather, you can say in this chat only. So once it works, I think it is now saying that hey, please just read the line and refresh it. Can you also also add the default thinking mode and default mode as well in the same. So again, this is just about me making my Claude a lot better. So let me parallelly see what is happening here. I hope just that my usage doesn't go all haywire because I'm having multiple sessions. But yeah, this is also a very important thing, everyone. And I will show you one more command, which is very good. So see, it is having lots of tokens now. Doing some changes. Okay, it has added. So I'm all happy. And see, that is how Claude nice does this, right? So I could just everyone now. It refreshes every 2 seconds and need your setting dynamically. So any changes your thinking mode or default mode will be reflected. Nice, that's a good thing. And yeah, I think now I can just ask. So there is one more command, everyone, which is BTW. By the way, okay. So what does this command does is that see, I'm having all of this conversation and everything, right? So I'm having all this conversation, but let's say that now, and let me add this whiteboard so you can actually understand properly. See, I am having this all conversation step by step. If let's say I have a question, normal question, maybe I don't want to change or disturb this thing. I could just ask a question without it disrupting anything. So it is not fork, it is not creating a new session, just normal question. So I can say B2W, what are the latest Claude models as of now and their context? Okay, so again, it's by the way. Okay, so I think BTW is by the way only. I'm just asking it a question. This will not be added to the history and everything. So see, it is giving me all these things. I can scroll up and down. That's the whole idea. I can escape to dismiss. And now this chat is not anywhere. Okay. That's the benefit. Like it was just by the way, a simple question. So if I go back here, everyone, let's see. Yes. Okay. So I think it was in the plan mode or what? Maybe I think I can just do plan. It is in the edit automatically. So it is having a Claude plan, everyone, which we can read like this. Add dark light mode UI improvements to job application trackers. Now again, so many things it has done. I just wanted to show you like how the context will go all increase. So now it is making some changes which we can expand as well. It has created some tools, lots of changes it has done. Contemplated, it is creating the dark mode class, right? So again, we are just making on this particular same project, this one which we created here, a lot better. And pretty sure that thanks to Claude Code, thanks to its all smartness, it will be giving us a very good UI and stuff. So that is again now it is adding these things. And yes, earlier doing this kind of a work might take us what days. Now it is being done like so quickly, right? So I can expand and see the changes, something which I would expect. And normally we will also be maintaining or pushing this thing to Git, which I will cover towards the main project. So again, these changes they will be visible. Like it should not that we are setting up or updating some changes without any understanding. So see read button txt spinning, and people who are from non-tech, especially from product managers or product side, please use this to now create a first iteration of your product. Okay, now uh, technology or your team is not any problematic thing for you. Like you can easily create these things like a first MVP, which you can then discuss and better communicate with your engineering team. So again, don't say that hey, I don't code, I am not a coder or something. No, that is what Claude Code or these awesome AI tools are kind of giving you, right? And when you create such awesome, let's say demos or MVPs, of course your team will also be happy. So now take it like a challenge that hey, I have to upskill in these things, because believe it or not, these things are coming. If you give this code and stuff, maybe not give the code because the engineering team might get a little angry that hey, you don't know anything about coding, you are giving us code, you are just giving us AI slop or something, though the code is pretty good as well. Still I think that you should now upskill so that you can communicate your things better, right? So at least all the PRDs, everything which you are creating, just spin up a system. Now you know lots of things and just create these things, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. And now again, everyone, we have seen the compact and clear already. So parallelly it happens. Actually, I was doing all these things so I can show you the compact again and the clear part as well. So this is the compact and clear, everyone. Compact versus clear. Earlier, clear used to delete all the previous, let's say, history and chat and everything. Now I think it has starting a new session. So we will test it out as well. Let me do one thing here. In here, it seems like 39% is added. Let me do clear. Start a new session with empty context. Previous session stays on this. So I think they have changed this into a new session already. Earlier actually, and when I was learning this, it was clearing the complete context, right? All your messages, everything. But anyways, clear and context, everyone is pretty helpful. This will help you to understand. Keep going, check later 10 messages. Okay, so quality or greater than 60%. Okay, Then you can check slash context. So this is kind of a graph. If quality is decreasing, same task, yes, compact, so that you can continue. If there's a new task, okay, then you can compact when unsure and clear if you want to refresh and start afresh. So that is the complete idea overall. And you can keep on checking the context. So just few ways on how we have to use it, nothing major. But overall, that is the thing which is helpful in clear and context everyone. Now, once this happens, I will show you that how can you actually, let's say, even if you're starting a new conversation because your current one is having lots of context, how it will be a problem. So if I do a context here right now, everyone see, although it is showing here as well, see, I think we are very close to 200K to 128.7K, 64%. In clear, we are already seeing now that how it starts a new conversation, right? So slash command, if I do context, clear conversation is there on slash clear, okay? Start a new session with empty context. Previous session stays on disk, resumable with resume. So it is just like clicking this button and a new session start. That is now what clear is. This is context clear conversation. Start a new conversation. So I think now they have gone away with what they used to basically remove. But again, we can still check out, we can just try out clear ones. And I think it will start a new session, hopefully. So now that I have, okay, I think it has started. Now if I see context, everyone, if I see context, I think it will be less. Okay, no, it is still not working or what? Let me check clear conversation. Yeah, okay, I think, yeah. So it is starting a new one. If I resume, rewind, we have already covered resume conversation. I think this is the one, right? So now we are on the previous one. And as a very good practice, I could just do compact as well. So compact will, I know, we know that we have done this multiple times. Just that now we are discussing this thing in depth. So that is the whole idea which we want to discuss. So let it run complex, compact everyone. One more very, very important thing which I would like to show you because I have felt that this is something which happens. Again, you cannot just start your new conversation if your earlier one is failing. We are not in a chat window of Claude, right? So that is where something known as changelog.md is very helpful. So I will just copy some parts. Pay attention. What I will do, everyone, is like we will go in our dot. Where is our claude.md? Yeah. So this is our claude.md. Everyone, pay attention. Towards the end, I would add these lines. Now you can copy these lines. You will be getting this as well. After completing any significant action, update changelog.md. Add what was built or changed. Add any decision made that affect future work. Add any known bugs or incomplete items. Format. Read changelog.md at the start of every session to understand current project state. Now, everyone, what does this one thing does, right? Is that even if you start a new session because your current session is failing, changelog.md will have the complete history in a very, very simple line to line stuff. So if I just show you, uh, I think I would just say that now the context has also been clear. So let me show you the context first. So it was 132. I think it is 36.3K. Nice, pretty good. So it has like kind of reduced our messages a lot. And what we can also do, everyone, now I could say that please add, please do a small change and add Mayank's job tracker as the name of tracker. Okay, so I'm just asking it to do a small change. Hopefully, it will read the claude.md again. So I'll add my name. Okay, germinating. Let's see if it will create. Overall, it is good in that sense. So it is doing. Okay, so it is not doing this. Let us ask this again, or let us start a new chat maybe. Let me copy this thing up. Start a new chat. Although I think claude.md is dead again, but we can check this up. Make sure that you go through claude.md again and also add to changelog.md. Create if missing. Okay. So again, very simple change. Hopefully it will not do this time because it will already be having that. It is reading the same thing. I think it is checking if claude.md is present. Reading claude.md again. It is checking if it is able to find changelog.md. Reading package JSON stuff. Now I'll update claude.md to add my project name. So okay, it has added this to here. Totally fine. And that is what I was saying, that it can actually change your this as well, right? So now if you see a changelog.md is created where it is having all these things, right? Ideally, it has done a little bit of miss where I specifically ask that, hey, it should be a simple line. Okay, so I should specifically ask, and you can see that again, how it is not following it. So it is Claude is not all true, right? That is the case. I should say strictly one line per item, and I should have also added somewhere that you have to treat it like you should not unnecessarily increase it. And yeah, I think that is all done, everyone. If I just now ask, can you, or let us first see our application because that would be helpful. Let us first see by running it again. Okay. So it is starting up. Let's go back. Let's refresh it. Hopefully it runs because again, it is kind of, yeah, oh, nice. Okay. So it has added it. Seems like everything is good. Database is handling it. Dark mode is also working, but there is some issue. So let us try to fix this up. Let us have this and paste it here. Okay. So you can paste image as well, like one thing of none. Can you please fix the dark mode here? And also make sure that columns, all columns are visible. Okay. So I'm just asking it to do one more change, everyone. And instead of seeing this as a context understanding, see that how it is, how you have to work on your project as well. So now again, I will just say yes. We can have change.md open. If it feels like some major changes being happened, then it will do that. I think it is just kind of initialize the same. So that is why these all informations are there. But let's still see what will happen. It is again reading few things. Let us come back once it does this. So seems like it is working, and I think once it does, hopefully we will be having the change fix. And since it was a very small change, I don't think it will add it in your let's say change.md because we are not doing any major change, right? But again, maintaining this change log is very helpful because it will lead to the same every time. So that would be pretty helpful, everyone. Now, what it is doing, everyone, is that it is actually creating some multiple. Let me show you what it is doing on the backend. Like it is opening these two things up, right? And it is reading the same. So that is what like Claude can do actually. The server is running on port 3002. Now let me update the change of MD2 document. Okay, seems like it has done this. Just one problem. It is adding and making it a lot longer. So I will have to make this change as well. Okay. Please make sure that you just add a single line changes in changelog.md. Update the same in claudemd as well. Okay. Because a long file might not be that helpful. Okay, so I've just asked it that, hey, please make sure that you do this. Not sure that why it is not following the stuff, though. I don't think that it is having lots of context, but still, good thing. So see, now it has done the same as well, everyone, and this is fine. This thing is overall pretty fine. Let's see what change it does in the claude.md. So let's try to see this. Yeah. So format, okay. Yeah, I think this is a lot better. Great. So I think now if I just go and refresh, still though it has not fixed it, but I hope you get the idea. So again, still I have to scroll. I think it didn't understood when I said that, hey, I want to see each and everything here. Although the modes are working, this has also been fixed. So that's a pretty good thing, right? Now let's move forward, everyone. And again, more than context, this is about understanding how you have to work on your project. One very important thing as well, which handles and helps you to maintain your cost, is to make sure that you are very specific with changes. So see, this I have done that experiment, but it will try like help me to create a multiple fork and everything, which I would expect that you will also try out once. Whenever you are giving very broad instructions to your Claude, it will most probably try to basically ask for more overall, let's say tokens. Okay, so let us try this out once. Maybe let us quickly try this out. If I see the cost as of now, session 5 hour 48% is used, weekly is 33% used, which resets in 4 days. Okay, there is a usage thing which I can see here. Okay, for me, the cost will not be shown because I'm using it like here. If I go on the other side here, cost, let's see the usage cost. So again, it is showing us this cost because I'm using this. As of now, also, I don't have the key thing. So, no worries. I think we will have to try that out. I will show that, but the idea I will make sure that it is clear to you. See, just like how if you tell your engineer that, hey, this is the exact thing which has to be fixed, instead of giving a very broad inputs, the same thing will always be very helpful, right? And that is again suggested by Claude that, hey, Instead of saying improve this code base, fix the null check in this line. Add error handling, add try catch to the fetch user. So again, if you know a particular pinpointing line, so if you know, for example, that hey, in my let's say this lib and in the constant, these are all the constants. If I have to fix something in this particular function, please select this and then ask Claude to work on that. And the idea is pretty simple. If you don't, it will try to read every file, it will try to scan your entire code base, and that of course will be a lot more cost, right? But if you tell it that, hey, this is the exact thing which I want that you work on, then of course the same will be a lot better. So that is the whole understanding, that please try that instead of giving this vague or broad use cases or exam work, you try to understand a little bit of code as a techie at least, and try to specifically tell. And this is something which again I see a lot of people making. They will very vaguely ask that, hey, please add tests. Hey, please make my application faster. No, again, that is where Claude is not going to help you a lot. If you understand your tech better, then it will of course be pretty helpful. So this is not for all the non-techies here, because again, your job is not anyway to develop. It is just that you can now develop very nice and cool looking prototypes for MVP. But please make sure that you do this. As I am saying, I have actually seen people. One is my friend only, who is getting that $400-500, and his uh, credits are getting over by 15th or 20th of every month. That is the amount of Claude they are using. And of course, that gets notified in the eyes of management. And I think Claude is in future, maybe it will not allow enterprises to use the way I'm using right now. So on the Pro or the Max plan, right? So if I go and tell you this thing, if you go on Claude pricing, I'm not sure if it has done this already or not, but I read somewhere that for the team, for Claude Code, I think Claude is now saying that, hey, we will not provide you like this seat price plus usage at API rates. So I think that they are saying that, hey, as an enterprise, you can just use Claude Code with cost with each hit, right? So for API level cost. So that is the problem, actually, to be very honest. Okay, and I think, yeah, so this one basically, yeah, the one which we have been seeing, right? So that is the whole case. 50% with batch processing. Not sure. I will love to see this in depth as well. But yeah, I think that is the whole case, everyone, that please make sure that your whole instructions are very clear. You are pinpointing to the exact file, or at least to the exact code, and tell that, hey, what do you want? So now if you will see move application between columns, I can say that, hey, please fix this particular thing. Render application columns, I can select this and then ask it specifically. So 15 lines are selected. Please render the column uh, completely on the screen, so I don't have to scroll. Now again, I'm not gone into the depth of column, so maybe this is not the right code, but I'm just telling you or giving you an example. Now it is having this thing. See, Kanban helper 17 to 30. Since these are helper function, I think yes, Kanban board is the main one. So this is the level of understanding and stuff which we have to see, and the context is 50% of the context remaining. Click to compact now. Okay, it is until auto compact. So yeah, I think it is changing multiple files. Let us do yes. And once this fixes it up, I think still, since I have given it this particular part, if you will notice, it is still reading just very less files, because I've pinpointed that, hey, this is the work which you have to correct. So now it is just reading these two files. Okay. Unlike earlier where it was reading so many files just to do a small change as well. So that is the whole benefit as well, everyone. Now it is editing the job card and stuff. So synthesizing. So that is again very helpful in saving you the cost. So let it work and we will see the final output. So seems like, of course, it has done the same. Let's try it out. Maybe we have to refresh on 3002. Let me refresh it. And okay, so it has tried that I don't have to scroll, but still this one is not very nicely visible, right? So something like this is happening. We can kind of work on it. But yeah, I hope you get the idea. Like I can zoom out and I think it should be fine now. Okay, okay. No, I think it is working because I am actually on 120% zoom. So at 100% it is working fine. On that note, maybe this was also working fine at 3000. Yeah. So, okay, I was actually having the higher zoom so that you guys can see the same. Default zoom on my this browser is 120% because I want that you are able to read everything, right? So, yeah, I think in that sense, it has actually done the same, everyone. Now, let's quickly move forward and discuss a few things more about the token budgeting and stuff. This again follows on the same part of the context. And as I said, this is a very important part. When you talk about token budgeting and what you control, we saw in here as well, everyone, that how there are lots of things. Few are in our control, few are not in our control. Okay. So let's quickly discuss and work on few of them which are in our control. Let's try to see for our use case only. So I have written some points as well, which I would like to talk. Yeah. Very first point, everyone, is that this is the first point actually, that you should have a lean CLAUDE.md. Okay. So keep CLAUDE.md concise. Okay. Which we have, I think, already discussed. Then second is that move your, let's say, instructions from claude.md to skills, agents, settings. Like again, this is where we understood about dot cloud. So again, the idea is that when you are having this thing divided, they just get read when the need arises. So claude.md gets read every time. Okay. But if your claude.md is very long, it will be loaded fully. But when you divide it into skills, into agents, into let's say rules, they will just be read when specific need arises. So of course your cost will be saved like that. Third, everyone, is very, very important, and which was, yes, regarding the MCP server overhead, something which is the problem with our context actually. So if I show you context, many of you would be noticing that, hey Mayank, you have been having so many of these MCPs unnecessary, right? Why are you sending 14K tokens every time? Well, no worries. We can go to MCP servers, and I could say disable, 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 uh, disable, 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 and disable. Okay, so now everyone, all of them are disabled. Now, if I do compact, and I could just also say I have also removed, disabled MCP servers. Okay, so let's see this. Hopefully, it will try to not now load them. Let's see the same. And we can mention this after compact. If you remember, where is this coming from? I gave you a very good. Okay, let me search it here in the very starting. So I gave you this artifact thing, right? Where is the one? Where is all the commands? Yeah, this one. So again, okay, 1 minute. Yeah. In this, if you will search for compact, and please make sure that you take the benefit of this compact. Compact instructions is there, right? And review recently changed. Simple. Okay, this is simplified, nothing else. Compact is the one. Okay. So that is how I'm able to use it. Also, one more thing, everyone. All the links which are very, very helpful, which I'm using here, they will be available for your reference in this particular file. Okay. So all the links, everything which I'm using, they will be available here. Okay. So yeah, now let's go back and see the same compact, and let's say now context. Let's see this. Okay, so seems like now it is loading a lot less, just 812 tokens. So just see, like, since I'm not using any MCP, right? Why should I load them every time? So that is the level of understanding which we should have, everyone. So now if I go towards the last image, and please download this as well. It takes a lot of time, but I've seen that it is very helpful. Compact often, I think it saves the work, so that we are already aware. Two more things which are like very important, which not a lot of people talk about. Extended thinking is helpful. Okay, so if you're having extended thinking, let's say at a high level or stuff, which we discussed about in the effort as well. So effort, if you remember, I think where it was. Let us see it here. Effort. If you remember this thing. So normally, if you are using extended thinking, though it will use more of your tokens to do the work, but initially, if you're using it, it is helpful. The reason is pretty simple. When your Claude does the extended thinking, that thinking is not done in the current session. Okay, so it is done in the separate session overall. So it is kind of surprising, but extended thinking actually helps your context window. Okay, the reason is pretty simple. When Claude works without extended thinking enabled, the reasoning goes into the conversation history. So everything basically is part of your conversation history, and that costs you context, right? When you turn the extended thinking on, the reasoning happens in a separate thinking tab that doesn't pollute the main context. So, and overall, it is able to do the same in a very less step. One very more important thing, everyone, is of course something which all of you will be aware. That is, fifth one is something which is your plan before you build. So again, something which I think is pretty logical, that if you plan before you are building, then of course the same will be very helpful. And sixth, everyone, is something. Sixth is something. Yeah, please check your code and divide in version. So the idea here I will tell you, because that is also something which I have seen over time, and that is what Claude suggests. That, see, when you are having or working on something, okay, you should verify how your code is or what is the output. For example, when you are building your application, try to see that, okay, if it has given you a very first good draft or stuff, or in the code as well, like for the techies out there, please see that your code is towards the right side, because the understanding is pretty simple. If Claude starts with the wrong foot, if it is making some errors in the V1, then V2 will be propagating that error and it will be going forward. So many of you must have heard that. Again, in coding as well, we have dry principle: do not repeat yourself. So my idea is that in the very first iteration, after planning and just creating the full skeleton of my system, I will, as a techie, always and always make sure that I can go through and see if Claude has done some mistake, if it has unnecessarily added some files, added some function. Because if I am correcting it in the starting, the error or the bad habits of code will not propagate. It is again just like technical depth, right? If you are having some very bad functions in the starting of the code, no one cleared them out, then they will propagate and of course pollute your complete workflow. So that is the whole idea here, everyone, and I think that is pretty straightforward and easy to understand. That if you are having bad approaches in the starting, if the naive or the base is only bad, then it will propagate. So that is why it is highly, highly suggested that please check your code in the initial level, just do a quick review, correct it, maybe start a new session and just ask that, hey, can you correct this particular part? Then jump back onto your main session, so that then your main application is following the best coding practices. So that is the whole idea, everyone. I think this kind of covers everything about your context and code. Very, very important, because all the things which you have done till now, skills, CLAUDE.md, .cloud folder, the way you develop these things, we have seen a mini project as well, that would add to your cost. Understanding all these things now will actually reduce it. And now you have the base as well, that, hey, I need to make sure that, okay, unnecessarily I'm not making these things up, because all the things which we will do in future, like skills, hooks, MCP, they will majorly be invoked when needed. So they will not be added to your cost or context, right? They would be kind of invoked when you specifically need them. So that is the whole idea. Now, in the next part, everyone, let's jump on to skills, which are again very, very important and which you will master like this as well. Okay. And one more thing, if you are liking the effort which I'm putting into the content, because you can see that how much in depth I'm telling you each and everything, that is coming very much in depth from the official Claude documentation plus the best resource, research, everything. So please make sure that you subscribe to my channel. Please make sure that you like the video and share it with everyone, because creating courses like this, of course, take a lots of effort. Like I have watched, I'm not sure, more than maybe 250 hours of content. I have been working on this for the last 1.5 months, because I wanted to make sure that I can give you a one complete guide, instead of those small videos where you don't end up learning anything. Okay, people just skip the steps, but like the one who is creating the video, he is the only one learning, and at the end of the day you just feel FOMO and not actually doing something, right? We will be creating a project as well, so pretty sure that that would be helpful. Okay, so let's now meet in the next part where we will master about the skill in depth. So great, everyone. Now let's start with our next topic, which is going to be skills, and again anatomy of skills. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure that you must have learned skills from multiple places, might have used as well. Though to be very honest, I discussed with many people and they were actually not aware about. Like they have heard that yeah, there is something known as skills in Claude, but yeah, they were not using it. And I think that this is one of the coolest feature which AI can provide, and it is such a simple concept. But now that Claude has actually basically executed the same, it seems so powerful. And yeah, let's try to understand the same in depth, everyone. So if you go in here and if you go to tools, yeah, this is the exact page, everyone. Extend Claude with skills. Now, again, as before, we are going to master the same in depth, right? So there are again multiple things which gets opened when you are mastering your skills with me. The idea is that it is not going to be pretty simple, just like creating a skill, because that is something which we have. I have also already taught the same in Claude Cowork and Claude AI. But overall, as well, I want to make sure that I tell you all the functionalities, right? So the very first thing, everyone, the skills are exactly the same the way it is. So if I go on Claude AI, right? If I go on customize settings, let's say if I go on, okay, let me go from here, maybe customize, yeah. In this, you will see lots of skills, right? So the idea is pretty same. At the end of the day, right? Skills are just your overall MD file, which is the instructions or some prompt you can think of. The best part, they are also, or they can be enhanced by uh, in-depth or other supporting files as well. So this I think is the best example here. If you see skill creator now, and again these are the same skills. Like I think the one which you have created here can be used in your Claude code. We will check the same out. So skill creator skill.md is like the instructions, right? MD is just markdown. The idea is pretty simple here. You are able to actually have these limits, sorry, these headings, etc. Right. So instead of a simple test, MD is able to have that thing. And I think, yeah, we are learning about CLAUDE.md and everything, so MD should be clear. That was the markdown file. And again, it can have multiple other things as well, everyone, with respect to some scripts, some commands. It is actually the complete in-depth way or instructions to run something. That is how you should see a skill. And to understand the same better, everyone, I think just let's think about this, because skill is not something which is a very random name. It is very thought of name, right? When we were trying to master, let's say, driving a bicycle or a car, initially we take a lot of time, right? So initially it happened that we are making some mistakes, we are falling down, hopefully we are not, let's say, striking our car somewhere. But yes, initially it takes us time, but as we move forward, as those hours turns into days, we are able to do the skill or do everything properly, right? Well, for example, if you're driving a car, you have the mirror check, right? Then you see your mirror on the top of as well. Then you make sure that you are having your hands on the gear and on, let's say, the steering and everything. But over time, you become skilled in that. That is what we say, right? And all the things behind your skill is that you have some techniques. Over time, you make sure that you are correcting the way you are driving and all these things. And those techniques and everything finally becomes like your skills. Now, just think about why can't, since our brain and AI is also a brain, I always say that, why can't we teach skills to an AI, right? So that is the complete idea, everyone, that if we have done something very, very nicely, we can make sure that we can create a skill for that. And not only that, that skill can be invoked anytime so that it is able to reproduce exactly the same step. As an example, if you learn how to drive a car, you can actually now drive another other car as well, because you are skilled. You have a skill to drive a car, right? All the instructions, everything is same. Vis-a-vis, if just one thing more to notice, based on your skill to drive a car, of course, you cannot drive a truck or an aeroplane, because that skill is valid till that particular point. Okay, so that is a more understanding. And if you try to understand, let's say, with respect to a very good analogy, this is what happened, that if we don't have, let's say, the skill created everyone, which was the case, many of you must be opening a new chat and making sure that you are training the chat up to that point. This used to happen a lot with me, and I used to hate it. Like, after some time, each and every chat, because of context rot, used to become bad in chat gpt or in claude. And early, in the time, like when Claude was free, it used to limit your messages. It used to ask that, hey, start a new chat, everything is done. And that is where I faced the major problem. Whatever I have done, I have to retrain my chat, right? So that was the one problem. Of course, you used to ask, many of you must have done this thing, right? So you must have gone to say chat GPT. And if I just see one of the previous chat, let's say, let's see this diagram. I could say, can you create a summary of this chat so I could use the same in a new chat? Now, again, this is something which I have done a lot, right? This is something which the way I used to share it with my friends as well, if I wanted that, hey, this chat is working pretty good. Because I have seen so many people that how for them, the once the chat works good, they are pretty happy to use it. And once it gets deleted or like it slows down, then everything is lost. That is also something which in-depth skills help us to answer. So with respect to that, everyone, let's try to now master the same. So again, the idea is that before, uh, skill, you were every time basically walking, prompting, fixing the prompt, thinking, verifying everything. That was again and again which used to happen, and there was a fatigue, right? Now with skill, it is kind of helping you to automate. Now skill is actually one of the best way of automating stuff, because our cloud can actually connect with other application as well, right? Vis-a-vis MCP, we can connect via Gmail, calendar, everything. So they can also be part of our skill, where let's say that it is getting my emails, then it is summarizing them, then it is finding a reply, then it is creating a draft. So all those things are also helpful, because my cloud can connect with your different application as well. So we will discuss about MCP later in the further parts. But as of now, once you create the skill, everyone, once you have written the same, then you don't have to worry. Your Claude can actually itself, with all the instructions and everything, work on that particular skill. It can follow that, it can fix that, and it can deliver based on what all you have mastered. So as an idea, if I just go back, let's say in here, if you will see that we were actually using some skill which was status line, if you remember, right? Set up Claude status line UI. Okay, so that was the skill. And many of you must have opted, right? So let me show you where skill lift, the major skills lift, right? The one which is your, that one, right? The global level one. So let me show you that in the dot Claude. So let me go by here only. So let me make it smaller. in the dot Claude, everyone. Let's see where is the dot Claude folder. Yeah. So dot Claude, and in this somewhere we will be having skills as well. Let me check it. So seem like again there are no skill folder present. Ideally we should be having a skill folder here, but yeah, I think we have not created any skill, and few of the skills are inbuilt in Claude. So of course we are not talking about them, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. As of now, as we can see, I don't see any skills folder. So let us create that as well. No worries. And that does mean that it is not synced, right? So if, for example, I have a skill to create, let's say create, yeah, I think it is not able to sync our this these skills which are present on our web to the Claude code. Okay, so let's actually try to understand the same. Now this is again all everything about Claude skills, everyone, which we are going to master. Now, if you will see this, right, the whole idea becomes very simple. There are some bundled skills like simplify, batch, debug, loop, Claude API. Okay, unlike most built-in commands which execute fixed logic directly, bundled skills are prompt-based. They give Claude a detailed playbook and let it orchestrate the work using its tools. So, what effectively it is saying here, and very very important to understand, is that let's say, for example, this is my CLAUDE.md skill. So it is just saying that hey, these are just prompts, right? So when you say simplify, which we can test out here as well, let's test it out here so that it don't ask for lots of token. Review change code for reuse, quality, and efficiency, and fix any issues found, right? So pretty simple thing. Simplify is already present as I think a prompt. Then similarly, everyone, there is debug, there is batch, and there is loop as well. So let's try to see them as well. Loop, then a prompt or slash command on a recurring interval. Okay, yeah, this we will talk about. No worries on automation. Then there is batch. Research and plan a large scale change, then execute it in parallel across 5 to 30 isolated work tree agents that each open a PR. So, yeah, that I know that charges you a lots of token. But yes, I hope you get the idea. Like these are few of the skills present. But along with that, everyone, what happened is that Claude Code is saying that hey, you can create a skill from scratch, okay, by doing this thing. So let us copy this, and what I will do is let me just get the terminal here, so we can parallelly run it. Okay, so I will first get out. Okay, I'm out of this thing. I'm pasting, and if I just do now cd this Claude, like this is actually where I am in the Claude folder. So now I have created a skills as well. So I will create a skills and see. Inside I am saying there is an explain code as a skill. So it is a folder, everyone, right? To show you this in a nice manner, again, having a lots of things. See, I've created an explain code folder here, right? Now let us go back. Let us try to go back, everyone. And in this, we can have a skill.md file. So pretty simple. I could just easily create this skill.md. Let me say touch skill.md. So it is skill.md. And again, we can just open this and say vi skill.md. Paste this. You can go and do it this via Notepad as well. Not a problem. I just am doing it directly via the commands here. And yes, now we have a skill, everyone. So if I think this is an explain code skill, and this is, I think, the easiest way. If I now search, I think I will have to open a new one. Slash explain code. Okay, let me refresh the skill once, or let's try it here only. Claude. So it is saying, okay, I think we have to start this. Accessing workspace, Claude skills. Is this a project you created or once you trust, like your own code, a well-known open source project or work? If not, take a moment and all these things. Okay, it is asking me for this thing, so I can trust. Here, not a problem. And I think that I will now have explain code. Yeah. So see, now explain code is visible, everyone. Maybe here we have to start a new session. Let's try that out as well. Or I think there might be some time. So it is done. Let us slash explain code. Yeah. So now it is visible. So I think it takes a little bit of time to just get synced up. But yeah, ideally now you can call it. But of course, this is a pretty simple approach. We are kind of just having the overall prompt here. So that is the whole benefit, everyone. But over time, the same has actually been made very nice. Okay. And I would like to show you a very well written article on skills 2.0, like what all improved in that. Okay. So that is something which we will talk about. But just to quickly recap, as of now, skills help you to do some work in a repetitive manner with proper instructions, proper files, code, it's everything, right? And I don't want to make it unnecessarily complex. That is why I'm following the official documentation. It is just instruction. It is not a code. It is not some, let's say, overall program. It is just a simple instructions which Claude follows. Very simple idea or very simple execution. a very strong very simple idea, very strong execution, because this saves us a lot of time. Now, for example, I have created multiple skills in my Claude for summarizing, for let's say creating a report, and I could just specify that how I have to do that particular thing, right? So that is the whole case, everyone, where the skill comes into picture. And now let us discuss about anatomy of skill file as well. So let me actually show you. Now again, this follows the same approach. If I show you this thing here, before we jump on to 2.0, test the skills. Now, where does the skill live? I think it is pretty simple thing. Enterprise, at an enterprise level. So if you are having multiple skills that, hey, create a report for this company. Now you can have some official ways in which it is getting created, right? Then personal, in your Claude skills main global directory for all your projects. Project dot Claude skills, then skill name and skills.md, something which we have kind of followed. We have done this on okay, let me close this. We have done this on personal at a global level, and then plugin, which we will talk about. Like plugins, we will plugin and masterplace we will discuss in the end. So it is saying when skills share the same name across level, enterprise override personal and personal override project. Okay. So if you have two skills here, the here actually enterprise will be the one which will be called. So if I having a generate report at my level, at personal level, at project level, personal and enterprise will take the benefit. Okay. Plugin uses, so plugin we will discuss afterwards. Okay. So now let us see, everyone. This is the majorly a template. So we will come to that as well. First, let me show you about skills 2.0. Like again, nothing as such different. Rather, now it has been kind of made part of your Claude by default, but still it is important to know because they kind of introduce many things, right? As of now, you have seen that how I have created a very basic skill just by adding the instruction. But Claude, what it did, it said that, hey, let's take skill to the next level, and in that it gives us multiple things. The very first one was skill creator, build skills by describing them. So we are everyone having, if I go on this and if I say skill creator, and again, Claude Code, Claude Cowork, like they are having the same brain at the end of the day, right? I think we will be having skill creator here as well. It is not present, so I can actually do something which I will show you. Here you can actually create a skill easily, right? So let me just check quickly. Skill creator in Claude Code. Skill creator Claude plugin. Okay, it is saying skill creator install in Claude Code. Copy. Okay, I think I have to go here. Okay, let's install it via terminal, everyone. Let me exit it out. So this is just a skill which helps you to create further skills. Claude plugin install. Yeah. Okay. I think this is how you install the skills. Yeah. I forget that totally. Successfully installed plugin. Skill creator at the rate Claude plugin official. Now everyone, when I think you will start Claude, let us start. And if I search for skill creator, see there is a skill creator. Now again, it is mentioning it as plugin. So just for the timing, you can think plugin and skill are same, but we will discuss and understand why how they are different. And now, everyone, this is like a complete, very, very good, awesome overall instructions to create a skill. Because if you think about it, creating or learning a skill is also a skill, right? You say that, hey, this person is very skilled in learning new things. So that person ideally having a very good skill in learning new skills, right? So that is also a skill, and that is the whole idea. And yeah, it is an official one, everyone. If you will see, I think it provides lots of plugin, claude.com. So we can see lots of plugin here which are given directly by Claude. Now I can see Cowork and Claude Code here. You can search Claude, select Claude Code, and you will find lots of plugins, right? For like I think most of the application which we use every day. So that is something which is very, very helpful. Postman, circle that, pinecone, like anything which you are using, just add that as a skill. The best part, unlike MCP, it will be called when it is required, not always. Okay. So let's go back, everyone, and try to understand a few more things which it has made better. So again, after skills 2.0, create a skill to analyze customer feedback. It will automatically try to create the same. And again, the idea is very simple. In your skills.md, everyone, sorry, in your skills creator, it is having a very much in-depth points, right? So if I show you skills.md, it is having proper in-depth things. Like it will be running the evaluation viewer. So normally we will be creating skills just as a prompt. Okay. But this skill creator skill, it understands things in depth. It is having multiple agents, which analyzer, comparator, grader. We will discuss about agent as well. Then assets, evaluation viewer, references, scripts. So it tries to run out these multiple scripts as well. So it is having everything in the arsenal so that it can help you create your skills in a much better manner. Okay, so that was the very first point. Second, structured evaluation. So again, it tries to evaluate your skills as well. It tries to create these test cases that what it should do. Median urgency claim, high urgency claim, something like that. It tries to include directly. Then everyone A/B testing, run the same task with and without the skill, measure the difference. So that is the whole idea. PDF form handling skill. Okay. So here it is saying that it tries, right, and it can basically Claude now make sure that when it is using your skill, since it is creating it in a so nice manner, you can see the difference as well. In the A/B testing is when you do something in one way and do something in another way. So without a skill, something will happen which will not be so good if your skill is pretty good. But with the skill, the same thing will be in a much better manner. So it is saying real results. Task with no skill improvement SEO audit. So it is saying that hey, there was a 150 insurance triage. So they are saying that they had a 161% improvement. But what I have seen is that consistent result, no worries with respect to training again and again, and that is helpful. Trigger optimization. Now this was very helpful. If I have created a skill, let's say to explain code, just as an idea. Let us go back here. We created this explain code skill, right? Let me say explain my code to me. Claude did some under the hood changes so that anytime you ask it, it is able to better understand that hey, if it had a skill for that or not. Okay, what happened here? I think this has been my Claude code can be used. Claude AI subscription. Let me try it out, everyone. Let's see. Maybe I've hit the limit. So something which I'm not cutting because you can see that what happens. Uh, okay. I think let me quickly check if my limit is over. So seems like again there was just some like it get refreshed. So anyways, everyone, the second I sent hi, it was actually able to read the Kanban helpers because that is the file selected. It was able to also catch that it has a skill for that. So explain code was basically called in as a skill, and then it was able to take the best decision that how like it is explaining me each and everything, right? So that is the whole thing it has done for me, following the best approaches, right? So that is something which Claude improved. I just want to make sure that you understand these things because if you go on Perplexity, right, it is now not about just Claude. Here as well, if you will see in customize, they are having the skills. So the idea is very simple. Like every AI, I'm pretty sure that Chat GPT also in some time they are going to come up with a skill. Okay, because that is a very awesome and easy way of providing a lots of things to your AI. So that is the whole idea. Now trigger optimization, it is able to understand and see the trigger and understand the same. For context mode isolated execution. So again, this is something like it execute your skill sometime separately. This is I think in the Claude AI only. Then manual invoke only. So you can add disable model invocation so that Claude doesn't auto load. You are always invocating it manually by pressing this slash command and then selecting the skill. So let's say explain code, right? And then you can ask anything here. And then everyone, I think hot reload. So yeah, what happened here is that it is able to quickly reload. It auto reloads and tests immediately, something which we saw just with our explain code. So this was all the things, everyone, which kind of it did. Very helpful, right? And hooks is something which again we will see in the next part. So I'm not confusing this hooks and front matter, but I hope you get the idea that what all improvements were made in your Claude when it kind of introduced skills 2.0. So very awesome this article, which I will keep and share the link with you. Now, once this is clear, everyone, let's try to create some more skills. Now, if I go, I can actually create skills here as well. So again, the same idea. Skills, okay. I can create a generate report skill. So this is the name of the skill. And inside it, I could create skills, skill.md. Okay. And let me close other things for the time being. We are going to create skill in multiple manners, right? Live as well as everything. So see, this everyone, I'm just copy pasting it. Again, it is based on all the best instructions here. If you will see skills from it, like again, you can add multiple other directories where you can pick up the skill. If you need to share it across your company enterprise level skill, across your project personal level script, then project. So that is how it works. And now again, it is saying that hey, this is how you create reference context, task content, what it should do, context, disable model invocation, right? So again, very important thing. Context fork means that I think it will be running it parallelly, some in a different context window. So something which is very important as well. Now, front matter again, this is just something which we will discuss. But yeah, here are all the things, everyone. Name required, no display name for the skill. If omitted, uses the directory name. So again, if the name is not provided, generate report is the one, right? I will just copy my skill file as well. So everything is clear to you here. Description recommended when the skill does and when to use it. Clause uses this to decide when to apply the skill. If omitted, use the first paragraph of markdown content. So again, this opens your horizon now. As of now, you were just thinking skills as a markdown prompt, right? But no, Claude has provided the structure to it. So when, let's say, as an example, you ask it to do something, Claude doesn't load the complete skills file. Let's say we are having 100 skills. No, it will just try to make sure that it just reads the description. So keep it small, maybe add that when it should be triggered and everything. When to use additional context for Claude, when should we invoke the skill, appending to description in the skill listing, and count towards the 1536 character cap. So it is having some cap as well, as you can see. And that makes sense, right? If your description is very long, then what's the benefit? Like Claude will anyway just have the tokens. We have discussed about the token and the context management. So all these things need to be taken care of. Then arguments, which we will talk about as well, that you can actually provide arguments as well, right, in your skill. So for example, if I'm asking it to explain a code, and it always understand that, hey, the code will be having this structure, library, node modules, components, everything, right? But what if tomorrow the structure is different? So you can make your skill dynamic as well in a way. For example, again, if I am having, let's say, write test, and that normally I mentioned that, hey, that write test for backend for code present in the library folder. Okay, so this is where your logic lies. But tomorrow, if I want to uh, write test for front end, just as a basic example, then how can I reuse the skill? That is where argument comes in, right? So that is the whole benefit of arguments. Then again, allowed tool, model, effort, right? We can change model and effort per skill as well. So you can easily change the model as well. Then you can provide it multiple other things as well. Initial command to use, paths, hooks, agent, and context, right? Set to fork to run in the fork sub agent context. So we will discuss about this as well. But that is the whole case, everyone. Now, if you see in here, what I have done, I have created a skill with name, description, and trigger slash generate report. So I specifically mentioned trigger as well. Now, if you will see, okay, input goal, generate a comprehensive daily status report for the project, target directory, SRC default, or user specified path. So I can just mention here, I could make it a proper argument as well. Report output location, reports, and I'm perfectly giving it an output location. Include to dos, yes. Step one, scan the code base. So read all the py files. Now again, I could make this some having some argument as well. So let's say file type. This is not the exact, of course, your type or syntax, but yeah, that is the whole idea. Then summarize findings, write the report, confirm completion. Try print a confirmation message with how many files were scanned, how many to-dos were found, the path to the report file. So this is again everyone a very simple skill which can run, right? Which can help you to actually just create a report for your thing. Now, anytime you want to create this report, just go here. Okay, and I think we have to save it. And I think it will take a little bit of time to get synced up, or maybe we have to start another chat. Let me start another one. Yeah, so now generate report is coming, right? So very quick, hot refresh, okay? And you can use it. Actually, let's use it only, generate report. Let's see that what exactly will happen, okay? So let's try to understand the same. I hope the model is not Opus by any chance. No, it is Haiku. Okay, I pressed escape, my bad. Let me do generate report again. And it may ask you as well, like what exactly was there. So see, it is saying that, hey, can I run this command? So let us find all TypeScript and JavaScript files since it is having the idea. Of course, our claude.md and other things are getting done here. So let it run and let's see the report it will generate. So as you can see, it is reading all the files, which I think is pretty straightforward. Bash, final, all to do. So now it will try to just find to do, fix me, hack comments in TypeScript. So normally you can have to do comments in your file code as well. Make directory synced Claude code report. So let it create a report directory. It is created here. In a bit, I think it will be having a report as well. Accomplishing, working, thinking, nice words, improving the vocabulary, overall pondering. So these are, I think, all the synonyms. Yeah, synonyms for thinking, right, everyone? So hardening. But anyways, this is the report. If you see this, pretty good approach. Or let me show you this in a separate manner. Minute. Let us have MD viewer. I can review. See, Mayank's job tracker status report. This is all what is happening. Code base breakdown, API routes, UI components, state management, utilities and helpers, type definition, Code health summary, known limitation, recent changes, statistics, next step and recommendation, health grade A. The code bit is clean, well structured. Of course, Claude has written it. And yeah, this is how it happens, everyone. Now it is giving to do's found no, zero to do's. So it is actually having the to do's which were it is expecting, right? And yeah, that is the whole case, everyone. When the skills are kind of present with you, you work like an orchestrator. So you are like just watching. So once you have created your skill nicely, you are just watching this skill.md kind of execute everything for you. So once you have mentioned it properly, step one, step two, step three, it can do everything for you. That is the whole idea, right? That is how it works. Now, to take it a lot of step further, what you can also do, everyone, let me just get rid of everything here. Yeah. In your dot plot in your skills, you can give it specific files as well. So I can say a folder source, right? And inside this folder, I could say a data loader.py. And I could provide a specific code as well. The idea is very simple. If I ask it to read some files, let's say CSV, everything, and if I want it, it should be fixed every time, right? So let's say when you are creating a report or when you're doing some review, you want to specifically use some particular code to maybe check the file, okay? Or you want to find some to-dos and everything. Or overall, whenever you want some, again, orchestration, but in a better manner, you can provide multiple files inside skills as well. And that is what, if you notice, were very nicely present in your skill creator skills. So see, it is having multiple scripts. Now you could say that, hey, run script, don't delete anything. All these things you can also mention. So we can have, let's say, with respect to data, we can have, actually, let us do one thing. Let us do one thing, everyone. Let us create one skill folder here. Skills demo. Let me have it here. And let me open it here. So I will have Claude code skills demo. And inside this, let's try to have a Titanic data set. Let's say Titanic, not the movie, CSV. I can download it from here. Download new file. Save Titanic. I can get it here. So I'm just showing you a basic demo. What I can do is, what I will be doing rather is that I will be having this extracted here. Now, this is my data. I will use skill creator skill. Okay, skill create skill, and say, please, and let me just ask it instead. Create a skill which can help me to analyze the data in depth for Kaggle competitions. Make sure that it is having the scripts as well as multiple subfolders where we are having scripts, more overall instructions, so that it can run on the data and then provide me with a very good analysis. So again, everyone, I'm using skill creator here to create the skill, and you will see that how the MCP servers may have new. Okay, so it is all fine. Now it will ask, most probably it will ask some question, read skills, agent customization, read skills. So it is like trying to read more skill inside it. Reasoning. Okay, let us, before ask a question, let me clarify. See, should this skill be workspace scope, sharing your project, or personal? I will say personal. Okay. If it would have been workspace scope, then everyone can use it. I would just make it personal. What analysis component are most important? I can actually do back and say, create it inside my current folder. It is project specific. Actually, these are all the skills which are taken care as well. Now it is 3 questions. And I can just say all these things, right? That is good. And next, third one, which programming language should the analysis use? Python, right? Not R. And now again, it has asked us some question. Now, of course, this will try that it can create a very, very good skills for me. So see, GitHub, skills. Okay, not sure why it has taken. I think I made a mistake of maybe selecting the first one. But scripts, reference, assets, it is trying to like create these things now. Creating skills.md. So let it create skills.md. See, I could again, it is saying that, hey, plus 176 things. Name, description, argument hint, pass to data or dataset name. So if I say Titanic CSV, it will do the same thing for me. When to use, analysis pipeline, phase 1 EDA, script 01 EDA. So I can just say keep here, should be fine. And in the script, everyone, now it will create script so that, and the reason is very simple. See, if I just have the skills.md file, every time you run it, it will try to create that EDA script, which is again a lots of token, lots of cost at your end. If we know that, okay, for a CSV, we have to do these steps only, why not we have a script which it will run every time? So again, we are making our work more and more orchestrated. Okay, so see how it has created a EDA file, everyone, and I can again keep everything, not a problem. How it has created a EDA file. And not only this, believe me, it will also try to understand. So, for example, Cbon, it is showing it is not installed when I run the skill. So when it just get completed and when I run this, the Claude overall code is so smart that it will install this library as well. So that is the whole idea, everyone. That is how it is very smart. And again, we can have multiple references, assets, everything. So as it creates, I think it will create more files and everything for us. It will be going to be very, very helpful. So that is the whole idea. And we can, of course, provide it more and more scripts. We can provide it anything. Just we have to refer that, hey, when you are running, please find it inside this. And that is actually what all of us majorly do, right? You are doing some work, and believe me, this is possible for non-tech work as well, right? You can search the web, you can tell it, give some APIs, and it will follow that. So skills are same across Claude, Claude AI, Claude Cowork, and Claude Tool as well. So now let it work. It can create a very good things for us. See, having the run full analysis, everything is done here. Now, when I give it a data, it will not be working or doing something again and again. Now it is saying that I need to create a reference documentation. So let it work and create that as well. And that is the whole case, everyone. And I hope you understood that how it is very, very helpful as well, right? And in this only, I would show you that how you can add other things as well with respect to your arguments, with respect to your model, effort, each and everything we can enter. Okay. So see, it is having references, data analysis toolkit. It is just adding all these scikit-learn, like what order it has to do. This is all marked down file, so we can keep everything, not a problem. All the Kaggle best practices, like it got by searching on the internet. That is a best benefit. And yeah, I think now it is creating user. Finally, I get the configuration template and requirement file. So quick start MD. So basically, skill.created is so good that it is creating all these things for me. Requirement.txt, config template. Now it knows the requirement is also fixed. So if you are sharing this skill with someone, tomorrow it will make sure that it is installing the exact libraries, exact versions of library as well. Right. So that is the whole benefit, everyone, and that is how skill works. See, it is giving you the complete overall flow of skills. And I feel that skill create a skill is pretty good. You can use it always to create your skill. Okay. Now I could just say skill. I can just ask it actually first. Can you also add some, let's say, arguments with respect to which level of analysis we want for the model and for the mm, for the let's try to check one thing. There was one argument, right? And that is how you learn, everyone. Once you read the documentation, then try to understand these things in depth. So for the disable model invocation, yeah, context. Okay. For the context, effort, as well as the name of the CSV. So I'm just asking that, hey, can you provide these arguments? Because I want to show you. Normally, I also have created one skill, so I can paste it. Let's say in here, I can show you skill.md. Like I've just pasted beneath. So see, in the arguments part, everyone, what happens? You say generate report, and you can give the source directory and the output directory. So if you want that it should be different, right? Maybe you can provide that, hey, this is the default one. So you can provide argument as well. So if argument one is provided, use that source directory. Otherwise, default to source. So that is the whole idea. If I'm asking you to generate a report, but I want to generate a report for, say, Prisma, not library every time. So I can provide this. Now, if I want my reports to be present in front end reports, so what I can do, everyone, now, or we can actually generate a new skill only. Let's say skill, new folder, generate report arc. Okay. Create a new skill.md, and paste it. What happened here? I think it should be fine. Let me grab it here. Yeah. So see, now it is saying that, hey, generate a report and everything. It is also having the argument one. It is having the argument two. Now, when I want to run this one, everyone, let me start a new chat here. Generate report. Okay, let me select Prisma and say, and I think it should be like this, dot front end report. So now everyone again, pretty simple thing to understand. This time, by default, it will not run on SRC, it will run on this Prisma folder. So it will understand the dev and schema. Okay, so see, I see you invoke generate report, Prisma and front end report as argument. However, I need to clarify something. The generate report is skill designed for Python project. It scans Python file. Okay, so something. I can just say no worries. Run on what is inside Prisma. Okay, so simple thing again. It is a good thing that it is telling me these stuff up. And one thing more, if you want, you can also have this thing totally argumentated, if that's a word. And yes, just like your claude.md, your skill should also with time get a lot better if you are trying to fix it. Claude can also do the same for you. Okay, it can also change your skills just like claude.md, but again, highly suggested to keep the versioning here. So see now everyone, instead of having the report, it is giving me the report like this. So that is the benefit of running it via the argument, and that is something which I have seen so many people unnecessarily keeping so many things. So see, now let's see in the skills.md what it has done. Okay, in the quick start, I think it has done the same. Yeah. So see, it is saying // input // output, input path, output path, level, effort, model, name. I think calling it will be a little difficult because it has added lots of them, but it should be fine. No worries. Okay, so see. Okay. Quick analysis, 5 minutes. Standard analysis, deep dive. Model specific, what each controls. You said you have 75% of your limit. Okay, session limit, your session. Okay, that's all fine. I can just ask it one last thing. Uh, can you tell how can I call this? Give a example on how can I call it from my Claude code. Okay, Claude. So again, I'm just asking it only because it has actually created this in a little bit more technical manner. In here we were just providing it argument directly, right? So where I have created this, we were just providing it directly. I could ask it that, hey, can you change it like this? It will work. But okay, it has limited. So 1 minute, everyone. Let us change this. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me fix this thing, everyone. I think I have went to chat here. Okay, totally my bad. Okay. I think we have done one mistake. We have used Claude Haiku. We have used, but we have used the same via your this thing Copilot. So no worries. Let's go in Claude Code. Let's try to ask Claude Code rather. I think that's the benefit, right? AI. They are brothers only. Can you tell how can I? Okay, I guess I get it. Like why it was giving the issues. So totally on me, everyone. That's a good thing. You can use your chat like this as well, right? So that's a pretty good thing, right? Even I was not aware of this. So this chat, which is from Copilot, I actually used Claude Code here because Claude Haiku I was using. And yeah, that is a pretty good thing as well. It used Claude from my account, right? So I can just tell, can you tell how can I call my Kaggle data analysis skill with argument? Okay. I think this is using the same one, so it will most probably give an error. So it is reading the thing. Okay, no worries. Okay, yeah. So, okay, I think it is calling it by Python GitHub skills. So it is saying that input data and everything, input and all these things. Okay. Actually, let's check it. I would just call it normally. I would say Kaggle. Okay, I think it has to be refreshed. 1 minute, everyone. Let me use it from here. Actually, this would be helpful. Let me close this. So Kaggle. Okay, let us have a new chat. I think this is still getting refreshed. So just wait a couple of minutes. So one thing more, everyone, I think we need to rename this to Git dot Claude because we know that that is how it works for sure. So dot Claude skills Kaggle data limits analytics because this Claude code it reads dot Claude, right? It created not dot GitHub, so no worries. I think just a little bit difference. To be very honest, like again, that's a good thing that we saw the VS Code plugin as well, like for the automated agentic thing, but all good. I could now, I think, search for Kaggle Okay, I think it will still get a refresh, so no worries. Let me search now. Yeah, Kaggle data analysis. I could just say, and that is where again Claude is very smart. Run on Titanic.csv with shallow insight using Haiku and medium effort. So I'm just reading from here. Okay. Output to be in slash output and input I've already provided. Name I've already provided. I think, yeah, that is all. So that is the benefit, everyone. If I just 1 minute in output folder, right? So again, I've asked it in a very natural language only, but it will try to understand the same. And though, to be very honest, again, the best part or the best way to do it technically is this only. Okay, I'm just showing you because I've shown you here that how it is possible by running it with this command. I am now showing you that how it becomes smarter with your if you're using natural language as well. So that is where again Claude is pretty good. Okay, now it is trying to read the scripts and everything. Here I found Titanic CSV. So again, it is going to run everyone in depth and see. I think it is creating output folder, Titanic pre-processing remote. Let's copy this. HTML viewer online. Copy this. See how quickly it has done this. And the idea is pretty simple. Why it has done this so quickly? Because the scripts are now loaded already. Okay, so it doesn't have to write those scripts up, and it has saved a lots of cost as well. Because ideally now this orchestration everyone is running in a way that it doesn't have to unnecessarily recreate the script, think on those things, and that is the best or the ideal way of creating scripts. So see, now I think it is working most probably okay in here. So it is saying pip install cbon. See, that is what I was saying. It is trying to install the libraries as well because cbon was not there in my machine. So I think it must have gotten the error. Let me check it. Has it? Are we able to see? Great, I found this thing. The pipeline started but need dependencies. Let me install the required analysis. So yes, you can install it. And in here as well, everyone, I am actually not using a lots of token because my scripts are running one after the another, and they are facing the maybe the exact issue or something like. If they face an issue, Claude solves that. It doesn't write the script again. But at the same time, I can mention in the skill and otherwise as well if there is an error, right? Claude can change your Claude file, the scripts as well. It's totally on you. You can ask that, hey, never change my scripts if you want a control on that. Or if you want, it can also change and make your scripts better with time. So that is the whole case, everyone. Now I think it has provided each and everything to us, rather multiple of them. Okay. Let us close this. I think, yeah, final summary. I think we are able to read. But let me just show you these things because they are helpful. Let's understand this. See, all the things it has done the analysis. Now the way of analysis, each and everything is exactly the same because we have scriptified it, right? So that is the case, if that's a word again. And yeah, finally we are able to see this particular thing. This thing used to take easily 1 week if like you're not a professional KGLer, and now it has been done in so easy manner. And this can very nicely be used by people from tech, non-tech, and I think that is the whole idea, everyone, that how nicely, right, you can control each and everything in their skill. So that is the whole case, everyone, on how it happens. I think we have created multiple skills. We have done the same, and I could even ask it, like, hey, enhance my files based on your analysis. So I can just say, can can you enhance my files based on your analysis, and also change skill to create HTML uh, analysis inside a folder. Okay. So again, I'm just asking it to change my skill as well. That is the whole benefit. You can also use skill creator here because that can be used to add, edit, and even update your skill. So that is the whole case, everyone. See, HTML report subfolder. So I can say subfolder inside output folder. Okay. So that is the whole idea. Whatever folder I select, rather, that is the whole case. I'll modify the skill to organize HTML reports in a report subfolder within output folder. So see, it is saying reports path. So it is changing the code again. That's the smartest point, right? It is not just mentioning it because if it mentions it in the skills.md, then it has to every time do the same. Now it is doing the edits in the code files altogether. So that is the whole case, everyone. If I show you the code files, see, whatever we are providing report. So again, that was a overall argument again. So it is that smart that it is able to not unnecessarily put output here every time. And yes, and that is where everyone is saying that, hey, Claude code is so smart, it is so good. Okay, sorry for the fumbling. I think I've been recording for the longest of the time. A little tired as well, but no worries. I am pretty sure that this will be helpful in the long run to each and every one of you. So yeah, everyone, I think that is all what is there in the skill for you. Okay, we can actually also have some light skills as well. What do I mean by light skills is that they are just simple prompts, right? So just have a skill created where you are mentioning that, hey, I will show you that as well actually. Just give me a second. So let me go in here and let me create a new skill, everyone. New folder actually, new folder, and that is going to be pr-description. PR description. And inside this, if you want, like if you don't want unnecessarily anything, you can have, or actually you can do one more thing, rather, everyone. So you can create a new file only. PR description. I remember this working. Let us check it. And you can paste it. So now if you will see your inside your folder, let me delete this. Inside your skills folder, okay, and I can zoom in here because I think it will be very, let's see. Inside your skill folder, everyone, you are having 3 skills. Now, PR description, it is not following anything. It is just a simple prompt, right? So now if I open, I think a new chat. Let me open a new chat. Let me open a new chat. Okay, 1 minute. PR. Okay, I think it is getting, what was the name? PR description. Okay, I think it is going to take a little bit of time to get refreshed. Parallelly, let's go here. And again, everyone in your learning phase, use Haiku. Have multiple windows open because when you're learning, don't stop because of these things, right? So that would be the whole case. Now it is saying that, hey, now regarding enhancing your file based on analysis, the data revealed quality score 7 suggested polynomial feature. Would you like me to create a clean p-process version of Titanic.csv? Generate an engineering data set. Create a Python script that applies to all. So I can say third one. Create a Python script. Okay, pretty simple thing. Just enhancing your skill, right? Over time, and rather every week, I think your skill will anyway get enhanced, provided you are adding reliable and actual things, not just adding any useless thing in here. Okay, so let me now check it. PR. Okay, let us try. Maybe I don't remember actually. I think it works like this, but let us still check. PR hyphen. Okay, no, it is not reading it. Let me create a new folder only, everyone. PR description new. So the reason I'm doing it new is because I want to still check if it gets readed or not. I can just say this new here as well. Okay. So now let me delete it. New folder slash PR. Okay. Let it just get a refresh. I think it takes some maybe 1 minute or 2 minute time. So now it is created process and engineer like few files and everything, not a problem for me. And all of this anyways inside my folder. I think this is something which it is created outside because it needs to run it for this particular folder, and then it will be working. And I think this is all the things, everyone, rather a lot more in demand than you will ever require. We have covered the skill creator plugin as well, which was very important. Just one last part is left, which I will explain to you. Okay. So yeah, seems like it has done lots of part for us. It has kind of created a very good skill. And as you might have guessed, you can easily share your skill, right? So if you want to just share your skill, uh, in here, I remember. So if you go in Claude, let's say here, yeah, you can actually download the skill. So if I select skill creator, you can, okay, try and chat. Let me get this Gamma presentation builder. I can download this skill, everyone, and it is a .skill file. Okay, so inside it is having each and everything. Like basically, it is a prompt only. We're having a version and everything. Or you can, of course, just like share the complete folder. Okay, so I can just ask it one thing. Let's try this as well because I think that would be the final thing. Can you create a .skill file via which I could share my Kaggle data analysis skill with anyone? So again, I am not sure actually how it works. Does it require some separate skill or something here? But since Claude, I know that it supports that .skill. Okay, so you see it. I okay. It is saying that I can create it. Let's work on that out. So this .skill folder, everyone, is totally usable. We will try it out as well. Okay. So perfect. Now I will create a .skill folder. Where is it? Okay, so Kaggle data analysis skill. Okay, let me say yes. So this, I think everyone now kind of does everything, right? I don't think there is any other thing which is left in skills, even in the official documentation. The last thing which I'm trying, that is something which even I have not ever worked on. All the things we have covered, you can go through the same, but skill creator file is overall good. We can add supporting file as well. Control who invoke the skills we have checked. Disable model invocation. User invocable, both things we have kind of understood. Then front matter is something which we will discuss afterwards. But yeah, I think these are all the things, everyone. I think if you learn around this, there are run skills in sub agents. So when we learn about agents, we will understand this. But more or less, this is the case. Okay, there is a share skills. Commit Claude to version control. Create a skill directly in your plugin. Deploy organization wide. So that is the whole case. Then there is a skills can button and a script in any language. So yes, I will just suggest to read this. I think it is all pretty simple only. The best part is that Claude only can explain a lot of things to you. Okay. So it is checking like what all is there. I think it is there is some error. Show file, no match found star skill. It is now saying that hey, it has been created, what's included and everything. Now let's try to do something very crafty. Let me get this .skill file, everyone. You can see that how it is having this name of icon of Claude. Let me go. So this again, I'm just taking out very, very, very uh, crazy thing, right? So it is saying invalid skill file. Okay, let's try to fix it. Parallelly, we will see that if our skill is run in the second part. Unable to import this in my Claude. Okay, so I'm just giving it an error so that it can fix it. The idea is very simple, everyone. Why am I doing this last part? And I know that I have been running around skill, but I don't think that you will find skills being covered in this much depth. Because not only have we created skill, I have discussed around how to make it parameterized, about how to invoke it, and all those advanced concepts as well. Okay. So that is the whole case. Let us try it out again. Okay. The zip package is now properly formatted. So let us try it out again, everyone. We have this. That's the benefit. See, skills, asset, references, scripts. The benefit, if you ask, hey Mike, what's the benefit? Multiple benefits. You create your skill, you can share it like this, a single file. Tomorrow, when Perplexity, ChatGPT, they support it. All your skills are kind of easily shared by this .skill file. And I'm pretty sure Claude can make those for ChatGPT, Perplexity, everything, right? Now let us test out this what was the name? Pre-description new. Where is it created? Inside skill only it is created. Let me open a new chat. Generate report, I can see. Okay, so I am not sure why it is not showing this. Okay, maybe we will check it afterwards, but pretty strange. Like maybe, okay, maybe it doesn't support it like this. Maybe this was in the AI UI then. Yeah, so it may happen, everyone. Like maybe this thing, the skill.md, it is supported, but I will check it. No worries. I remember it working, but should be fine. Like, let me check. Can you find a PR description? It was not PD actually. Pre description skill. So let us ask this only. Again, that's the benefit of Claude. Like, ask it anything. I will search for skills. So again, it is trying for the skills and everything. Found them. Let me check what's in these files. So read both the files. Yes, I found two things. Okay. It looks like you created a newer version in the pre. Would you like me to compare them more thoroughly and all these things? No. Am I able to call them now? No. So everyone again, I think this might not work. I can just ask it. Can I call them via Claude code right now as they are just prompt, or do I need to change anything? So again, I'm doing all these things so I can show you that what all is possible. When you're doing development at a large scale in a bigger project, I don't want that you spend time on writing prompt or copy pasting your prompt anywhere. So see, it is saying that uh no, they won't be callable in skills item. These are just plain text prompt. They need skill definition structure. Okay, so yeah, seems like Claude is kind of correcting it here. Maybe I must have read it for Claude Cowork or Claude AI, normal Claude AI here. But yeah, I think that's all good, everyone. So to use the same, actually, we have to create the commands folder. So I did missed out on that. I actually got confused because again, so many features. So what you have to do, everyone, like if you create a new commands folder here, and let's say you move it this, let me move this. And now if I think I will be starting a new session, let me start with this. Yeah. So let us see. And if I write what was the PR description, right? PR. Yeah, so now it is available. So this is actually the way you are able to add your own custom command as well. Now the same, of course, can be helpful at multiple points. If you want to review your particular code, if you want to, let's say, add a git push or any action, right? Any action which you know that you do a lot, right? For example, I normally set up the initial context that, hey, you are this, and you should ask a lot of question and everything. So that can be something of your initialize command. And that is how we can create all of these things. I could actually rather ask and try to ask Claude as well, can you create a command so that I it can help me with adding sorry, not adding, pushing my code to GitHub. Make sure to add this in commands folder. Now again, everyone, the whole hierarchy is exactly the same. Now if you're creating this command here, it will be just good for this particular project. Let me zoom it in as well. And if you try to create your command in the home folder, in the basically the home.claude, basically this particular folder, then it will be valid and available for everyone. So we can actually try to create one here. Commands. Let me just enter it. Commands, and let's create. Okay, so I will have to. Let's type this particular thing, everyone. So let me get out. CD Claude CD. So again, meanwhile that happens, I'm just trying to create the Claude. So now I'm inside this CD commands, and I could just say here touch. Let's say code review code review.md, and now I can just enter anything. Please make sure that you quickly review the file for any code improvements. Okay, improvements. Now, again, just I'm testing it out. Very simple overall command I've created, everyone. Now, if you will see, if I go here, let's see this, what it is suggesting. Great, I'll help you create a pushing command. What should the skill do? It should push with the changes, etc. Right. So again, it is totally on you. If I try, I guess, opening a new chat, everyone, then if we try out here, I think code review should also be available. So as you can see, code review is present, everyone. Now it has created the command as well here, right? Which I think is pretty straightforward and easy thing to do. But yes, the whole idea is that you can also create your own custom commands. Skills are different in that way. Skills are basically having multiple layers of stuff and everything here. Commands are like, again, something which it has created, which we can further use. So they are also pretty helpful, everyone. So I could say yes, allow. So I can just create it. I think it has created a skill only because again they are very close to each other. So that is the whole case. But if you will go on the official documentation, and if I search for commands here, right? Slash commands, yeah, I think this is the one, reference and commands. So command refer to commonly available in Claude code. We know that lots of them are already available, everyone, right? So we can of course use them. They are pre-built. And yes, if required, we can add our own as well, something which we have just done. So that will be very, very helpful. I would treat command as a lower level of skill, to be very honest, because skill I told you, like we discussed in starting off with the instruction file only. But then we understood that how, with the help of our Kaggle analyzer skill, that how it can be a lot in depth, right? So that is what we understood, everyone, with this Kaggle data analysis skill. Command in a similar manner, of course, they are just, I think, instructions. So just make sure that you don't get confused. Like for example, ideally in this, it has created these multiple things now, and I should have tried to create it as a skill, right? And let us see like what it is trying to create. Now it is trying to create multiple files because it needs to run something, right? So it is kind of going away from a simple prompt, but going towards your more sophisticated way of pushing and everything, right? So I think where it says created the same. Let's see. User Mayank.cloud. Okay, so it has created back to my main folder, push code. And I think, yes, so it has again done the same thing. It has ideally created a skill, right? But as I showed you, like we can just create a simple command as well. Okay. So that would be super helpful, everyone. Along with that, one more important thing, just like how we created our skill and we were able to easily have access to our skill, we can share it to our Claude. There are again multiple skills Claude code, multiple repos and stuff where you can get these skills. Okay, so again, if you will see here, everyone, Claude official one are always there, right? But there are many different websites where we can get other skills as well. So if you will see Hermes skills, all these things, right? So 235 skill across 9 domains. And now, as I told you before, multiple providers of AI are supporting this skill thing, right? So this is one website. Then there is skills sh, I think something skills sh. Yeah. So agent skill directly here, like there are 90,000 skill. Okay. So you can use any of them. And let's go back. Let official skill.sh. Okay. So again, more skills. But again, I will highly suggest we can select Cloud Code here. And you can see that how like more or less every AI is kind of supporting this. They have said goodbye to Stack Overflow. Pretty bad to see. But no worries. That is the whole idea, everyone. But I will highly suggest that please make sure that either you are creating your own or you are downloading these skills from a proper website. Okay, the idea is pretty simple. I don't want that we get hacked because a skill can have multiple files or codes which might be sending our data, our API key, something to back to the like whoever has created it, right? And I believe that again, it is very simple to create your skill thanks to the Claude skill creator in its skill 2.0 approach. So that is, I think, really helpful, everyone, right? So that is, I guess, way more than what we have covered. But yes, this is going to be super helpful, everyone. Okay, so the skills part, skills and commands overall will be super helpful, and we have discussed the same in depth. And yeah, I think since we have discovered about the overall scope with respect to enterprise, user, then project in depth, so I think we are all good with that as well, right? So I think this is all the things which we need to discuss. This anatomy I have already discussed in depth with you, everyone. I feel that again, the official documentation is like the best thing. I have read through them. Okay, I have tried to make it easier for you by now doing all the experiment right in front of you. But I will highly suggest that you also run the go through the same. One last small thing, everyone. Though we will be covering about agent and sub-agent in depth in the future parts, but I just want to make sure that you are clear. See, skills run kind of in the same environment. Okay, so on the same context, everything. Though now Claude is supporting that they can have a different model and everything, but initially that was not the case. So lives in the same session, follow steps in skill.md, use the same context window, inherits parents permission, Claude code reads and execute. Okay, so it is very good for repeatable workflows. We will learn about agents in future. An agent you can think of like, let's say, your this session, it is having some, it is having another session. Okay, run its own session. So it will be running its own separate session, has its own context window. So it is separate, can use different or cheaper model. As we saw, skill can also now use that. I think that has been a recent change. Has code permission, which is read only, spawned and terminated by parent. So just remember this thing for the timing. Skills work inside here only. Okay, although again they can be forked now. I think that has been recently added. But still, that is how normally we run the skill. It is having the complete context and everything. But sub agents are like intern which you hire, or like a freelancer. Okay, so that is the best like overall analogy which I can provide. But yeah, I think this is all the things. Since people get confused, I thought of adding this here, though I know that we have not discussed subagent. But don't worry, in similar manner in depth, we will be discussing about subagent as well. Okay. So yes, everyone, with that, I think we have covered each and everything in skills. Very important, directly usable thing. Actually, if you think about it, you can easily automate like half of your work using the skills. Okay, we will discuss about connectors and MCP as well, and that is where when we will discuss. And say for example, once you have your Gmail Claude AI email, okay, so it is saying need authorization, so we can authenticate, not a problem. You will be even able to now very nicely connect your day-to-day tools as well with skills. So for example, if you have a daily briefing skill, right, easily it can just read your emails as well, because you saw that how skills can execute commands. And at the end of the day, to get your email, that is a command only, like that is a code script only. So that is where they get a lot powerful. So with that, everyone, I'm pretty sure the skills are totally clear. Again, highly requested, just please read through it. through this particular documentation. It has everything. All other things are being taken from here only. That is why I've read this. And then you will be all good and master in creating skill, because this is surely something which you're going to use no matter what AI you're using. I'm pretty sure, as I said, Perplexity have it, Claude has it, and in future time, everyone is going to have it for sure. Okay. So with that, now everyone, let's move and like in the next part, where we are going to discuss in depth now about hooks. Okay. So you must have seen that I was discussing about hooks here and there. So we will be now mastering hooks, which is again an awesome technology. And as we are moving forward, everyone, you will see that how we are moving a lot towards AI plus a little bit of control, right? So I created skills with script. Hooks are exactly the same idea that before using any tool, before doing something, can we call for sure something, right? So for example, if your AI seems like it wants to run a delete command, I can have a hook which can send me a notification or which can ask for my approval for sure every time. It is a fixed thing, not just like some AI, because AI can make mistakes. Scripts and commands doesn't. Okay. So pretty sure that yeah, skills are clear. Do revise them properly and let's now master hooks as well. So great, everyone. Now let's jump on to the next topic. And each and everything which you are going to master from now on, you will see that that is actually something which not a lot of like casual user or people know about. And that is, I think, where your expertise and like your main benefit of taking this complete crash course is going to be very, very helpful. The idea is that all these things, they are not very difficult, but since not a lot of people dive deep into it, since like it is kind of explained either in a very technical manner or like deep down within the documentation, but that is actually something which makes you like a pro developer or even someone pro who can use Claude Code. And of course, all these things will be very helpful to you when you are doing a end-to-end project development. So with that, everyone, let's now start with hooks in Claude Code. Now, again, the whole idea is very, very simple, and let me explain you here. Whenever you are writing the, like, let's say, on message or something, let's say we can have this nice person. So yeah, let's say this is us, a pretty nice hairstyle and everything. Whenever we are communicating with Claude Code, right? So whenever we are sending a message, we ideally see that how Claude Code runs in an agentic loop manner, right? So it, for example, like if let's say I ask it to do something, there are lots of things like it thoughts, then it let me create a quick reference, write install.claudemd, then it thoughts again, then some bash command is run. So it is actually doing multiple things, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone, that when let me get a chat icon as well, when we are communicating with our Claude, right? Yeah. When we are communicating with our Claude, there are lots of things happening in the background. And normally, what happens is that, like many software programs, so this is actually not just true for Claude Code, but like true for lots of agentic frameworks. What do I mean by frameworks? Things which uses or which do your work like this. They work on an event-driven architecture. So I would like to mention here event-driven architecture. Now, might seem a little bit difficult, but the whole idea is that inside of Claude Code, there are multiple events taking place. First event, maybe just for example, can be think. Then it can create some file for you. Then it can it can think that which file to create. Then it can actually have a command. So I could just mention it here. Think. Then let's say thought of creating a file. Then actually creating a file. Now that would be a bash command, everyone. Now, what do I mean by bash command? The commands which are run like touch and all these things. Then it can, let's say, what to add in file, then add the code in file. After that, it can be to see the other files, right? Narrow down a code, do some edits, delete some file, edit some more files. So there are again lots of things which are happening, which of course needs to be very nicely handled, right? So that is the whole case, everyone. And all of this doesn't just happen in a single go, right? In the backend, Claude is actually firing multiple events, right? So for example, let's say if it is doing something, this is a event of creating a file, or rather I would use actually a better like diagram. If we go on, yeah, I think this is the one. Hooks references. Yeah. So let me get this image, everyone. Okay, it's an SVG. We can use SVG. I think should not be a problem. Let's use an SVG. Great. The SVG is good because they don't. I think they maintain their quality because they are kind of code based. So see, When the session start, user submit prompt, user prompt expansion. Okay, so like again, some command will be there. Then the agentic loop starts. Now we have discussed about agentic loop in the initial part. If I just help you to quickly revise, let's go back to an awesome diagram where it was. So see, so many things we have mastered, everyone. Like a hell lot of them, actually. But yeah, this is the agentic loop which we kind of discussed about, which I kind of made very easy for you, right? So now if I scroll down everyone again, you will see that how in the backend, right? And it is very simple. Like just to give you a more easier idea, like when we also do something, right? There are lots of events. Let's say when you are, let me think a very good example. Yes, when you are messaging someone, okay, so you think of a message, then you send them a message, then they reply, so you read the message, and then let's say if your manager is asking you about something, right? So you are now doing a lots of work, but you give him the final work, right? But in between that, there are lots of multiple events. You might be reaching out to someone, you might be doing some research. So all that level of things happen. Now the whole idea of hooks is that how can we catch an event, and if we want to add some automation, some guardrails, anything basically before and after the event, how can we do that? As a very simple example, let's say that by any chance you ask your Claude to delete everything, or someone mischievously, whenever you are running something, you basically you basically make sure that hey, delete everything. But now again, there's rm minus rf command, rm hyphen rf command might be something which you don't want to run. Now we have already seen the same in the settings part, that how can we limit the same. But what if it gets in between sometime? What if Claude makes a mistake that instead of deleting a file or multiple files, or let's say a folder, it mistakenly tries to delete the complete thing? So that is something which we are not in line, right? So that is where everyone we can hit a pre-tool event. Okay, so I will show you the tools as well. See, that is the whole idea. If you focus in here, pre-tool use, okay, then permission request, so it can ask for multiple permission, then tool executes, then post tool use, then post tool batch, sub agent, like if we are creating sub agent, which we will learn about, sub agent can start or stop, then some task can get created and it can again get to the very starting, use multiple tools again, and finally stop or failure, then we can get a notification, any config change, work tree, create anything. Like there are again lots of things which happens in the backend, right? So each and everything is having an event associated with it. And the whole idea is that by understanding a particular event, okay, we can do some work before and after that event. And this is something which was known as callback. Very famously, it is also known as callback in many frameworks as well. Specifically, I remember in ADK it was known as callback. Whenever your agent like tries to do something, we can call it back. Okay, we can call back and see that hey, what it is happening. So pre callback, post callback, kind of a similar idea. And to explain you in a much better, relatable example, one more which I thought of, like if you're drunk dialing or let's sorry, not drunk, drunk dialing or drunk texting someone, how your friends basically make sure that hey, don't do this, right? So pretty sure all of you will be able to relate like this. So how your friend kind of acts like a hook there, that hey, no, don't send this message. Okay, it will get you in trouble. Or when after every night, if you feel that hey, I will be quitting my job, so your friend is there, hey, don't do that. Okay, so that is kind of a guardrail or hooks which is coming into picture. So you are doing an event, but just before that, we can have some tests that hey, please don't do this. So that is the whole idea, everyone. So now let's try to understand the same in a little bit more depth. If I go into the official documentation, let's try to read it. Hooks are user-defined shell commands, endpoints, or LLM prompts that execute automatically at a specific point in Claude Code's lifestyle. Okay, use this reference to look up event schemas, configuration option, JSON input output format. So we can also test that, hey, is actually the output or in the file is actually correct or something. Advanced feature like async hooks. Async means that it can run parallelly as well. So maybe let's say it has done something. You are saying that, hey, no, let me check it parallelly. A very good option is to, like, example which I can think of is that whenever you are asking your Claude, let's say to write a LinkedIn post, okay, or any message for that matter, it uses that long dashes, okay. So instead of asking Claude again to do that, we can actually do the change via some script as well. So it can run in the background parallelly, and Claude can continue. So that is the idea. If you're setting up hooks for the first time, start with the guide instead. So we will open this guide with everyone. Now hooks lifecycle again. The whole idea is pretty simple. Hooks fire at specific point during Claude Code session when an event fires and a matcher matches. Claude Code passes JSON context about the event to your hook handler. So it will be pretty difficult to understand in this manner. Let me explain you in an easier manner. See, These are all the different events, okay, which we can catch. So these are known as the hook event section, documents the full input schema and decision control option for each one. Now, the best part which AI has done is that earlier, because all of these were having different input schemas, different configuration, we need to go and understand each one of them. Now, Claude can do the same for you. So see, session start when a session begins, so you can have a sound or something played. User prompt submit when you submit a prompt before Claude processes it. So if just as an example, let's say that you are very random example, but you are abusing a lot in your prompt, okay, or someone is kind of playing around. You can make sure that you are having some check there as well. That hey, if someone is saying destroy the code base, please make sure that you change the destroy with check the code base. So something like that kind of a things. User prompt expansion when a user type command expands into a prompt before it reaches Claude can block the expansion. Pre-tool use, permission request, permission denied. Whenever you are getting some permission denied, everything. Notification, sub-agent stop failure, all these things we can easily handle. Session end when a session terminates. So you can see that how we are having multiple different events, which are some of which are very relatable, like session start, session end, permission related issue, okay, notification, sub agent. Of course, we will learn about that. Task created or task completed. Okay, stop when a Claude finishes responding. So all of these things can be easily handled. Now let's try to understand a little bit more with the analogy, the way I explain everyone. So one few more things, like if you want, right? Since your events, sorry, hooks can be direct commands, okay, they can be some Python script or let's say a simple command. They don't require LLM because these events, they are not dependent on LLM. This is pure software development. That hey, something will happen, then something next will happen. So nothing LLM rule is coming into picture. Though you can call LLM, of course, inside your hook, but ideally, by the nature of development, hooks are LLM free. Okay, so they get called when they get an event is executed. So those events, everyone, okay, they are these. This is pure software development. Like this event has nothing to do with LLM or something, right? So that is the whole idea. For people who are getting confused, I am not saying that Claude is not calling LLM. I am saying that once it calls LLM and it comes back, then the event which is fired, that is independent. Okay, so that doesn't has to do anything. So that is where we as a developer or Claude people as a developers, they have made it very nice. Okay, so that is the whole case everyone. Now again, we have seen that there are multiple different types of hook. Let me find build with Claude Code, and there was very nice hook. Yeah, automate with hook. So this is a very good example, everyone. I think this was the guide as well. Hooks, yeah. So this was the exact same line. So see, it is saying that add the hook to your settings. Hooks are added to the settings. So that is the very first understanding. And add a notification hook. The example below uses OSA script for macOS. See, get notified when Claude needs input for Linux and Windows commands. So all it is saying is that when basically your Claude gets run, right? So I can copy this and I could just go to my Claude. I could start a new chat and just ask it only. Add the below hook to my settings file in this folder. If in this project, okay. If not present, create the same and then test the hook as well. Now, highly suggested that if you are making your hook for the very first time, use it and do it via Claude only. The reason is pretty simple. If you try to create your settings.json via directly, sometime it happens that when you run the Claude for the first time, it tries to override it, and that is where hook can get lost. So just try to add the first one at least with your Claude code only, and then you can keep on adding more to it. Okay, so I'm just having this thing, and we will see that again how it is creating this style. So we can have settings. Yes, just I hope it is created here only. Yeah, seems like it is created here only. And if you will try to see now, everyone, it has actually created a similar kind of like file. But normally, what will be the problem? Like, though you can create this kind of a hook, it normally happens that again, if I go on 1 minute, yeah. So we were somewhere here, yes. So you can do this again. This is for Mac OS, I think, for get notified when Claude need input for Linux and Windows command. So normally I've seen that when like this one, actually I have to change a lot of my notification setting, but the idea is pretty simple that we can actually do and create hooks like this. Uh, Again, to showcase that okay, hooks can actually work, I could just say terminal open. Okay, so I think something has done. Should be fine. We can refresh it. Rather, let me open a new chat only. Okay. I could also say one thing, everyone, that let me close others one. Okay. So lots of session we have opened, not a good thing. Yeah. So now what I can also ask it everyone is that add a hook in my settings.json in this project's claude.md, where any time I submit a user prompt, it should add an entry there. Okay. So again, very, very simple hook I'm adding, which will show you that yes, hook kind of works. And again, this is not a hook which will require any. Okay, so it is doing something. No worries. Let us say yes. It is using some skill like an update config, which might be already present. So Claude keeps on adding these skills in the backend. So with every update as well on the Claude, everyone, these things get added. So uh, I should say other and say dot Claude. Okay, I think this was not the one. Okay, so totally my bad. Let me close this. Let me copy the message, everyone. Show less, show more. And actually, what I can do is I can maybe go back. Yeah, I think this is where we need to add it. Right, let me let me just make sure that everything is in line. Something like this, or I can wait. So let's see this now. I think it will be adding the hook, everyone. So hook logs that logs the file. So seems like it has added the same. Let us say yes. Okay. Why is it adding it into claude.md? Pretty strange. Now I need to add a user permission. Okay. So again, it is doing some work at the backend. Our aim is pretty simple. We just want to see that yes, something gets added. Okay. Let me fix the test. So again, doing lots of things. I think it is testing the same as well. Test with user prompt submit. Okay. So it is testing out this, everyone. I think now it has done something. Now let me test the updated hook. Now again, I can say that hey, every time run the bash command, but should not be a problem. Yes. Good. Now let me test the full hook. Yes. Again, I'm just doing this. I can say edit automatically, but still it is trying to run these bash commands. I think if I don't claude.md, it has done this thing, which is not the ideal thing which I wanted to do. But yeah, if I send a simple hi now, hopefully it will get a new entry if the hook is working, right? So seems like the user prompt message hook should have logged into your claude.md. I could just tell that, hey, this was not logged in and it will fix the same, but I hope you get the idea. Let's try to understand the hooks first in more depth because I've created some very nice diagrams for you as well. So now everyone, if you will see, like there are three major things for which hooks are used. So the number one is automation, right? And we will be testing and creating some custom hooks. Like I have created 4 examples, very, very practical one. Second, everyone, automation is pretty simple. Do something automatically after every action. If you feel that, hey, a tool is called, do this action. If you think that, hey, everything has been done from Claude's end, call this file, maybe clean up. Okay. So all of these things we can easily do, everyone. That is automation. Second is logging. Rather, to be very honest, if you want, right, we can also have a hook which sends you a message on your Telegram or your Slack. Okay. So once you connect those tools, then it can send you the message on your application so that you can use that message and make sure that it notifies you every time, right? So second is logging, everyone. Track everything Claude Code does. Example, write every bash command Claude runs into a log file silently in the background so that we can check that, hey, who made the mischievous of deleting the files or editing the files. And third and the most important, everyone, is guardrails. So guardrail, I think, is pretty simple. When we talk about guardrails, like we can check that, hey, it should not have any bad words in the final message. It should not run the rm minus rf rm hyphen rf commands. So that is the whole idea with the guardrail case, everyone. Okay, so that is the whole case. Now, just to understand hookup pretty more nicely, you can see this diagram here. So hook events. What I have done is I have created a kind of a car assembling kind of a assembly, right? So see, if you are sitting here, like that is how things happen, right? You type the prompt, it submit messages sent. There can be a pre-tool hook, okay, a pre-tool hook which can get done. So it can block as well if required. Then the tool gets run, everyone. Then post that after success, we can log in everything, fail on error, and then finally stop. And then totally it is on user. It can notify you to get your attention, or you can just deny everything as you want. So again, in the hook overall, there is no LLM, nothing is taking care if your final, let's say, script is not having anything. So that is something which is very, very important. Hooks run outside the LLM fast and free. So that is the major thing, everyone. I see many people like testing out and unnecessarily calling LLM. So yeah, hooks can help you save cost. Just try to see what are the actions which you feel that doesn't require your LLM there. Okay. So that is the whole case, everyone. And now let's move forward to understand a little bit more about hook. Let's go to the reference, hooks reference. These are all the different events, everyone, which on which you can have this thing, right? So that is something which will be helpful to see how this piece fit together. Consider the pre-tool use hook that blocks destructive shell commands. The matcher narrows the bash tool call, and if condition narrows further to bash subcommands, block RM only spawns when both filters match. So again, if you will see here, first is its matches if a bash command is running. Bash command is like normal terminal command. So if I run RM here, right? Then everyone, there is a type command. If the command is rm star, if it is trying to remove something, then we can have block-rm.sh, which is a script which will be called. So if by any chance your Claude is trying to delete something, this hook will get called automatically. The script reads the JSON input from stdin. So basically via the simple. So stdin, very simple, everyone. Whenever you put anything here, let's say clear as well, that is a standard input. Extracts the command and return a permission decision of deny if it contains rm-rf, right? So that is a very simple case. I think this diagram is kind of very nicely explaining the same. Claude runs bash rm-r remove recursively, forcefully, temp build. Pre-tool use. Is the tool name bash? Yes, seems like the tool name is bash. Is the command of and command is this. Your matcher bashes match, then it will go in here. If it doesn't match, then hooks will not be matched and it will just continue. If now rm star means that anything after it. So when I say star, it means let's say rm, anything can be there after this, right? All this gets configured in our star. So that is how what star reads. Okay, this is something new. Yeah, that is what star reads, everyone. It is saying that hey, no such directory found. Now when it gets matched, your hook command block rm-sh, it will be blocked. So that is how it works. Pretty simple approach. I could just showcase this live to you as well. Now let me copy this. Go to Claude, start a new session. Is this the one? Yeah, that is the one, everyone. So let me start a new session. Paste this. Again, I'm just using it directly, so Claude can use it. Paste this. Add the above hook with block-rm command so that it gets run when Claude code tries to delete, when Claude tries or has rm in his bash command. Okay. So it is based directly on logic. This is kind of a guardrail, everyone. So hopefully it will try to add the same. If we go on settings.json, I think it is saying the date scale. Not sure why it is doing it like this. We will have to change this. So I could just say simply add to .claude in my this project. Okay. So let's see this. I'll add the hook directly to your project. Let me first check the current settings JSON. So seems like this is where it is creating the block rm-sh. Okay. I hope it is not creating it in the main one. Where is it creating? Claude Pole skills demo. Yeah. Now it has been added. See. So again in the hooks bash, ideally I can remove this one, or let's say even this one. Let me delete these two. Okay. Yeah. So now I think created. It has been created and updated as well. So where is the script here, everyone? So this is the setting. Let me close this setup. Okay. Okay, so it has created the script back in my main folder. So if I go in here, everyone, in the .claude, and if I search hooks, so let me ask it, where is the block-rm.sh file? Let me ask it. Let's try to delete this output folder after this. Is located at /claude, where the full path is GitHub skills demo / hooks. Okay, it is there only. My bad. So blocks rm. This is present here, everyone. This reads it relatively. So again, when you push the code as well somewhere or give it to your friend, this means that it will try to read it from here directly, right? So hooks. Now I could just ask, can you delete the folder output in my current project? So let's try to see this, everyone. skewing, everything happens. One thing which I missed out. Okay, one thing which I missed out. Let me delete this. Let me open a new one, because again, whenever you're creating a hook, your hooks expects that. Can you really like it? You are starting a new session. Okay, delete the folder slash output completely. Okay, in my current project. So let's see this. And again, I'm doing this right in front of you, everyone, because I want that you understand these things in depth. Okay, I can help, but first, so okay, I think let it check if output is there. Not a problem at all. Before I delete this, 1 minute, output folder exists and contains. Before I delete, can you confirm once deleted, this cannot be recovered without git history? Sure. Delete the same. Okay. So I'm not suggesting that, hey, use rm-rf. Let's see what it will use. So see now, rm-rf, it is saying that, hey, can I run this bash command? What does the bash command contains? rm-rf. Okay. Now, first match will happen because this is a bash command. It is asking and saying right in front of you that, hey, can I run this bash command? Okay. Now, type is command yes. If it contains rm-rf, ideally my hook should be there. So let's say yes. And my folder is deleted. Pretty strange. Can you explain why the hook was not called while deleting? So pretty strange, everyone. And this is again why I love to do the demo right in front of you, not have it created. Because again, it happens when you're not able to delete it. Very strange. Let us delete this. Why this file is created. So let me say yes. Yes. Good question. Okay, that's a good question, right? For real. So let's see, puzzling thinking, what it is cooking up. Let me parallelly create a new folder, everyone, because our current hook kind of get. Why didn't trigger? Let us see. Great catch, you are right. The hook should have been called. Here's what happened. The hook exists and is configured deny any RM command, plus your settings.json has a deny list. Okay. The hook system is a part of Cloud Code harness environment, which normally intercept bash tool calls before execution. However, when I executed through bash tool, it ran directly in the shell environment without going through the harness permission. Okay. This is a limitation of how VS Code extension. Okay. So, okay, I think this is actually how it executes. What should have happened? Bash tool call detected, permission check. Hook executed, you get a permission prompter error. Instead, the command executed directly. This is actually a security gap in the current setup. Your safety hooks aren't being enforced. You may want to check your Cloud Code settings or contact support. Okay, so maybe everyone, what it is suggesting, and this is why I love to like have these things up, that maybe we should go in here, do ls, go back. Okay, I'm in the commands here. Let me go back here. Okay. Now let me say let us try. So let me do one thing. Let me try to create this directly. Okay. So for the same, what I will do, I will have this. Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask here. It will be pretty helpful, everyone. And again, I want that all of you focus because these are the kind of error which you will also face. Okay. Now I could have this as well. Please create this hook in my main home directory. Okay. Directories.claude. So it can be used everywhere. So again, it will go through the same, everyone, and it should be able to create the same. Let us see. Yes, allow reading from Claude for this project. Let's go back. I think it is doing from this project only, but again, we can copy and paste the same as well. Is there any hooks folder as of now? No. So let me get it here because I will be testing it out multiple times. Yes. Yes. Global setting JSON to respond to this hook. Okay. This is yes. So seems like it has added and just updated the same, everyone. So, okay, so now this one is there and we want to proceed. Yes. Okay, so let's see if it has created. So see, right, everyone, like hook has been created, and if I go on JSON, user prompt submit, this is the other thing. Hook pre-tool use, it has been created. Now let me go here in the terminal, say mkdir, let's say a folder output only. Okay, so I think, okay, made directly output, no worries. Ideally, I should have created this in via my command, but not via this particular thing, ls. Okay, so this is very, very, very fitting. Let me get out of this. ls. Seems like output is created or not. Let me check it here. So that should be all good. I can say delete the output directory recursively. Okay. So again, I'm just saying that we delete the output directory, no problem. Let's see the command which it will run. See, p-tool use bash hook return blocking error. Destructive command blocked by hook. Error. Destructive command blocked by hook. The global hook we just set up is blocking this. It is designed to prevent accidental rm minus rf command. Since you are explicitly asking to delete the directory, would you like me to temporarily bypass it by using rm-r instead? So it is also very smart without using the flag, or ask the explicit confirmation each time before allowing. So you see everyone, this is working. I think again, normally what all you will see, Claude, particularly with Claude, all the documentation is for its terminal, right? Because most people use the same for terminal. So that is the whole idea, everyone, and that is why it can happen that maybe in VS Code they are like kind of updating the extension and everything, so it doesn't get runs. Now in here again, this is the complete flow, everyone. I think this is a very good diagram to have in your notes. Please make sure that you have download these notes as well. Okay, so it is doing just checking the same thing, that condition and everything it matches, and then it is able to run all these things, right? Now it is telling where you define the hook, determine its scope. I think this we have kind of already done. One thing more which if I show you, see, hook configuration. This is actually what was happening. Hooks event, on which event it should run, tool filter, bash, write. What basically is the tool which needs to be called. Now, one thing more, everyone, I would just show you one more thing. I would ask here, can you tell what all tools you have? Okay. So let us ask Claude only, and hopefully it will give the same. The idea is that if you remember, there is 7K or 6K context token which gets taken every time for tools, right? So I just want to show you. See, these are all the tools which is having, everyone. See, file operation, read, write, edit, notebook edit, editor, Jupyter notebook cells. Code intelligence, LSP, language surface protocol for go to definition, find references, hover info, shell and execution batch, by which it is able to run all the commands. Monitor, stream output from long running processes. Planning and task, enter plan mode, exit plan mode, task create, task list, task get, task update. All of these things are printed. Git and work trees for basically handling your Git and pushing your code, etc. Scheduling, cron jobs are used for scheduling, which we will see towards the next. I think it will be some after some parts. Skills and agents. So again, we have seen skill already. Agents will be understood as well. User interaction, ask user question, push notification. Web and APIs, web search, web fetch, remote trigger. So that is how it is able to do the web search as well. So that is the whole idea, everyone. Like these are all the tools, and that is why when we do context, right, you will see that how system tools are 21K tokens. So all of that, like how to run and all these things are kind of present. Of course, if we want, we can disable the same as well. We saved a lot of by disabling MCP, but that is the whole idea. Now, if you will see, everyone, this is how it happens. The event matcher, then hooks, type, okay, settings.json. It like kind of is in the setting.json. It can be a command base, it can be a post call, all these things which we have discussed. Command which it needs to run, timeout, and then async. Async means that if asynchronous is true, it will run in the background. So, for example, if you are saying that, hey, whatever is the output, please save it somewhere. Now, just as an example, let's say output is very, very long. Okay, it's a file, something which we need to copy. Then you can run it asynchronously, because then it will not ask Claude to stop its operation. Asynchronously mean that both can go together. So in a way, it is like that Claude is working. A hook says that, hey, you have given me the output. Let me get the output. One way is that hook will get completed. Then back from here, Claude will get completed, right? One way is this. Second is when, if I just do back, once it understand, when it will be async everyone, then Claude will also keep on continuing and hook will also keep on continuing. So this is the second way. This is the asynchronous way. So that is the whole idea, everyone. There are again different matches like bash, write, edit, read, glob, grep, web, MCP. Again, we can actually go and see all these things in our hook references, like what are all the events and everything. And actually, there is one more thing, everyone, which is very, very helpful. If you go and let's say go here, clear everything. If you do Claude slash hooks, I think it gets triggered directly by hooks as well. You can see that what all hooks you have created. So for example, for your different use case, like see, there is a hook which is for pre-tool use, which we created, right? So we can see that it is a command block rm-rs, right? Post-tool use, we have not created any. Post-tool use failure, after tool execution fails, after a batch of tool calls resolves, permission denied after auto mode classified denies a tool call. So again, auto mode we have already kind of discussed as well, not available in here. Then some user prompt submit. I think, okay, what is this? Okay, yeah, so okay. So if you all remember, everyone, it unknowingly, when we ask it that hey, you have to create this thing, it has actually created a hook here only. So you will see that command models Haiku. It is showing that which is the model context window. So it is also a hook, right? So anyway, user submits a prompt. It gets changed, right? So oh, nice. So that is a very good learning, right, everyone? So if I send a hi here, so user submits the prompt, this hook will get run, and I think it will then update this. So see 19%. So that is the whole use case, right? And session start, session end. Again, all of these are different events on which you can create the hook. So that is the whole idea. So this is how everyone, I think now we have covered all around the events, hooks and everything. Let's try to see a few more things as well, because I want to make sure that each and everything is covered. That is how it will be complete. These are all the matchers. Like actually you can go to ChatGPT, Claude, or maybe just directly ask in here as well. What are all the matchers in hooks? So if you ask it here, hopefully it is not charging my chat Claude AI here, because with Claude that is always a problem, right? Like from where is it charging? But yeah, hopefully that would not be the case. Let's see tool events. So again, these are all the matcher everyone: basher, write, edit, read. No matcher means that okay, it will not run MCP. If you are using a GitHub MCP, that would be something which we can do. Now, one thing more, everyone, if I just show you, like this is a little bit more advanced, but let me just check what happened. 1 minute, let me exit it out. Okay, let us go in here. I want to show you one very important thing as well. Okay, error destructive command blocked by hook. So this is actually something which I want to show you, everyone, which is this particular hook run. So these are also very important. Like what happened is that this exit to, okay, so let me ask emergency big, right? So this was exit code system, right? So let me start a new chat. Can you explain exit code system in hooks as well? Right. So let me see. Oh, this is a good way of using Claude for free, right? If it maintains. See. Exit code system will control whether action processes are blocked or fail. Exit code zero success, the action proceeds. Claude code passes JSON output. Uh, Exit code 2 blocking error, the action is blocked, std error is fed back to the plot. So I will explain you from here, everyone. Let us try to understand it, because this is also very important. Okay, it's a little technical, but I still want to make sure, because this will help you, right, in the long run. See, exit code 0, everyone, success, proceed, everything that should allow the action. Okay, 2 block the action, security guards in pre-tool use only when it is having a pre-tool use. Okay, non-blocking error, hook fail but don't stop plot. So many times it will happen, everyone, that in the exit 0, it is safe, it will pass, not a problem. So we can actually add these particular hook exit codes as well. And again, the reason again I know of this is that if you, okay, let me close this. If you go on, what was it, everyone? I remembered somewhere references. I think somewhere I read about this, because again, as I told, I have read the full documentation. So there was one major thing which I want to tell you. Like if we close this up for the time being, let me search it here only. Okay, so exit code. Yeah, see, exit code from your hook command tells Claude Code whether the action should proceed, blocked, or ignored. Exit 0 means success. Claude Code passes the output from JSON's output field. JSON output is only processed on exit 0. For most events, standard output is written into a debug log but not shown in the transcript. So again, pretty simple. Exit 2 means blocking error. Claude Code ignores the output, whatever it is, and any JSON, like whatever Claude is giving. Instead, std error text is feeded back to Claude as an error message. Okay, so effect depends on the event. Pre-tool use blocks the tool call. User prompt submit rejects the prompt, and so on. So again, the whole idea is that exit 2 is very important here, because it is the most powerful. even if you are running your Claude code with the dangerously skip permission command, right? So that is where again you should be a little bit aware of this. So exit code 2 is the emergency brake. It doesn't care what mode you are in, even if you are saying that hey, allow everything for Claude to run, what permissions you have granted, how confident you are on Claude, it stops the Claude, right? So that is where I just want to keep the same in your mind. I don't want to make it a lot more technical or difficult to understand because it is a little technical. See, for example, a hook command script that blocks dangerous bash commands. As an example here, pay attention everyone. If let's say that we are running this command, right? Echo blocked rn commands are not allowed. Exit 2. When you exit this with this 2, the tool call is not run. It is errored out. That is the whole idea, right? So now for hooks where you want that, hey, just as an example, if you ever feel that in your, like, let's say you are creating a hook, it is trying to access some data, maybe via bash command, maybe via MCP, where it should not be accessing that data, right? No matter what happens, because if you just notify, then your data might be at risk. So that is where you need this exit to. Now, the reason I specifically want to add to this was because I feel that in future, of course, more and more people will be using Claude Code or similar agents, right? We as developers, when we were creating such softwares manually, we used to have these hard checks that, hey, no matter what, users' personal information should never be accessed. Okay, just as an example, it should be, let's say, authenticated and stuff. Now, with AI submitted code, the problem becomes that we will not be checking each and everything. So that is where it becomes a lot difficult. And that is where these hard things should also be visible, because if Claude is in, let's say, dangerously skip permission or anything, right? This exit 2 will make sure that it never runs. The tool will for sure never run. So that is what the idea is. For most hook events, only exit 2 blocks the action. Claude Code treats exit 1 as a non-blocking error. So just as an example, if I tell you again, when we were trying to delete the folder, though it was able to stop, right? If we would have, let's say by default exit had a exit 1 kind of a, let's say exit code, then it can still continue and maybe delete your issue, delete your error, right? So that is why very, very important that whenever you want Claude code action to be totally blocked, exit 2 is the way to go. Now, again, don't jump off that, hey, Mayank, why are you teaching us so in depth things? That is all coming from my experience of a software developer, because I feel that these things are the one which makes or breaks you as a developer, right? Because you are having a check, then you will be all confused that, hey, I added this hook, how came that didn't run? So these hard checks are very, very important. So you will see that again, what all it can block and everything. I think most of it can block these notification, etc. Because they are not kind of done on terminal, it cannot work on that. But yes, that is the very, very important thing. Everyone just try to use it, or just let Claude know that, hey, please use exit code 2 for my stuff. So I can actually ask it, go back and just say, let me say that in here, can you please add exit code 2 to my hook which I created. Okay. So again, Claude will hopefully understand the same. So Claude blocks RMSH. Let's see what it will change, everyone. See, it is adding exit 2, right? Now I think, so then I've added the exit 2 to your hook. Now when it blocks RMFL, it will exit with code 2, indicating a blocked or error. When it allows a command, it exits with code 0. So let me say delete the folder output. Now let's see this. Uh, Claude skills explain code output, which is a sensitive. Okay, so where is it running? Why is it? Okay, let us say yes, not a problem. Okay. I know why it happened. We should go back, everyone, and in our settings, RM, in our hooks, RM-RF. Okay, so this is actually what caused the error. Let me create another folder here. So again, you can see that again how still we have to be very, very sure, and that is the reason I'm telling you, because see, Claude became very smart here. Okay. Now I could just exit it out for the time being, exit it out, clear everything, ls, make directory output. Okay. Run Claude here. Delete folder output with rm-rf command. So now I'm specifically asking it just. Normally it will not happen because this time the whole thing was same. So that is okay. See, I can help you delete the output folder. So now RM as a restriction can't be done. Let me confirm a couple of things. Once you confirm, go ahead. See, pre-tool use bash hook return blocking error. So it is now this time saying error destructive command blocked by hook. Okay, so that is the whole reason, everyone. That is again, it is saying that use the alternate command, which is rm-r without the force flag or moving the folder instead of deleting it. Use the update config skill to modify or remove the block rm message hook from your settings. Okay, so again, that is the whole case, everyone. It is now giving you an error already, right? That is the whole benefit, and it will not let it pass. That is the whole case. I think if you remember that Gandalf, you shall not pass GIF, right? So this is what exit 2 does, right? I think this is the best example of explaining it so that you always remember. Please don't hate me if you feel that, Mayank, why are you going so in depth? Just few things, believe me, they will be helpful. If you as an engineer know these things in depth, or even as a non-developer, that will be very, very helpful. Okay. So yeah, exit 2 is something like this. You shall not pass. In all the other errors, like if you're doing exit 1 or exit 0, and of course they will be for different works, then it will be kind of done. Okay. So now everyone, let's try to understand the same in depth. Let's try to run a few things up, right? I will close all of them and let's run it in the skills demo only. Okay, so this is where again we will try to see the demo as well. Now I would do make directory. I think okay, we are already created dot claude slash hooks. So it is saying that hey, this already exists, which makes a lot of sense. Now I will, everyone, what I will do is I would just first create a auto format. Okay, so pay attention. We are in the skills demo, makes sense, not a problem, because that is where our Python files are. So I will say touch auto underscore format.py, and it will of course create a file for us. I actually want it inside hooks because it's a script which I would be calling again. Now in this, everyone, I will be pasting the code. I will quickly explain what the code has. We will be now understanding about a post tool hook, right? So we have already seen about the pre-tool one. Now the post tool one, which we called, will be of course called once like of course the tool has done, right? So a very simple example, let's say that you are generating a lots of code, right? But again, of course, not always Claude follows all the different things. So why can't we just use our own scripts or our own mind to check these things up? So that is the whole idea, that I will ask Claude to give some messy code, and then I will show you that how exactly the same can be helpful, right? So now what I will do, everyone, I would just go to my Claude. Let me open it via this. Say add this hook, and let me open this file. So now this file, Claude will be having an idea. Hook to my settings.json. What this particular hook will do, everyone, let's try to see and understand it once, because we have this kind of a very good hook configuration thing. Okay, why does it? I don't see a hook definition in your message. Okay, sorry, my bad. Let me paste this. Again, a very simple hook I just created, which is just calling this file. So now let me say yes. Okay, it is calling update config every time. Maybe I need to change that when it is called. So reading settings.json. So it is calling this update config as a skill, right? It will be having some things. But yeah, seems like it has added the same, everyone. Let me first explain you before I do a yes. See, post tool use, it will be called after tool has been used. Write or edit. Whenever I'm using a write or edit command, now when we actually create a file, basically that will be kind of done, and edit will be done. Type commands. Okay, I will be running my Python this particular auto format.py. Okay, and that is like with the timeout 30. So I think it is explaining timeout in command. So I will say yes. And now yes, our hook is configured, everyone, and I will show you the magic. So just give me a second. So see, it has added the same. I will open a new chat because suggested like after you create a hook, just maybe exit or do this. I keep the chat open so that we can go back to it. Now pay attention, everyone. Create a file called messy.py with a function that adds two number. Write it with inconsistent spacing, no blank lines, line between functions, everything. So I'm just writing this line, this thing. Now it will create a messy.py. So pay attention. Yeah, see. So it has created it, and in 5 seconds it will be all done. See, in front of you already, it kind of got all corrected. I will create it again because I think I messed it up. I will ask you to create messy2.py. Pay attention. It is not Leon and Messi. It is a messy file. Okay. So again, the idea is pretty simple. Let's see the C. It is all kind of messed up. And the post tool call, what it will do, everyone, is that it will be called after a timeout of 5 seconds, like a sleep of 5 seconds. Okay, so then the file was created intentionally missing formatting. Okay, I think it missed up something here, like it is having some errors. Let me ask you to create Messi 3. This time Claude messed up. Okay, so let's see this up. The idea is that it should not have any errors, etc., because that is not what we are fixing. Messi 3. Let's see. Will it get fixed? So we will wait 1 second. Seems like it has been done, everyone. So now, yeah, see, right in front of you, the whole formatting was done nicely. Now, this formatting, everyone, Claude didn't do it. The idea of how this formatting was done was our this particular post tool use was called python.claude/hooks auto format. This auto format script, it logs the messages. Well, yeah, I remember I was logging the message. So just a second. It is running like anytime something happens. Like, of course, if it will be an error script, it will not change, not touch it. Okay, that is the whole aim. But again, you can be writing the code with maybe not with Claude like as well, right? Many people they will be using Claude code maybe with their inbuilt models, etc. Something which we have discussed. So in that case, everyone, maybe the code is very messy, right? So this is what this full file does. It logs the same as well, and it sleep for 5 seconds. So this I have intentionally added so that we can see the same. Now, if we go to logs, see, formatted messy.py, black format failed, error, cannot format users this because I think it is having some error. So it is saying cannot parse. Formatted messy3.py. So again, that is the proof that yes, this hook was running, right? So a very simple hook. No LLM, nothing. This auto formatted doesn't care what Claude writes. It fixes it after, right? That's deterministic quality. And again, that is where you are also having, you can have multiple checks as well. You can rename your like let's say variables. You can make sure that you're specifically following each and everything, no matter even if so this is deterministic, right? That is the very important part. Tomorrow, if due to LLM failing, LLM issues, LLM gets upgraded, your Claude doesn't follow instructions very nicely, then this thing doesn't cost you any money. It will always and always run, unless of course there are errors when it should ideally not run. So that is why it is helpful. Now these are very simple example. Let's try to have more example as well. So next, everyone, now let's try to have a very important thing, which I think most of you will anyway be using it, which is having adding a guardrail, right? Basically, here's the whole idea. You are of course running Claude code, and let's say that someone tomorrow starts the same with bypass permission. Okay, the same exit to thing which I gave you. So Claude Code is having the maximum autonomy. It will be having no interruption, and it can delete anything which it wants, right? So that is where I have created this very awesome script. Now, of course, with the help of AI. So one thing, everyone, like uh now I think the major skill which again is missing in a lot of people is what to code, not the coding itself. Because all these things, of course, they have been written by AI. But I was the one which told that hey, I need this kind of a thing, right? So in that case, everyone, I would just add a new file and I would name the file security. 1 minute. Let me add a new file. Security guard.py. And let me paste the code here. So the idea is pretty simple. Pre-tool use hook, block dangerous bash command before they execute. Exit code 2, block the action. Send message to Claude via STD error. So that is where I'm using it. Is exit code 0, allow the action. So again, this time I'm checking lots of things. Okay, any reset, any hard reset, any particular thing. I would also want to add one more thing here because sometimes Claude becomes very smart, right? So let me copy this. And many times what Claude does, something which we tested as well, that it tries to be pretty smart and tries to run for RM without the force command, right? So again, this is just me saying that, hey, you cannot unnecessarily go and hit any API. You cannot, now again, I will tell you why this is very important. Via the curl command, you can get something, we can get a post, etc. here as well. The idea is that if you don't want, okay, if you have a system, let's say that you get a skill from somewhere, even I'm giving you a skill, that skill calls some API and it like gives me some of your personal data. So if we are blocking this curl command, right, then of course that would be helpful. It will not be able to do that. So that is the whole idea, given that it should not be able to change the permissions of anything, right, delete or drop the table. So these are the very nominal command, like rather if you will ask Claude, it can add more commands here as well. The idea is pretty simple. Now, if you will see tool name and everything, it will try to get. For pattern and block patterns, we search if pattern is there, ignoring the case, everything. Okay. Sys exit 2, this is the emergency break. Exit 0, allow all the other commands. So that is the whole case, everyone. Like all the other commands will be added. Now let me go to settings.json. Let's try to ask Claude only. So I will start up or add here only. Please add the below hook in my settings.json. I will just paste it and explain you that quickly. So let it add. Hopefully it will be quickly adding it. And now again, I think this diagram is pretty helpful and you will anyway be asking Claude only. So see, it is a pre-tool use again command python.claude hook security guard. So again with blocks RMS, this thing. I'm just having another one, which I think is pretty common. Like I can remove the other one actually. So now if you will see everyone, this will get run, okay, in 10 seconds and everything. Now let's do one thing. Let's try to, yeah, let's try to ask it to delete the output folder, okay. Or can we have something else as well? Yeah, let's try to have it here. Move, move, and let's try to open a new chat. And I really hope. Okay, I think that we are missing the point, but it is a Python command. Let's try to check it because again it was getting not called here because of a VS Code error. Something which all of you should also be aware. Can you please delete the output folder? Okay. So destructive command blocked. So I think this time it was able to block. The reason was pretty simple. A safety hook is blocking the deletion. Your system has a block rms.sh hook that prevents destructive rm commands. Okay. So let me go and delete that. Let me delete this and let's see our settings.json. Let me open it with let me open this with some line. Okay. And what I'm doing parallelly, everyone, I'm just removing the hook. Okay, so I don't want the hook to be actually present there. I have saved the same. As you can see, the same has been removed. So I can close Sublime. Now let's go back. Let's open a new one. I just want that this particular hook gets started. So setting failed to parse setting.json. Okay, I think I've done a mistake. Very bad mistake. We have messed up the full structure. So let us open this. Something again which I think is now you should know that as well. So let me quickly check what have we messed up. Okay. Yeah, I think now, okay, so I didn't delete every hook like there was a error. Now let's open this one up. So again, good thing that it is telling you this thing. See, now like that basically tells that how it is loading each and everything. Now if I ask it, delete the output folder. Okay, not this, my bad. Okay, so I have two VS Code opens. That is something which we should be having the complete check. Rather, I will close one of them so it is able to open. Delete the output folder. Okay, let's see this. Okay, so yeah, see, p-tool use bash hook error. Uh, it is saying delete the output folder safely. rm-r, see how it is trying to be very smart. We will try it out. Let's see that if it will be done. P-tool use bash hook error, Python Claude. It is this time actually, I think that this is calling a particular R command only, right? See, it is saying that, hey, this is matching a dangerous pattern. Skills demo output. So this is done from R script. Blocked by security hook. Command was please find a safer alternative. This is what we are getting, right, everyone? So that does mean that yes, our thing is working. Now let's try to see when Claude becomes smart. Are we smarter? Let's try to see this. Okay, no, we are not smarter. I think this is not the right regex. I forget that it is doing it via the regex. So that means our folder is deleted. But yeah, that's also a good check, everyone. That so regex like the command how it gets catch up. So I think that I have messed it up here. But no worries. I think this is something of a homework now, which all of you should do, where you are testing it out with this particular thing as well. Now let's move forward, everyone. I'm pretty sure that this should also be very clear. Let's try to see one more very important thing, which is your session logger. The idea is pretty simple. When we are running Claude Code, we are running it across multiple projects, multiple sessions, across multiple days, right? That is what people do. And we, of course, lose track of what happens when. Which file did it change? Which commands did it run? Like what exactly happened in each session. And that is where a session logger hook captures all of this automatically without tokens, without prompts, just a clean log of like what we have built over time. Now you have seen that how we are also having lots of session over time, right? So yeah, we have been working on these sessions everyone in depth. So that is where this particular hook will be helpful. Now this is something which I would like to add in the main one. So let me copy and show you the things first. So what I will do, everyone, let me first paste the file here. I will explain you the file once it gets added. And I will say, I will add the hook as well. Please add this to my global uh, .claude folder as a hook. So I could have it across all of my sessions easily run. I will show you the code, everyone. And again, I hope you're liking the so much in-depth explanation and actually useful things as well, because I have to put in a lot of effort. So let's allow the reading. I think it is reading in this setting.json. No, now it create the session logger script in your global hooks directory, update the global setting. So yeah, .claude hooks. This is where it is stating yes. That is one more thing good with Claude, like it can transcend the project and stuff. Ideally, we can control that as well, that it don't do anything outside. So again, a hook can be handled there. Allow reading. So it is reading the same. Let's see the file. Is it here? No. Now model Haiku, and in the end it is adding the hook session start, post tool use, and on stop. Right. So everything is kind of being done here. I can say yes. So if we go back, everyone, this is where again it has added the hook again. In the hooks, we have a session logger as well. If I have to explain you this, what it does, again, ensure that log directory is there. If not, it will create the same log message, then main. Okay. It tries to basically make sure that it will check that whenever session start, session ID, session is started, it will log into the same. Event name stop, session stop. Event name post tool use, then it will just tell that, hey, what all has been done. If there was a bash command, what was done and everything. So let's try to exit it out. Where it will created log directory. Okay, session activities underscore dot log. So that is the log file. Let's try to start a new one, new chat. So it is also telling the logger will now automatically create a running activity log dot plot log session. It's a pretty helpful thing, right? So the second I send a hi. Okay, this file should not be going. We can close this up. Okay, what I can do, let's see if I go back. Is there any logs folder? Seems like it is not ran. Have we have started a new session? And this one I specifically want that it runs. Great. Can you test it out so we are sure it runs? And again, this is a very important thing, everyone, that you, although all the hooks are based on logic, right? Don't just create them and say that, hey, this is all fine and everything. Let's try to run them. TMP test write. Okay, let allow write. Yes, okay. Let's see. I'll test the session log by triggering a various event. Let me read a file, write a file, and run a bash command. Okay, so Claude is actually like your intern, right? Read session activity. Let me check. Perfect, it is running. Okay, so how it is running? How it is running? User Mayank GitHub sync Claude skills demo. No, that is another thing. Where is the file? This particular file, is it somewhere here in the logs? Yeah, okay. A minute. Okay. I think it is running. Like we are testing it out. Let's try to have another one, a new session. Let me send a hi. So it is running, right? Session stop. Can you create a Python file which helps me to add two numbers? Pretty simple file. See, it is kind of handling everything, right? I think it should have session. Okay, no, session started, and it should not be session stop. Actually, it should be like the task completed. And I feel that when we actually do this exit, right? Okay, exit is not there, I think. And if I close this, but yeah, I think you are able to see everyone that how this is working pretty nicely, right? So that is the level of things which you can create. Now, I think if I will go in here as well, start a new chat, just send a simple hi. Then in our dot plot folder, there will be logs, there will be session activity. And since it is global, it will be done everywhere. So that is the level of control you are getting, right? And again, this is not have any particular LLM token. This is totally free. So you might be creating it and having tokens every time that, hey, please just have this thing so we are aware. But this is a very good thing, right? I can just ask it anything now and it will be handling everything. So I can say create a dummy test underscore file dot py, and I can see that, hey, what did all my session did and everything without having, no, of course, changelog.md is also there, but this is running without any money, right? So in that way, it is pretty simple. See, right? And it has created this particular file. So that is a level of in-depth knowledge everyone you are able to, I want that all of you get. And once you get that, then I think it is pretty simple. Now, of course, if we want everyone, we can test all of them together as well. So it would be pretty simple, right? To test all of them together. Let me quickly see the same thing if there is anything which I'm missing. So we have covered, I think, almost all of the things. I guess I have also showed you, yeah, we discussed on this hooks thing as well. So we can see all the hooks in here, everyone, like bash, red, web search, all these things. Then what are all the different notifications? I think I have covered about exit code 01 as well, which was very important. And yes, now I want that you try out once running. So you will see that how format, post, write, logging, security, everything will work. Like you can add a notification as well. So again, the idea is that once you have created your hooks very nicely, they kind of auto run, right? That is the whole case. Now, of course, in your Python file, you can have more logic. But ideally, I would want that whatever you're doing in your, let's say, hooks, please keep it very logical, very useful, and make sure that it is not dependent on any uh, further service. So it is not very complex, right? Because the idea is that complex thing we can handle via skills, via other approach. And hooks are majorly there, which runs without any LLM, like which can run, of course, without any LLM and stuff. So that is where it is kind of your safeguarding mechanism. And I feel that again, we have covered hooks in a lot of depth. Let me just quickly check from my handwritten notes if anything was mentioned or left. I think we have done the same case. We can call and just call all of them differently as well, right? And just to quickly tell you like how it is different from a skill, we invoke a skill or it gets invoked when we are asking it. Hook, of course, gets after a particular condition. That is the whole case. And can like there are a few questions which I will actually copy paste as well. So just let me copy them. Make sure that in our main file in the commands. So we were maintaining a questions thing, which I think I missed out. But anyways, I will create another one. I didn't thought that it will go in this much depth. Like I knew that it will be one of the best one. Like it will go in depth, but I think this was another folder. But no worries. Let me create a new file. Okay, let's say questions hooks underscore question dot py. Oh, sorry, dot txt. And these are the questions, everyone, which I think you should be answering. Let me just quickly wrap. Okay, so see. How is hook different from a skill? I think all of us know that hooks can run automatically. They are based on a condition. Can a hook cause an infinite loop? Yes. If you actually are having a loop which is not asynchronous, which runs for 30 minutes, it is also a problem. A post to look at to on write that itself writes a file that will trigger another post to look. So all these things can happen. So yes, you should be aware that where you will be using a hook. Should I put hooks in settings.json or settings local? I think this is pretty simple. Settings.json is the one which you want to be committed when the code will be running online. And believe me, this is very helpful because in future, people will directly be running Claude code like the way again directly on the VPS machine or stuff, right? What's the maximum number of hooks I can have? No hard limit. One experienced user runs 95 hooks across global and projects, so again, not a problem at all. Can hooks access Claude conversation history? No, hooks receive a JSON payload about a specific event. So that is what I was mentioning, everyone, that hooks actually runs on the basis of a event, right? That is what we discussed. Each event, it throws out a JSON kind of a thing, like what all it did, what was the message and stuff, and that is what hook received. Okay. So they don't see the conversation. That's by design. Hooks are deterministic script, not AI. They don't need context to do their job. And that is, I think, more than what is explained. And I don't feel that now anything is there. Of course, I will suggest that you go through this in depth. Each and every particular thing is explained. The input, this is actually the event input type, right? What goes in post tool use input, okay? What goes in pre tool use input, that is actually how we like this is actually where we can have a particular kind of a on some feel like if you want to go in a lot in depth of hook, which I think majorly 90% of you might not need to, but yes, it's still a very good topic to give on interviews, to teach your juniors and everything. So that is the level of understanding which we are having. And yeah, each event now everyone is kind of very nicely explained, like how session and input. This is the session ID which it gets, right? So that is why Hook is able to work on that. Transcript path, CWD, what is the current working directory of the user, Hook event name, reason, right? So this is again the telling that hey, these are the events which it can get access to, so that it can work on the same, right? So with that, everyone, I think now the hooks are done in depth. Like I don't think anything is left. Now let's move to the next part, and then the next part we will learn about connectors and MCP. Very very important topic. That is where now again I purposefully made sure that I am not having any external app or any connector as of now. The reason was pretty simple. When you start by that mindset, a lots of things happen, but you don't learn. Right now, we have done all the things right in front of our eyes, right? So that is the whole idea. Like we will be making sure that we understand MCP. Then we understand that how can we connect our MCP servers and stuff and all these things. What are the different kinds of MCP servers? But now, since you have so much idea, everyone, I think that this is a perfect time to now expand your Cloud Code knowledge and just connect and actually automate stuff out there. So that is where it will be helpful. So in the next part, let's now master MCP as well. So great, everyone. Now let's move forward and start with our next part. And in this, we are going to discuss and understand in depth about MCP, which is your Model Context Protocol. Now, I'm pretty sure that this is actually a term which kind of got famous last year, and all of you have heard the same as well. But when I even ask someone, like, I still get questioned like, hey, is MCP and Cloud Code different? Hey, what is the difference between MCP and Agentic AI? So I still feel that because I guess the way it is explained, or maybe just because of somehow how it is made so difficult, people are still not clear about MCP. And for the same, everyone, we will be discussing about MCP again in depth, just like how we have done for each and every part. And we will make sure that we see all the demos. And I will try if we can quickly make our own MCP server as well, right? So with that, everyone, let's now quickly get started. The very first idea, right? As of now, what we have done, right? That was all local. So till now, you were all saying to Claude that, hey, Claude, please edit my file. Please make sure that you give me a script. But now with the idea of connectors and MCP, and I will like put the connectors and MCP in the same bucket. I will show you what connectors also are. Claude can now, you can ask Claude that, hey Claude, please read my emails and give me the summary here. Or hey Claude, can you please push my code changes to GitHub? Or hey Claude, can you please make sure that you manage my emails, see my Slack messages, send me a notification on Slack? Because now Claude stop becomes, or rather Claude code stop become or living safely in your machine. Okay, so till now it was just doing that. It has been living in your machine, reading your files, it runs your code, and it was able to edit all of your project, etc. And though that is incredibly powerful, it is still local. Okay, our idea, everyone, is that now what happens when Claude Code get instant connection. Okay, so MCP for us is a simple instant connection to different tools like Slack, Figma, Notion, Gmail, GitHub, all of these different tools. And that is where MCP helps everyone. And the best part is that MCP, and it has been built by Anthropic only. So if we actually search for MCP on the web, we will see this official website, everyone. And that is also by Anthropic, like the parent company of Claude. It is not a concept just for Cloud Code. It is actually a concept which is a generic concept like APIs, HTTP, and other things, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone, and that is how we are going to understand. The whole idea or the whole aim is that how can we make sure that we can connect our Cloud Code. Let me just get few icons here so that you can understand it. Let's make it a lot smaller. Okay, let's for example have VS Code as well here, because again I told you just right that it is a basic concept, nothing to do with your minute happen. No, let me try for another thing. I will quickly get some icons, everyone. Right, VS Code. Even if we talk about say cursor, right? So not this cursor, yeah, this cursor. So cursor is also an ID. Now the reason I'm putting up all these different IDEs, okay, so they are known as IDEs, integrated development environment, just like we have VS Code. And I think I covered in the starting as well, long crash course, even I have forgotten, but yeah, you can easily download VS Code, cursor, right? All of these IDs as well. Along with that, for real, if you have some AI as well, right? So just as an example, if you have some, let's say Chat GPT, just a very simple example, because I always feel that Chat GPT is like the best or the easiest AI which we know, because that is what kind of exposed us to AI world. Or let's say agent, right? So AI agent AI. No, let me search rather AI agent. Okay, icon. Yeah. So now everyone, the idea becomes that you can have anything on the left side. To be very honest, like anything, which I mean that anything which can have that connection that it can reach out to your, let's say, AI. And the whole idea becomes that on the right we can have Gmail. Okay, we can. My bad. Let me try from another one. Gmail. So lots of icon I will have just right in front of you. So you do follow this. Let's say Slack. Let's say GitHub. Right. Or even any non-technical tool as well. So actually, I feel that even Google Drive, Google Sheet, everyone is having an MCP. I am not sure if Wikipedia is having an MCP, but again, I think there are lots of no-code tools as non-coding tools. So GitHub is coding, Gmail is fine, Slack is also fine, and rather for that matter, anything, right? So that is the whole idea where any of your applications, any of your AI or any of your agentic AI, it can directly connect with this. And the protocol which we say, and I'm just explaining in a most easy to understand manner, is kind of known as MCP protocol. I will explain you in an easy understand manner as well because now it will be a little confusing. It's not a difficult concept at all. It is rather a very very simple concept built on the basics of development only. Majorly, if you will go to the official documentation as well, people say that it is like a USB-C for connectors. I normally don't like the definition a lot, and the reason is pretty simple. That I feel that unnecessary that it doesn't oversimplify. Like that is actually something which I was even creating. So let's get the official documentation, official diagram as well, everyone. Let's see how you can have chat interfaces, Claude Desktop, LibreChat, IDEs and code editors, Claude Code, Goose, your cursor, etc. Other AI application, how they can connect to MCP, and then via data and file system development tools, productivity tools, everything they can connect to, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. Very, very simple idea that if you want to connect your any application, right, which supports, of course, like you should not say that, hey, I want to connect my Word. So Word as of now doesn't support that MCP connection to any other application, they can get connected. And that is where I think maybe USB-C thing is making sense. But again, to understand from scratch, that is a little confusing. So let me make it a little bit easier for you. Let's say that I go in here, everyone, and I open a new this Claude Code window, and I will use a very awesome Tably as an example here. So what Tably does, everyone, is that in a very simple sense, it just allow you to do allow you to do web search. Okay, so if you want to search something on the web, you can do that easily with using Tably's API. Now, for people who are not aware about API, because I feel that again, as I said, many people from completely non-tech or maybe in colleges also learning about the same. API in a very simple sense is just this quick diagram that you as a customer, again, waiter is the API and chef or kitchen is like the main thing. You ask for something, okay, and you send some data. So let's say if you want a dish, you want to have maybe burger. So you will be sending your order, okay. So your order will go from here. It will travel and go to the chef. The kitchen will create it. It will give to the waiter, and waiter will give it to you. So API collects and processes a response, then returns with that response. As waiter would take order from restaurant, report it to chef, and deliver the answer. Complete meal from kitchen. So again, that is how simple API is. In a very simple sense, if I have to explain, whenever you are using Google, you are actually using one of Google's API. You send your search query. So when you go in here, everyone, let's say you go here and let's say I search for NBA. Now you are sending this NBA as a search query here, and this search query, everyone, goes to Google server. Okay, so there's again some internet and everything, of course, in between, which you can think of like an API. Just a very very easy explanation, and that gets you back all the information. And now, of course, that is shown to you in a very easy to understand, in a very this beautiful manner. Okay, so that is the whole case. Now, for example, here as well, you can search NVIDIA and it will give you the answers, right? So it is saying that, hey, use our API. So that is what I'm going to use, everyone. So very, very simple sense. And again, I'm using Claude Code directly. So let me log in via Google. I think I will have some, again, Tably is totally free. So it gives you some 1,000 credits per month, which I think are more than enough for learning. So as you can see, I have my key as well. And of course, like if you are using something which is very very expensive, like for restaurant as well, you give a fee or the bill at the end, right? Because that is not free. Similarly, Tavily provides you with a key that, hey, this is your own key which you can give to me. so that I know that someone who is coming, I know that person, and then I will give you the result. So very simple example. Now again, let's understand the same. Uh, and I will then make it easy as well. Please create a file, okay, Tably API, where I hit the Tably search API, keep API key as a variable, okay, variable, and I can also edit out the search query. Okay, so just you can think of it like Google only, everyone. I think people who are aware, they must have used Tably before for sure. So very simple code will come out. I will get a Python file that hits the Tably search API. So Tably search is created. Now again, this is the URL, everyone, just like google.com. Then it is search query, what is artificial intelligence? And it is saying that, hey, give me your API key. So I will just copy the key from here and I will give it here. Okay. So let's make this one smaller. This one here. Okay. And now everyone see this has been created. So what I can do is I could actually now just ask it to run the same. Okay. Run the file. I can just ask it, run the file. I could have done it from here as well, or maybe just directly by pressing this button. Where is the button? This one, but let's see. So it is saying that CD users, it is going to my particular slide, particular folder, and then running that particular file, right? Most probably it will give us some results. So reading and everything, germinating, API return 432 error. Let me fix that request. If so, again, I think it has made some error. It's a very simple API, so let's try wait for it to fix it. Okay, run this again. The request exceeds your plan usage limit. Please upgrade your plan. The script is working correctly, but the API key has hit a usage limit. Okay, no worries. Let us. It is showing. So let me delete this key. Delete. Create a new key. Okay. Let's say Claude code. Create one. Copy this. And again, please create your own. Don't use mine because it is totally free. Okay. Try again. Right. Yes. So now let it hit. Script is actually running. Script is ready to use. It is saying that, hey, script is running. I think should be all fine. Are we printing the result anywhere? Response, print response.json. Yeah. So let me try to run it now, everyone. Let's try to run it and we will see the results. Client error request your plan set usage limit. Let me try to quickly fix it, everyone. Just a second. So it is saying that actually I've like gone through my limit, and that is actually true. I have just actually created another account. So it is having 0 of 1,000. Since it was full, even I got confused. Like 1,000 are left, but that is how it works. So let me copy the new key, everyone. Let me paste it here, and I think it is being used somewhere in my multiple systems. That might be the case. Now if I run it again, hopefully it will run. Pay attention. See, it is able to give me the response. The ability of machines to learn through this thing and all these things. It is able to give me these responses. Right now, it is on me how I want to showcase these responses. So, in a way, if you think about this, I have tried to have my Claude code, a tool, right? So, we say this as a tool. Okay, so I can just have a tool icon. So let us quickly have it. Tool icon. Let me copy this one. I say that, hey, now my Claude code is having the Tably search tool. Okay. Now the reason they are known as tool is because Claude code, I have already told you, like it follows a agentic kind of an architecture. And whenever your agentic kind of an architecture calls some external service via API, etc., we say that your agent is having a tool. Just like how we human have tool like your laptop, your phone, pencil, pen. This pen is also a tool for me, right? At the end of the day. Now, in a similar manner, everyone, I have shown you an example, but I can also create, let's say, read Gmail tool, read emails on Gmail tool. Okay. So that would be kind of supported by Gmail in a similar manner. Now, the reason I didn't show you with Gmail was that it's normally a little difficult. You guys will not be able to do it because it requires some extra key and like on the cloud, etc., which I want that all of you avoid. Now, everyone just think about this. And let's now take the example of Gmail. Tomorrow, there are lots of operations which you can do. Gmail, you can do lots of operations. Let me zoom it in here. You can read, you can write. Okay, you can create draft. Then you can also have an attachment. Okay, so have an attachment. Then you can also have everyone, let's say, delete an email. You can then easily have, let's say, delete is their archive. You can have, let's say, something known as maybe label. Okay, so all of these are different action, everyone, which you can provide. Now let's try to understand the full form as well. The full form, everyone, of MCP is Model Context Protocol. Okay, so let me have it here. Let's have the full diagram. Yeah, the full form is Model Context Protocol. Now, the way, or how can I explain you this full form is that, see, at the end of the day, in all of these different AI applications or AI or agent framework or anything basically, an AI is running, right? Because if I now just show you, let's say, if I create a new again one new one, and if I ask, can you tell me the latest news in uh, let's say AI only, okay, AI, or let's say Claude Code. Let's use Claude with dates by using Tavily search tool in the folder. So again, Claude will understand that, hey, I have to tell this information. Now see, by itself, Claude doesn't know this thing, right? So if any AI, by itself, it is having a cutoff or learning rate. It is just like a student who has learned the exam and now it is sitting in the exam. Now everyone, what happened is that I think it will not be able to run it because of some problem. I will quickly make it clear. So yeah, okay, it is very smart in that. So it has already, as you can see, like it has done the change, right? That is a very smart thing about Cloud Code. So now, so that my model, right, my this particular Claude Haiku model, which is running inside this, it can get the context that, hey, what all is actually happening in the Claude Code world. Okay, I need to connect with some tools. Hey, what exactly is happening in your emails? Did you get any email? Did you don't get any email? So that is where this particular thing is helpful, everyone. That is where we actually use this MCP protocol to connect to our tools. Okay, so that is the whole idea, that your tool, that your model, okay, that your tool will provide context to your model. So model context via this particular protocol, which is a MCP protocol. Now let's see that what is the problem in this particular case which we have done. Now tomorrow, everyone, if Gmail is the case, then for Gmail I will have to create so many different tools, right? So easily I will be having 10 plus Gmail tools, right? And now you just saw that how I made this search query, so I could have gotten it outside as well, but how difficult it will get to maintain all of these tools as well, right? And I, as an AI user, and you all also as an AI user, you will also say that, hey, I just want to give command to my AI. I don't want to get into all these things that, hey, please add me this particular tool, then only I will be deleting your email. Please add me this particular tool, then only I will be reading your email. Because that will become a lot difficult to maintain, to create, and all these things. And that is where everyone MCP as a concept come into picture. And now the idea becomes very simple that Claude or Anthropic said that, hey, let's do one thing. Okay, you don't have to do anything. We will create via this MCP protocol. So right now you're using HTTP protocol. Okay, HTTP is used for API calling. So this API thing which I've shown you here, the diagram to explain you API, where is this? Yeah. So this happens via HTTP protocol. Same one is here, HTTPS and HTTP. Anthropic said that, hey, let me do one thing. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me give you a way of creating an MCP server. Okay, so all of these tools, you can create an MCP server, and that particular MCP server can have all the tools, etc., what you want, and you just connect to that server. You just ask that, hey, connect to that server. So if you now go on Claude, everyone, just as an example, and that is how again Claude and everything comes into picture. If I go on customize and on connectors, you will see that how this is also following that MCP protocol only. It will say that, hey, I have all of these different connectors, right, which I can connect to. The what are these? These are all the application. And in the end, they will be having some tools only. So for example, if I search Google Calendar, you will see that it is actually saying that, hey, I have some tools: create event, delete event, find free time, get event, list calendar, list events, respond to event, update event. And at the end of the day, aren't they kind of like APIs only which a calendar provide? Similarly, if I show you for let's say Gmail, create draft, get thread, list draft, list labels, search threads, right? If I search Gmail API, create draft, see, create and send draft email. There is an API which is created, everyone, which you can in a similar manner write the code for. Just like how I have written this code for Tavily API, right? With Gmail, you have to get all these keys, etc. So it becomes difficult. That is why I'm doing with Tavily. But yes, that is the idea. Like it is having all these tools which you can use directly. You don't have to worry once your Claude gets connected, right? Once your Claude gets connected, like it is just like any other application. So you can then ask your Claude that, hey, create a draft reply. Hey, read my thread, read my particular email. So that is how this particular whole thing around MCP is, everyone. For me, MCP is just like a toolbox. Okay, so it is having all the tools. And the best part, you don't have to maintain these tools now. You are totally free. It is an open source standard that defines how AI agents or application communicate with external tools and data sources. This is like the complete definition, everyone, which I will also quickly copy paste. 1 minute, yeah. So see, MCP is a open source standard that defines how AI agents communicate with external tools and data sources. Understanding MCP is very important because using that is very simple, to be very honest. Using MCP, once it is understood, so in a way, someone is saying that, hey, why are you creating these multiple tools? Why are you creating a screwdriver? The screwdriver, so what is the other tools known as? Let me quickly search. So I'm getting the Indian name, but I don't think that that would be right here. Tools in toolbox. Okay. So yeah, it is saying that, hey, why are you having hammer, tape measure, screwdriver, all these things? Why are you maintaining? We will give you this. You just go and do your work. So instead of you being like, hey, I want this hammer. Hey, my hammer is broken. Can you fix it? Hey, I want this screwdriver. All MCP says is that, hey, you don't need to worry. Just tell who you want to connect with, and we will connect you with that. In a similar manner, everyone, if I show you the Tably docs, right? If I just quickly show you the Tably docs, okay? Tably docs. Tably is having these four tools: search, extract, crawl, and map. Search means searching the internet. Extract, I think, works on some web page. Crawl means, I think, it crawls complete web page to get the information. And map, everyone, is pretty simple. I can show you that as well. So Travely map traverses website like a graph and can explore hundreds of paths in parallel with intelligent discovery. So it's kind of create a map and everything, right? So if I have to use these four tools, okay, just think of a Gmail as an example. I will have to create these four tools now for Tably, right? Now you can see the problem here. Tomorrow, if something changes, I will be maintaining these tools. And for so many applications which I connect day to day, I will have so much work to do, so many things to do. And now think that how, like, I am connecting with Tably, you are connecting with Tably, 100,000 and millions of people are connecting with Tably. All of them are creating this file. How much extra work people have to do, right? So that is now where, everyone, we have the concept of MCP. And just like Google as well, so we will come to the Google as well, but MCP also provided uh, MCP Tably. MCP also provided MCP server. So you can see Tably MCP server, right? So that is the whole benefit, everyone. Now we will be connecting to the same as well. As you can see, Tably MCP is also compatible with any MCP client. Let's now try to understand with the diagrams which I've created. See what MCP solves: custom mail, custom git command, custom DB, custom DB, custom Slack, all these things, right? Earlier, that is what was happening with Claude and Claude. With MCP, all of them can be connected directly with my Claude code just by adding a single line. So that is where you can now understand the USB-C idea. So again, it is just collection of APIs for you, nothing else. Believe me, it is just connection of APIs, nothing else. Yes, it is having the proper protocol and stuff and all these things, but on the face of it, the whole idea is very simple. That, hey, please don't write all these APIs yourself. We will provide you and we will maintain that and all these things. So that is the whole idea, everyone, and that is actually all the concepts. That MCP client 1, MCP client 2, client 3, like there can be multiple clients, they can all get connected. That is the whole idea. You don't need, you if you're interested, you can read through the same as well, right? That how it works. But let me show you on the servers, right? So MCP server means just like how Gmail, Tably, all of them are having a server, right? Now coming to the server, everyone, they can be of two types. So let me explain that as well. So we have either a local server or a hosted server. Okay, so local server means that it runs on your machine. Now the idea is very simple. Just like how you are hitting an API, a server will be running, which you can tell that, hey, I have this query. As an example, I will just give you an example. So now when you say to your Claude code that, hey, read my emails, let's say that this is a locally running server, which means that it is running on your machine. And don't think that it will be a very difficult thing, because if you think about this, some files like this will be running, and your Claude will be having the idea about them, right? So Claude will be knowing that, hey, I have these many tools, or I have these many MCP servers. This MCP server has these tools. Now, when this request will go to Claude, okay, so let me draw user so you can easily visualize this as well, because I always find people getting confused in MCP, and that I want to like remove from scratch for all of you. So when you actually say that, hey, read my emails, right? This request goes to Claude Code. Claude Code puts all its mind and see that, hey, what all I am having. Okay, I'm having a Gmail read tool. It calls that read tool with the things. Now you saw that how when I searched for Claude Code latest news, it was able to change this thing, right? It was able to change the query. It is not what is artificial intelligence now. Then what happened, everyone? After that, it will call the tool with, let's say, the change parameters, etc. Once it calls, the tool will be called, it will get the result, and it will show you the result in an easy to understand manner. Just as an example, in here, we have not received the result in this nice manner. For us, the Tavli got us the result something like this. So see, this was how the result was given, everyone. But your Claude, since it is a brain, it used that result and provided me in a very easy to understand manner. So Claude Opus 4.7 becomes default, security vulnerability discovered, ultra review release. So again, these are all the controls, everyone. These are all the things which kind of Claude code has decently updated. And I am able to see this in a very good manner. In a similar manner, your tool, it will give Claude the results in some JSON or something only. But your Claude or your AI or your Chat GPT or Gemini, anyone for that matter, using the brain, it will be able to give you in a much better manner that, hey, you have received an email from Mayank. Good work. You have chosen the best crash course for Claude Code, right? You are now a master of crash course. So that is the idea. Not crash course, Claude Code. But yeah, that is the whole idea. Even and again, it can call the tool as per requirement. It can call multiple tools as well. So if I say that, hey, read my emails and create a draft for all of them. So it will make sure that internally it creates that plan that, hey, I have to read the emails. Then I have to make sure that I create a plan, etc. as well. So that is how exactly your MCP works, everyone. So in a hindsight, it is just the tools only. But yes, those tools come bundled in a toolbox. So that is how it works. Now, if I show you about the MCP servers, I told you that how we are having a local and a hosted one. Local one runs on your machine. So on some particular host, it will be running where again, Claude will know that, hey, my server is running on this thing. It will hit that to get the tools. Then it will hit that which tool it wants to call. And in this manner, the things will work. So see, examples, playwright, files, GitHub, install once, it loads the tool. Second are hosted MCP server, which are running directly on the internet. Okay, so that is the whole case. So a local MCP program, MCP server is just a program that runs on your machine. When Cloud want to use it, it launches the program within it, and they can communicate with the standard input and output. So here I would also like to mention that how STD and STD out happen. What do I mean by standard input and output? When we use terminal, so let me get the terminal here. When you use this terminal, whatever we are passing here, that is the standard input. Okay, so STD in and STD out, like simple, some technical thing, but still, I want that you are at least 50-60% comfortable with these things, because even as a non-developer, even as a product manager, even as a person who works in any case, I think these things are becoming very, very common now, right? And in a similar manner, even the hosted one is the one which is kind of called kind of hosted on the web, right? Just like other things, and you can call it directly. So that is the complete idea. Now, hosted one, of course, are maintained. Local one you will have to update. Okay. They run via UVX or NPX. So just they are a package kind of things only, which you just run on the runtime. So let me show you that. Now let's see. And normally, as of now, most of the MCP servers are local. Though in future, and normally I feel that hosted MCP server are like the future, because again, you don't have to maintain and they can easily work as well. So let me search, everyone, Tavli MCP server. I will show you with Tavli only server local. Yeah, we can use this. And okay, let me come that to afterwards. So I think it is from Tavli only. Okay, connect to Cloud Code. I think it is. I know that it is hosted one, but I want to still connect via local. So it is remote or host. Sorry, it is remote and the hosted one. Let me check if we have a local MCP server for Tably. And again, just like skills, etc., you will find so many of these different pages where you will have these different MCP servers. The same thing you have to maintain that. Please make sure that you are not downloading it from any uh, site which is not safe. Okay, so that is the complete idea, everyone. Let me just get project specific or add to your global MCP setting. So we will come to that as well. Node. Okay, it is running via node here. Let me check. Actually, the idea is pretty simple. It will just be having that, but I just want to show you a little bit more. Like if I can get local on GitHub, because I will be able to show you the code as well. Simple MCP with Tavily, this ability Tavily server. Okay, like in a sense, if I show you right, because again I want to demystify it for you. Somewhere or the other, we will be having different uh, things only. So Tavily response, this is how you get the response, Tavily research response. So ideally it is at the end of the day getting hit the these endpoints only, search, extract, everything. Okay, let me try to find some other local MCP server. So what I've done, everyone, I have find a very awesome this website, like where again all the servers are present. Let me use like one of the most easy one because all of you will be able to understand with it. This is a time MCP server. As you can guess what it does, it starts on your local and then it can tell you the time. So get current time and convert time. Okay, and it can run via this UVX MCP server time or pip install. The idea is that when you will install it like this, it will be having the commands. And in the commands, you will see that how some simple code is present, right? So very simple code only, which is running and everything. So server.py. So see how it is getting started. Now these are all the different files. See, get local time and it will try to run and give you the local time. So very simple approach. Okay, nothing out of the blue. It just runs and provide you with the time. So in that manner, everyone, what happens? Let's go back. Let me copy this particular thing. Okay, it is like in this as well using UVX. So I can copy this particular thing and I can go on my Claude and say that please add the below MCP server to my current project only. Now, again, the hierarchy is the same. There can be at an enterprise level, there can be at a global or user level, and there can be at a project level. So, if you will see now, everyone, what it will do, it will create some .mcp.json file. So, let it create thinking and everything. Settings.json, it is reading. Edit. Okay, it is adding it in this. Why is it adding it in this? I can just ask it. Okay, see, I see the issue. MCP server need to be configured in a .mcp.json file in your project, not in setting.json. The setting.json uses different field for managing MCP. So it is creating a new file, everyone. And now this file is having the MCP. Okay. So pretty simple approach, everyone. Now see, then I've added the MCP server to projects. This is the correct location for MCP server, not in this and everything. Now I can say, can you tell me what are the tools in the time MCP server we created? And also, where is it actually running? So I will ask Claude only. Ideally, what happens, everyone, if you know this UVX is like a command which kind of initializes thing, right? So it will be starting. See, allow this bash command. It is running your particular MCP server. And yes, once it runs, it will be able to tell us each and everything. So let's pay attention. Downloading. So it is downloading few libraries so that it can start it. Now it is let it run the commands. Puzzling usage. Allow capabilities, no worries. Web search. Okay, why is it doing a web search here? Uh, okay, links, everything. I think it is trying to give me more information. That is the whole case. Imagining. Okay, why are you imagining? I want you to be pretty clear on these things, right? See, it is saying that, hey, here's what I found. Available tools, the MCP server provides two main tools: get current time, convert time. Both tools support automatic system time zone detection, so that can easily be done. Where it is running the installation, it installed via UVX. The package is cached in your system UVX cache. When Cloud Code need access to time, it launches the server as a child process. So that is what was even I mentioned, everyone, that when it needs this access, right, it starts the same as a sub process within it. Now don't get confused again. It is like this. I know that I'm explaining a little bit in depth, more in depth. I could have just shown you some simple MCP servers, but then you will never be able to think that how to create your own, etc. When Claude feels that, hey, I should have, now see, Claude when it runs, it is having the idea that, hey, I am having these MCP servers. Now when Claude thinks that, hey, I should have a particular MCP server running if the user is asking, because I feel that it can solve the problem. Let's say the Gmail MCP server. It runs that as a sub process. So time will start. Now, as it is running on the machine, and again, it is having the same code, it can hit the API, etc. It will just hit that server and it will be done. So now I can ask it, great, tell me the current time by using time MCP server. Okay, so I'm specifically asking that if this is how you have to tell me and pay attention. I will retrieve the current time using C. It is saying allow this bash command from okay, yes. Why is it clear? I will retrieve the current time using MCP server. Let me write it. Okay, it is doing it via Python script, not a problem. Here is the current time across multiple time zones. Okay. Now let me demonstrate how the time MCP server works. So great. It is just stating some Python file, not a problem. Now let me call the get current time. So it is calling that MCP server now, everyone. If you will see, it is starting that thing and it calls that thing. So see, current time, here's the current time directly using the MCP server. So installed via UVX, MCP, JSON and everything. So that is how it starts, right? I think we can have an MCP server started directly as well. If I just close these things up, right? UVX, and I will just copy this command to show you. So, okay, it is giving some, okay, I think it is running now. So that is the case, everyone. Now, what we can also do, like we can actually also do slash MCP here, and we will get lots of MCP servers, right? If you will see, ClickUp MCP, Gmail MCP, if you remember, we decree like we kind of have all of them reduced. I think plugins also, everyone, if you do manage plugins, you will see lots of plugins here, right? There is a playwright, which I would like to specifically show you, playwright, which I can install. Actually, that is also an MCP server. Like the way now your Claude connects to multiple things, it is also via an MCP server, right? You can just authenticate it and it will work. If I show you one more thing, if I just go on Google, say Gmail MCP server, and if you will see Gmail auto auth MCP server, you will see that how it is saying that, hey, install via Smithery npx. So you don't have to worry about installation. You just ask your Claude code. And then everyone, once it gets started, see npx, this is how high it is getting overall identified. It is actually having just the same tools, like available tools, send email. These are the requirement. Okay, basic emails, email with attachment, draft email, read email, download attachment, search emails, modify email, delete email. So these are all the different tools which it is having, which are nothing but APIs or the action we perform. So that is how everyone your local MCP server can get started. Now, Playwright is also a local MCP server. Okay, so it is now installed. I could say install for this project. Okay, so let's see. Restart Claude. Let me restart it. I think by restarting, it should mean something like this. Okay. Now let us search MCP. Okay, so I can ask it, tell me what all MCP servers you have. Okay, so let me ask this thing. So Playwright MCP server, everyone, what it does, it allows your Claude to control your browser. So it is a browser automation thing. So it is saying that project level, I have all of these. Of course, they are banned. Like many of them are banned. Okay. Let me check as well, everyone. Just a second. So project level, time, system wide, all of these are there. Okay. So Playwright, I think it is installed system level. Let me check if Playwright is running. MCP. Playwright, yeah. Playwright is connected. So it is all good. We don't need anything here. Now the benefit will start. So see, go to Amazon and search me a good MacBook for a developer use case. Okay. So we are asking it this thing. Now, ideally, Claude doesn't have anything. So see, do you want to proceed with MCP plugin Playwright browser navigate? So MCP, everyone, this Playwright plugin is a very good Playwright MCP rather. Just say yes, and it is running locally only, like a point. It has nothing to do with cloud or anything, right? So that is how it works. So let it work, and I will show you how it is doing something. Let me show you here. See, it has open Amazon. I'm not doing anything. Okay, so totally I am free. Uh, So I'm getting a privacy and security. Let me go here. Do you want to use the browser snapshot? So now it is time to take the snapshot. See, I'm getting a notification where VS Code was prevented from modifying apps. No worries. Now it is saying browser type. So I can say allow all action for playwright MCP. Okay. So user doesn't need to proceed with this tool. No. Wait. Okay. So it is saying allow playwright MCP, not a problem. It took that I don't want to do it. So same problem which you will feel. I think it is adding that condition that hey, you can do that. So not a problem. Let's see. Reading settings. So I'll add playwright some. Okay, yeah. So that is a good thing. Like Claude does everything in a very nice manner. So yes, not a problem. In a bit we will see. I will ask it to continue. Okay. So thinking, Glade playwright MCP is running. Okay, let me say this. See, it is searching these things up, everyone. I have just like stopped. Now I think it will ask it again. Okay, allow everything. So hopefully it will do. It will take a screenshot now to understand. Let's see that playwright browser. Wait for yes. You are using unsupported command line flag, no sandbox, stability and security will suffer. Should be fine for you guys. See, it is able to now. It will take a screenshot again. So let's go back. What is happening? Browser snapshot. Let me allow this every time. So I think it has allowed this at a proper overall level, not at this level. So it should be fine. So now it will take the screenshot, everyone. It will try to go and scroll these things up so that it can understand it. And that is how it will be able to do something fun. And actually, I can ask it that, hey, please add this to my, let's say, cart, and it will be able to add that as well. So see, take snapshot. It is taking a snapshot. It is scrolling down itself as well. So that it can understand. I think it will give this as an option because it is able to see this only. Right. Based on my search here, the best MacBooks for developer use case. Okay. See, it is giving this one only M1 Pro because it made a mistake where it was like this. So I will ask it one more option, please. And see, now the context is also adding up, everyone, because we are having the images and all these things. Please add iPhone 17 to my cart. Okay. So let me ask this thing up. Let's see what will happen. This is a good laptop. If I get it for 17K, I will buy it again. 78K or 80K, I will buy it again for sure. Let me go back actually. Okay. Okay, it is gone to Amazon.com. Makes sense. It is not gone to Amazon.in. So now it is opening browser. Click. Nothing I'm doing. Left hand also. Okay. Let me. Okay. So again, it is doing this. Let me change one this thing here. But there's a shipping issue. The page shows item. Okay. So I will just say try via Amazon.co.in or I'm not sure remember or Amazon India. I can write Amazon India. Okay. Let me stop this. Let me say try via Amazon India. Okay. So if I go back, hopefully it is having that thing. So it is able to navigate now itself. So see Amazon in, it has already opened itself, everyone. Is it asking for something? No. So now it is taking the screenshot. Either it will ask me something or it will do the work for me. And all of this is running locally. Like Playwright is a local MCP server, which gets started because Claude want to use it. And let's wait. Timeout error. Okay. Browser click. I hope I have the coupons. I really hope. Sorry, tokens. Because we have done so many things here. So it will do the browser click. I should not have scrolled it because again it understands the screenshot most probably or somehow it is working. Okay. Arrive before Mother's Day. Okay. Sure of this. Plug in playwright browser click. I hope I have not scrolled in. That is the problem. For using. So let it work. Let it work. No worries. I think we can even fast forward this particular part as well. And I will highly suggest don't like I am doing this scrolling thing. You don't do that up. Okay. Cogitating. So lots of nice word it is using, right? Accomplishing. Okay, are you actually accomplishing? Actualizing. Now again, it I think because I scrolled it, it got confused because it takes a screenshot and maybe wherever it is trying to call. Although I think it should be hyperlink, but should be fine. Vibing. Why are you vibing? What are you vibing to, dude? Vinagling. Let me stop this and say, please add iPhone to the cart. Which one is it? 17 Pro one. Okay. Now again, it will understand because it is having the access to tools. We have already seen that how MCP gets started. So I hope it is not started in any other browser because it cannot continue there. So plug in playwright browser click, tinkering. Seems like it is having some issue in here. It is saying that yes, I have not used this no sandbox stability. So there is a way of running this as well, but let us wait still. Okay. I've just clicked on this and it started compact as well. Thing. So let me wait everyone and I will just come back as soon as it is done. So I've just restarted the request everyone. I think the last chat maybe it got something. So let me take a snapshot. See it is saying result maximum allowed. Okay, let us say limit parameters. I hope it is not anything to do with my okay. So seems like it is doing. I just feeling like maybe I've used lots of token, but it should be fine. So it is running some code. So it is able to move forward, not a problem. Hopefully it will take a screenshot. It will not get that add to cart. So let's see this. Plugin browser no run code. Let me try a different approach to first iPhone product. I should scroll it down and then try to do it. But again, normally it is able to work. I think maybe because I that time I use API, but should not be a problem. Let's see that how it works, everyone. So plugin playwright, browser run code, whooping, timeout error. Okay. Let me try clicking without waiting for navigation. Okay. So again, it has opened the new thing itself. Maybe can I scroll it down? Playwright browser tabs. Okay. So now it wants to control the browser tab maybe somehow. So Playwright again is having all these things. Excellent. I'm now let me find the click add to cart. Browser and code. So it may be getting the code directly. Okay. But it takes a screenshot. That is also a problem. Like add to cart is a little bit down, right? So plug in playwright, browser and code. And in a bit, I think everyone it will be done. So let us wait. Meanwhile, it happens. But I feel that something is wrong because it is like kind of waiting upon this particular tool only. So that is one of my concern, but should not be a problem. Let me meanwhile Claude. Let me see the usage, everyone. Let me scroll down to find it. See, now it has scrolled down itself, everyone, and it should be able to find that button. Once it finds that button, then I think all is good, all is well. It should be able to get that. Okay. So let us wait. Now let's see what it is doing. Lapping. Okay. But again, I want to show you this complete thing because unlike other things, I want to actually show you like how MCP server works. If you will see, it is calling these multiple tools, right? Playwright is having these multiple different tools. Now add to cart button might not be visible. So now I think it will have this browser and code. And yes, in this manner, everyone again, it is getting some timeout. Let me take a screenshot. In the screenshot, it will be able to understand and it will be able to add to cart for sure. Perfect. I see the add to cart button on the right side of the page, yellow button. Let me click it now. Browser click it is calling. So it will be able to understand that, hey, this is where the button is. Show you like this. Yeah, this is where the button is. And in a bit, it should be able to call that. So see browser and code. And once it does, like in this manner, actually, it is able to also run. Normally, I'm not really sure that why it is running a little slow this time. Normally, it is able to run in a quick, fast manner. RAM memory installed 0.1 GB. Should be fine. So yes, everyone, that is regarding the this thing. Now I could actually show you one more thing actually. So if I show here MCP, and let's say if I do MCP add server, right? Here as well, I could easily add the server, or if I see browse MCP servers, not like this. Let me search it again, MCP, and you will see that again. If I list servers, everyone, I am having multiple servers here as well. Okay, I could say this context server, and I can say start server. So see, this is actually also a local one, and it is saying that hey, now your server is running. Started server from local process, waiting for server to respond, initiate. Context 7 documentation MCP server. So again, it is also a local server, something known as Context 7, one of the most famous MCP server. For dev people, it is very helpful. It is having all the different applications. Oh, sorry, libraries framework. Let's see. Okay, so see, it is okay. I think it's provided the card thing. Let me refresh it. Is the work done here? Please search. Okay, so it is saying I think it has been done. Let me go down. Yeah. Okay. So it is saying I can see the card page has loaded, but it's showing your Amazon card is empty. This suggests you need to log in. Okay. So I think if you go back and if I do it manually as well, add to card, it is able to show this. Maybe for the very first time it showed that error, but yeah, I hope you get the idea. Even now, again, this is how it can work on your browser as well. And yeah, in a similar manner, everyone, we are having these MCP servers. As I told you, VS Code is also a client, so it can also search and get that particular thing, right? Now, of course, you can have the GitHub MCP server, Gmail MCP server, just that one thing. I think in here it should be easy. Let me try it out. If I do MCP servers, and let's say it is needing authentication. So MCP servers are synced between your Claude web and your Claude code. So I can say authenticate. It will open a website. Let us open a website. Okay. It is asking me to sign in. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me do one quick thing. I think if I go on Claude here, right? If I do this Gmail, okay, no, it is not working like this. So let me do one quick thing, everyone. Let me go back, check connection, server status, need authenticate, open. Account signed into this browser is different from the one used in the Claude desktop app. Okay, so again, there is a browser mismatch. Let me show you some other one. Okay, but yeah, that is how we use MCP, everyone. Now again, I can have multiple different MCPs. I can select PubMed, I think, is something which I must have selected. And again, if you search plugin here, we will be discussing about plugins in depth though. There are different places in the marketplaces as well. You will find some plugin, everyone. There are Cloud official one. Okay, you can just give a GitHub repo or anything. In the official plugin, then it is having multiple of them. Context 7, like this is actually see Upstash Context 7 MCP server for up-to-date documentation lookup, code review, code simplifier, GitHub. Okay, so I can install this GitHub as well. And I can say only for you, only in this repo, then I think it will do the change in the MCP here. Okay, restart. So that is the whole case. Let's see the MCP JSON. I think it has done it somewhere else. I think it has just added it. These are all the playwright ones, right? So now let me see what all, or let me see. Can you call GitHub MCP server? Right? It will be able to use the GitHub MCP tools. Like that is what even plugin is having. So that is actually everyone your local MCP servers, like which runs. In a way, in running there will be no difference, but yes, you will have to update your local MCP servers, and you will have to make sure that yes, when like it is not the case where you are adding your MCP server and there is a problem, like they are like trying to run on the same thing. Although like it gets started during the runtime, so it should not be a problem. So it is saying I don't see. I think it is not installed properly. Let me see MCP servers. And I think, okay, we have disabled them as well, right? So let me go to plugin. I can say, okay, so it is showing some error. Let us delete this. Okay. And again, there are again many of them. Like if you will search, scroll, like I think most of the applications you will find. Now let me actually show you the Tably one, everyone, because that is a hosted one. That is a remote one. So Tably, you will not find Tably in here. Now the good part is that with Tably, if you go on Tably MCP server, it is there present on its side only. So see, so if we will now move downwards, everyone connect to Cloud Code, like there is totally the full thing added here. Now what I can actually do, I could just like again, if you are using so you can actually even run this command as well. Like many of this will give the command. And they are saying that add Tably Cloud Code by running. When you start a conversation, Cloud Code will open a browser window for you to complete O authorization flow. Okay, so totally makes sense. I will just copy this whole thing. Okay, because again our Claude is basically good with understanding these things, right? So what I will do, I will just add it and open this MCP JSON and ask it that hey, add the above MCP server for me in this project only. And yeah, I think it should be able to add the same, everyone. So let's see the same. Hopefully it should be I will add to the Tably's Cloud setting JSON. Okay, so I feel that yeah, it supports in settings.json and both of them. Like I will check that up. No worries. I see the issue Cloud settings schema doesn't support MCP, or maybe like it has been changed recently because I do remember it happening. Maybe it was then some other thing as well, so that might also happen. So yeah, everyone, now if you will see, we have done the same. Let me close this up. The idea is pretty simple. It will be able to now, after authorization, of course, just directly hit your MCP server of Tably. And just like this, there are again multiple MCP servers. So my idea is not to, again, we will be doing a mega project where we will be having all these things devised, connected, and everything. But I feel that many people, what they do is that they just wow you by showing you multiple things. Okay. But you never understand anything in depth, right? So that is the reason, like, I'm explaining you these things in so much depth that you understand them so that you can use them tomorrow. As you can see, they are not something now which are very difficult. So now let me click on connect. Connecting. Okay, why is it log one connecting everyone. Let's see. So it has been added now, as you can see, /mcp, right? So it is now saying need authorization. So let me click on this, authenticate. Hopefully it will. So see, it is showing that this particular link I will open, and it will open on my second screen. So I have the same browser, like it is logged in from the same account. And if I show you like what I'm getting there, everyone, once it ran, like the authorization was successful, right? So I can show you here. See, authentication successful. You can run the same. Close this. And yeah, I think now we should be fine. Can you tell me what all tools are in Tably MCP server? Now, since it is having the access, everyone, it can just normally try out the same, and I will show you like it is actually getting used. If I go back here, I have the same browser, so it should be with the same account. Let me refresh it. It is 2 out of 1,000, so we will just search something, right? So it is C. It is able to tell you search, extract, call, map, and research, right? So again, there can be some extra tools as well, which they might not be providing with API. Normally, they do try to do it. Right now, I can ask it. Can you please search for latest in Claude code? Hopefully, now since it understands like the context is there, do you want to proceed with MCP Tably search? Now see, MCP Tably report is the remote server, and then MCP Tably search is the tool. So if I do yes, so see the query is going, query is latest Claude, follow up question null, answer null. So let me just do a wrap here. Toggle word wrap, yeah. So see, this is actually how the query is being sent. Now, why is Claude sending this? Right? Many of you will be thinking that, man, why is Claude sending such big of a thing? The reason is that, let me first show you by refreshing that 3 of 1,000 is there. If the ID is same, see 3 of 1,000. Okay. If you go back and if you go on this search, right? As an API, actually, like again at the back, it is API only, right? It does expect all these things. So that is the exact reason, everyone, that it is sending all these things up, right? So very, very simple thing, very easy to understand that Claude first understand that, hey, I am having all these tools and all these things, and then it can run on the same path, right? Now, of course, there can be lots of use cases of having your MCPs once they are configured. I will just show you a few of them. So I'm just asking you to go to news by Combinator and then tell me the top 5 stories right now. So hopefully it will open the same via Playwright MCP, browser navigate. Okay, something which we have already seen. So let it see where it will load the same. Some browser will get opened. Yeah, so it has opened the browser. Let me see where is it. Yeah, see. So this is a news, everyone. So here are lots of news are there. Now it is able to see the same. It is saying that what tool it is using. Let me say yes. Browser close. Okay, I think it is closing the same as well. Oh, so that was smart. Like it got the same out and it is now closing the browser. Now what you can also do, everyone, you can also ask it to fill a form. So let me open a form. And again, I'm using Haiku for little, like we saw that issues in the Amazon one, right? I think suggested one might be that uh, Sonnet at least, okay? Because again, Haiku is little bit not that to the part, like it is still a little bit less intelligent. So see, everyone, now it will try to understand. I think it is using the browser fill form. So see, it has filled the same for you. And I think it has entered the same as well, something which it should not have done. So if you want to do these kind of stuff, it can do that. Even if you want, if I provide it a tool, so now it will close the browser. Okay. Now again, we can ask it, don't close the browser. But yeah, it should be fine. I think once it done the work, go to stripe.pricing and take a screenshot, then describe what the pricing seems like. So you can easily automate all these things up, right? So that is the whole benefit, like how it is helpful. So we have seen a local server everywhere, and we have seen a remote server as well. For you, it is easier. Like again, it is just happening all together, so not a problem at all. But as I said, remote server, they don't need any maintenance. They are running on the web. So even if your machine is not having Node, or if even if it is not having, let's say, UVX, it will still be accessible. But for local server, okay, so see, it is reading the screenshot and everything. For the local server, it might need to have those tools, and maybe like again, since it is running on your machine, maybe a 512 MB machine cannot run it very nicely if you have that one. So that is the whole idea, everyone, and that is where it is helpful. And if I ask, like, I can actually do this as well. So let it run, and I will show you like how it works directly, right? So again, it can close the browser. We got all what we wanted. Okay, let me scroll down the actual pricing tier, result. Okay, so see, now it is giving me. After it has closed the browser, it is telling me each and everything there, right? Now I can give it a particular thing, search for recent pricing information on GitHub Copilot and compare their plans. Since we are using these things, right, it will get confused. Let me open a new one. So again, that is the context issue, nothing else. So now it will just happen, everyone, and it will run, compare their plans and pricing. It is saying allow searching this query. It is using this. I can say do via Tably. Uh, okay, it is doing via web search. Why is it doing via web search? Using the, okay. So it was trying to do 3 web searches. I am saying and asking it to do via Tably. Now it is saying Tably remote MCP Tably search. Okay, so I can ask it. There is a Tably research tool as well. Now again, you should of course be aware about like please read your MCPs a little bit more because again, the idea is very simple. If you are not aware of your tools, AI can use anything, right? Because it is confusing, right? Search, research, all these things can be a little confusing. So I would say use Tably research tool instead, right? And use Tably research. Okay, the idea is very simple. I like again, since I know that there is a research tool, I think we can use that. Now it is using the Tabby research tool. Let me say yes. So hopefully it will be able to now use that tool. I'm not sure how the research work. Like, can we add all these things? But let's see that in here somewhere. Refresh. Hmm. Okay, so it used 250 of those tokens. Okay. So yeah, okay, research is pretty heavy. I was not aware of that as well. So 250 tokens it has used everyone. Sorry, credits. I earlier we were just using a single credit. So search takes just a single credit. That means that of course there will be a lots of context, right? Because if search is one credit and it gives you some information, research so of course will be in a lot of depth. Plus, I feel that research will take a lot of time as well. We can search as well, Tably research, and that is why it is taking the time as well. Everyone, I think Tably research tool API keys. Okay, now search API reference, Tably introduction, MCP. So again, it's a good practice that you learn these things. Now we can see that in the MCP servers, like again, there are lots of things how you can use it with almost all of the available. Like Tably is a very good thing, like to learn about any tool and MCP, all these things, right? So client don't support remote MCP. Just not giving the tools here, but let's see. So again, everyone, I think the research takes a lot of time. So I think Padley does that. Let's go a little bit back and understand this. I think we have already understood about this particular thing. I have also shown you that slash MCP command. So let's clear it out. Claude, when you do slash MCP, it will tell you to manage the MCP servers. So Claude, local MCPs, I'm able to see that, okay, which particular is having the local MCP. Then Claude AI at a total level, I think all the one which was given, built-in MCPs computer use, which is disabled. Now, one thing more, everyone, I think like this is how you check your MCP and everything. One part which all of you should be aware about, and let me come to that once we understand the scope as well, though I think you have an idea. See, MCP configuration scope. So what goes where? Top layer project, shared with everyone, team, enterprise, this one. Middle user, and bottom layer local, more important. So where you are having this thing. So not committed private. If you are having .mcp.local.json, it will not be permitted. Sorry, not be committed or sent to your GitHub or somewhere. Okay, so that is the whole idea. Now, if a company feels that hey, we have created MCP servers for our own, well, it can directly use it as well. So meanwhile, this happens. Let's try to use Claude, and I would just ask it, can you quickly create a simple MCP server which helps in calculation? Okay, so I'm just asking it to create a very simple MCP server. Like again, creating MCP server is pretty simple as of now as well. It will be just okay, allow this bash command. It is just getting all the things which I have here. Now you get a simple calculation, Python-based server with basic arithmetic operations, right? So again, once you see this code, then MCP will be very clear to you. Okay. So see, calculator MCP. Where has it created it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, it is here only. So pay attention, everyone. So it has also adding the same. Now see, like again, very simple. Let me first add this as well. So it is adding this local MCP server as well. Everyone, pay attention. In your local JSON. Now pay. It is having these tools: add, subtract, multiply, divide, power, square root, average. These are the simple functions. Now again, if you know anything about coding, these functions can be any way complex you like. If you want, you can call LLM here as well. Okay, no one cares. If you can call Tavily here, anything. Then, if you will see everyone, it is having some more functions as well, right? So these are all the simple functions. Along with that, there is a list tool function which lists all the tools, right? So again, you will see that how when the tool is listed, right? So I will have this thing here. See, it is telling the properties and everything as well. So when your MCP, when your Claude understand that, hey, I have to do something, this all information gets sent. So it is available that, hey, I have these tools, let me use it. Then it understands that, okay, what is the overall requirement? What is the property and stuff, right? Which exact information it needs? What is the required one for this particular thing? What is the description? So just like a human, just like a brain, it understands. So now if I give you this particular thing, if I give you each and everything about the tool, you will also be able to take that call that, hey, if I want to subtract, I should call this thing. It requires A and B. And in a similar manner, everyone, this particular server is created. Now, call tool, again, if I have to call a tool, what will be required? The tool name and the arguments. So see, self, name of the tool and the arguments, like what you want to send. So add 5 and 9. So it will be called. And yeah, I think this is what is happening here, everyone. You can easily see the same. So again, this is all the code, like calculator MCP is getting started and all this. Now I can say, now use the same to tell me what is 5 plus. Okay. Like I'm just normally showing you that how MCP actually works, because now with this example, it should be very clear, right? Let's see our research work. I think it will be very much in depth. So it is taking that time. I know that why it is taking the time. Since it has used 250 credits, it is, I guess, searching 250 pages. It is trying to, Tably also has that information where it tries to create a summarization so that LLM can work on that. So that is why, again, let's see if it is using more as well. 253. 253. I think it has like kind of hit everything, and then it is trying to search. I'm stopping it, okay, like because it will take a lot of time. Tably, I know that it will do a research at a very good level if it has like asked for 250 credits. Second is that once the result come back, there will be a lot of context which my LLM will have to handle. So I want to make sure that I have the weekly limit still valid, right? If I show you the usage, right, or cost, session is 5 hours, weekly is 7 day. Okay, I think I'm using the. Oh, okay. I've shifted my to the other account. Yes, so I have 3 accounts of Claude. Everyone, I'm using the separate one. That is why I was thinking that why it is not increasing in here. So yeah, that is the idea, everyone. Now, if we see this one, it is saying that Python 3 test calculator. So Claude skills demo. So it is first running by this particular file so that the MCP server will start. Okay, so it cannot call it directly. Like it's an MCP server at the end of the day, right? So now see, it has got the result. Calculator MCP server worked perfectly. The test above determined. I think what we can also do, everyone, we can try it out again. This time is subtract. Okay. And let me do something. Print numbers are A, B. Okay. So now subtract 10 to 5. Like I'm not sure 10 to 5 is 10 minus 5 or 5 minus 10. But let's see. I think the print command should work. So you're sure that, hey, Ink is not fooling you. It is actually working like this. Okay, what is it doing here? Okay, test 10 minus 5 tools call. Okay, so like it is again creating a Python script which calls this particular function internally. So it is saying that, hey, this is the request and everything. Let me add this. I see the issue. There's a debug print statement in the subtract function that breaking the JSON output. Okay. Okay. So let it edit only. Okay. So let it edit what it will do. I think it will remove the same. Now if I do yes. So it is saying it is done. I would ask it only. Can you add print or some statement so I could see the numbers which were fed? Okay, like again, that is a good check that it calculated my print statement, but let's see. Okay, print F. Okay. Oh, okay. File system SDA error. Okay, that makes sense. I think that is the case. Now let's see the debug output. Okay, so it is calling it itself with 10 and 5, same thing. Yeah, see, debug output std error. So that is how we have to do it. Print with f string and file system standard error. So that is how it is able to showcase this thing. And yeah, that is more than enough proof, everyone, that your MCP server is running. And yes, now this is how you can have your MCP servers. If you're having secrets, like for example, the key, etc., of course, it is suggested to not save it in your uh, like the file here. For example, if I want to have this MCP JSON, right? I would not be having my key in here. Rather, I would make a MCP local.json and I would be having environment.local.json. I think by now you understand that local file stays on your machine. It will not be pushed to the Git. And I will talk about like Git, etc. for people who are not aware. Just to give you an idea, I think we already discussed this as well. GitHub. This is what GitHub is. This is a very simple thing. So in here, whenever like see if you see .env .git ignore in this .git ignore, we tell that hey, please ignore all the local files. So anywhere there is a star.local, okay, please ignore these files because that person is using it for local. So that if in any case like you push the file, you do a git commit. So git commit is where you are saying that hey, save my changes, version history basically. That will never be done to GitHub so that no one can steal it and everything. So that is the best practice, everyone. Now I would like to also talk about like what can be the normal errors. So there can of course be connection closed, right? This is the kind of error, everyone, which you might get when you are trying to run a npx server on Windows. Okay, so I will just give you the thing. So see, this is very very important. I've just taken a screenshot. Pay attention. So if you are on Windows and if you try to add an npx server, it will not work directly, right? So that is a very very common known error. So you will have to make sure that you add these thing in between /c npx -y, right? So again, a very very simple fix. You just change the command to cmd in Linux and Mac. It will work just like it is working for us. Then again, it can be a server show disconnected, everyone, where the server can be having an error. Auth fail is a very common error. So I can have this server disconnected, authorization failed, right? Then we can have, let's say, the tool error only. Error is in tool. Error is in tool. So if you remember, we just saw this error, right? Where when we were trying to have calculator MCP, when I tried to add a print command, it was saying that hey, this breaks the full JSON thing, right? Why are you doing this? So these are the kind of error, everyone, and there can also be a server timeout error. So what do I mean by server timeout error? Very very simple. You remember, like we search for that particular research part on Tably, right? So in that manner, everyone, what happens, right? It can take a lot of time. So see, we can actually add this command server timeout error. Many time what happens that if you see that hey, no, I will not be waiting more than 5 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 hour, depending on the work. So, for example, that Tably research, it might have taken easily 10 minutes to give me the results back because it was doing a proper research. It took 250 pages, right? So, in that manner, everyone, what happened is that you can have a timeout as well so that your work at least continue. Even if it is not getting the output, then it will say that, hey, MCP timed out. So, these are the common errors, everyone. Now, what you can do whenever you're getting an error, like try to again read about it. First, make sure that you are also understanding the MCP servers a little bit. And most probably, I think Claude will be more than happy to assist you with closing it. Now, everyone, let's move forward. And I would like to show you one very, very important thing, which I think we kind of discussed, but still, I would like to show you. If we, let me go back. Yeah. If you see the context here, everyone, now, right? I hope all of you remember that how MCPs takes a lot of context, right? MCP, see, so many MCPs. And now MCP is taking 12.8K of your context. Now, a very, very good thing with what we did was we can easily close the server. So if I have, let's say, MCP here, /MCP, minute, happen, /MCP, we can, of course, just go to connect and disable the same. We have the tools as well. I think there is a way through which we can remove the tool as well. We can ask this only. So I can say, can you remove the research tool from my Tavily MCP server? Okay, so let us ask it only. But yes, this is a major problem, everyone, and that is where we have to discuss around MCP versus skill. Now, before I move forward, I would just like to check one thing with you. So let's see like what will happen. Let's see this code, everyone. MCP JSON. Okay, we don't have it here. I think it was must have been. Okay, so it is created outside. Like I think I moved it there. No worries. So, yes, no worries. Do anything you want. Should not be a problem. Yes. Okay, created a ENB. Okay, no, it got authenticated, right? So again, it is like I think trying to find it. Don't worry, should be fine. But parallelly, everyone, you can see that how there is a very common understanding that hey man, like if MCP is costing so much, why can't we use tool? Because adding just these 5 MCP servers, it costed me like easily I think it was 19k tokens, right? Or 11k tokens. But at the same time, when you will be having let's say 100 plus MCP servers or 100 plus tools, they will be very ineffective. Like your majority of the token will go there. So I do remember reading recently. Let me quickly check. So let it cably MCP to built-in service provided cloud rather than configured. Okay, so I'm not sure like it is not able to get it. I think we can uh, disable the entire keep tably enable but add permission rules block only research tool through permission settings. So again, it can do it. That's not a problem. What I wanted to search everyone was something on the lines of let's say if I go on Claude and there was something tool search, right? I think it was recently introduced. Let me check it. Yeah, I think that was something tools. Yeah, so it is in the documentation of Claude. Let me search by Claude code. Actually, we can go through this. I think it was very helpful. The tool search enables Claude to work with hundreds and thousands of tools by dynamically discovering and loading them on demand. Instead of loading all the tools definition into the context window upfront, Claude searches your tool catalog and loads only tools if it is needed. So context load, of course, which we are seeing, tool definition eat into your context budget. A typical multi-server setup, GitHub, Slack, all these things can consume 55k tokens in definition before Claude does any actual work. So lots of cost. Tool selection accuracy, Claude's ability to clearly pick the right tool degrades significantly once we exceed 30 to 50 enabled tools. So that of course also makes a lot of sense, everyone. I think if I search now Claude code as well, scale, yeah. So this is where it was mentioned, tool search. Yeah, scale to many tools with tool search. I remember it works only with Sonnet. Let's see if it has been fixed. So context efficiency and everything, how tool search works when a tool is added, all these things. Configure tool search by default. Tool search is on. You can change this with enable tool search environment variable. Okay, if I just check this thing up, custom SDK MCP server, optimum tool discovery, limits 10,000 tools in your catalogs, return 3 to 5 most relevant tools. Yeah, so model support clause, Sonnet, and Opus. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's try to open a new chat, everyone. And I hope all of you are loving this in-depth level of knowledge, right? So let me select model, switch model. Let's do two things actually. Let's do two things. Let me say, or should we do it on? Should we do it on? Let's say terminal because that where it is easy as well. Right, let me open here. I can close this as well. And let me try that if I can get it out here. Okay, no, it didn't work, I guess. How do we use to get this vertically? View, split pane. Okay, split vertical. How do I split vertically? Why it happen like this? Close split plane, view. Uh, minute. So I think that Mac, I don't remember if it supports this, but should be fine. We can do a hack here. We can do it like this. Yeah. So yeah, that should be fine. I think I can just I just want to show you like in a easier manner. So let's clear everything out here. So not sure why it is not running everyone. Let me do it like this. And let us. So again, just want to make sure that you are able to understand each and everything in depth, right? So that is why again I'm just trying it out. So now if you will see everyone, let's try to run Claude here. Okay. Model is Haiku. Let's run Claude here as well. Yeah, it does not. That should not be a problem. I would like to change my model to Sonnet. Okay. Send a hi. Send a hi. So it is saying 9%, 23%. Yeah, that proves, right? Context. So yes, if you are having lots of tools, Sonnet is your go-to model unless they support it in Haiku. See, MCP2 16.9k tokens because we have enabled lots of MCPs, right? Context. So, okay, it has not even loaded the tools, right? How smart it is. But that doesn't mean so. See, it is having the MCPs and everything as well, everyone. Now, if I search MCP here, It is saying lots of them. I would like to. Okay, it is saying manage MCP servers. Okay, so what I do is I will just close this up, right? I will add, like, I hope this is clear that it is not loading. So by default, of course, it is running. We can set the same like we can set it off as well, but I don't think we should do that. Right? The idea is pretty simple, and I think yeah, we are able to see it directly, right? So in here, if I do MCP, all the same MCPs are there. Here, if I do MCPs, all the same MCP is there, but Sonnet, being so smart, what it does, rather than loading all the MCPs directly, it tries to, based on your query, it will try to search. After searching via regex and via all these things, so it is actually written here as well that how it runs the search as well. So optimize tool discovery. The search mechanism matches queries against tool name and description, name like search, Slack messages, surface for a wider range request. You can also add a system prompt section listing available tool categories. Okay. So that is the case. And yeah, I think then it can do the search and make sure that you are able to work on it. So I think this should be more than enough. But then let's talk about the main thing, everyone. And that is something which I believe in a lot. So just a second, let me have it properly now again. Oh, very important that it is proper, right? Great. So now everyone, the idea becomes versus MCP versus skill. Now, though I have shown you a very good way, but still, I personally believe that you should be using skill over MCP as a honest or as an experienced developer. The idea is very, very simple. See, MCP at the end of the day now are APIs only. You can create a skill which calls an API. Like I can create the same right in front of you. Okay, so let me say skill creator. It will ask, please ask me what skill I want to create. Please don't create. Yeah, what will be like to be? Yeah. Create a Tavily search skill which I can just open the Tavily search here. Search Tavily and get the result. Okay. You can change the script, and the script everyone is Tavily search. So at the rate helps you to do the file. I forget about that to make sure it is compatible or something like whatever it is. So now if you will see everyone, instead of loading this search tool and everything, I will be able to call Tavily every time, right? That is the whole idea. And this is way better, right? So I'm talking about in terms of the best practices. Like start with MCP. And after you have done the same, everyone, then what you can do is you can make sure that you narrow it down. So that is the whole idea. And of course, like many of you will say that, man, what's the problem? Like Sonnet, all this. So see, MCP gets you started in minutes. You can do all the working, testing, building, everything. But skills make sure that you are handled for efficiently handled for like months. That is the most whole thing, and they are not competing; they are sequential. Like you can easily refer to a skill as well. So that is the whole case, everyone, which I would like that you understand as a good developer. Because see, as long as so as much as there are benefits of MCP, right? There are some fallbacks as well that unnecessarily we are using so much tokens, right? So even in searching as well, there will be time. So see, testing if something. So this is the best framework situation. Testing if something is possible. External services, official MCP server, browser automation because there again no APIs available, just like Playwright. Real time data. Then repeatable workflows, token sensitive, all these things kind of are present. Okay, so that is the whole case, everyone. That is what I want all of you to focus. And yeah, I think once you do that, then there is nothing which is left in MCP. Once we create the skill, skills.md is created. We can see the same Tavily search the Tavily and all these things. It is having all the things, and it can call that particular C Python Claude skills Tavily search script Tavily search. So it is. I think it is added into my main one. Some error it has done. Let it fix it. So it has also created example as well. Tavily skills 2.0 coming into picture. And yeah, I think now you have everything. Also, one more thing, everyone has taken the screenshot and saved them. Oh, okay, it has taken the complete screenshot of the page, right? And that is pretty high quality as well. So that's pretty good, everyone. As you can see, iPhone 17 search, all the screenshot of the things which we did. So pretty good thing. Yeah, I think now it has been created, everyone. Now I can just make sure that I call Tavily. Okay, we have to restart. We have to count a new one. Tavily search. My bad. Okay, my bad. But no, it will ask for something. For query. Latest AI news. Okay. So again, why is test calculator going here? I should not have sent the same. So it is running the same command, everyone. Very simple, very straightforward. Tavily API key I have not provided. So where is it? Again, but I hope you get the idea. Like, again, because now it is not running via the authentication, it would need an Navly API key. I could just copy this and go back and paste this. Now, again, Claude is good that it will create .env and everything. Hopefully, it will do that. I hope it doesn't call it directly. So, see, okay, yeah. So it is now, it is doing two things actually. It is first setting up my key and then running the command. Okay. So see, now it is able to get the news. And since the skill is pretty good, it will automatically give me the same thing. So skills are like kind of very, very polished and very not thin, toned down version of your MCP, because at the end of the day, again, MCP is using skill or API as well. That said, again, MCP is not a bad concept, just that maybe you don't want your application to be very bloated enough, right? If someone tomorrow is using Haiku by, let's say, by forgetting that, hey, Sonnet does that tool search, then it will be a problem. So this is again where everyone I've written everything. Repeatable workflow, same steps every time, token sensitive production use case, logic you have refined and trust, team shared process documentation. So that is the whole idea. Build with MCP, master with this skills. Okay. So with respect to that, everyone, now I'm pretty sure that each and everything is clear. Please make sure that you understand MCP as well. Because most people I see that they're still confused with MCP, because what people do is like they open Claude here, then they go to connectors. Again, I understand that it is easy to do as well, but yeah, let me do the wrong, sorry, not the wrong difficult work. So let's go back. Let's go to customize. In the customize, they will go to connectors. They will just connect the same right in front of you. No, they will not explain it. Here as well, everyone, you can add the custom, see, remote MCP server URL. If you want, you can create a server URL via N10 as well. So I've created N10 one my MCP server. So it was on N10. It was having something as well. So I see AIPB, Mayank, all these things. And yeah, then they showcase that, hey, see, your email is working. And that is where I guess the doubt comes that, hey, is Claude AI, is Claude and MCP different? But I hope now the same is clear because I have explained you in depth, right? And again, these diagrams are very, very helpful, everyone. I have explained each and everything in depth here. So I want that you have the proper understanding of MCP, even as a non-tech person, because now these things are very easily available to you. So just connectors also are MCP. That is why they are like mixing it up, right? Close connectors, and they are saying this thing. Okay. And again, plugin also kind of multiple plugins, though we will be discussing them. But all these plugins also kind of are based on MCP thing as well. And few of them are like directly local. So that is the case. See, GitLab DevOps integration, all these things, right? Sentry, just make sure that if you're getting your MCP server from outside somewhere, please, just like skill, that thing should also be very much checked, right? So that is very, very important, because I don't want that tomorrow you connect to an MCP and your machine is hacked. Because yes, it kind of gets connected there. It can then ask for your files, and the person who will create that kind of a MCP, he will be good in doing a prompt injection as well. So it will ask your Claude that, hey, please first make sure that you are closing all the, changing all the things, changing all the curl request and stuff. And so again, that is the whole idea. Like it can maybe take a screenshot of your file open. Anything can happen. So please always make sure that you're downloading from the trusted and reputable resources only. Okay. So with that, everyone, I think we have covered MCP in a lots of depth. I would just like to copy the questions here as well. So we were having these questions, right? So that again, the idea is very simple. All of you are able to make sense of these things. I think I've closed the different one. Okay. So when you will get the code, you will see that how Mayank have done lots of questions files, right? Questions, wrap. Yeah. So again, let's see this, everyone. Let me close this up. How is MCP different from regular API call? How do I need to know MCP server code works to use it? Of course, you don't need to do that, right? I even didn't see the code. Can I use multiple MCP servers? Yes. And with tool search enabled in 2026, the performance cost of doing the same is minimal. Because, okay, I think this is the same answer. Why did Anthropic build MCP as an open standard institute just for Claude? Because the standard only works when everyone uses it. If MCP only worked with Claude Code, every other AI tool would build its own incompatible protocol. By making it so open, Anthropic ensured that integration built for Claude also work with other AI tools. So that is a very, very good smart move, right? So yeah, that is the whole thing, everyone. Difference between MCP, JSON and settings.json. Specific to your MCP server, settings can have everything, right? Can Cloud Code create its own MCP server? Technically, yes. Cloud Code can write the code for an MCP server, but that's an advanced use case that requires understanding the MCP specification. But I think I have given you that. Like, what will be the Claude MCP server? It would be where you will be asking Claude to do something. So then you can connect to it as well, and I think you can take it as a homework as well. Just ask Claude that, hey, can you create an MCP server on your local? You can ask it for a key as well. That hey, every request will ask a key. Then I think all it will do is it will start Claude and it will give the command as well. And I feel if I remember right, let me close this up. Okay, if I clear everything, if I do Claude, hi, how are you? I think it does take the input like this. Okay, no. Okay, let me move this. Okay, so it is taking the very first message, right? So of course there will be a way through which we can divide it. So see, how can I help you today? So it seems like we can actually create because see, at the end of the day, it's just a command. Hi, how, or let's be a little crafty. Create a Python script to add two numbers. Okay, now again, this can be anything, but let's see this. See, let's treat it the same. Okay, so seems like Claude can do that, right? And again, in the follow up and everything, I'm pretty sure that it can be handled. Uh, it should be having a command line interface, but yeah, as then the question says that you don't need to do that unless it is very and it's a little bit advanced case. But yes, I think that I have explained you MCP in a lot of depth. Many people who are from tech as well, they also don't know MCP. So that is where I want that you take the next step, everyone, because these concepts will remain with you tomorrow. There can be like some other tool as well, Cursor, GitHub, Copilot, VS Code. Any Cloud Code can be replaced, but the MCP understanding will never be replaced. Okay, so that is why I'm spending this much time instead of directly showing you some be happy or wow kind of a use cases. Okay. So with that, everyone, I think we have mastered MCP in a lot of depth. Now let's move to the next part. And in the next part, we will make sure that we master a very important thing, which is subagents. As I promised, things are moving in a lot of in-depth knowledge part. And yeah, as a benefit to you all, you are able to master these things up. No, like as I told you, right? No one who is using Cloud Code even master these things in so much depth. Like they are actually not aware of that. So that is what I wanted to change. And now the same thing will be very helpful to you. So great everyone. Now let's start and master one very important topic which is known as sub-agent. Now this I feel is something which lots of people are confused about. And honestly, like it is not a very difficult thing because normally what happens is that people are not aware about Cloud Code. Then they have not used it in so much depth. And then you throw in agents. And then you are throwing in sub-agent as well, right? So understanding, I think now with the agentic flow and everything in like with proper understanding all the different concepts, and I think, yeah, we have actually done a lot of parts, like a lot of depth. So pretty sure that this will all be helpful with all the codes and everything. So now everyone, let's start and master subagent as well. Now, the very first thing which I would like to make sure that you understand, like again, I will be explaining you this with a very good analogy first, because I feel that again, this understanding is not going to go anywhere. Tomorrow, Cloud Code can, let's say, be replaced by Codex, VS Code, anything. So, with respect to that, everyone, sub agents are subordinate agents. Okay. So that is the whole idea, right? Subordinate agents. And to explain it to you in a better or relatable manner, let me just get some icons, right? So I will explain you it in a very easy to understand manner, plus why exactly, right? Like why it makes sense technically as well. So one is of course going to be the major idea, like the way I will explain you with an analogy. But second, I will also show you that why exactly do I need to do it technically as well, so that you can explain that. Okay. So the very first thing, everyone, as I have said, that the whole idea is that okay, let's pick this guy up. Yeah. So now in front of you, everyone, you have two people. Like so, let's say one is manager or main, like the main person, or another is let's say intern for the time being. Okay, so just think of like an intern. Now, normally, what happens, everyone, like what or how our corporate works, and always am a very big proponent of saying that hey, all what AI is doing is actually learning from around us and trying to mimic that in a organization. And I can just take example of my team as well. Though I can of course do each and everything, right? So I can make sure that I write my emails, I handle all my sponsorships, so there are not a lot. But again, I can do all the things myself as well. But of course, I also have a brain, right? So I let me get a brain icon. Right, let us get this icon. Okay. We got the colorful brain. No worries. Can maybe map the color. Okay, so let me send you back. And let us get another brain. This time we will get this one. Okay. So once now everyone see in real life also what happens that we of course have lots of work to do, right? So we are doing lots of work here and there. Like there can be again works related to different things, and I can easily hire a subordinate. Okay, so I will just say that hey, this person is my subordinate, whom I could ask a particular task. So I could ask this person that hey, please make sure that you go through my emails and you provide me with the complete summary. Okay. So that is, of course, something which happens a lot. Or I could have multiple of them. And I could just say that one of them can be, let's say, my code reviewer. Or let me not take code reviewer. Let me take that one is the salesperson, and one person might be in the marketing part, right? And again, all of them are working. So it's a typical multi-agent system, the way it is working, everyone, right? So typical multi-agent system, which we have seen at multiple places, that how things happen, right? Now the idea is that okay, Mike, that is all good. We understand from the agent perspective that yes, this is how it works. But what? Why should we do that? Why? But like again, see, again, multiple things. It makes a lot of sense for us as humans to do the same, right? That hey, because you cannot do everything, let's hire people, right? It does makes a lot of sense. But why mind that we should make this complex unnecessary? Like why we should have like if it is a Claude at the end of the day, right? Why can't it do everything? So that is the whole idea. Glad to see that our session activity log is working fine. So with respect to that, everyone, let's try to first understand. If I try to do each and everything, what will happen? First, context overload. If I try to go through each of my emails, if I try to go through each of, let's say, my messages, I try to go and read about all these things in depth with you, read all the documentation, then of course, my brain will also kind of like explode, right? Because there will be so much context. And then again, another problem will happen that again, it will be so much context that I will not be able to take best of my decision, right? So that is the whole problem. Second, my intelligence, or I would rather say experience, might not be required at all tasks, right? So that is very, very important thing as well. That hey, I might be having a let's say Sonnet level of mind, not let's say Opus, but maybe for replying or going through my email, I need a Haiku level of mind, right? So maybe I am saying that hey, my level of experience, I can handle much more things. I can talk to clients. I can make sure that I'm creating this awesome flow of how to cover these Claude code and other topics for you. So that is where I think the time is best spent rather than let's say unnecessarily talking to each and every lead which I get and all these things, right? Third can of course be of course management, everyone. Then can be skills, right? So each person can have a better skill. Now again, there will be way better people who can do a very lot better sales than me, marketing than me, or who can of course write better emails or better communication than me. So these are few of the things, everyone, just few of the things which kind of make sense. That why we can go towards the multi-agent architecture in any AI solution. So again, I'm not talking just about Claude. I'm just talking about any AI solution. Okay. So the next 5 minutes, please understand with me in depth because this is going to be a very, very important understanding. And this will then be always stay with you, right? Now let's move forward and try to see that okay, all is fine, man. You are lazy. You are hiring people and all this thing. Why should Claude do that? Well, the reason becomes everyone that with Claude, what happened, right? So let's take an example. So I have something open here, yeah. So this everyone is our code which we wrote for our application, right? Now just let's say that I am going to ask Claude. Okay, so let me just open a file here. Maybe any file claudemd works, and I will get it here. It is in the structure we like. Minute. Yeah. Okay. Like this. Okay. So I have just started my Cloud Code, everyone. Like I've just done the proper this way in which it should be, the order. Now I ask go through the complete code, each and every file, and tell me what it does. Right? So I'm just asking that hey, go through each and every file. Basic task. Like I'm also doing the same where I'm exploring all the code, right? So again, it is saying that I will explore the whole project first. So it is sorting or doing something. No worries. Listing all the files. Scheming, I do hope that it doesn't goes all out of the situation. So it is saying that hey, synced and all these things, grep, get and every part. List all source, including everything. Now we read all the source file in a parallel batches. So it is doing the same. Everyone now it is reading and doing this thing, right? So again, everyone, if we think about this, whenever we are talking, and it happens a lot in the Claude window as well. So I will open a new Claude here as well. Pay attention. Claude.ai, right? I think I recently used it a lot. Okay, seems like it's fine. Great. So now everyone, you must have noticed that whenever you are giving it a new file or something, or let's say if I have some very, very big file, let's say 50, 60,000, hundreds of pages, right? And if I keep on continuing this chat, there will be, let's say, somewhere around 50K tokens. Okay, 50K tokens. So I've just asked it a question, go through again. It said me, I just sent it that, hey, please go through all of my code base, right? So in a way, this all everyone gets transformed to a 50K tokens. or rather, I will have a better approach to show you. Let's go to back to our Claude code docs, right? Let's go here. Let's go to context. So again, this is the same thing, everyone, if you all remember, like the official documentation. And now we are in the official context window. So we saw this example, right? Let's say I start a session. Okay. Now, before even I'm typing anything, this is all what is loaded, right? So lots of things. Now, let's say I send this particular message, right? Fix the auth bug where users get 401 and everything. And now let's say that for doing the same, everyone, it loads, right? It is reading all these files as you can see. And again, this is a lots of token, right? So around 10K around tokens it has read here, right? So if you will see, it is reading all these files, doing the changes and everything. And that is where the context window is kind of getting filled up, right? Now, just as an example, let's say my code base is very, very big. So let's say that I am having a code base which is somewhere around 60K. So instead of having this, let's say 50K tokens, okay, for example. Now, again, I will keep on asking it question, and what you will see is that in some time, right, as I keep on asking this question, first it is, let's say 50K context, right? Now I ask it to do something again. Now I ask it that, hey, please add test cases, okay? Now, the main idea, everyone, is that with any AI, is that all your AI are stateless. Okay, so all your AIs, right? They are absolutely, absolutely stateless. What do I mean by stateless? That when you send this first message to Claude, right? When you send this first message to Claude, and then when this 50K tokens get sent up, Claude replies you back. Okay, so it will do the changes, but it will not remember anything. So in the next message which you will be sending everyone, it will not remember anything. Like for Claude, ideally, it is going to be a new chat. It is actually going to be something like this, that I ask it somewhere here, I give it a big file, I ask a question. Then for Claude, the next message is totally, totally wrong. So the overall solution for that, everyone, is that we will not be just sending the current message. So let's say when I ask it that, hey, please add test cases, along with this test cases message, I will be sending all the previous messages as well. So that is the solution which at a tech level we do in this particular kind of work, where we say that, hey, I will not just be sending you my current message, but I will make sure that I keep on sending you the previous messages as well, right? Something which we have seen as well, like when we learn about context and stuff, right? So we have already cleared this thing out. And that is what happened. Now, if I will send this user sub agent research to research session timeout handling, then fix it. It is not that just these 10, 15 tokens will be sent. It will be sending the complete 20K tokens, and then it will do more of work. So see, 20K tokens, everyone, and then it is now reading and doing all this filling of the context. Right now, if I said git status, okay, this is a command, and in a similar manner, everyone, all of the previous messages will start filling up. Now, the let's see the problem in that. Let's say that as it happens, right, as it happens, what actually will happen in the background is that in few of the messages, right, so as I keep on increasing my messages, everyone, and which will be the case, which has been the case as well, each of my calls, right, each of my calls will be going to Claude, and I will be charged on the basis of the same. So just let's say that by next 10 messages, so if I'm here, let's say that by the next 10 messages, everyone, let me delete this for the timing. Yeah. So by just the 10 messages, right? 10 messages. If I am having the complete context window now, so let me have this as a context window, and let's say that I have reached out to 200K tokens, right? Every time for each and every message in the moving forward thing, it will be charging me a lot, right? And how much it will be charging exactly, if we talk about this, I think was the one. Yeah, see. So if I'm using Sonnet only, in the next five messages, 200K tokens, 200K tokens, I will be charged $3, right? Because the input tokens is per million. So 200K into 5, 1 million, which means that if I now keep on just following my chat, in the 5 to 10 messages, I will be incurring around, right, 3 to 5 USD of cost. And my context window as well will get fill up Now, what is the problem, everyone? If your context window starts and keeps on filling up, I hope all of you remember the recency and the bias. So we talked about the same. Let me get this image as well. Very, very important thing. So we discussed the same in depth. Yeah, this one. So for every AI, it is seen that each and every of the AI, everyone, it is having some biases, right, towards the initial part and the later part, just like us human. So that is also a very big problem. Like again, in the memory part, top and bottom, it will keep on forgetting or maybe not paying that much heed to the middle part, right? So this is a very big problem if you think about this, right? We are getting charged a lot. Our context is going for waste. We are also getting worst results because as the context keeps on increasing, everyone, your Claude will focus more on the initial and the latter part. And we will see that again as the context, and that is why that compact and all these things arises, right? We have discussed that in depth in context management or context rot. And that is the very, very big problem, right? So again, if we talk about these multiple problems, like what will happen if we try to do each and everything in this current one session. So let's say as a manager level, let me just get this person here. So if let's say we are having one particular session, what will happen, everyone, is that we will be having lots of calls. Again, same thing, same problems. Context overload. My experience might not be required at all tasks. So maybe just to go through the code base, it's a very simple thing, right? Anyone can do that. Management skills, and of course, at fifth level, cost. Because let's say that if I'm charging by the hour at any company, okay, then if of course I will be doing more and more work, I will be charging by the hours again, right? So it will take me more hours to do the work, and all these are the problem. So if we think about this is a actually a real problem in real life as well. So again, like before you understand about sub agent or subordinate agent, first you have to understand about this particular problem, that actually this is a very, very big problem, everyone, where if we try to ask this call out code only, and if I see the context now, right? So I gave it a task. If I see the context, uh, okay, loading context usage. I think it has been updated or something. Yeah, I think it has updated. So we are seeing it very nice manner. So see, it is 50K tokens, right? If I now just ask it normally, add a login page with some test user, right? So I'm just asking it this thing. And now what will happen, everyone? It will send all those 50K tokens, right? And then again, all the things which will happen, it will add up. Now you will see that again, context will getting a lot. I will be having lots of all these problems basically. Yeah. So what we are seeing here, context overload, uh, Haiku, like we are using Haiku, but if we were to be using Sonnet, maybe Haiku is required, like Sonnet is not required. Management, right? Again, so many tasks and everything. And again, if you ask it that, hey, now if I ask it, also support dark mode as well. If I send this message, everyone, you will see that how it is not being taken care of. First, it will make sure that it closes out the previous task. So you're also not able to multitask, because again, multitasking is nothing but focusing on a single task, right? Claude code, it will just make sure that it covers the first task once, right? So that is all the problem, everyone, right? Which basically we also face. Now, technically, if we talk about that, hey, Mayank, what is the problem in using the same approach in Claude code? Because Claude code is machine can run. But no, that is the same problem, everyone. Now, instead of this, it would have been very, very good if, let's say, that I would have taken the same approach now, everyone. And I can have this brain of Claude, right? So I can have the same brain of Claude. I can say that, hey, I'm the manager again still. But for this particular task, everyone, if I can move this task out somehow, right? So I will get this Claude again. I will read this thing. And I ask some intern or some subordinate agents, always remember the name subordinate, okay? I ask some intern that, hey, can you, instead of me spending this time, can you do this thing for me? Right? So that is now the whole idea, everyone, that I am saying that, hey, why don't you go through the particular thing? So it will be having its own, like I will write it down, it will be having its own brain, its own skills, its own prompt, or maybe you can think that it can be having its own role as well, everyone. Then along with that, it can also have its own, let's say, hooks, right? Tools. So all of these things. And what will happen now is that downloading update, okay, we will just send it a work, and that's like how it really happens, right? And it will send me a summary. So I will give it a task, and it will start up a summary, and rather it will also have its own session. So this is like a mini Claude instance. Like in a real sense, if you have to think about that, your Claude, it is saying that, hey, let me open another Claude instance. So having separate context window, rather that is a very first thing. Context window, just like how a human works, right? So I can say that, hey, go through my emails. Now instead of it me going through all that multiple tasks, hundreds of emails, it will go through hundred of emails and tell me that, hey, this is the summary. So maybe now everyone, the summary is somewhere around, say, maybe let's say 2K tokens, right? Because again, summarize at a summary level, it is not going to be a lot. It will say that, hey, this file is having this file is having this. And now, if you will see, we can just have our own chat continued, and we will, of course, be having lot less tokens. So maybe instead of 200K, by the end, I might just be having 50K tokens, right? So that is the benefit, everyone. And again, the whole idea is that it is just a mini code session. So you can have multiple of them as well. So if I want tomorrow that, hey, I want you to review my code, I want that you add test to my code, and I want to also make sure that you further check if there are something left or the code quality or something, then all of this can be done in this separate manner as well. So that is the technical ideation of this concept, everyone. And in a way, we are saving a lots of money plus context here. So I can write it, we are saving lots of money plus context here, right? Because again, I don't need to now go through the complete code base. I just got this 2K token summary, which I can work on, right? And I can, of course, just call them in parallel as well. So let's now try to understand the positive, everyone. And yes, I know that by, let's say, now many people just show you what to build and everything, but I feel that this understanding is very, very important. I have made sure that I've explained you in the very basic level with an intuition. So if I see the context now, everyone, with the basic level and the intuition that why this is necessary. So see, it is 65K tokens. If I just send it another message, right, it will be a problem. So that is the whole case, everyone, right? I hope you understood the problem from the grassroots level, because that is very, very important. Now let's talk about the positives, everyone. Like, what are all the positives of this particular approach of using a sub agent? If I talk about, we can, of course, first thing is we can have parallelism, or rather, first should be context save, saving, or isolation. Okay, so I'm just having isolation at a context level. Second, everyone, can be that we can also make sure that we are having a parallelism, right? We can call multiple of these agents which can work together. So if I'm creating a plan that, hey, please write or add this feature, provided your work is mutually exclusive. So this is a very, very important thing, because these sub agents, if they are called multiple, like if you are having parallel sub agents, they will not be connected to each other. So again, they don't know that what the other person is doing. So it should not be that you are editing the same files or stuff, right? That is a problem. So again, just always remember this. Third, everyone, can be that we can have specialized sub agent, right? Specialized sub agent. Now, again, very, very simple. I could make sure that since I am having these interns or agents now, I can give it a brain of Haiku, or if it is very, very strong, then Opus. Who is stopping me, right? I can actually give it all the tools, all the skills as well, right? It can inherit the skills, it can inherit the parent model, or it can have its own model. So we get a lot of modularity and etc. in that as well. So specialized sub agent plus modularity. What do I mean by modularity? That things are separated, right? We have kind of created module that, hey, this is my big Claude code session. This is a small one. This is a small one. This is a small one. All of them are working in parallel. Then we can also, of course, everyone have, 1 minute, controlled access. So what do I mean by controlled access is that we can control the tools, right? So where is it helpful, everyone? I think very, very important. I will also make sure that, again, just as an idea, if I have multiple emails, I will not give my intern the access to my bank account, right? I will not give him the main email ID. I will just give him the email ID, or I might just forward him the email ID which I'm getting with respect to, let's say, some work. So that is also very, very important. Now I can have an agent or a sub agent rather, which is not having the right access. It is just having the read access. So that in worst case also it doesn't mess up something. So all of these are again the positives, everyone. Of course, there can be much more. And where can it be used? It can be used for code exploration, right? Code exploration, on a general purpose as well, right? Any general purpose subagent we can create. Code review. Now, the reason, everyone, it is used for code review, or let's say writing text, like I'm talking about in terms of technically a little bit, writing test, is that uh, it has been seen that, again, if I ask this Claude to add test, right, in my code, then it will be not that good in understanding or critique of its own text. Like, that is actually like if you're asking that, hey, you are asking a book author to say that, hey, can you review your book? He will, of course, be having a bias because it has created all these things with some mindset. And it will say that, hey, this is the whole case, right? Just as an idea, I will say that, hey, my cloud course is the best. But again, I still ask you for the feedbacks. And if there is any, I try to improve that because you are better judge of that. So taking a real world example there as well. So that is why, again, we try to make sure that if we have to check any work, right, writing test, security thing, if we have to also do the review, then we can create these separate sub agent in the overall world of coding, right? And of course, it can be general purpose or for any particular task or skill as well. So it can be, let's say, specialized task, right? Specialized task. So let's say that you want to create an agent which writes your LinkedIn post and you are giving it all the tools and everything and the skills as well. And it just gets called and it will just write the tool and you can have Tably, etc. there only. So just as an example, if you are using Tably, right, as a very, very good example, Tably gives you back the result. So you are not unnecessarily getting that result. Like the agent will handle that. Just like my laptop is not getting filled up with all the thing which my intern is doing. The machines are separate. So if he is downloading lots of videos or something, I don't care because my laptop is still having the space, the context, and everything. So that is the benefit as well, everyone, which we get. So now, everyone, with this analogy and the idea clear, and I hope that it is actually clear. Else, I highly suggest that you watch this again. I will be showing you in a very, very easy to understand, like visualization manner as well. Found a very good approach. I will like show you right now only actually. So let me say agent flow, open agent flow. I will tell you like how to get it. See, great. Please now add some tests as well. So pay attention, everyone. The second I do it, right? Okay, which session is this? It is this session. With this session, no. Okay, yeah. See, so again, each and everything is visible in this very, very nice UI, right, everyone? So I will tell you as well. I am having the sign on, but I'm not also hearing anything. So see, it is saying that hey, I have 27K tokens. It has, I think, done the work. It is ideating now. So this context window, very, very cool, right? Once the sub agents come in here, that is going to be very, very helpful. Telling you like how the session has been live. It is now thinking and everything, right? So again, this is all what we have been doing till now. It will show you all these things. So pretty good, awesome approach, which I will also tell you. So don't worry, like we have lots of things in to master here. But yes, very, very important topic. But major thing is this idea because this idea will remain the same everyone. And it is very important. I have seen so many people who don't create this sub agent because they don't understand this first grassroots level of understanding this analogy and this complete understanding. They just create sub agent for fun and they never do actually create it because or understand that hey, why I might exactly need it. And I make it a point that I create a lots of sub agent, right? Because if I can get the context isolation, plus I don't have to unnecessarily carry, I just see it as a work that, hey, let me create a team now. I have to actually handle the full corporate structure because, again, there is a reason, right? We are not having a one tech person, we are having a complete teams in management, in marketing, in sales. So that is where everyone this type of benefit is going to be very, very helpful to you, right? So these are all the things, everyone. And now, a few things to note, everyone here. Uh, if I talk about, let's say, types, right? If I talk about types, then there are some inbuilt one, right? So there are some inbuilt one, and there are self-created, right? So there are custom. I think that's a better word instead of self-created. So let's get here, and let me get it like this. Yeah. So custom. Now again, the idea is pretty simple, just like skills, etc. A few of them are there, which are present with Claude only, which we will see as well. I think code review is one of them, and you can create your own as well. No one is stopping you. And one more thing is there, everyone, that how does it gets invoked? So we will discuss about that. Mainly, again, the description comes into picture there. Claude can invoke it itself as well, or we can ask it to invoke one. Okay. And rather, actually, we have used the same as well. I will show you where we have used it. So see, everyone, now again how the things are happening. It is just showing this out of tokens. I think it is writing all these things out. So lots of things it is taking. I really hope that I have the usage left. Let me meanwhile check the usage as well once. I think we should be good with this. No worries. Weekly 7-day reset in 7 hours. Oh, we have lots of usage. No worries at all. Okay, great. Okay, let's see one thing. Resets in 7 hours. Yeah. So I will show you now lots of things because I have this 7 hours to work on. Great. So with that, everyone, I hope the whole concept is clear. Now let me show you one thing. Just one caveat here. One very, very important caveat. If you are working with agents, right? My bad. Let me close everything. If you are working with agent, this command will not run here. Agents. It is saying that a continue in terminal or never mind. Just like other commands like MCP, etc. As of now, the extension doesn't support the agents command. Now, just let's go to the complete documentation as well, everyone. So if you will go on here, because documentation is very important, right? Getting started, overview, let it load again. And 1 second, where exactly it was? Let me search. I think it was in build, if I remember that right. Yeah, create custom submission. It's the very first one, my bad. So see everyone, like what all happens here. Sub-agent is a specialized AI assistant that handles specific type of tasks. Use one when a side task would flood your main conversation with search results, logs, or file content you won't reference again. Okay, so very, very important thing. The sub-agent that work in its own content returns only the summary and that is then destroyed, right? After that, it is destroyed. So it gets spawned. So Claude Code starts its own Claude Code session. Again, it is having a agentic workflow, gets spawned, it gets does the work and then it gets killed up. Each sub-agent runs its own context window with a custom system prompt, very, very important, specific tool access, and independent permission. When Claude encounters a task that matches a sub-agent description, it delegates to that sub-agent, which works independently and returns result, just like interns will do or a company like your subordinates will do. To see the context saving in practice, the context window visualization walkthrough, a session where sub-agent handles the research in it. So let's see this. I think this is the same one, right? Yeah, which I ran. So good thing that Claude is also suggesting the same. So yeah, I think I've shown you with the best example. Now these are the best profits, everyone, which you have to understand. If you need multiple agents working in parallel communicating, see agent team instead. So I will come to the next topic, which is agent team only. And these are all the benefits, everyone, which I'm pasting. Right? Directly from the documentation. Sub agents help you preserve context. We have discussed about this. Enforce constraint. I'm telling you that hey, it can have an access and everything. Reuse configuration across projects with user level sub agent. So again, it can inherit some things as well. Just like let's say my team, it can inherit the tools which I have, like Claude, ChatGPT, which I purchased. Specialized behavior, specialized agent, control cost by routing tasks to faster, cheaper models like Haiku. So we have discussed, I think, all of them. And that is again the whole case, everyone. Built-in sub-agent, explore, plan, general purpose, and others. So status line setup, if you remember, we have actually used the sub-agent unknowingly, right? And Claude Code Guide. So if I show you now, everyone, let's zoom out. Let me zoom it a little in so you can see it clearly. Claude. Let me open a new session. Okay. Let me clear it out. It should start from this. Let me certainly. Claude. I want it on the top actually. Now the second I do agents, it's not agent, it's agents. Let me zoom it out. I think it has been a lot zoomed in. See, it is saying that hey, no of the agent is running. In the library, I found built-in one, Claude Code Guide, which is on Haiku, Explore, which is on Haiku, General Purpose, which inherit the model, Plan, which inherit the model, Status Line Setup, which is Sonnet. So if you remember, everyone, we unknowingly actually use this thing, right? So all of these things which you are seeing here, right? All of these things, I could just ask, can you in the status also add the session name or ID so I know my session? Okay, so very, very important thing. Let's see the same. Let it work on this. So it is calling read Claude status line command. I just want to see one thing. Okay, let's see it here. So what we will do is we will work from here only, everyone. But let's see. So this is still working, right? Again, I think I've given it a lot of tasks. And see, it is now showing it in a very nice manner. Writing. So I love this visualization approach, right? Writing and everything. And it's a extension as well. Plus, you can start it. So I will show you how to set it up. Don't worry. Okay. But see, 31K tokens. Okay, so this is very, very good, right? Do make sure that you again like the video and comment and also subscribe and share it with everyone, because I think the way I'm teaching this visual way, it is very, very helpful, right? And with all the analogies as well. So let it work. Let's go back meanwhile, everyone. So now I think we can just say it yes. And I think here we will not be able to see it. I will show you in a better manner. So through both printf lines. So in a bit, everyone, I think it will also show us the session ID as well, CID. Okay, so it is coming in here. The status line now shows ID, the first 8 characters of the session ID, right? I can rename it to say sub agent. And yeah, I think we are all good there. If I refresh it. Okay, and one more thing, everyone. So you can just present this exclamation mark to run the shell command. So when I want to do this clear thing, right? When I've ran it with this exclamation, okay, it can just try to clear this thing. For example, if I do pwd, it will tell me by running that, hey, where exactly I am, right? So if I want to do ls, so instead of doing it like that, we can easily just use this exclamation mark. Okay, great. Now let's go back, everyone, and let's try to move forward. And now that you have understood each and everything, we will start with the practical. Just one more very, very important topic, which lots of students get confused in, which is that, man, what is the difference between a skill and a subagent? Now again, since I've explained you from the grassroots level with the analogies, I think it is very, very clear. Skill are my thing, right? Which I can do faster. If I can reply to emails faster, at the end of the day, my context, my cost, everything is kind of there, right? So see, Same context, same tools, same model, step flow / command. Fresh context, limited tools, cheaper model, if required, defined role @info. Repeat work, isolated task. So if you want to have, if you have some task which is a lot of repetition is required, then is where you create a skill. Plus your agent can also, sub agent can also get that particular skill, everyone. Whereas your sub agent, okay, it is good for an isolated task. And again, here the idea is very simple. Skill, just run the steps step by step in your current window, right? So I can just say yes. Good that it has lots of tokens. But yeah, it is taking. But I'm loving this thing, like the way it tells each and everything, like piece of art. And in sub agent, everyone, it's a totally new thing, right? So let's try to actually master it. I let it work only because I think it has worked so much. Let's try to wait only. See the context window, everyone, 35% still left. Let me see the usage now. It's still 39%, so should be fine. Should be fine, no worries. We will change the model to some other. But let it work parallelly. Looking at the card clause, it's only check if the color item is the specific thing. Just 1 minute as well. Resets in 4 hours. Okay, no worries. I have the separate thing. So say, okay, I think it has gone a lot ahead. It has ran the same. It is saying the 68 out of 69 passing the failure is a real production bug. The function doesn't guard against an empty slice. So yeah, I think all it has done a lot of work. Now it is running a bash command. That is how it works. Now it is giving the result. See 15 tokens here. Somehow it has added 69 tests. I didn't want it to do that. But now seems like our complete machine is like created very much, right? So no worries. Let's actually take a circle back. I hope you're clear with the skills versus subagent as well. I have created one more analogy, everyone, so that you can understand the same. And that is very simple. It is subagent architecture, specialist, not journalist. Head doctor, the main session, which is decides and coordinates. Reviewer, read only. Explorer, read only. Tester can write as well. You send it the review, it gives you the finding. You send it the explorer, it gives you the summary. You give it the test, it gives you the results. Agents run independently, parent combines the result. They are not connected with each other. So something which a lot of people are confused on, they are actually not connected like this. That is where team comes in, which you will cover next. But as of now, they don't have anything to do with each other. Okay. So pattern, delegate, isolate, and then combine, because we can run parallel agents as well, right? So now what I will do, everyone pay attention, like this has been done. I will close all of these things, right? I will start a new session. Okay. I will rename the session. Rename, right? Okay. Is it present here? No worries. Okay, I can rename like this. Sub agent. Okay. So see, session 003, we should not have renamed it, but no worries. Let's now try to do one thing. Let me call code. Okay. 1 minute. What was the name of one of the agents, everyone? Let's see that. If I do /agents here, and I can show you the library parallelly. What is the one? Claude code guide. Explore. So explore is the one, everyone. Let's go back and let me say explore. Okay, I cannot call it like this. Maybe let me do one thing, everyone. Let me close this. And what I will do is I will get this terminal here, right? I will start a Claude session. So again, you can just do all these things here, just like a terminal, right? Now, I will rename it here as well. Okay, rename sub agents internal, right? Sub agents internal, not a problem. So see, I think it has been started, everyone. We can quickly check as well, because we are having the session ID. If I make it very long, 48717, if you see it here. And if I show you, just a second, because I don't want that you feel that, hey, Mike is showing another 48717, right? If I do @ and let's say I search Explorer. Okay, so let me quickly check how agents are called. So I don't think that they have changed anything, but I could just say explore the code base using @explorer agent. Okay, so I'm just asking it majorly, right? Let me click this. Now pay attention, everyone. Explore the code base using explorer agent. Run terminal setup to enable convenient. Now see, it is just saying agent explore code base, right? If I zoom it out, see, it has started another agent. This agent now, everyone, it is saying I will conduct a thorough exploration of the code base. Let me start by examining the directory structure. So now it is saying, of course, it is asking because we are not on allow everything. So it is asking us for these things. See, galloping. It is now working in parallel, everyone. So that is how it works. Bash LA, everything is happening here. It is running these commands. Each and every of these commands gets run up, right? Now see, reading claude.md package, reading these files up, running these different commands, right? And now let me examine the Prisma schema. Now let me check types and get a better sense of test configuration. I hope this thing should be very, very nice to see, right? I don't think that you can get a better visualization or better understanding of subagent than this right in front of you. And I can say yes, like when we will create our own, I will show you that how it is very good as well. Like you can have the colors, etc. But see, it is showing you that how it is reading all the files and how it is going through the same, right? I could just let us uh, enter only, like I don't want to spend a lot of token, but still should be fine. Now, if you will see everyone, if you will see here, like here it is still 5k tokens, right? It is having 12k tokens, so it is going through each and everything. So now in right in front of you, I'm showing you that see the tokens of sub agent are greater than the main agent because it is going through exact code base, and that is the level of benefit which we get, right, everyone? So that is what we want. That yes, now it is exploring each and everything. If you will see, we can see its particular things as well. Like see, content 16 tools, 71 second alive, complete. Now it has given back the work and it has been killed. So pay attention, everyone. It has been killed, right? And our overall approach is 17k tokens. So extra 12k, 15k tokens are nothing to be found. I have the full thing, right? So see, it is showing it like this. Let me make it a little bit bigger. And I can do one more thing as well. No, I think paddle will be better. So I hope that it is easily followable, not should not be a problem. So see, Claude Code version, Sonnet. Okay, I think what happened here? Clear. Okay, no. Yeah, I think everything is fine here, right? Let me just see. See, saturate for 1 minute, 1 second. It is got the exact same thing, everyone. Now, if I ask it anything, it will be able to just quickly answer me. So if I ask it simply, does my uh, code has tests? If I ask this thing, right? Simple question I am asking, it is having the full thing, 18k tokens. Hopefully, based on the same, it will just answer. So see, it is reading something. Okay, should not be a problem. Yes, your code base has 9 test files. So see, it has answered it in a very nice manner. I have not sent the exact again 12k extra tokens again. That is the more benefit. See in the 18k tokens, right? The best part with this tool, everyone, I will help you set it up. Okay, it is live. We can review. See, if you review, you can go back to see what all happened. So awesome tool. Like I genuinely love this tool. So this is how it happens, everyone. You can just start the live thing so that it is always on live, or you can pause it and then you can just go back, right? To see that, okay, what all happened, what all exactly happened, right? Of course, if you want, you can start it in another, let's say in a separate window as well. Like all that is possible. Let me show you that. And let me rather show you the tool as well, everyone. So the tool is known as this agent flow. Like again, I was trying multiple tools out. There is another one, right? Agent observe, which also we can install. So I will share the same with you. It is again a marketplace agent which can you can easily start, right? But I like this one better because of again how nicely it shows all these things, right? So once it is started, everyone, then you can just directly go to, I think localhost 30. Let me see if it's running. No, it is running inside that, right? So you can easily start it on your terminal as well if you want, but I have started it inside VS Code. How I have started inside VS Code? If you go on extension, if you search for agent flow, that is how you're able to find it. Okay. So again, awesome tools, very, very helpful. Not only it shows you this in a, let's say, good manner, it actually shows you the things inside as well. So if I just zoom it out, everyone, I can actually just make sure that I go back in time when the agent was spawned, why it was spawned, what was all the things, explore code base and everything. I can just play it. I can just do a speed of 4x, right? And see, it will just keep on doing all these things for me. So what all it read, what was the bash command it is running, the code base, the context, overall 10k tokens. So this is how you are able to actually also make sure that you are calling these, you are able to see these agents in live, right? So again, very, very easy and easy to understand manner, right? And I think right in front of you, you have seen that how it is helpful, right? Because if I see, if I would not have called my sub agent, my sub agent, it was having extra 12k tokens. This 12k tokens would have added and made it 30k tokens towards the end. I think it returned around all these things. And yes, I'm able to take that best call now. So that is the level, everyone. Like now you can just keep on sending it thing and it will keep on answering based on these things and help you as well. Now, again, as I said, like you can go on agents, right? And there is a library where explore is there, Claude Code Guide, general purpose, plan and status line setup. If I go back to the documentation now, everyone, and again, downloading is it is very, very simple. I think if you're having the VS Code extension, install the extension, which I've done, everyone. Then go here, do I do Command Shift P. In Windows, you will be doing Control Shift P and just search for agent flow. The second you search, you can see configure Claude code hooks, connect to running agent, open agent flow to site. and I just click this open agent flow, right? You can change other things as well. It works on the concept of hooks, I think, most probably, which we have learned in depth as well. So yeah, I think it is all good, everyone, right? Runtime selection, all these things it is giving, but again, you don't have to worry about anything. It is using hooks. The earlier one was using hook. Actually, I've not gone through in depth of this one, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that they will be using hooks only because we have understood hooks in depth, right? They don't take any tokens if you want, and how fast and how better they are, right? So now even if you go back again, few things are very same and similar. You can create sub agents at a organization. Enterprise, I don't think it is mentioned, but I think it will be the same because there's a .cloud folder. Or if you want, you can create it at a user level. So if I do it at my main home page, main home location, which is this one, right, everyone? So if I create a agents inside it, right? So see, agent flow is coming into picture. Most probably it would have added some hooks. Let's see this. Yeah. So see, it is actually working on the hooks only, right? So I don't see an agents folder, but actually I can create one agents folder, everyone, like this. Again, if that agent folder is not here, if it is present in your project directory. So here also we have this dot cloud, right? So it can be here as well. So I hope you get this idea now because we have again follow that from the grassroots level. So again, scope MCP servers to sub agent, I think that can be done. Let's see the anatomy of the agent file, right? Let me actually just do one thing. So this was the image, everyone, which I have created, like again, complete anatomy. The idea was very simple. I wanted that you have a one shot image where you can understand everything. So again, first where it lives, .cloud slash agents if you want it to be at a user level, and in your current one, as we discussed, if you want it at a overall project level, right? So if I create a new folder here, let's say agents, right? And if I create a new file, let's say just as an example, code reviewer dot agent .md, right? So it should be following a YAML kind of a structure. Now, what do I mean by YAML? Like the way we have been creating till now, right? So it will be having a name, everyone, which is required. Then description. Now, the reason description is required is very straightforward, right? And again, first we will create some of them from directly via Claude Code only because that is what I will suggest if you are starting off. And else we can create like let's say the way I'm creating right now. So just let me copy this thing up. Let me for the timing, let me just close this here. See, pay attention, everyone. So in here, if you will see, we are having the name, code reviewer, description. Now let me discuss that why description is required, and that will be clear once we understand that how agents are called. So pay attention. There are three ways to invoke, everyone. Natural language, right? And normally Claude Code is also very smart. Like I'm not sure actually why I didn't call it when we asked it to go through the code and everything. First is natural language, where you say that, hey, please explore my code. And since it is having an explore agent, it will do the same. The way status line agent was getting called when we were using that. Name request, explicitly I'm mentioning that, hey, please use my code reviewer agent to do this task. So that is again, you can call it at the rate. So at the rate mention is very helpful. I just have to check, like, I'm not sure if they have changed it because I remember it working, but right now I was able to get some error, but I think it will work, not a problem. So again, low control, medium control, highest control, because implicitly it can get confused if you have multiple agents, or if let's say you are having agents in your home project and authorized level. If you name it, then also there can be issue. When you mention it specifically, then I think it is not a problem, right? So that is the whole case, everyone. Okay. No whoop, don't care, and ask. So that is the whole case, everyone. And we have already learned and seen rather that how it will work. I've also told you that how there are two applications. So again, please make sure that you check out both of them. This one requires that when you have to use this, right? When you call Claude, you have to do slash observe and then status. So it also works on your hooks only, but you have to make sure that you do this and then open this particular thing in the browser, right? Whereas the one which I am showing you, like I can again show you both of them, but maybe let me do that. Not a problem. Let us try to do see that, everyone. So I can show you this thing up. Claude. Okay, no. My bad. Not bad. Clear everything up. Let's copy them one by one. So I just want that I'm able to show you the best approach because again, it may happen that your organization has blocked extensions. So in that case, it will be helpful. Okay. And again, please make sure that you're downloading it from a proper place. This I think is pretty good. Should not be a problem. Okay. Then I think yeah. Now you can do this thing. Let me open this up here, and we will test it out. Okay. So when we will be having slash observe slash okay, I have to close this up. Start it again. Slash observe Okay, what is the exact command everyone? Let's see this. Status. Okay, status debug log restart. Okay, so slash observe status. So the second you do it, it picks that up. Node users. Yeah, so it is trying to run that hooks. Agent observe is not running. Check error e configured 4981. What was the exact thing which we wrote it? 4981. Okay, so now it is saying agent observer is not running. Do this to start it. So I've done start. Now I can do. Sorry, now I've done status. Now I can do start. Okay, I think start is the very first one. Not sure why it has given because once we start, then we can do the status. The server failed because Docker is not running. Agent also requires Docker. Okay. So that is one thing. Again, I think you can fix it up, everyone. I have Docker installed, which I can run, but it will be asking for lots of RAM, which we can. It should be fine. I think you are able to see it. Maybe run it only if I'm so close, but no worries. Finally, let's learn about this anatomy file, everyone. So here, what I've done: name, description, which tool it has access to, read, grep, glob, bash, disallowed tool. So I'm specifically mentioning that, hey, you are an intern. You cannot specifically see my bank details. You cannot see my emails. Okay, you cannot go through my WhatsApp. So disallowed write and edit. Model Claude Haiku. Okay, again, I think it will pick that up easily. Memory at a project level so that it will be having the access to this particular project. Permission mode default, effort normal, color blue. You are a senior level, so this is a system prompt, everyone. Now we will discuss about more of these things. Let me, for the time being, close this up, right? Clear everything, do Claude. And now if I do agents, Visual Studio, I think it is trying to do that. I think it is trying to get Docker. If I do agents, it is Sonnet 4.6 as well, everyone. We will have to change that. Okay, slash agents. What happened in here? So again, I just restarted and it started working. I've changed the model to Haiku as well. If you see the library, everyone, project agents, GitHub sync Claude code md.claude agent project code reviewer, right? So I can make it a little bit bigger so that you can see that how it is code reviewer. Now, very good thing which I will show you here as well. It is having a color blue, right? So if I just go outside here, if I say run at the rate code reviewer agent. So yeah, it is able to catch. Okay, I think it was my mistake. Run at the rate. So it is just asking for the full path to review my code, right? I will show you like how it gets started. If you don't pay attention, vibing, all these things, right? Agent flow will also be pretty good in seeing this. But I will majorly show you that how see it is having the code reviewer in blue color. But for us, this is better, right? One thing more which I would like to show you now that the Docker has started, everyone. Let me close this, right? Let me close this for the timing. 1 minute. Let me stop this thing up. Okay, 1 minute. Stop this. Okay, clear. Let's go back. Let me start the same again. I like the other one only, but I'm just showing you for your reference. Okay. Because that is able to catch it very easily, right? That was the best thing which I like. Now, if I refresh it, yeah. So I think I was having Docker running for something. So recent session across all sessions connected. If I send a hi across all projects, labels, what happened here? Projects, delete all projects, no session start. Right. Okay. I'm not sure why it is having this issue. So if I do observe and I can do, so seems like some issue is there with the hook. I was able to make it run, but again, I'm not sure. But again, I think everyone you can test it out. But anyways, I think the other one is better. It is having a docu that as well. But yes, I just wanted to show you that this is also something which is present to us, right? It can easily be run. I was able to run the same, but no worries. As I said, I like this one only. So yeah, I think you were able to see everyone that how it is showing you that blue color as well. Let's quickly talk about the anatomy. If we see this file, I have explained you in here what all is present. Name, description, tools, model, color. So you can give the color as well so that you can specifically see that your agent was invoked. Normally, let's say for code review, you can have the red color. For code character, you can have a green color. All these things up. Icon, version. Okay, so all of these things, version is for us only. Then you can have a prompt. So markdown body, the brain, title, and all these things. Let's try to see in the documentation as well quickly, everyone. So if we talk about creating custom sub agent, built in, we have already seen. Creating slash agents, we can choose a location and then generate with Claude. So initially, let's try to build one with slash agent as well, because the idea is that uh, again, once you understand that how Claude is building the same, it will be very simple. Then select model, choose a color, configure memory, right? Save and try it out. That is how it happens, everyone. Let's try out this one only, right? Code reviewer, code improver agent. Then configuring sub agent we can do via slash agent. So let's first do one thing. Let me do Claude here. Let me make this a little bit bigger, and we can see it here only, right? Let me do agents. Now I will say library, and I will say create new agent. So again, I'm just doing it all via my keyboard, so it should not be a problem. Create new agent. It is asking me project or personal. Project dot Claude slash agents, which is this particular one. Okay, so in the project, personal mean at a user level. So it will be created everyone inside here somewhere, right? So let's try to create a personal at the main home directory, because we already have one in this. Generate with Claude, which is recommended. Let's do that. Help me write the. So I can say, I can mention it. Please help me create an agent which can improve the quality of my code. The agent should act as a SDE3 who is well aware about the best practices, and also make sure that it is not unnecessarily bloating the code but rather giving the right advices. The whole aim of the agent is to go through the code and then provide with the advices on how the code can be improved. So this is what I've done. Everyone enter to submit, control G to open in editor. I think we have anyway written it. You can of course copy paste the same as well. So it is now generating agent from description. Let it generate. I think it will be shown somewhere here. So once it generates, it is agents only. Yeah. So now it is asking me for the tools, everyone. If you will see here, so I can select. I can just first deselect all the tools. Okay, so it is saying enter to toggle selection. So I've said deselected all tools. I think it should only having read only access, right? Why would it need write access, right? I'm not seeing it. Execution if it wants to execute something. MCP as well, I don't think if there's a requirement. Okay, we can show advanced option as well, and then I think all the tools will be visible, right? So again, in the advanced option, we are able to see if you want to give it some NCP access, that will also be helpful. So that is the level of depth which we are getting. Read only and execution are, I think, more anyways helpful. Like anyways, we know what they are. And yeah, you can see each of these things here, everyone, because again, when you create it for at a production level, each and everything will be required. So now once it has been done, what I will do, where is my code? So let me go escape to go back. Okay, let me, I went back. Like, so it should not be a problem. Let it generate it again. As of now, nothing has been created. So it is now asking for the tool everyone. I would just give it the read-only tools, okay, and some execution tools. I can now do continue. Now it is asking for the model. Ideally, I should give Sonnet, right? I will make sure that I give Sonnet or inherit from parent, but let me give Haiku here. Let's say automatic color, but let's start that. Hey, this is a code improver agent. So this one, create new agent, configure agent memory. So I will say project scope so that it is having access to all the things in the project level. Claude agent memory local at a project scope, so that when it runs on the web as well, it is having this thing. And now it is saying that it has created the same. System prompt is very long, over 10,000 characters. Okay. Press S to enter to save, and I can do S. And I think it has been created, right? Created agent, yeah, code quality reviewer. Here it was code reviewer agent. Okay, if I go back, code quality reviewer, let me get this file up. Okay, I will just add it for the time being. We will removing it, no worries. Okay. And I could just mention it local here, or not local project here, and I could say project here. So ideally now what should you do, everyone, is that you should copy this thing into your let's say chat GPT, Claude, or anywhere, and you should go through in depth here, because again it has given us so much here that you should not take it on the face value that everything is fine. No, please don't do that. Please make sure that you read through the same, right? I have again done it multiple times, so pretty good with that. But what I also do is that once I actually work on something, and normally, since my instances are running on the cloud as well, I make sure that I'm going through the complete depth. Or if you cannot do that, you can just go to, let's say, any AI, let's say ChatGPT for reference. Okay, we can just have multiple things. Now again, it is very much in depth, right? Very lots of tokens. Please go through my Claude code sub agent and correct anything if required. Give me final file in a copyable code block. Now again, I'm just doing this. What you could have also done is ask it to create an image or tell you what exactly it contains. So it is saying you've already done the solid job here. Thanks, Claude Code. This is already top 5% of production gate sub agent. But few things will bite you later. So task top is not a valid tool. Web tools are unnecessary here. Model Haiku is too weak. Description is too long. Hertz delegation. Two should be restricted intentionally. Right now is enough. Avoid over permissioning. Mission missing proactive delegation. It use proactively after code changes. Okay, that's also good. Now again, it is giving us this much in depth. Ideally, ChatGPT will do a little bit of work, like moving away from the work and provide you in that matter. So yeah, let's copy this. Again, I will not do this without reading anything. Telling you on the initially only, right? But right now it's fine because this is where exactly your agent lives, right? Like this is the exact same thing. I think it has changed it to Sonnet. I will change it back to Haiku. So less or less things, right? Senior technical engineer, so it has added a better approach. Core responsibility, again, it has made it a lot review easy to read as well. And now the idea is very simple, everyone. We can go on agent flow and we can just uh, here we can just escape. So see how nicely it shifts as well, right? Now I could say run my code quality quality reviewer agent, right? Now, of course, you can ask it to explore, then it will run. So you can have the plan, which we will see in a bit. So pay attention, everyone. Let me see the usage as well once. It's 50%. Should be fine. I think we can use it. So great, everyone. Let's see what is happening here. Did I claw? Okay, so see, it is asking. I can run the code quality review agent for you. What code would you like me to review? State changes, specific file. Yeah, that's a good thing. Right? Rather do a specific file here. So this is our approach. Let us try to do the front end report. No, node module is not a file. Reports, Prisma, app, and let's say login functionality. So what we have created, right? So let me say, please go through the slash app folder, right? So in a bit, everyone, it will start our agent. Best part, we can see it here. It is working. Agent was spawned. Review, right? See how it is being very smart in this. Now again, we have not given the terminal access to run all these things. I could also say that always run, right? But let us say yes for the time being because it gives us this chance. See how it is. Okay, so this is very cool, right? So how it is reading all these files. Very like it's generally pretty good. Like read failed something somewhere here as well. If you click on this, it will tell you that yeah, this is the agent from where it is running and all these things. It is going through your complete agent stuff. Now I can just say yes. So I hope you are loving this approach again. I totally love this. Visualization is like I hope you can see that how I've created this awesome diagram as well, right? Visualization is like I feel my language, okay? So no worries, let it run. Misting, it has read Prisma, all these files, okay? Code quality reviewer was our agent. And as soon as it works, again, just this is just our personal agent running, right, everyone? So that is what we have changed. Have we closed Docker? I think, yeah, okay, I've already closed it. Must be taking lots of space. So now it is working. I think it has got all the information. Perfect. Now let me get a comprehensive report. Let me save key memory first, then combine to the findings. So let it work, everyone. So again, for the time being, it is not doing anything, I believe. Agent review. I have to check if we can run it in async, but it will not be very helpful because parallelly we can run agent, but yeah, let's try it out. Okay, so there is a way of timeline as well, everyone. This is actually okay. I didn't check this out. This timeline was actually the feature as well, so it got killed up, everyone. Right. The best part, I will show you 4 critical security issues that we will see as well. So this timeline, everyone, is how the other tool shows, right? So again, it has done the same. Now let me go back and let me show you that how it was actually killed. Pause it. Sorry. See, as soon as it works gets done, it sends back the replies. So we can play it from here at a 4x speed or at a 2x speed. It is working all these 14K tokens. It will be sending this report. So hopefully the report will not be that much high in tokens. So I think it will be what, some 3K, 4K tokens. 28K tokens. So I think it is sending a lot of things. We can check it out. We can actually see in the context only. Let's see the context, everyone, for our chat. what exactly is going here. So, okay, lots of MCPs are there. MCP token 6.7, which we can remove. System tools messages is 10.8 only. So that does means that yes, it is not happening. I think it is also loading some that okay memory files etc. So again, overall we know that anyway when we have multiple messages, right, that is where we will see the best benefit. But overall, it is pretty helpful, everyone. And yeah, your separate token get run and everything is fine here. So in that case, we can see it. And if I do an exit, I think it will stop. So this is what I love about this particular tool. Like for anything you do here, you see an action here, right? Exit the CLI. So see, it has been stopped now, right? So now it is stopped. You can click on this. You can see each and everything, and that is how we are able to work on our agent. Let us go back. I think we have covered all the different things, but still, let me see the same. Choose sub agent scope. So manage setting organization wide agent current session Claude agent current project, all your project, plugin agent directory where plugin is enabled. So that should not be a problem. Project sub agent dot Claude agents, user sub agent. I think this we have already seen everyone. CLI defined, we can define via hyphen agents as well, but I think you should create it at your own project level rather. This is the file, everyone. Very simple name, description, tool models, but I think we have lots of other things as well, which I've told to you all, right? So we can actually copy this complete one. Is there an approach? So supported front meter fields. I think almost all of them I have kind of explained you here. But still, let's see what all are there present. Name, description, tools, disallowed tools, model, permission mode. We have discussed all of them. Right. Permission mode is again default, accept edits, auto, don't ask, bypass permission or plan. Max turns, maximum number of turns agent turns before subagent stops. Okay. Skills, skills to load into the subagent context at startup. So that is also pretty helpful everywhere. MCP servers, hooks, memory, background. Set to true to always run this subagent as a background task. Okay. So that is very helpful. That was what I was talking about. And we can do this everyone. Let's try it out. Okay. So I just want to show you parallelly. Just let me add this thing up. And again, that is the level of in-depth knowledge which I want all of you to have, right? Background true, right? Set to small true. So this is helpful. Isolation set to work tree to run the subagent in a temporary Git work tree. Okay, again, okay, it will run in a separate manner. No worries. Color initial prompt. Auto submitted as the first user turn when this agent run as the main session agent. So should not be a problem. Everyone choosing model. Model alias, we can easily tell full model inherit, omitted. If not, default to inherit. Makes sense. Control subagent capabilities, available tools. Okay, so I think we have kind of understood this much in depth. Permission mode, like now it is explaining all these things, right? Enable persistent memory, then conditional rules with hooks, right? So again, hooks, pre-tool use, matches, bash, hooks. So we have learned about our hooks, everyone. So it is just giving that conditional use. So again, it should not that your agent is having the right access, but it is still deleting each and everything, right? So makes sense, right? Makes a lot of sense rather. And you just think of it like another Claude session. So all the things which I think we were having in our own Claude code, it is having here as well, right? Then define hooks for sub agent, something which again, the best part with Claude code and rather with AI in default, I was having a discussion with someone that how these configuration files are now very easy to make. Earlier, like we have to actually spend days. I remember I spent 2 days in writing a Terraform file. So now it is very simple, right? So now everyone, I think we can work with sub agent, understanding the delegation. So again, I think I've discussed and like kind of taught you each and everything in depth. The idea was that I have read through all these documentation and I get the most part out with the diagrams and everything. So highly suggested still to run the same, right? I'm still showing you the background part because I forget about that. And there are some examples of agents as well, but again, we can create them ourselves as well, right? So now what I will do, everyone, pay attention. This is true now, right? So true. Now I will just start another Claude session. I will go to my agent flow. It should move in a bit, as I said. So I will say that use at the rate code reviewer agent. So see, everyone, this is where like we are able to see we have made the change in the project one. Okay, so very very smartly you have to focus. Many of you would be calling agent here, but see, we have done the change in our project one here. That is where we are having the back. Okay, maybe we did the change 1 minute. My bad. Okay, so we did in the code reviewer agent. Okay, so no worries, we can just copy this and paste it here. Okay, now okay, background true. Good thing that it corrected my spelling. Okay, so that's why it might not be taking it. Okay, great. Let me close the session because again I want to start it again so that agent gets loaded from scratch. Claude. Now I can say use code. Okay, use @code quality sub agent of project to and run it on. I will just select a easy folder this time. Let's select the Prisma folder slash Prisma folder, and parallelly you parallelly just create some 5 test users. Okay, first call the sub agent and then start your work so we can take benefit of async. Now again, I'm just making sure that since I'm not, I forget I tried it out earlier. I'm just showing you that how it will be running. So specifically just asking, but I'm pretty sure that with background it will run. So let's see this everyone. Now our agent is there. It is starting up and seems like, okay, I can say yes here. So, okay, has it completed the work? No. Okay, 1 minute. Now I'll complete a seed script. So again, see, I think it is working. Okay, backgrounded agent to manage. It is parallelly working on this thing. I think when it works, I feel that okay, what has happened here is that everyone, I could just say that do a yes thing. Okay, wrote Prisma, but parallelly it is working. But I think here is where your this visualization tool is not able to have the hooks configured. The idea is that it is running in the background. It is running in the background, but yeah, see, it is like it is not able to pick it up. But if we will see, code quality reviewer agent is working. It has still not presented us with the report, but our agent, it has given us the users, right? So if you will see, our agent has already given us the users. So that is the benefit, everyone. Now see, agent review code quality completed. Now it is giving us with the complete report, right? So this is where I think this visualization tool failed, but that doesn't mean if you see the timeline, I think review Prisma, it is not able to. Yeah, I think the hooks kind of is not configured for this parallel run because yeah, how many people will be doing and going into this much depth, right? So that is the whole idea. Now we will see if would you like to implement these changes, and we can easily ask it that hey, I want that you do it or maybe don't do it. All those level kind of things we can do, right? So yeah, I think that is also pretty helpful, everyone. Now let's go back and quickly just see a few more things up as well. We can do the hooks and everything. I think one more thing which I want to show you. Yeah, these one. Common patterns isolate high volume operation. One of the most effective uses of sub agent is isolating operation that produce large amount of output. So it is saying that isolate them. Running outputs, running tests, fetching documentation, or processing log files can consume significant context. By delegating those to a sub agent, the verbose output stays in the sub agent context, while only the relevant subnet returns to the agent. Parallelly, we can run it everyone, right? Chain sub-agent for multi-step workflow. Ask Claude to use sub-agent in sequence. Each sub-agent completed task and return result to Claude, which then passes relevant context to the next sub-agent. I think this is very easy to understand, right? I could run a code, let's say Explorer agent. Then based on that Claude Explode, I could call my code reviewer or code improver agent, right? So that is the whole idea. Choose between sub-agent and main conversation. So this you can go through, right? Your sub-agent. I think we have kind of done that, right? Skills, everything we have done in depth, everyone. So this thing should also be clear. I have also created this very nice diagram here as well. So this kind of summarizes each and everything for you, right? So again, example workflow, what exactly happens. And I would like to just talk a little bit on the multiple parallel runs, everyone. So if you will see here, like again, what exactly happened is that you should make sure that you are dividing your task very nicely. So again, coming up from the initial analogy which we discussed, if I'm hiring this one person, but again I'm giving it multiple tasks that hey, go through my emails, craft a reply, search for what is there, search for the update, send me an email, okay, go through my calendar as well. That is not going to be the best approach, right? So that is where everyone it is suggested that always and always, if you unnecessarily try to keep on having let's say multiple agents, right? That unnecessary calling multiple agents is not going to help. Please make sure that your agents are very simple. You are defining the task in a very, very see. Keep task small, keep output short. Okay. So parallel, if you're running multiple agents and you feel that hey, everything will be fine, it might not be. Plus, you might also need to see that hey, do they need to be run in a sequential manner? Right. And again, the problem here is also that if let's say your agent starts, right? If you're running 10 agents in parallel, there is some inherent cost, inherent error in your initial code base that will also propagate, right? So that is something which we also need to take care of. So again, the reason I'm specifically asking is that I have seen so many people that so the second they learn about this sub-agent thing, they just try to run multiple agents and feel that hey, I will get the best output. That is not the case. Please keep your task very small. Unnecessarily, don't try to parallelize the operation. Just see in sequence as well. Like just like how we work in an office, right? someone does the work, he presents the report, and then that report can be used by others. So that is the whole idea, everyone. And that is where I think this is useful. Now, the last thing which I would like to talk about, like I think which will complete each and everything here. Okay, is it running still? I can just press exit, right? So that it is, yeah, great. Last thing, everyone, is something a little bit about the memory, right? So I think it was here as well, but I can explain you directly because I read through the same. Yeah. So what exactly happens, everyone? If you will go in here, I think it must have created the memory folder. Has it created one? Dot Claude. Okay, is this the one? Is it? Agent memory. Yeah. So see, what happened, everyone, is that okay, so it has not created in here. But if you could ask the same, let me go back and see if it has stated when it ran for the first one. Uh, no, I think it does not. So I will explain you exactly what happens. So most sub agent, okay, they start fresh every time. That is by design, right? Clean context, clean thinking. But for some specialist sub agent, memory is actually like a superpower. If you have explained something and that person has done the work, right? So if you have told that agent that, hey, don't please reply to any promotional emails, maybe that is not in its, let's say, overall system prompt. That is your complete explanation of the agent, right? Which you can make in so much depth. And overall, let's say if it has done something that, hey, I read 100 emails yesterday, it can create a memory level file as well. So what I can do, everyone, I think I can go in the, okay, we have added memory project here, code quality reviewer project, code quality reviewer at a project level. Okay, so not really sure why it is not creating the memory part. It should have done it here. Memory, so see, project, the sub-agent knowledge is project specific and shareable via version control. When memory is enabled, the sub-agent system prompt includes instruction or reading and everything. So again, the idea is pretty simple, everyone, that it will try to make sure that it creates this memory file and it is also able to update the same so that next time when it is getting invoked, it is having some idea as well. Just like your intern, how you, if you have maybe scolded him yesterday or told him that, hey, this is how you have to do the stuff, it is able to take the complete benefit of that. So that is where this memory thing comes into picture. And normally your uh, agent, sorry, your project or at a user level also you can have the memory maintained. So memory is very simple. That whatever you have done, a kind of a summarization and stuff of that. So that is where it is pretty helpful, everyone. And I will suggest that if your agent is doing a similar kind of work, etc., then you can have the memory open because it will save that here and keep on learning and getting better with that. Just like how we do the same, right? So that is going to be very, very helpful. And that is, of course, also a good practice. Like memory is kind of that only. Like we kind of created a changelog.md, etc. But Claude can also handle the memory part with you. And then again, agent at a, because agent is again a separate Claude code session or a separate subordinate, right? So that can also easily just easily control or work on creating its own memory, right? So with that, everyone, I think we have again covered each and everything in depth, like rather more than required. But still, when to use subagent, when to not. So tasks need isolated context, use subagent. Task is self-contained, no back and forth needed, use subagent. You want cheaper model for routine work or maybe expensive as well, use subagent. Parallel work, independent task, great. Task is small, 4 line of grep, use a skill. Now, why will you do that? Task requires back and forth with you, use a skill again, because again, agents start in a separate session, right? You need agents to talk to each other. Use agent team, which is going to be the next topic. Two agent editing the same file. Never ever. As I told you in the starting, that when multiple sub agents work in parallel, everyone, something like this, they are not connected with each other. So if they are editing the same file, it will surely be disastrous because they will not be having the context that then you can do a sequential run, right? So that is the benefit, everyone. That is how you should also focus on the same. So now, everyone, before we move to the next topic, which is your teams, I would just like to show you how parallel subagents can also work, right? Because though I've discussed a lot in depth about the same, I feel that we should try to see the same as well in theory, in practical. We had already done the theory. So let me do one thing. Let me open a new VS Code. Let me open right from my desktop task manager app. So you will see, everyone, like what all is present here. I've trusted the folder, and again, just it's an empty folder, just what I have done so as to quickly expedite the whole thing. All of these things we have learned and mastered. This is a claude.md, right? Which is again having all the details and everything. We will be building the same. We are having some skills. So skill is build app, which I will just call, right? Build the complete quick task app, pre-flight check, claudemd exists and is readable, no source directory exists. If source exists, pipeline, okay, planner agent, code logic, code writer agent, service layer, test, and then quality pass completion. It will tell each and everything. We are having hooks as well, okay, so to auto format and to session log the session. And finally we are having these 5 agents, okay, code writer, planner, quality improver, service writer, and test writer, okay. So what I will do, everyone, now, let me first check. Each and every one of them should be having Haiku as a model. The reason is pretty simple, like less tokens. Okay. So that is why I'm just changing all of them to Haiku for the time being. And again, you will see that how each of them are having all the things which we have learned as well, right? So now, everyone, what I will just do, again, all of the things are right in front of you. We will just start a terminal. So let me view and go terminal. In this terminal, everyone, right? What we can do now is we can just open Claude. So it will be starting in this directory. Yes, I trust this folder. Again, asking because it is going to be start. I could just rename it task manager app. So again, we will be building this complete app. It is like a mini project. Okay, now again, you will be getting all of this in the GitHub. So please make sure that you go through the same. I'm not reading these files up. We kind of have done each and everything. So that should also be pretty simple. And I will highly suggest, because again, I've used all the approaches in which we have discussed each and everything. Right. So now what I will do, everyone, I will just do slash and I will just call this skill. Skill was build app. Slash skill build app. It is having each and everything. Okay, so just a skill which helps you to build these things up with all the approaches. So I will start it up. I will also have the agent flow, open agent flow. And yeah, I think in a bit we will see each and everything happening. So see, first the planning phase, everyone. So a planner agent gets started up, right? We can again see, and the idea is pretty simple. It will read everything. So highly suggested that please go through the same before you see this part. Download the same on the GitHub and then read the same. So the things will be a lot more clear. Just to save a little bit of time, because again we have to do a major project as well. I'm just making sure that here should be everything clear to you. So processing run slash install Slack app to use Claude in Slack. Okay, I think it is giving us some new update, so it should be fine. But otherwise, also we can easily just connect Slack app, right? And again, it will just do the complete planning, everyone. If you will see, each and everything is kind of mentioned here. If I show you the planner agent, each project requirement from CLAUDE.md produces a detailed implementation plan, efforts high, disallowed tools, everything. Now, again, it cannot be started or done in the background, because before that it will be all bad, right? So it is doing some changes. Let me do yes. Okay, so seems like everything is kind of, once it gives the thing, and we will be having the activity log as well. Okay, so everyone, we have done this as well, right? Very, very important that what all exactly is happening. Could have created the memory, etc. So see, it is doing read plan.md. This is the plan.md, everyone. Now I could do. Do you want to make init? Do you want to make edit in this init.py? Yes, we can do that. Very good idea to go back to our agent flow, right? Because yes, two agents have started, I guess. So parallelly, though I do it, yes, I think agent flow is very, very important. So code writer agent is working, everyone. Let us do a quick of yes things. I hope I do have the usage, but should be fine. No worries. We will change the ID. Yes. So now it is starting with each and everything. Now the best part, though you are seeing the totally final thing, in the end, everyone, uh, like sorry, in the starting, I have done that heavy lifting part where I've explained how the agents are, how the use case is. So please go through the same again, repeating it again and again. Else you will say that, hey Mayank, this is all happening, but what you have done, I have done that difficult part. And again, in the future, I will also make more projects which will be spec driven kind of a development, where step by step we will be writing the document, and that document will do the development and everything. So again, vibe coding, but in a more mature manner. Okay. So Topsy Curvacing, okay, it is doing this thing, everyone. Let it run, install Slack app. It is just now telling this as a suggestion. So perfect. Let me write the files which look good. Let me write one final comprehensive test. Now again, Claude code writer will also be an initial single agent, because we cannot have multiple files being written, right? Either you have the full thing divided that, hey, this is my source.app, this is my source.user. You have a microservices architecture where you have different services. So that is something which can run as well, everyone. I should have a hook as well to avoid like any thing running, but hopefully do not delete anything, right? So see, it has now worked, everyone. Service layer implementation, service writer, right? So this particular one, write the service layer for a Python project, CLI and REST API use after code writer has completed the core logic. And then I think it after that test writer and all these things will work, right? So this is exactly how we do it, everyone. This is very helpful. This visualization, let me stop, close this, and we can see the same. I can allow it. So again, it writes it down, it comes back. My main one is having 17K tokens. It is having 25K tokens. It is still 1 million context. That is why it is 1000k tokens. That also makes a lot of sense. Right. Okay, write it now. I'm specifically not done this allow every time. You know that it is very easy, but the idea is pretty simple. We want to make sure that it is happening in front of us, right? And also, unlike another these small videos, I'm not just jumping anything, keeping it like this. Some error I think came bash, but yeah, that is how you do vibe coding, right? Because now the agents are created and they are kind of easily understood. You have to just handle that it doesn't delete anything. That is a requirement, but yes. So I think it is just now trying to run it in the terminal. Python source CLI add another task priority. Okay, so it is adding the task as well. Let me do it. Okay, so no worries. Trying to run something, trying to run some bash command. As we can see, Python-m, Python. This is running. Actually, it has given the files. Now it is trying to run it and see if error is coming. But yeah, this one is pretty good, right? We were able to see that, yeah, it is now trying to run this particular command. So at least I am also short. See, bash failed. So it is running this up, failed, invalid priority, bash ls-ls. So it is now reading the files. File structure, current of the creative file. Let me verify the line. So that is also a very good thing, everyone. Here you don't have to read it like this. It is right now in front of you. Okay. So now let's successfully verify. Let me run one final comprehensive test. So this will happen. Yes. grep is just getting this thing up. No worries. I just hope that it doesn't run out of my tokens because I have to cover teams as well, but no worries. We quickly see. We're connected with a different ID. Or I will also show you that how you can enable extra cost. That might also be helpful to many of you, right? So Claude has an extra cost. Like I have loaded some dollars there already. So I will show that as well because sometime it will happen that if your usage is over, you want to still in a critical office setup or you are doing some office work or client work as well. Then there is a way through which you can have. Like of course, money solves everything, but yes, I will show you that as well. Okay. Rather, I can show you right now. Parallelly, it happens because we are discussing on this. I should have done this allow all, but no worries. Cloud AI. If you go on this settings, everyone, and you go on usage, right? In here, you will see that how I have $20 extra. Now I have the extra usage of. Once this fills up, right? Once this fills up to 100%, then up to this 4 hours, like let's say if I do something and it gets filled up by in the next 1 hour. So then for the next 3 hours, 15 minutes, you will not be able to use Claude. It will ask that, hey, wait. And of course, it gets filled up for the full week, then you will also not be able to use it, right? So in that case, you can enable this extra usage. Again, it charges you a lot because this way it is very straightforward and easy and cost effective as well. But when you go for this, it will be charging you right, left, and center based on your tokens. So, but yeah, there is some option as well, right? Now, if I show you, if I just open a Claude setup here, everyone, Claude, there is an extra cost, I think. Yeah, see, extra user, configure extra usage. The second I clicked on this, keep using Claude when you hit a limit, card on Visa. By turning on, you agree to the term usage. So I'm just escaping it, okay, because it is connected to my card. Now, normally it will not get clear altogether, but yes, still. Okay, my bad. Thing. Stay it here only. It is saying fixed what's new fixed auth authentication failing with 401 data and Anthropic bedrock service tier. So yeah, I think they're keep on including with everything, right? So let it work. And again, most probably you will be able to easily recreate the same thing because I'm giving you all the files. But lots of things that is running, right? Let me create a final checklist of all the deliverables. 30k tokens. This is still on 17k tokens. Yes. So let me quickly go through it. Seems like it has done the work, everyone. Just like when I said, a service writer agent, it has done the work. 31k tokens. Now, of course, not all the tokens have traveled here. Found 18 new diagnostic issues, everything. In a bit, like, see, it has stated everything. In a bit, it has done the test writer agent now as well. Right? So it is doing the test writer thing. Okay, I think I forget to do that, run it in parallel, but should be fine. What all agents have worked? Code writer, run, planner, done, quality improver, test writer. Okay, so no worries. But again, I hope you get the idea, like how we have to do the presentation and everything, right? Should it be fine? I could do one more thing. Code quality improver, right? So in this writing the test, what I will do, everyone, like again, you can try it out and it will work. No worries. I will just stop it and I will ask it, can you please run Okay, so one more thing. When I have stopped it, it is, I think, still working. Test writer agent is still active, so it is still working because I have stopped the main agent. Now the test writer agent is also killed. See, so one more thing, everyone, very very important. You have to do that. I do Control C. So in Windows there is a button Control. You might have to stop it with other thing, but when you stop, I think the main agent stopped first. The other one was still working. So if you have parallel agents, maybe that's a good approach, right? Run the test writer agent and quality improver. Quality improver agent in parallel. One more thing, everyone, in this line that again, these are all small Claude sessions, so you can have the skill, etc. as well. Okay, I think it is not configured to show them to all together both see, but see, both of them are running in parallel, right? We can see the color as well, but this is where it is failing, right? So I hope you get the idea. Two local agents work for 6 seconds, so this one has completed because it didn't have any work, but two local agents are still running. But that is where I think our main one failed. But yeah, we can see it here, right? So they are running, but yeah. So this hook, it I think handles just a single agent. So that is why we are not able to see it here, right? So lots of right because we are doing everything rightly. Okay. But yeah, I think this will work. Everyone now test writer and quality improver agent are running in parallel. Orchestrator, so it is just catching the quality improver one. Okay. For the timing, I will stop it again. First stop, nothing happened. Second stop, then third stop, and now all of them are stopped. Okay, so if three agents, three times stop. So great. Let me see the usage. It is very close to completion, 72%. Okay. Again, you can run it. I again it will be a just simple app. I just wanted to show you how to stop these agents, how they run in parallel. So yes, you will be getting this completely. Please use the same everyone and create your project. I just want to make sure that again I am able to use what I have for the timing this current session thing, so I can record the team as well. But yes, you when you will run the same from your subscription, it will all happen pretty nicely. So you don't have to worry about anything. Okay, so that is the whole case. Now let me get out of this. And in case this gets a lot bigger, we can have the project separately as well, but should be fine. Start a new session with empty context. So I can just stop it anyways, right? See, it is a completely empty context session, everyone. And yeah, I think this completes our subagents, everyone, rather than a lot of depth, much more than you will find anywhere in a very visual manner as well, covering each and everything, rather going to back to the sync async manner, showcase all these things we have covered in depth. And that is a level of understanding which I want all of you to have. Now you have the anatomy file, agents in Claude Code, parallel complexity, when to use them, when to not, right? So with this all thing clear, everyone, now we will jump onto the agent teams, which is a very small but important topic, where now the whole idea is that how can we run agents, but they will be connecting with each other as well. So instead of, and again, I forget the analogy which I should have mentioned in the starting, so I will write it down here so that you will get the file. They are all freelancers, everyone, right? So they are not able to connect to each other. They are all freelancers, not a team. Okay. So the idea is very simple. When you are giving your work to a freelancer, he is doing it in silos. He is not having any connection with anyone. Okay. That is how this works. So agents, sub agents are the subordinate agents. They are your freelancers. Agent teams, as the name suggests, will be teams where teams can communicate with each other, right? So I will have the code reviewer, code, all that agent. Of course, they will have lots of context, etc. But yeah, that is how the basic idea of the team is. Okay, so with that, everyone, I'm pretty sure that this is clear. Now, please make sure that you are revising each and everything because I've covered the same in so much depth. If you're liking the explanation, again, please make sure that you like the video. Leave a comment. Okay, I hope you like this approach of visualizing each and everything as well. And also subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss out on future projects and everything. Okay. Now let's meet in the next part where we will be covering about the Claude agent teams in depth. Okay. So great, everyone. Now let's jump on to the next topic, and that is very exciting engineering feat, and I think everything. So it is teams in Claude Code, or the agent teams rather in Claude Code. Now I've written this in very like noticeable red color that it is still an experimental feature, right? So if you go to the Claude official documentation, just after creating custom sub agent, the next part is running agent teams. So again, coordinate multiple Claude Code instances, working together as a team with shared tasks, inter-agent messaging, and centralized management. So again, like I will share a story as well, but first let's try to quickly get the idea clear. Though I have kind of explained in the last part as well. So as of now, everyone, what you have to think that when you were hiring or when you were basically as a manager hiring these people, they were interns, right? Or they were like freelancers. They were not connecting with each other. You used to give them a task, they can work in parallel, but at the same time, they are not aware about each other. Okay. So that is again not exactly how in real life we operate. In real life, of course, we are having multiple ways or the better approaches overall in which we do the work. And one of the best way of doing that, everyone, of course, is by doing it by with collaboration. So we can have a manager, and inside it, let's say, let's talk about any team in any particular department, right? Be it marketing, sales, engineering. You have a manager, and under him, like there are people who are at the same level, or maybe like multiple level as well. Manager can have SD3, SD2, SD1s under him, and then they are communicating and everything, right? So they are working parallelly with each other, right? But at the same time, they are connecting as well. So as of now, they it was not allowed for this salesperson to connect with intern and like this. Okay, so this was a big no no. But now, everyone, what has happened with agent team, like this is the main idea. Earlier, they all were connected to main session. They cannot talk to each other. Okay. So anything which we are having, right, they cannot just connect with each other. But in this, everyone, a lead is there, right? And these people, they can share their all the things. So ideally, how it happens is that it creates a task list. After that task list is created, then we are having multiple agents spawn up, or like you can again think of Claude Code session only, and then they work on the task in a real sense. Okay, and the best I think like overall proof of work was, I hope all of you are aware about this clause C compiler. Let's go to news, and yeah, see, building a C compiler with a team of parallel Claudes. Now that was like the very amazing feat, right, everyone? So what happened in here? Two stress tests C. With agent teams, multiple Claude Code instances work in parallel on a shared code base without active human intervention. The approach dramatically expands the scope of what's achievable with LLM agents. So again, it is not a easy thing to do. In that, like to understand it, again, they have created something with proper engineering, proper resource management, proper coding, right? They would have created the graph where the information are getting saved and everything. I kind of have learned a little bit about its architecture. Okay, not a lot in depth because again it was a little complex. But the idea was that yes, that is where they have used a proper engineering part. Everyone creating graphs and everything so that these information can be shared. How are they spawned? Creating a complete task list and using 16 agents, writing a Rust-based C compiler from scratch, capable of compiling the Linux kernel. It is a very huge feat, everyone, right? If you think about this, this is not some basic task. It is actually writing a complete Linux kernel, like over nearly 2,000 Claude code session and $20,000 in API cost. So it is somewhere around in India, I think 18 lakhs, depending on the exchange rate. The agent team produced a 1 lakh line compiler that can build Linux 6.9 on x86 ARM RISC-V. Believe me, this has been like an amazing feat. Like if you're thinking that, hey Mayank, there is 20,000 API cost as well, but yes, still it is very less than what an engineer will task. So comparison is interesting artifact on its own. So again, I will highly suggest to read through this. Right, it is a very good thing. Running code, plot code in parallel. Lessons from programming: write extensively high quality tests. Put yourself in Claude shoes. Context window pollution, time blindness. So again, they are all having their own approach, like separate, let's say, context and everything, but they are able to share the result as well, right? Now let's go to the official documentation, everyone. The very first thing which you have to understand, agent teams are experimental, right? So that is the very first thing. It is of course not as of now as well right tool for every job, but I feel that you should be aware about this because again, the way things are moving in AI, you are not sure. Like maybe let's say next week Claude will say that hey, AI agent teams are now all good and you can use them. So that way, I want that you actually understand, and I will be taking some effort to explain you a little bit about in depth as well, like a little bit, so that again you're able to understand these things up. So again, that is the idea. We have to rather make it on. Now, either we can make it on at the complete user level or we can make it on at a project level. We will be doing it at a project level, everyone. Agent team lets you coordinate multiple cloud code instances working together. One session act as team lead, coordinating work, assigning tasks, and synthesizing results. So again, we are still having this kind of an architecture where we are having a team lead everything, but these are able to connect with each other now. So that is a good thing, right? And along with this, everyone, we do have a task list. 1 minute, let me search it. Task list. Okay. Okay, so I think this one is pretty good. Let's get this one. Okay, let's get this. It's black and white. One of the task is not done here, so it will be more easier, right? But yeah, there were some cool icons. But anyways, everyone, so that is how we have a task list as well, right? Now, along with this, everyone, what happens, right? Let me first show you. Uh, Assigning tasks, teammates work independently. each in its own context window and communicate directly with each other. So again, it is not that if you need to connect with your let's say colleague, you don't go through your manager that hey, can you say this to Mayank? Can you say that to Mayank? Or hey, can you make sure that this is discussed with Rahul or everything? But you actually just directly go and talk, right? So that is the whole case, everyone. It is not a via connection; it is a direct connection. Unlike sub-agent, which runs within a single session and can only report back to the main agent, you can also interact with individual teammate directly without going through the read. So again, earlier if you saw that we had no way of connecting to the sub-agent, but here we have that case, everyone. Agent team requires Claude version. I think we can check it, but I know that I have the latest one and it has been times, but still let me check it for your thing. So see 2.1.123.32. So yeah, lots of version above. Page covers again when to use agent team, starting a team, controlling teammate, and best practices for parallel work. Now again, I would like to make one thing clear. Still an experimental feature. It uses Opus, so very expensive. And yes, since if it is Opus, it is having 1 million context window. And normally even Claude is suggesting that hey, if you need to try it out, please make sure that you are again not doing it for the real work, right? So again, when to use agent teams, I think research and review, new modules or features, debugging with competitive hypothesis, cross-layer coordination. I think anywhere we feel that hey, the work seems like it has to be done with a team, not like a freelancer, not with an individual context, not in a sequential manner as well, because there are many works which cannot be done sequentially, right? Where we need to have this to and fro between the teams. So that is where we can use this agent team. Now compare with sub-agent, this is a very good diagram. I will have it in our case as well. So see, main agent, spawn sub-agent, work result, all of this goes back to the main agent. Multi-agent team, spawn team and assign task, share task list, communicate and claim task, communicate and claim task, work and communicate with each other as well. Okay, so see, they have also made a little mistake here, but no worries. So this is a very good diagram, everyone, which I would like to add. Let's see where we can add it. So there are a few diagrams which I like. I just want to explain you a little bit, so that is why I created these diagrams. Don't get scared, please. I think we have been very nicely, amazingly mastering each and everything. So in that case, it will be helpful. Okay. So yeah, this is your sub-agent architecture, everyone, and this is your agent team architecture. So just the whole idea is that if we have a sub-agent like this, we can have multiple of them. Uh, as of now, all is Opus, right? But pretty sure that it will be there in future, right? So we can have it here. Like I love to create these diagrams because they make your task a lot clear, right? And we can have a manager as well. So yes, Mayank, you have just created it, but yeah, seeing it multiple times helps you to understand it, because this diagram which I have created, that is, I think, better than the official one. Okay. So, and I want that all of you have this thing as well. So that is the reason. But one very good thing which I want to highlight is that they can communicate with each other as well, right? So this is the level of overall thing which we get, everyone. I think I can just quickly make them green because they are having this thing proper width as well. But that is how your agent team works. And yeah, understanding I think is very simple because we have understood sub agent or subordinate agent in a lot of types, right? So that's the whole idea, everyone. Now let's see like any other information. So sub agent, like again, when sub agent may only report issues result back to the main agent and never talk to each other, that is all good. So I will have like this thing as well quickly added to our notes, but let's first go through the same. Context, own context window, result return to the caller, own context window, but fully independent. Communication, report result back to the main agent, terminate message. Teammates can message each other. Coordination, main agent, of course, is managing all the flow, because see, if I'm hiring freelancers, like they're not talking with each other, I will be having everything, right? Shared task with self coordination. Best for focused tasks where only result matters. Complex work requiring discussion and collaboration. And that is the reason, everyone, for that particular work of Rust compiler, they use this, because Rust compiler is not an easy thing. It's not that a sequential agent will write that out. And I think you know, like if Anthropic's own people take how many sessions? What was the cost? Yeah, if they took 2,000 Cloud Code session and 20,000, so I think you understand the gravity of that, right? So again, this is how we can make it run, everyone. So again, and I think it is just giving this thing that helps you to develop to do. I think let's try to work out with the own example only. What I will do, everyone, rather. Let me see if I can create a new folder, because I don't want to basically like kind of corrupt this one. But let me see like how many of sessions are we having, right? So again, and I don't feel that again we can have this without like this tool will be able to handle it, but should be fine still, no worries. Let me create a new folder here. Let me say it agent teams demo. Let me get it outside here. Side. second, everyone. Let me create it with terminal, right? So clear everything. It is in CLAUDE.md. I can create mkdir. It's agent teams demo, right? And I will just open this. So this I think we have already mastered. Let me open this one, agent, and going a little back, CLAUDE.md this agent, right? So yeah, we are in a new session, everyone. I think I can close this. I could just have my terminal only. Let's do these things with the terminal now because I think that's a good approach. I could have Claude. I could say enable agent teams in this folder. Now see, as soon as I start with terminal, that Claude code is created and it is having the Claude log session as well. I think we have also created hooks for that, but should be fine. So let me ask this thing up and just do this. Okay, so it will be creating a settings.json. I think it might ask that, hey, if you want it at a user level or where. Claude may use instruction code or line from the skill. Okay, update config. Claude code, so it is doing it inside my particular project only. Let it work. Reading one file, Claude settings.json. Okay, I can say yes. And it has been created. So see everyone, Claude code experimental agent teams. Now, what we can do, we have enabled the same. Let me copy this. Let me paste this code. Parallelly, let me have that agent flow as well. Right. So this is the current one, everyone. I am designing a CLI tool that helps developer track to do comment across their code base. Create an agent team to explore this from different angles. One teammate on UX, one on technical, and one playing devil's advocate. Okay, so let's try it out. No worries. Just again, I think again it will fill up context and everything a lot, right? I think already we have some MCPs open. So agent US perspective on to do. Okay, US perspective one agent it has run. Okay, so I think, oh, nice, nice. So see, 3 agents have started, everyone. But since it is on Opus, right, and I don't want my usage to go all bad, I'm not sure if it is updated or something, but now we are able to see. Maybe restarting VS Code help. So now I'm able to see this, everyone. So it is a very good approach. And yeah, I think it is not able to tell that they are also connected, or is it able to tell that? Is there anything else going? So again, all the things are good, but usage will be a lot taken kind of in depth here because it is all using Haiku. But is it stopping now? I think it is still working. Context is fill up. It is waiting for me. But these are working in parallel, right? So let me just see one thing quickly. Control your agent team to the display mode. In process, agent team can support 2 display mode. All team may run inside your main terminal. You shift down to cycle through the teammates and type to message them directly. Okay, that's a pretty good thing. Each teammate gets its own pay. You can see everyone's output at once. Required teamwork for item 2. So again, everyone, I've used this item 2 in Mac. It is a very good replacement of simple terminal. But let's try to see it here. I could do yes, and let me do shift tab. Okay, plan mode. Let me do yes, accept edits. So yes, yes, yes. I'm not sure if I'm able to see this changing Haiku. Okay, it is accept edits on only. So I don't think that is the case. I think if it is accept edits on, then it will work. Let me see the usage as well. Please show the usage, please, please, please. Control B to run in background. Again, see, as I said, like it's a little bit of your experimental feature, right? So I've pressed Control B, and I think it is running in the background now, everyone. So it has back to the same thing. Good catches from the team. The devil educated agent is right generic critique without anything. Okay. Seems like it is not used a lot for the timing. That is all good. Why is it refreshing on May 7? Anyway, so 20% of users come from sub-agent under general purpose, 100% users from sub-agent heavy sessions. So seems like, okay, now it is, I think it has recently been updated. So it is telling me that, okay, who is using what? Let me cancel it out. Agent technical architecture for to do completed. Name your conversation with /shitty name. But yes, everyone, I think we were able to see now again as it is experimental and this is not the best way of seeing it, right? I think it is not the best part, right? Where it is working. So initial scan, it is like kind of working. I will be stopping this to be very honest. Let me stop this. And I think I have to press it multiple times because multiple agents were running. That does makes a lot of sense. And yeah, again, I will just show you if I go back to this, everyone. This is again where it is saying, I think we can add this as well. The default is auto, which uses split pane if you're already running inside a tmux session. So I will not be able to do this because I'm not setting up the split pane for the timing. But I think split pane is that you will be seeing if we have three agents, right, working in parallel in a team, we will be seeing four sessions. One for your basically main agent, and another three for your sub agents. Okay. So this is where I think we can also add this thing up. Okay. To force in process mode for a single session, pass it as a flag. I will try this as well. Let me just clear it out. Let me, okay, so where are exactly we are? ls. Let me change the folder for the time being because I think we are in the main directory, right? At least let me create one more directory here. Make directory agent teams demo, cd agent teams demo. Clear everything out. Now I could say Claude here. Trust the folder. Please enable agent teams and also add in process mode. Okay. So again, I'm just showing you that how it works in the overall this as well, like overall your uh, terminal as well, the basic terminal. Okay, because again, whatever it is using, it should be able to do with that. We have to turn off that MCP, right? Let me do that actually because they are having lots of things. Let me go back. Let me turn because again, I don't want that we are wasting so much of our things here, MCP servers. Let me. It is requiring table, table, table. So yeah, everyone, please do that. Again, I'm not using as of now any MCP. So the idea is pretty simple. Why to unnecessary waste all the context? Now again, we can do that. We can save this by starting in your Sonnet. But again, I want to make sure that I have enough window. Last time that was the case, we stopped. So it is saying status. I can just say disable. Okay. So model Haiku, what it is doing dot cloud settings JSON. Okay, you can do that. Let me do a ls here. Bash completed enable agent added disable background first to ensure the background agent fleet is enabled. Okay, I think it has done one slip up, which it should not have done. If we go in this is where I think it has enabled it. So all these are notifications, everything. Yeah, disable background agents, teammate mode in process. So I will ask it. Okay, rather, please enable only in this folder project. Okay. So now everyone, I think we all are clear with this thing that it will just enable in this folder project. So that is the whole idea. Now let it run. Yes. If I now do a ls, yes. So it is removing that as well. So that is good thing about Claude. Like it works. That is the idea. Okay. Okay. ls. Why is it not creating bash completed with no output? That's strange. The configuration would be affected. Agent team with in process teammate. Okay, let me see it. Oh, okay, okay. I think okay, okay. I know why is it happening, everyone. Okay, how can I forget this? ls hyphen la because it's ls hyphen la. So see everyone, I think it has created a dot cloud folder, but since it was hidden dot folder, I told you in the very starting that it is for the hidden part. Now, what I would also like to do here, right, everyone? So let me run another command. I can just showcase that. Just give me a minute. Right, and I just want to show you few more things, so let me just quickly circle back. Okay, let me just quickly go out. I will be running two commands, everyone, so I want you to focus git init and git commit. So I'm just getting a git here. Like git is basically to make sure that I can add version control to this thing, just like I showed you in Word. There's a concept which I want to just touch upon because that would be, I think, in the coming time that will become very, very important. And though it's a technical concept, I will like to explain you in an easier manner. Git init and git commit allow empty m init, and I'm getting these multiple directories. Okay. So initialize, and I think if we do an ls now, all of these are created. If I do a Claude now, everyone, of course, we have all these directories and your dot Claude as well. Right. Inside dot Claude, we know that all these things are happen. Now pay attention what I'm pasting. So I will create this up here. Simple, let's say prompt.txt. Create an agent team to build a user interface, a user preference feature. The feature allows user to save display preferences, theme, spawn a team, teammate 1, teammate 2, teammate 3. Before starting, teammate 1 should message teammate 2 and 3 with exact API contact. So they work like consistent. When all three have worked, merge branches and report. So if I show you now, everyone, right? I think I can paste it directly. And let me paste it. So ask Cloud to create a tinkering tip, ask Cloud to create a to-do list. Okay, that's all good. Now, since the agent team is started, let's see. I will set up an agent team to build this user preferences feature, backend engineer and everything. Create preference window. This is filling up, right? Agent backend engineer. Let me now do shift tab. Okay. Uh, Sonnet. I think still, let's go back and see if we are able to see this in the agent flow. Review live. Let me refresh it. Let me close this and agent flow. Okay, I think we have to start agent flow from that. That is the problem. So see, agent backend define and implement the preferences API. I think it is doing this. So let me do yes. Okay, so again, I'm just asking it for a few things, nothing else. I'm just getting few basic files. I think it is still working, improvising. I just want to check if I could. So again, how was it setting in process? I'm just trying it out. I think ideally this one is a better approach, split pane, because again, now not sure like what is this thing for Mac. So here we are. She used shift down. Okay, shift down. My bad. Let me do shift down. Okay. No task currently running or selected. Enter to view. Okay, nothing is doing. Shift down. Okay, let us think no background task, right? Doodling, there are three agents, create preference API and everything. Again, as I'm saying, it is still experimental. Something might work, something might not work. That is what experimental means. I might have some setting like up or down and it is not able to catch that. Uh, but yeah, still I'm not able to see it. If I see usage, everyone, it is queued up. Press up to edit queued up message. So not worries. 3 tasks, 0 done, 3 open. Now let me do shift down here. Okay, shift down. Nothing is happening. Okay. I think they're working in the background everyone. So again, should be fine. I think I can just exit it out. Okay. Because I don't want that my all the tokens are added here. I will just show you that how it works with Opus only. So that is why I can see it is having this much of context. The idea there is if I show you Opus, if we search for Opus, okay, I think they have removed it. I think okay. Can agent team now work without Opus as well? Let me ask this. Earlier that was the case, okay, but now doesn't specify hard requirement. Let me search for Modular page. There's no explicit requirement for Opus. The page mentions. Okay, but I remember this. Let me search agent teams Opus only. Agent team in Cloud Core now multiple learning working together. Okay, key aspect, yeah. So key aspect of agent team Opus 4.6, right? So that was the case. I think they have recently removed it. Again, I specifically remember, right, that it was all on Opus. We have introduced agent teams. You can now spin up multiple agent to work in parallel. But yeah, I think maybe with 4.7 they have removed that. So that might be the case that it is using Haiku. And as you can see, it can spawn up those multiple sessions as well. So that is the whole idea, everyone, right? And as far as I can see, I don't see like the agents which see these agents which it is running, right? So if we go back, if I say Claude, sorry, if I say slash resume, right? And if I just resume the last one, it was the last one, right? So I don't think that we created these agents as well, right? But it was able to have these teammates and everything run. So that is also something like it is not asking us to explicitly create these agents, though I think, yeah, of course, they will be created. It will be helpful. So that is all what is mentioned here team lead, teammates, and everything. Choose a display mode. Now, again, everyone, there are lots of settings which I will ask you to go through the same. How agent team works. Like, again, I have read through the same, but I feel that again, it will be a lot in depth for many people. But this architecture thing, the way it is explained, I think this is pretty good. Just one thing I want you to explain in here, and that is regarding the Git work tree thing. So, see everyone, now what happened is that again, even though they are working in with each other, they are having a separate context and everything. Now, Git is just like your this thing. If you remember, I showed you docs.new. So if I do something here, if I let's say have anything written, right? If I create these things up, there is a version history created. Now, for tech and non-tech people alike, I think this is easy to get. Like, see, again, even if people are working, they of course will be having their separate version of code, right? So even though they are working on separate files and everything, we need to make sure that again, just like let's say you are working on your copy, other people are working on their own copy. Their copy is kind of set, right? So what happens if you don't pay attention? Let's say you're having a project, okay? Team lead directory is the main one, okay? Then using the concept of Git work tree, right? Using the concept of Git work tree, future, like again, Git work tree is nothing Claude or AI concept. I will just show you Git work tree. It kind of creates copy of this. So built-in feature that allow you to have multiple branches checked out simultaneously in different directories, all linked to a single Git repository. So what is happening here, everyone? Ideally, I am able to, in a very simple sense, have this main directory which my team lead is working on. First agent, it is having a copy. Second agent, it is having a copy. Third agent, it is also having a copy. Now this is different from creating those branches. So it is not like let's say you are creating multiple copies of your this thing here, right? A minute. Yeah. It is not like you're creating multiple copies of this thing here. It is just referencing to your main code, and on top of that, things are happening. The idea is pretty simple that once the work is done, okay, then we can easily merge it out. So again, isolated work, safe, parallel, and easy to merge. That is the whole case. Like just like how we teammate work. It's not that we are working on a same laptop. We all are having our own context window and everything. We can tell that, hey, I have done this change. Okay, I might push it. Please do the pull. And the benefit of Git work tree, everyone, as compared to other branches, is that just to tell, whenever there are any changes happening. So let's say that you have now, again, see, there are two ways, right? I will explain you. When you create a copy here, if you do make a copy, then when tomorrow I will be doing some changes in here, like I will be pushing some changes. For example, I go and say to my agent lead that, hey, spelling mistake. Okay, spelling mistake. Now, if you have created this thing, everyone, you will always have to, like, this branch will be kind of, uh, if you create a branch, right? Although you can have it, you can go back and do the changes and pull it. But in Git work tree, the benefit is that automatically that update goes through. Plus, it is very safe and very space efficient as well. So, lots of code, it will be making sure that it is referencing to that code. So, you can read about Git work tree a little bit, but that is how agent works. I think if I go and here, Git, see, manual parallel session. So, see, next steps, Git worktree lets you run multiple Cloud Code sessions yourself without automated team coordination. So that is something which they also worked in here, right? That is why I'm mentioning this thing. Because, okay, I think they have not mentioned it in here. Git synchronization, Git worktree. Yeah. Also, they have not mentioned it here, but yes, Git worktree is a very good way of running this thing in these multiple agents in parallel, because then they will not be having any problems. Plus, they will also be having, like, again, why am I telling you this? Because again, tomorrow, if you're trying it out for your real code base, like as of now, we are starting a new session. But when you do try it out with a real code base, all of this will be creating their own kind of a complete session and everything, right? So the way I can show you everyone this thing, let me just try. I do have created a experiment, but again, it might not be that easy. So let me just tell, and then we will discuss around the same, right? So let me first make sure that, okay, we have already on this. Now let me try to see that demo, right? 1 minute. I'm just trying to see. I had a demo created with Git worktree thing. So again, I just want to explain you like how it will work a little bit. So that is the case. So using this Git worktree, everyone, like again, the whole idea is that as of now they are working, right? They are sharing their changes and everything. You can also run this. So Git worktree thing, without going to this agent teams, you can also run parallel sessions. Then that is the actually the whole idea, that if you have created this Git workspace, then agent teams are not required, right? So that is the whole case. I think I mess it up. Like they are not using Git worktree, but again, the reason they have mentioned, if you will see it here, manual parallel session, Git worktree lets you run multiple Cloud Core session yourself without automated team coordination, right? So just read about this a little bit. That was the whole idea, that how they are able to then work in a safe parallel environment. Again, it's a little tricky, right? The example also which I have created, that's also a little bit tricky, but the way it works, it creates those multiple. So let's say three agents, three work trees will be created, and the command is pretty simple as well there. And yeah, then I think you can easily just work on that. So now everyone, if you will see, we have three tiers of parallelism. Pick the simplest that works. Agent teams, okay. Coordinated, shared state, peer talk. Parallel task, parallel session, work tree, which can be done via work tree. So that was the reason. Independent, no coordination, parallel task, the way like multiple agents are running. Single session plus sub agent, baseline, sequential, simple, daily work. Okay, so that is also how we can do it. It is totally on you, but as of now, I will suggest to use a simple single session one, right? Because it is still experimental. People are like still they are checking it out. I did read somewhere that it also uses worktree sometime internally because Claude also has that command. So again, like you can just not get confused. Just I'm telling you what is possible because yes, it is still an experimental feature, right? So that is something which we know. And as told, like earlier it was just having Opus support. Now I think it has also been expanded to support other models, and they will be keeping on working on the same. And even it is not on by default. So that is the whole learning app. Even with team, I've shown you as well. Like when I run this thing, I think it spawned multiple agents, but we have the team thing as well open, and they were able to communicate as well, right? So that was the case. Like in here, if you see, we were having this thing up, right? So I could just say normally to say continue. Let's see this thing up. Interrupted. What should the plot do instead? Agent observe server is starting. Agent observe server is running. Slash observe status to check. Let me. Okay, I will have to check it again. Okay. Slash observe. Uh, so again, it is reading preferences, spawning teammate one backend engineer to define the preferences API. Now it is doing something here. Let it do. Let me try. I think I still have the tokens. If it is not using Opus, that should not be a problem. Agent teammate one. I just want to see that once it write out these things up, then after that, are we? It is it able to communicate as well? And again, as I said, everyone like totally experimental thing, right? So you cannot be like, Mayank, this is not working as expected. Well, Claude is saying that hey, use it just for experiment as of now. Don't have everything defined there. Okay. I could change the mode as well as separate its font. Okay. Lots of token it is taking place, but good thing it is still sub agent. Our main one is free of this. So now I think it has started another one because it is 4.6. Okay, no, it was not 4. Control B to run on background. If I do Control B, okay, it is still running in the background, and I think I got my status back. Observe, start. Okay, user prompt expansion hook error. I see teammate one is still working on preferences API. Let me check the progress and get the API contract they have defined. Teammate one is still working through the implementation. Let me wait for completion. Okay, I think it was not that. It was not a shell command. Should be fine. What is it writing? At what level is it working? Let's quickly see that. Okay. So we have this agent teams demo. Oh, okay, okay. It has created multiple things actually. I have the Git thing as well created. So it is doing lots of stuff at there. So it should not be a problem. Uh, okay, now waiting for the task. It is 843 tokens now. Thinking some more with high effort. If I do shift down, okay, so it is saying one local agent. Let me click this. And now it is saying that, hey, you can go back, escape, enter or space to close, X to stop. Okay, so I think since it is working in a team, I am able to come inside it, right? It is working on a job. It is asking that, hey, you can do an X to stop it. But still, it's a little bit tricky if it's actually teams or something. But let's see. Front end, back end engineering create preferences done. Okay. Almost done thinking with high effort. Now, let's see what it is telling. Let me go back actually. Test engineer. Okay, so I think now both of them are also started, right? So this has been connected, but I don't see that we have done anything here because again, it is working in a team fashion only, I feel, because we are not seeing anything here. It is still seeing one local agent, right? So maybe not that easy to see it. Okay. Let me stop this. Let me stop this and ask, was agent teams running? Let me ask this. I'm not sure still if the last agent is stopped because again, it is still showing one local agent there, which means it has not been killed. So let me kill it. So I went there and print X. Okay. Got it. The backend agent was stopped. However, I can see from the earlier output that they did complete their work before being killed. Okay. The files are there and ready. Would you like me to spawn teammate 2 and 3 to build the React component test? Okay. Review the what was offered. Can you tell me if in earlier message agent teams were running? Okay, so I'm just asking it only. Like let's ask Cloud only. It is still saying that hey, I have this agent. No worries. No agent team were not okay. Were not fully running. Here's what actually happened. Teammate one successfully spawned and ran as an agent. Okay. Killed. So only one out of three agent actually ran. And even that got not terminated before I could collect its final output. However, the files it created before termination are visible. Would you like me to spawn team? Okay, so I would just ask it. Spawn an agent teams. Okay. So they can work together and also and also connect with each other. We already have made agent teams on in the settings.json. Okay, so let me ask this specifically to Claude because I want it to specify that hey yes, Claude, let me check the agentic configuration in the settings.json. So Claude is part in that case. Perfect. I can see you have configured teammate in process for agentic collaboration. Let me spawn the full agent team with three specialized who can work together and communicate. Okay, so now I think it is working that. Okay, so again, running two agents, running three agents. Uh, okay. If I do shift down now, nothing is happening. No task it is saying is running. It is asking for something should be fine. Shift down, still nothing happening. I can do shift tab, plan mode, accept edits. Okay, plan mode I think maybe on Sonnet only. Or is that the case? No. Accept edits. No background task running. So yeah, seems like I think again still backend engineers working, right? If I see agents, it will be queued up that. Now is the agent team running? So I think it is running now because I see that they are able to communicate, searching for two patterns, reading one file, right? So it is not parallel because again, backend engineer is also working. And we said that hey, first backend engineer should start the work. I'm not sure that why it is showing like this. And see, right backend setup. And then they are converting with each other as well. So it is not that it is coming up. See, seven tool uses. But we told that hey, please make sure that first the backend engineer works and it communicates all the things, right? So in that case, I feel that now it is working. Let me stop that because again it will be charging a lot. I have to press command lots of time. Claude slash usage. Uh, okay, so again, still it is not using Haiku. That's a good thing. Update config, build agent, general purpose, all the things. Agent observe. So it may be pushing up the general purpose agent for my agents which it is creating. Maybe that is the case. Okay. 38% usage come from that. Sub agent heavy session. So it should not be a problem, everyone. We can just cancel it out. So yes, everyone, that was the case with agent teams. Now, again, the conceptual level is clear, but I will still want that it is getting a little bit more matured so that we can use it. I think as of now, it is using general purpose agent, giving it whatever we are asking, and then it is running the same. So that is the whole case. One more thing, everyone, I am actually seeing that how just right now it has basically started supporting non-Opus model as well. But earlier it was using 7x times the normal token. So again, experimental feature. Don't rely on it. It is very, very expensive. So you can see no session resumption with in-process teammates. Stash resume stash event do not restore in-process teammates. Okay, after resuming a session, the lead may attempt to message teammate that no longer exists. If this happens, tell the lead to spawn new teammates. I think it will handle itself. Task status can lag. Makes sense. Shutdown can be slow. One team per session. Of course, that is the case. No nested team. So it is not that your backend engineer here, it is able to spawn a team inside it. Okay, so though it is a Claude code session only, but it's still not able to do that. Lead is fixed, of course. Permission set at spawn. All teammates start with a leads permission mode. Oh, okay. You can change teammate modes. Split pane required tmux or item. So again, tmux and item two, they are just like your kind of terminal replacement. But I think that should be more than enough, everyone. I don't want that you go a lot in depth. I think I've explained the same with you. The idea is that again, we can make sure that they work again on some separated branch. They should not still be having lots of things, but yes, they can still communicate and work on those things up. We have seen that how using the general purpose agent they were able to work because, as I said, if it would have been not a agent team, they would not have been working like this because he specifically asked that backend engineer should work and it has worked on these things and then communicate. So that is why those three were working. First, backend engineer started, it done the work, communicated, and then all of them started. And they are using these 8 tools, 7 tools. Are this one, right? This particular, if you say agent flow, I think it will still show that as a multi-agent thing because it is not, I don't think it will be supporting that as of now, right? Because again, it is a little bit different architecture. This app, it is just based on hook overall, but yeah, pretty good work, whoever has done that. So in that case, I think everyone, this is more than enough. I will still highly suggest that you are waiting for the timing. Now, when it can be helpful, I can just write down best cases for agent team because I don't want that you are behind in anything, right? That is my whole idea. So first, large scale refactoring. Okay, so when you have lots of big code or you are like kind of totally you are so there are lots of this thing in job, right, in the tech world specifically, that when you are migrating your entire code base, let's say from Java to Python, that is where full stack feature development, the reason, if it will be that, then you will be talking and everything parallel code review plus testing where they're able to connect with each other, security audit at scale, because now again when it happens with simple subordinate agent, one will do then it will fix, one will do then it will fix, that is something which we can avoid. And fix, let's say everyone, again for the code base understanding or another longer one. And here as well, I think I will first call an explore agent, that is going to be pretty helpful. Now where they cannot run everyone, I think this I will just quickly copy so that you're able to understand it. Pay attention. Sequential tasks with hard dependencies. Okay, if you need that, hey, agent one should first close and then B will start. Of course, subordinate agents are pretty good with that. Subordinate, yeah. Same file edit simultaneously, guaranteed conflicts. So again, there will be some conflicts. Small task under 10 minutes. Lots of agents, lots of cost. Work that need tight coordination more efficiently done by one agent. When experimental bugs would block you. So again, that is the case. There you can use the manual parallel. So what do I mean by manual parallel, everyone? Where you are creating these three Git workflow things and then each one of them is working on that. So in that case, in the end, it is just like three people working on a branch and you can then easily merge them. So that is the whole case, everyone. I think we have covered each and everything in here. Like again, not a lot of things were here in this particular thing. So I made sure that what exactly can be the case. And I have already shown you that how even at an it was able to do a very, very awesome work with that Anthropic thing. But yeah, that was also very expensive, right? So that is something which we have to always remember. Anthropic Rust story, right? Rust C compiler. So let's wait for it to get a lot better. Okay, and I think in some time we will be seeing and using agent teams in no time. So that would be the case. But yeah, now you have an idea. So things to take away from this, everyone. Yes, agent teams are present, which can work very effectively in a parallel setting. Yes, it is expensive. It is in experimental mode. Yes, we can also spawn multiple sessions and then make them work just like agent teams work, a little bit closer to that, though they can still not communicate. But yes, since it is also based on architecture and coding, maybe we can have one file which all of them is common. So again, having context share is not that difficult if you say that, hey, if I just explain you in a very simple manner, what I would do here is that, pay attention, everyone. So just to show, I can just create one folder here. Let's say agents. Okay. Inside this folder, everyone, now I can have A1, I could have A2, and I could, okay, not like this, move, and I could have A3. Now, though a little bit hacky, but what I can also have, everyone, I could have, let's say, changelog.md. And I could say that, hey, whenever you are working on something, now again, there will be some conflicts, but we can handle it. We can say that, hey, please make sure that no one else is validating the file. Or maybe again, in some time, we are kind of joining this file, we are giving them three files. So let's say I'm giving it inside like this. So this I'm just telling based on my experience, c1.md. Okay, in here we are giving c2.md. And let's say we are also running some command parallelly or some agent which just join these things after every 2-3 seconds, right? Or after every 2 seconds, so that they are not directly jumping onto that. And again, they are still having the change that, hey, what others are doing, right? So they can keep on reading this thing. Everyone will be having an access. So those kind of stuff we can play around. Okay, so again, that is one way. Git work tree, everything you can read about it. And we can also spawn multiple subagents parallelly, right? So that is multiple ways of doing this thing up, everyone. Now I think actually you have covered most of the things which is required for this particular Claude code, but I would still like to show you that how can you make it a little bit more overall expanded with plugins and let's say your marketplace. So in the next part, let's discuss about that very, very important part. But and it will just kind of open the horizon of Claude Code a lot more. But I feel that as of now, in this complete crash course, you have mastered a lots of things. And I think the complete thing is right in front of you with lots of code and everything, which I will be pushing in the Git repo, which you will be having access. And if you will go on the overall documentation as well, I think hardly there will be something which you have not gone through. I actually took the time up where I've actually gone through this complete documentation, each and every page. And then I made that part where I thought that, hey, I will create the best Cloud Code resource. So that was my plan. So in the next part, now everyone, let's jump and master about the plugins and the marketplace. So great, everyone. Now let's jump onto the next topic. And like now, honestly, all the topics are done, like which were actually required for you to build. We will be also seeing a quick projects in the next part. Like there are a few small things which I would like to show you. And the idea is very simple. Like, see, you have now mastered and you know everything, right? So the reason that I have kept these things towards the end is that majorly people sell or like override these things, but without knowing, right, that full .cloud directory and all this thing which we have mastered, I think having these plugins is of no use. So yeah, like overall, once you understand that okay, how one thing works, that is where I believe that it is helpful, right? So by now you have actually built skills, configured hooks, created subagent, set up MCP servers, and of course you have run like, let's say, agent team as well. Every single one of those lives in our .cloud folder, right? So this .cloud folder which we created, everyone, I think I can take maybe this task manager one. So we are having each and every one of this. I could of course have the team etc. here as well, but each and every one of this lives in your .cloud folder. And now the idea, everyone, is that each one of it is able to do your job very nicely, right? Now, Nick, comes the next question. Like, what if someone else has already built the thing, right, which we need? Or what if the skills which we are spending, let's say, 2 hours building, what if other people have already built the same with respect to hooks and everything, right? And conversely, let's say if you have, let's say, built something, how can you share it very nicely with your co-workers or like across your organization? Because just as an example, and I believe that all of you are pretty good, if a new joinee comes in, like I think you should give him your .plot directly, right? That person will be thanking you for life because you would have saved him easily 1 week or more than of that of time, right? So now that is where everyone's skills come into picture. So a very good graphic. Before, copy these skills.md, agent.md, hooks.py, settings.py. You are sending them like again not safe. Plugins after that is just like apps for everyone. Where if you remember, like when we didn't used to have these apps and everything like back in time, and again I'm not very old but still just giving you an idea that before internet we used to have bluetooth to like send files to each other, right? Where we used to send the files of songs because internet was not cheap. It was difficult to find songs and everything, right? So people were able to relate. Do let me know and please leave a comment as well. That would be very very helpful. I think there was some site songs.pk as well. So yeah, I'm not still I'm not old, but yes, just telling you. But yes, everyone, the whole idea is that in a similar manner. Now earlier we used to do that thing, but in Claude as well. Like right now in the we are in the information age, right? So we can just directly install our plugins. So that is the whole idea, right? So all these things which we are building, everyone, we can just install them easily. And a plugin is actually a directory which contains all those things, right? Along with metadata, which we will see like in the same. We are just having all these skills, agent, everything in a single file. In a single, sorry, basically, yes, plugin file and everything. So this is a structure, plugin directory structure. My plugin dot plot plugin only plugin dot JSON. Okay. Skills, agents, hooks, everything. Only manifest inside everything else at root. And yeah, we should not be misplacing files. Let me show in the official documentation as well. I think they have covered around creating it. If I go here and if I just search for plugins. Yeah, I think it's within the reference, right? So if you see plugins, complete technical reference of Cloud plugin system, including schema, CLI command, everything. So see, this is actually what I was mentioning, skills and everything we are creating, right? Agents, etc. we are creating. Now, the whole idea becomes everyone this thing. When you install a plugin, you choose a scope that determines where the plugin is available and who else can run it. So again, I think pretty simple, right? If you're installing a plugin at a user level or an enterprise level or at a project level, I think this thing should be very much clear to you because kind of we have marked on like understood each and everything here, right? Then plugins manifest schema. The Claude plugin file defines your plugin's metadata and configuration. This section documented all the supported fields, so manifest is optional if omitted. Claude code automatically discovers component in the default location and derives the plugin name from the directory name. Use a manifest when you need to provide metadata or custom components path. So again, it is a file which gives you just little bit more control, okay, or more idea to your Claude code that hey, this is how it works. Now again, I think the files and everything are present, right? Then component path field, you can just quickly go through the same. I think we have covered this whole idea in a lot of depth. So that is where everyone it is helpful, right? And this is the whole plugin ecosystem. So let me now discuss about the same, right? But before I move to this, everyone, of course, you have to understand that when and when not to build plugin, because as we have seen, like plugin has some overhead, right? We have to create these multiple files, etc. So this table will be pretty helpful. Situation, personal or project specific tools. You can just have a simple standalone .clock config. Quick iteration, still experimenting, one skill on the hook. You won't share this beyond yourself, something which I've created for myself. And that is the idea, right? Plugins, if created very nicely, and specifically in an organization or an enterprise, right, they are very very helpful. So sharing with your whole team, publishing to the community, building 3+ related component, need version management. One more very important thing, like if you are like, just as an example, like, okay, if you are working in a company, right? And even as a tech lead or let's say as a CTO, if you're watching, then I think this is a very, very good thing which you can do for your company. Now, if you know that, hey, this is the way I write code, this is all the organization stuff and everything, and I see so many people again wasting this time, again, at the end of the day, if you master this thing as a senior or normally as well in your company, if you go and tell to your manager that, hey, can let us create a plugin for our team, right? Why can't we have a plugin directory on GitHub for our team only? Okay. If you do that, that's going to save lots of time because last I asked, A, people are not aware of that. B, because of that, they are wasting so many tokens. And C, they are doing like work which is not up to the mark because again, the way you understand code is different from the other one. The way other person understand the code. And then when you are, let's say, again, everyone is using Claude code or some other thing, right? To write the code, or either they are using Vercel or something sorry, not Vercel, Cursor or something. And the whole idea becomes everyone that how that you are now, let's say, writing the code. You are unnecessarily getting these merge requests where the approach or the syntax or like let's say the way of writing code is not as per the project or as per the organization. Why can't we create organization and let's say project level plugins and maintain them with version so that everyone downloads them? If required, they can add it. It can be easily, let's say, held at the manager's end, so he approves the changes and everyone is pretty good. So new joinee, he will be very happy. He will be blessing you that hey, this team seems to follow all the different let's say best practices. Now the problem which I see, it is something which a lot of people are aware about. The benefit, you will say lots of token, you will have the uniformity. The team will be happy because they will be able to deliver the same kind of work because at least again if your agents and everything is same, right? How helpful that would be. And plus I feel that it would be giving you exponential gains with time because you can create multiple agents spread across, you can gain multiple skills specific to a particular project as well as to a specific organization or your maybe team as well. So highly suggestive, please make sure that you do that. Now, this is the whole plugin ecosystem, everyone. Unnecessarily don't create plugin. But overall, that is the whole idea that how the plugin looks. I think we already have seen that in our, I think we saw that in skills, if I remember right. I will close this and I will open the Claude code via this now. If you remember, we did this plugin and your MCPs, etc. are also present in the plugin, right? So few of the plugins, I think, okay, these are the agents, everyone, which I think we have. And then there are multiple different plugins, right? If I even go on the internet and if I go on plugins, Anthropic also have this particular website, everyone. So it's claude.com, not claude.ai. Okay, I hope you understand this particular thing. Normally it is claude.ai, right? When we are having it, claude.ai. So claude.com is also owned by them. And like again, just so that you don't get that, hey, if it is spammy or not, I don't think it is spam. We can also share our plugin, right? Very good. I will rather try that if I can share maybe some plugin you related to this class. I'm not sure if someone is at Claude and if you think that I'm doing an awesome job, please reach out. I can try to maybe generate some plugin so that people can learn it easily. Now, if you will see Claude Code, Claude Cowork, right? So we have plugins related to them, everyone, right? And along with that, multiple plugins are present. So this is actually the best one, Claude Code. Okay. Now we can of course submit our own plugin as well. I will just kind of discuss a little bit on that, but you can ask Claude only to create one. Like that's the best part with Claude, right? It is smart enough, so it can create one from your thing. We can try to create one as well. Now again, you can just build in plugins are present everyone. So if you will see, right, there are lots of plugins which are already present, right? Maybe we have used many of them. So when we write slash, right, lots of things are coming. Let me go back and write it here. Slash, okay, Claude slash, and again along with skills, observe agent, observe server dashboard management, init, tably search, few skills are coming, right? The skill creator kind of is also kind of a plugin or skill only, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. If you actually do this slash and skills, right, and it will list your available skills. So see, along with a plugin, it is able to tell you that hey, these are all the skills which you have. You can search them as well. So that is the whole idea. Like that is how it works. I think plugin skills are managed by a plugin. Okay, so I think they have changed it. Plugin. And let me do this. See, front-end design, everything, we can easily download them. Context 7 is pretty good one, which I can download. Install for you. Let's install it at a user scope. So I will tell you for what it is used. And yeah, just like that, you can easily just install them and reload plugin. And we can reload it. right? So now when I search context 7, we are having context 7 plugin, everyone. And I think if I do skill, okay, no, so I'm not able to see it like that. I remember that if I do context 7, okay, no, context 7, not 8. No, that is not context. Let me quickly just do a slash plugin. Okay, manage plugin. It is not showing the installed one, context 7. Right, so you can always, we will see this. Let me show you like where it is installed, everyone, because it was installed. So if I go to my .claude directory, right? So in Mayank, if I will go to .claude task. Now again, I'm just showing you these things in depth because most people jump on these things and they are not able to save the time. And that is where again they are never able to even use this thing to the best, right? So see plugins, installed plugins. I think it is showing the same cache, marketplaces, agent observe, Claude office plugins officials. I think this is where we are having all these different plugins, everyone. So or lots of them rather, right? So we can see all of them. And yeah, this is how we can create it. Repos. Block list, I think we'll be block listing this. This is a security test. This is test 5. So yeah, I think we are able to find it like this. And context 7 official plugins data is present here. Installed plugins. I think all the different plugins which we have installed. Context 7 has just come in here as we can see. Cache is there. I think. Okay, so still I have not called this thing. So maybe that is why it is just missing out. And see, this is the plugin.json file name context 7. If I just open a new chat here, I could say, can you access context 7? I installed the same as a plugin. Okay, so let's ask Claude. Let's see what it will tell. Hopefully, it will be able to. Okay, so see, available as an MCP server plugin in the environment. I will use it to fetch current documentation whenever you ask about library. So that is what context 7 is used. Like, let's say if there is some new change in Claude code only tomorrow, right, in the repository, etc. So it can get the latest changes. That is the whole idea, everyone. So again, built in, I think we have already seen like these all are present here, everyone. Like lots of them, honestly, I think please don't create it yourself if it is present. I think the one present will be better. Plus, of course, now that you understand all these things, right, you can easily expand on the same. So that was the very first thing, everyone, that how it is available. So official one is like very helpful. If I say, right, if I just let's say go back and present here and I say I want to use the Superbase Python SDK to create new file and add them to a custom table called subscriber, show me the exact code. So when I ask this question, everyone, in a new chat, hopefully it will try. See, it is saying that, hey, MCP plugins context 7 resolve library ID. So it will just call context 7 with this library. It will get the same. Now it is saying query documentation. So it will try to query the documentation and context, I think, will increase then. So it is 6K. Once it queries, okay, I think it has got all these things. So it was not very big actually. Should be fine. So yeah, I think we can see that how it is able to get the best code out there. So any library, anything, context 7 can help you with that. That is the whole case. Now, to be very honest, everyone, you can also do one thing. If you go in here, there is a, I think, a code review one. As you can see, code review, Claude plugin official. I can just go outside. I could just paste this plugin install code review at the rate Claude plugin official, and it will just install the same. So again, just going to the that side and just installing it. That is how it is helpful. And we can do all these things. We can now run the same as well, everyone, front end plugin and all these things. Next, everyone, again, there is one very good as well. I will just show you, which is Hookify. Okay. So Hookify easily create custom hooks to prevent unwanted behaviors by analyzing conversation patterns or from explicit pattern. Define rules via simple markdown file. So we'll install components. Make sure you test a plugin before installing, updating, or using it. Anthropic does not control what MCP server file or other software are included. So it is telling you this as well, right? So I can just open homepage. When I open homepage, everyone, this thing gets opened. So again, Claude plugins official. It is with Anthropic, so should be fine, right? I can see plugins and I can see external plugins. So again, it can be like this as well, where it is present or it is inside your GitHub as well, like where it all of this is present. Rather, see skills creator is present here. So that is the whole idea, everyone. Skill creator as a plugin is having create skill as a skill. Okay, so skill creator as a plugin, it is having create skill. So all these are present. Now, of course, I can, I think, copy this. And if I go back here, if I do slash plugin, and next is marketplace, everyone. So again, we have the agent observe from GitHub, Claude plugin official. But if I paste this and if I try to add, Let's see. Claude CLI exited with code on failed to add marketplace, failed to clone marketplace repository. Okay, let me do this tree main and let me now try to add it. Okay, so we can check like how we can add it. But yeah, marketplaces again, where all these different plugins are created. So if you are adding a marketplace, then you will see plugins from that marketplace. So App Store, apps. Okay. That is the whole case. Now let me talk about a little bit on the third party one as well. So if I open few of the websites, there is Smidri.ai, right? Connect agent to MCP in minutes. That is the whole idea. But yeah, it is also giving you these plugins only, right? Remote, Reddit, GenAI, Gina AI, Instagram, Google Super, right? Then there is everyone's skills MP, agent skill masterplace. So again, it is telling you as skills, but I think if you go in any of them, let's say open claw, npx add wget, let me just go back and specifically search for Claude, right? Claude code. Let me go back and search Claude code. So it is giving, or let me just ask plugins Claude code. Okay, so create plugins that is present. Official Claude code plugins, I think these we have already seen. Then these are 28 official Claude code plugins most people don't know about. So you know about them now, right? Let's see this. So Claude plugins, I think anyway, now we are having it, so should not be a problem. So this should be pretty helpful, everyone. I remember one being this particular everything Claude code. Yeah. So Afan M, everything Claude code. Now again, these are third party, everyone, just like Smidri and others, which I showed you. Uh, Again, it is having multiple different plugins and stuff, right? So see the guide. This is the only shorthand guide, long form. Like again, it has just done the part. What I will do, I will just make sure that I could easily add, right? So I will just copy and go to marketplace slash marketplace. Sorry, slash plugin. I can go in this marketplace and see what I'm pasting. GitHub colon Afan M, and let's see Claude exited. Try owner or HTTP. Let me give the complete HTTP path maybe. Right, I think it can get edited by this. So now it is working. Okay. So seem like it should need some particular file, etc. Right. Once it adds again, all the plugins will be there. We can delete the same as well. I will be deleting it because again, I have not gone through each and every one of them. But now I think if we will see, few of the plugins in the end will be from that marketplace. Okay, so that is the whole idea, everyone. Windsor AI from everything, see from everything Claude code, right? So that is how we see the same. Now, of course, you can go through the file or even ask Claude code. For the timing, I will be deleting it. You can refresh them as well. So if you're creating it as your at your company level, I think you can easily just refresh for the latest changes. So it is just like a repo which all of you guys are having, right? But again, most of them are safe, but still see this forks and stars. Like this one is pretty good, right? Agent harness, performance, skill, instinct, memory, security. So very helpful, right? That is the whole case. I think in the so it is having for codex, cursor, lots of things rather. So that is pretty helpful, right, everyone? Dot plot plugin, right? I think this is where it is having that file which I was talking about, name C. So this is something which is actually in the backend helping Claude to say that, hey, yeah, seems like this person is having something. So it is having this dot Claude plugin. And if we go back, there is dot Claude as well. So now I'm just telling you that how these all things gets connected, right? So see, it is, I think, having some teams, everything, Claude code team config, enterprise, controls MD. But yeah, I think skills are there which we can use. So multiple things are there, everyone, which we can go through. But again, as I said, community plugins are not reviewed by Anthropic, so they cannot always be safe. Please do a due diligence properly. That is the whole idea, right? That will just help you to save. But again, just try to search, and if you're able to find one, just test it out. This is the complete anatomy, everyone. Now, again, instead of understanding this, because I know that most of you might not do that, because again, see, Cloud Code is good with this thing, right? I can just copy paste this complete thing. I can just actually copy paste it like this, right? Copy paste. Let's say copy page or copy page. Okay. Or I could normally ask, can you create a plugin for from my .claude folder? Okay, in this project. So let me just answer simple thing. Now the reason I'm doing this and most people don't is I want that you use and save your token, save your money in your company, right? If none of them is listening, you go and create one for you. Okay. I will help you create a skill based, okay, skill, what is it? Skill based quick task project. Let me start by understanding. So now again, see, now it is doing the mistake. I will go here. I will paste this thing which I copied. Okay, rather lots of things honestly. So should be fine. I can spend some context for all of you. And now I will ask, can you create a plugin for me from my Claude folder in this project? Right, because it is having multiple things, everyone. I want to use that. Let's see what all it is having, agents, hooks, and everything. Right. So let's see. I'm ready to ship your task manager app quick task project based on CLAUDE.md. I can see you're building a Python task manager. Okay, what would you like to work on? I want to create a Claude code plugin. Okay, so I'm just asking it. Let's see. I'm not push it a lot, but I just want to show. See. To get started, see, it is asking what is the purpose, code review, what component does it need, who will use it. Okay. So purpose is to share with team. It should contain everything inside my .claude folder in this particular project. So what I will also do, everyone, I will go here, copy path and paste it. So hopefully, I think it will be able to create if we are not missing out on anything because it is having the complete context now. So thought, and yeah, I think it can take time, so that should not be a problem. It is having 18K tokens because we have provided this complete thing. Reading few things, it is on the edit automatically. See, it is reading the multiple files and everything. Reading Claude code, CLAUDEmd, settings.json. Because again, it needs to create that, right, everyone? So that is the case. So it is saying that, hey, perfect, I can help you create a plugin that packages everything from .claude folder for team sharing. Let me clarify a couple of things. Plugin name, let's say quick task. So I can just say quick task. Scope, let's say local scope. I'm just saying local scope, not a project scope. What to include? Everything. Okay. I will scaffold the full plugin structure for you. So auto format, auto reading. Like again, now majorly it is reading everything. Of course, when we are creating it, we can spend more time. I'm just doing it maybe just in 5 minutes for all of you. Settings.json, see, Claude.plugin is created, everyone. So that is a good thing. Like it is having Claude.plugin slash quick task. And okay, I think that is where it will also be present in our, yeah. So .claude. Do we have a .claude slash plugin here as well? Unable to see it. So maybe it is not present. What I will also do a name. So now if I see this, everyone, .claude, .claude JSON backup.mcp, no .claude plugin. Okay, so should be fine. Let's go back. I can say yes. So again, it is just copying everything as we can see. So all of these things are being copied, everyone. But it is having this plugin JSON as well. So name, version, description, name, keyword, and everything. And I think this is, yeah, how it can easily be maintained. So once this .claude slash plugin is there in any directory, we can quickly add the same or we can install this as well. Okay. Or we can ask Claude Code only, like, hey, now can you push it to some GitHub and everything? So see, it is saying that, hey, let me create a setting JSON. So in that case, it is doing all these things for us. Enable plugins, quick task, plugin directory. So it is installing and enabling it for me. That is the whole idea. Perfect. I've created a quick task plugin for team sharing. What your team gets, all six to share with the team. See, it is giving anyway. Commit the .plugin slash quick task to directly to version control. So I can do git add, git commit, then update .claude setting.json project scope, enable plugins, and this particular thing. This way, team members automatically get the plugin when they pull the repo. So pretty good thing, right? That is very nice way of just sharing your plugins, and you can create it at the biggest end as well. So that is the whole case. Now, of course, you can go through the complete thing as well, everyone. Like go through the complete anatomy of this file. I have built the same right in front of you as well using the thing which we have already done. So pretty sure that that would be helpful. And apart from that, if I see uh, so there is one more like concept which I will leave you with. You can just go through the same LSP, which is language. I think what was the full form? Server protocol. Okay. So again, I want that you read through it. What Claude Code does, everyone, is that it like it can get into an IDEs, like how it is suggesting the code and everything. IDs autocomplete, go to definition, all these things, and it can actually try to work with that as well. So that is where this is helpful. Let me search. Like I was again, as I've learned lots of context. So that is where it has allowed it is created as well. The LSP all gives Cloud Code intelligence from a running language server. After each file edit, it is able to give you all these things. So monitor and all this. Just read about this. This is also part of plugins, and Claude actually provides you some plugins, right? So if you will see, let me quickly search. Let's say Python LSP Claude code. Little technical, but still it is helpful, right? Cloud Code now support LSP, which allows the CLI to understand your Python code structurally rather than just as plain text. By integrating LSP server like Python, Claude can jump to definition, find references, and detect type errors in real time. So the idea, everyone, is that I will tell you why it is helpful. Now, if you see this file, right? Let's say source. Claude will not see now this because see, Our IDE, and again, no one will tell you this. The reason I'm able to tell because I've learned like full documentation, lots of content. So like at highest level, I think I have actually done more than like I have spent like actually a more than month to master Cloud Code before I'm teaching you these all things. Your particular IDE, it is seeing this as from this as an import, these as libraries, these as constants. But your Cloud Code, everything is a text, right? Once you install these plugins, then connecting with the same, it is able to jump and do that everything. So, see, enable LSP tool, language server binary. So, again, install the Claude plugin, slash plugin Python LSP. Restart your Claude code. Key benefits speed, code navigation moves from 30 to 60 seconds to less than 50 millisecond. Because now, when it sees this particular thing, like let's say if I see where is this create app getting used, so I can directly jump. So now see your browser, it is having the access, right? That hey, this is where this create app is getting used. It is the same file. I think somewhere we will be using other things as well. So that is the whole benefit. Like whenever, wherever, like let's say for example, this task is used, I could see that it is being used in models.py and in storage.py. Now, for example, everyone, this storage.py, your Cloud Code as of now for it, it is just a tool. Like it will try to see that hey, it is being integrated from source.model. Let me go to models and let me get the read file. But when it gets that access, so that is where the plugin is also very, very helpful. Okay, so maybe have that thing. Just touching upon that, the whole idea is that it is actually the complete difference between Cloud Code guessing your types and Cloud Code knowing your types. In a complex TypeScript or Python project, the difference is like, let's say it is able to understand the full working code, and you can see semantic is distinction between a class definition and a comment mentioning that class name. Real-time diagnostic Claude detects missing imports or type mismatches. Support go-to definition file references hover to see real function signature and docstring. So maybe when it is having it here, since your model is able to tell this particular thing, it might not even have to go through that. So that is the benefit of these plugins. I think they are present directly here. But yeah, please make sure that you see that out. And let me search LSP. Yeah, see TypeScript LSP and everything. I can just quickly download for one for Python. Where is it for Python? Okay, so I think I have the command only. So copy that command for Python. Okay, let me go back. What's this? Python has been not found. Okay, strange. Maybe then it was TypeScript only. So I remember Python TSP being there, and I could say install it for user scope. So now again, if you're working on this, you are fully sorted. Okay, so this I think is like the last part. And with that, again, everyone, I think we have covered plugin as well in a lot of depth. Now I know that people close this thing up in 3 to 5 minutes, maybe some clickbaity videos, but I don't want to stop there. I want to make sure that I tell you that how it is actually useful. So again, takeaways: create plugins across teams or organization. Very, very helpful. You will save like actually tons of tokens because people will not be recreating it again and again. You will also make sure that along with that, you are able to maintain that uniformity, because if your agents are same, if your skills are same, if your way of coding Claude is having the idea, then it will be very, very nice. If your MCPs etc are also same. So it is actually like when people ask me that, hey, Mike, how can I make like for a manager or for a normal person, that how can I make my team and let's say company AI ready? This is the thing which gets done there, right? Like that is what is making you AI ready. Because if your whole team is, because see, no one will share these .cloud folders, they will be getting outdated, and again, people might be very touchy about them as well. But yeah, the whole idea is that once you create this thing and you encourage that kind of a overall, let's say, culture, then for sure your team will be shipping a lot fast. And believe me on this, you will see the difference. Okay, so take it from me. This thing is something which no one will tell you, but it is very, very helpful. Okay, so with that, everyone, I think we have actually covered plugin in a lot more depth, way, way, way more than required. Of course, you can go through the documentation. Please understand about this MCP part, LCP part. That is very, very helpful. Okay, so that you can read through the same. And yeah, I think that is all. Now let's meet in the next part where I will just talk a little bit about scheduling, because I want to make sure that you're not always hooked up to your like machine. And if you're let's say on a break in your office or normally as well, you can even have the full control of Cloud Code and everything there. Or you can maybe run something without, let's say, directly being connected to your Cloud Code or any other thing. So that is something which I will teach you now, right? That let's say if you, even if you want to run something every day in the morning, the code review, or maybe you want to do a code review, right? Like, why? What is stopping you to just let's say have it on a server, Cloud Code on a server, and just schedule the same? So that is what I'm going to teach you. Now, again, why am I teaching you? Because I want that you actually use Cloud Code. You're not just having an idea that hey, this is how Cloud Code works. My idea is that in real time, how can I give you that confidence that hey, AI is actually saving my time? And yeah, AI is maybe not coming for my job because if it comes, I know so many things that easily I can get another job. Or even I know that hey, how can I automate my whole job as a coder or as a no coder. Anyways, so that is the whole idea, everyone. So let's meet in the next part where we will discuss about scheduling and automation loops. Okay. If you're liking the content, and I do hope you're liking it because I've put in so much effort, please make sure that you like the video. Please share it with everyone else in your network because again, it took me a so many time of effort. I think for the entire full month I was learning it and I didn't put up any video, etc. as well. And yeah, do make sure that you subscribe to my channel so that you keep on getting all these awesome videos, in-depth explanation, and then you can make yourself properly ready. Okay, so let's now meet in the next part. So great, everyone. Now let's start with the next part, that is scheduling and automation loop. Now, again, that is actually something which will help you to automate your job, right? For real. So again, as of now, what all we have been doing, you need to be in front of your machine. And for many of them who wants to actually enjoy life and let AI do their work, maybe that is not something. Plus, again, at many places, we actually need that, hey, things can work. So let me paint you a picture because that would be very helpful. Let's say that picture when you arrive every day at office and every morning you are spending your first 30 minutes doing the same thing, right? Check for failing tests, review the overnight error logs, then read through the open PRs. Okay. Then make sure that you scan the build state, like status of the pipeline. And then let's say copy paste a message to Slack that, hey, this is all what is happening. And every single day you are using it. And I think, again, many of you will be doing the same thing. Now let me help you to automate the same. Now, on the next part, everyone, you arrive at the office, your stand up is already written, the failing tests are already kind of diagnosed, and error logs or anything which has to be focused, right? That has already been kind of mailed to you directly, right? All the risky PRs, they have been flagged. And let's say that all has been done in ATM. So you're getting an email as well. Like if you want, we can even expand it because I've taught you at that level that you can expand that. Hey, every day you're getting that email as well, and it is directly connected to your real work. So again, you can automate lots of things which might or might not have to do with multiple things. But yes, here it is all connected with your real work. So the difference between those two pictures is scheduling, everyone. And Claude Code gives us multiple ways, like majorly three ways, in which we can like make sure that we can have the like overall picture two as our reality. So that is the whole case. So now let's try to understand, everyone. Now, first, let's try to understand that how Claude Code scheduling is different from others, right? Very, very important thing. I would like to also show you one thing. So all of this, I think, is present somewhere in okay, where it was automation with hooks, programmatical usage. Let me see scheduling. Let me search loops. Tick loop requires a hooks loop. So it was somewhere, I think, in built with Cloud Code. And if I remember, yeah, run prompts in the schedule. So I missed it out. Like it was slash loops and everything. But honestly, I've gone a little bit more ahead in that. So it was all in Claude version, right? I will also like so these are actually the three versions, actually three things which I was also talking about. So that is where I will keep this image as well. Use it. But no worries. Let's first see this idea, everyone, that how is cron jobs with judgment. So how is Claude Code different from your typical cron job, right? And that is where everyone in a traditional cron job, and for people who are not aware, I will explain cron job. Cron job is just like, let's say you have hired someone and say that, hey, run this thing, just that. So at a particular time, you will tell him exact pinpoint time that, hey, if it needs to be run at 8 a.m. every day, then it will run at 8 a.m. every day. Now, again, I will discuss about multiple ways. If your machine is not running, for example, if you say that, hey, Claude, please run the code reviewer agent at 8 a.m. every day, but your machine is off, it will not work. So we have other ways for that. But traditionally, what used to happen, everyone, it was a simple script. So let's say that if you're moving something or if you are reading some file, but if it has not been done, then that used to stop. Okay, so because it gained an error. So see, script runs, API returns error, script exists, no output, silence. 12 p.m. human arrives, check logs, see exit code one from 3 hours ago, start debugging blindly. So execute scripts, fail silently. In Claude Code, now again because it is smart, if API returns an error, it agent reads the error, tries alternative endpoint. Alternative also fails, document both failure with context, send Slack notification with diagnosis, suggest fix in notification. So this is the level of control which we get because uh, cron job are just like, let's say you are having something which is no brain. Okay, so no brain, nothing at all. But with Claude, when you schedule a task, it can also fix your errors, etc. as well, right? So that is the whole case, everyone. So different is reasoning, not just execution. Very, very important part, which I want all of you to master. Okay. Now let me show you what do I mean by cron. So I think there is a cron guru or some website I remember. Yeah. So back in, so I have actually written cron jobs for the very longest of the time. Thanks to AI now, actually you don't need to worry about that. You just tell what you want, right? And it will all be kind of done. So ideally it is something like this, where the first one is minute, then hour, then day, then month, then weekday. So using this five basically things, five sorry digits, you can easily specify, right? You can easily specify that when you want to run, like complete thing, right? And believe me, this has genuinely powered so many scripts in my career. Like when I started my career, I remember that we were having at least 15, 20 scripts back in Oyo running so that it can do our work and all these things and update the dashboard, everything, right? So believe me, like this is actually from where software development started. I myself have done this thing. Now, the best part with us is that now everyone is that ChatGPT, give me a cron config for running something on MWF at 8 a.m. See, it is just giving you. So that is the whole idea, right? It is very, very simple. Now you can tell the script as well. Earlier, believe me, like there has been a case, and I'm sharing because many people might be able to report, where I used to create this and I used to then check every at that particular result if it had ran or not, because again it can get confusing as a fresher, right? So good or bad old days, but no worries. Now let's see everyone move forward and understand the three ways of scheduling. Now the very first one, everyone, is cloud routine, desktop schedule task, and then is the loop command. So I will just discuss them one by one. We will start from the bottom and we will make sure that we are kind of going to the top. Slash loop command is, everyone, what runs on your local. So the idea is very simple. I will just need it runs in current session only. So I can just have actually slash loop here as well, right? So if you will see slash loop, it will just ask me that, hey, what do you want to run on loop, and tell me when you want to run. See, okay. So it is saying I see the plugin command isn't available. Let me open a new one and just have this slash loop. Setting failed to parse user main task manager app Claude setting local expected record but received array. So I think this can be deleted. I think it has done some problem like something here. Let me delete it. That would be a better approach. So see, it is asking loop interval. The loop command is under prompt or a slash command repeatedly. You need to provide what you want to loop. So it is directly asking you that, hey, when do you want to run and everything. So that is how the loop command runs. Everyone, now you can easily have a skill, a command. So if you remember, we also discussed that how can I create a file? How can I create a command here? So this minute command. I think it was command or commands. You can see the same. But yes, inside it, if you have defined a command, then it can run, right? So that was the whole idea, everyone. And yeah, it is actually that simple, that where if you have a slash loop command, you just tell when you want it to run, and you can even provide cron there. So just as an example, if I want to run everything, let me open a new one only. Let me see some skill here. What is the skill? Which skill is this? Build app. Okay, so it's a complete skill. Let us go back and see like what other we are having. Let me open another one, everyone. Just a second. File. Open recent. We can, I think, open this one. So it was the major one which we were working on, right? So now if I show you this skills, here we are not having any skill. In this we are having, so claude.md, because we kind of went inside it, we are having multiple skills, right? Generate report. So what I can do, everyone, pay attention. I could just copy this as well. Copy related path. Go here. Slash loop 1 minute. And I could just provide. So let's try to see what we are having here. What is the skill? Or I can just write about run the skill from this directory. So again, it is just going to take and schedule this thing up, everyone. Now I will highly suggest that we can also ask Claude Code that, hey, any loop which I'm creating, any task, please make sure that you are creating uh, let's say, a file for that. So you are sure that what all is there, right? Skill generate report is into Cogwheel. Let me check what's in the skill directory. So see how nicely it is able to see. Now I can see it is available. Let me invoke it and see generate report is working now. I will proceed with the default input to scan slash src python and everything. Now I will read the Python. So it is working. If we stop it as well, for the time being, uh, in this particular session, right, everyone, in this particular session, very, very important thing, this skill will run most probably in 1 minute. Okay, so I think we can parallelly try to understand more things. So I hope that killing it have not done. Let me ask. Okay, so see, I think it has started. So again, I've not done anything. Like it is just doing perfect. Now I have the full information of the Python. Let me stop it. I'm stopping it again. Let us just wait, I think, in just 30-40 seconds because it started 10-20 seconds have been passed and it will run again. Again, I've just shown you with 1 minute. Of course, we can do it a lot better. And instead of 1 minute, you can either ask Claude only that, hey, this is how I want to run, or you can just give your cron command. So that is a more mature way of just giving these things up, nothing else. And in this particular session, everyone, as long as this session is running, it will keep on working. So that is the whole idea. Now, see, okay, I think it will be starting. So it has started again, everyone. Again, I've not done anything. It is starting. Let me just do one thing I can show you. So can you please uh, stop a loop I created? Let's ask Claude only, like how it will do it. Let us ask this first, this thing. You is asking me to, yeah, cron delete was the command. I forgot about that. Yeah. The loop has been cancelled. So cron delete was the command, everyone. And if you want, actually, you have a overall control. So if you remember, we used to create these environment variables, right? So in Claude at administration level, I think there are environment variables, right? Environment variables. This is something which we have been setting, right? So in this, you can set up these environment variables, everyone, where if you want to, let's say, have something disabled, you could easily do the same. So that is the level of control which we get. Again, I will be showing you towards the end, like which environment variable it is. But for the timing, let's go back to scheduling, run prompt on the schedule. And this, I think, is pretty simple thing. Like it creates a cron job. Now, people, if you, I think you should be aware. Like if I think go here as well and do cron tab hyphen e, I can see all the cron tab. Now again, I don't have any cron tab on my laptop, of course, but this is how actually it works. So again, very important thing. I don't need think that you should go inside this now. Just please make sure that you are asking your Claude that, hey, please create a file which where you are just telling them what all I have scheduled. But let me tell you about the negatives, everyone. If you close the terminal, it stop. If Claude is busy on a long request, so for example, if I was already working on something here, right? If I was already kind of doing some edits, etc., which is working with multi-agent setup and everything, it will get overall basically it will be queued up. So it will not that hey it will work and everything because at the end of the day, it is just like that. If I send it hi, then I'm sending it another message. So this is queued up, right? So again, first one will get done. Now it is saying user type which appears to be a random text or possibly a typo. I should ask for the clarification. So again, it is just a message which gets picked up into your current terminal. And if let's say you start a current new conversation, everything is gone. So no context not whatsoever, right? So of course, what I can do, everyone, if I just create I will create some things here, right? I will just create new folder in here. So let me create a new folder and let me say loops and automation, right? I will just have one.txt. So pay attention everyone what kind of things we can control we can create. If you are, let's say, having this, right? Start a Claude code in your project. So once you have started the Claude code, then start Claude and loop 2 minutes. Check if the file deployed.log exists. If it does, read its first 20 lines and tell me whether the deployment succeeded or failed or is still in progress. If it succeeded, stop watching. If it failed, explain the error. Now, instead of this, again, this is a very, very simple approach, everyone. Second, everyone, where we can have this kind of a thing. So, zero. Check for any new pull request open in the last task using the GitHub MCP. If anyone are found, give me PR title and author, a one paragraph description of what it needs. So again, I'm just giving you the scenario, right? What all it can do. And the idea is very, very simple, everyone, that in here, you should ideally be running a complete skill. And then you can connect that skill with some command or with some MCP as well. So again, I've already showed you that how you can connect with MCP. If you will go in here and if you will search Slack MCP, so Slack MCP servers are also present, right? GitHub MCP, Slack MCP, Telegram, WhatsApp. I think WhatsApp is a little bit difficult. Telegram is pretty simple. And any app rather which you're using. And even you can have the Gmail MCP, etc. as well, right? And if required, you can create your own MCP server as well on Anyten or any other easy tool. So that should all be very, very simple and easily doable for all of you. So believe me, it is an awesome, awesome way of doing it. Now, normally everyone, I think most of the people just close this slash loop thing here, but I would like to show you a few more things here, right? What exactly happens, everyone, or something which I'm showing you, that is something known as headless way. So I will just show headless mode. Now the reason again I'm showing because if in case, let's say when you run a loop, right, it asks you that, hey, I want your input. So you will learn from me or somewhere else, not from me. You will learn from somewhere else. You will see that, hey, this person told me that we can easily create a skill and it will run. But now when I'm doing the same, it is asking me in between. So something which I thought will be over at 8 a.m., it is stuck because it needed my input. And that is where everyone, I think if I search it here, it should be present. Headless. Yeah. Run Claude code programmatically. And in this, everyone, we have a headless mode as well. So here I was previously called headless mode, the hyphen P flag, what it is called now. Uh, okay, so I think it has changed. See, what happens, everyone, the whole idea is that when you run it aside this, right, it will be not asking you anything. So see, Claude hyphen P, what does the auth module do? Right? And you can give it allowed tools, etc. as well. So understand at what level now we are mastering these things up, right? That you can give it some allowed tools, you can some give it, of course, all these things, and it will run this. And this hyphen P, everyone, make sure that it is not going to ask you for anything. So that is what the headless basically mode happens, and that is what you want, right? It should not be the case because I told you that how it is intelligence. So I told you that how it is different, right? Claude code schedule task, it is having that intelligence. But let's say that if you are asking, okay, so I will just say review the code. Okay, just I'm saying this. And if I just ask this particular thing and you create your skill, you create some automation and it is asking you in between that, hey, please say yes. Let me stop this. It will unnecessarily have four tokens. I would say create a dummy.py file. Okay. Let's say that it you have a skill which creates a file, like hey, what all happened, and it is stuck on this. When you come back, it is stuck on this. Not a right thing, right? And normally you will be creating these skills up in some server which is running, because of course you will not be having your laptop open at 8 a.m. So what do I mean by server? I will quickly show you, and I will create a dedicated video around that as well. If you go, let's say if I'm hosting a server, if I go to my account, if I log in with this one, right? Then everyone, I think I deleted Claude code, but I can still show you what I mean by server. So I have a machine here which is running 24/7. So if I go on my VPS, if I go on manage, and that is like actually how we do stuff, right? So I think, okay, so it is connecting. Nice thing. See everyone, what is happening here. In this now, I can have everything, right? So I can actually have each and everything. So it is just saying select an editor to change the latest one. Select editor. I can select, let's say, I'm more fine with Vim, so should be fine. So here is where you can have all these commands, right, everyone? So again, if I do cron tab hyphen e, see, edit this file to introduce tasks to run by cron. Now what I can do, where I can take the benefit, pay attention. Again, I will just quickly recap what all we have done, because for few of you, this might be a little bit technical. See, we want to make sure that we set an intern who can run our command. Earlier, the intern was totally having no brain. Now, with Claude, it is having a brain. Then we kind of understood that, okay, what are the different ways of doing this thing? So this is where it is present, everyone. And I mentioned everything here as well. So I think we added that image as well, which I would like to paste now. So multiple ways. Anthropic Cloud are the routines. Then it's the desktop, which is our machine, and slash loop, which is also on our machine. Requires machine on, yes, no, yes. Okay, so we will see that. For example, if I talk about loop, it is running on our machine, yes. Does it require my machine to be on? Of course, it requires. Requires an open session, of course, it requires an open session because it runs in that particular session only. Persistent across restart, restored on hyphen assume if unexpired. Okay, so if it is not expired, because normally I think it is having an expiry of 3 days, so you can check that up. Access to local files, of course, it is having that. MCP servers, it can inherit from the session, all the session which is having the servers. Permission prompt, inherit from the session. Customize schedule, yes, you can customize it. Minimum interval of 1 minute. Okay, so that is the whole case. Now pay attention, everyone. When we talk about loop, I have told that, hey, how can you create this thing? And that is where everyone stops. I am saying that, hey, if you have also created a loop, but at the end of the day, that loop requires some input from you. Okay, so let's say it is asking you these things, right? Or normally as well, it is saying it is running and it feels that it should ask something from the user. Your whole work will stop. You were expecting that, hey, at 8 a.m., Mayank told me that I will be totally free because my work will run at 8 a.m. But it is not working. So that is where everyone, what we do, pay attention. If I show you this terminal, I can do an ls quickly. Yeah. So if I do Claude hyphen P and I say, let's say, explain code and create a file. Okay, so it is now running in a headless mode, everyone. Okay. The whole idea, it will run. It will not show me anything. It will just do the work. It will not ask me for any input or anything as well. And see, I would happy to help. Once you provide the details, I can explain the code. So again, it is again our prompt was pretty bad. Okay. So that was the case. What code would you like me to explain? Because I think we have not ran it properly. Let me just do this. So Claude hyphen P. Hi, how are you? Let me do this. So this headless mode is very, very helpful. Now, what you can do, everyone, you can make sure that if you are creating something. So see, hello, I'm doing time. Thanks for asking. I'm ready to help you with your agents teams demo project. Okay, I can just say Claude hyphen P. Let me clear out everything as well because this is a very, very good hack. Now, one thing to clear everyone, this is not a replacement of allowed all edits or something. No, it is just a way in which your Claude will work. Okay, I will repeat it. Claude will work without any interface or something. So this is what headless mode is. Okay, so don't get confused that hey, Mayank said that this can work and everything. No, you still have to give each and every permission, right? But the best part is that you will not see all that long text and everything. So that is where Claude hyphen p. If I ask it create a dummy file, dummy.py file, it will still not work. It will say that hey, you have not provided me a permission. Like I cannot do that. So let's wait for this. Claude hyphen p. I think I've done the same. So see, I need your permission and everything. It is still saying that. But if let's say I add this change, let me copy the same because I will make a spelling mistake. I know that. Just skip permission, and I think I am not stopped that from the. I hope I'm not stopped that from the like top up. So that should be helpful. So create a dummy py file. Create a dummy py file. Right. So again, it is not it is just starting. It is just doing like that because see, once you do this every day, you will not be like seeing all the things and everything, right? And in that manner, everyone, what you can also do once you have done this, right? I can say hyphen hyphen allowed tools. Let's say I just give it read. Okay. So I'm just giving it read by my choice. It will most probably not create it because again, though it can dangerously skip permission, allowed tools are just read. So for your majority of the jobs, I think it will be read or it will be based on some condition. We have already seen this. So see, it is already exists. It is saying, let me just do one thing. I think so. First, it tries to see the file. Let me do with dummy two. Okay. Dummy two. Let it run. Great. Okay. So I think that this allowed tool is something different. Maybe then I hope I'm not done it again. Let me just check. I think it was read like this. Let me check again. And let me change. I hope like again it is not dangerous. Skip permission is kind of going through that, but let's see still. Else you can check it out. Like you can just ask that, hey, why this is happening. It run. So okay, it is able to create. Maybe the commands are coming from the top, but again we can check that up. I thought that it will fail, but again, everyone, what will happen, right? What we have to make sure when we are doing these things up, if we are running these things, right? If we are running these things normally, just telling, we have to make sure that we are also kind of creating a log file because see, at the end of the day, just giving you an example that why this is very very important at a very very high level. See, if you are running something and let's say that someone comes up and he destroys the session, so let's say my command is running here, okay, and someone just refreshes or do a quick clear and you cannot scroll and everything, right? Here you are able to scroll, but if someone clears and deletes something or maybe machine restart by any chance, then you will not be able to get it, right? So this is not how you should be using it. What I can do, everyone, pay attention. I could also make sure that I am running it claude-p check deployment status. Okay, instead of this I will just make it check if file exists, if dummy.py exists, right? It will not show me anything. Okay. Permission denied. Claude hyphen P. Okay, I think where is it trying to create? Just a second, everyone. So no. Okay, I think I have to create this. So what I will do, I will just delete all of this thing because this I think I've done this particular part and yeah, see this. Read only file system. Let me try this because yeah. So again, this time what it will do, and that is where like smartness of Claude comes in. I've just told that hey, run this thing up, and I will just tell you in a bit that how it will be kind of used then. So see, now if I do an ls, I should be having a file created Claude task. If I do vi Claude task log, dummy file is it's an untagged file in your working directory. Would you like me to do with it? So again, you are able to see each and everything, right? So that is where you log these things up. Now everyone, though most people stop on loop, now I will tell you how you actually do the whole thing, right? See, pay attention. Now what we have covered the loop command. It requires every time that you have a session open. But normally, as I said, you will be working on machine like this, right? Which will be always open. Your session might not always be open. Now you can go inside this cron tab, okay, hyphen e, and you can create a job in here. So that was the whole point, everyone. So that is why I was just showing you these things up. And again, I know that these are not that straightforward, but the whole point was that at the end of the day, this is how you actually use it. You will not be keeping your session open. Now, if I paste this, pay attention. 09, like again, I'm just telling her work is at every, like let's say every ninth, like every day in the morning for weekdays. I'm telling it that, hey, this is like, again, this is the full command, right? So I'm just telling that, hey, this is the full command, Claude-P. Okay, you just go to this directory, Claude-P, read git log for the last 24 hours and write a stand-up report to this particular thing. So now when I open it, my Claude will be running now. And this is the level of actual understanding which I want all of you to have. Because now it is actually scheduled. Earlier, that hashtag loop is good for showing and everything, but this is where actually it gets up and kind of does the work. And if I now, let's say, go back and just save it. So my cron tab is there. Now, of course, I'm not having, I think, Cloud Code here, so I can just delete this file up and it will work. Or let me just, where is that? So now it is not deleted. How I'm using Vim is totally different. Don't worry. But yeah, everyone, that is the whole way you are able to do these things up, and that is actually how now you are actually scheduling stuff. Because again, it is going to run a new session. It is going to run that command. It is not. It is going to have all the logs, and you can just add that, hey, dangerously skip permission, or you can give it a skill as well. So go to that particular directory. Now again, this is actually how things run in the corporate and enterprise, right? You will not be doing everything from your browser. So, and again, you can give it an access. Maybe you can have a machine to yourself, or maybe you can call it to actually call some API. So again, this is very helpful as well. You are asking it to call an MCP server, and that MCP server send you the request. So you are not also having any problem here, right? So that is how actually you do these things up. Okay, everyone. So very, very important. Believe me, no one will teach you these things because they are actually very, very advanced. As not advanced, I would say that the major problem happens that people who are teaching, they have not worked in this state, in this environment. So they're teaching without that experience. So my experience is actually coming in role here. I know that just having a simple session level slash loop is not helpful. Okay. So yes, that is actually how you use Claude for scheduling, and this is something which I wanted to tell. So again, now let's everyone see the next part. Now next is actually in the application. If you will see this application, now again, I'm not doing it like you can see routines here. Okay, create a templated routine that can be kicked off on schedule by API or a webhook. So you can create a local or a remote routine. I will show you the routine in a bit. But what it also gives you evidence is this dispatch. Okay, so again, the idea is that your Claude in your phone, it will get connected to this session. So even if you're away, how I see it, that you are connected via your mobile to your this, and you can just tell it like this is just an input thing, right? So because at the end of the day, we are just typing something, right? So you can just type and it will just give you the response and everything here by doing it on your machine. So as an example, we have already seen the playwright MCP. We can run a skill and everything. So see, it is just able to call these things up, everyone. And this you can try it out. I think this is more than easy to do. Anything you open, see, can you open a Acme landing page, propose it in my downloads, and give me the key points? So it will be able to access your computer, right? So that is the whole idea. Like it is having the access to your machines and everything, your files. So that is how it is able to work. If I do pair your phone, then it will be showing me a QR. My phone is actually being getting used right now. So that is why I want to make sure that you understand this as well. The idea is pretty simple here. If I show you, let's go see. Desktop, your machine, still it is on your machine. Requires machine on, of course it requires. Like if you will stop your machine, how will it access your download folder or open your browser? Requires an open session? No, because again, it can start a new session up. But I've given you a very, very good hack. Okay, I've given you an excellent hack which doesn't require even you to open your session and etc. Because when you will be working on machine, so the hosting machine which I was showing you everyone, and I will be creating some separate thing in here, right? Run. So this hosting machine, I will show you how to set it up and everything in maybe a separate video. Okay, they have open clause separately and agent, so they're also doing a lot better. So if I go and manage, it has been running for like what? It has been on since VPS runtime 19 days. And that is actually how things get sent done, right? Okay, so what is this thing? Incoming traffic. Okay, very strange. But yeah, I think should be I will check it afterwards. But yeah, this is the machine everyone which keeps on running. Now I've told you that how you can automate. So just have your code, or like, again, for people who are aware, for non-tech people, a little sorry, this might not be a little clear to you. For tech people, you just have a machine from which you can have a command running. I think that you all are very equipped. If not, let me know and I will explain that as well. But yeah, I think we are well equipped that how to now run things on this machine. For again, this next part, everyone is I think pretty helpful for non-tech people and everyone. So see, just directly go to this, connect your phone, and everything will be working, right? So that is the whole case. Uh, all these things are I think kind of present. Permission prompts, customizable schedule, minimum interval, config files. So you can even have something running here if you go on routines. If you create a local routine, it will just ask you the same thing, that name, which folder, and it will just work in the background, right? I think it is present in that as well. If you will go on cover, right, it is present here as well, right? So that is the whole case. So again, turn ideas into diagram chart. I think they have just keep on updating few things. Okay. So in here as well, everyone, you will see that how schedule manually, hourly, daily, weekday, weekly. If you go on manually, okay, so where is it asking? I think it might ask you afterwards, but you can give it, I think, a cron thing or just ask and tell it. So that is again how the things will work. So very, very important. But again, it also requires you to get your machine open. Now let's move on to the last one, everyone. So that would be very, very helpful. Okay. Again, I'm not go like I can you can easily just connect it and see the demo. The idea is that it will work in that case. Next, everyone is very, very important, which is your Claude routines. So loop we have discussed, Claude routines, automate without infrastructure. Now here you can be anywhere in the world because your machine is not getting used. So if you go on Claude, if you go on Claude AI, in here you will see this slash code. Okay, so here it is also there slash code. When you click on this Claude AI slash code, uh, again it is not running on your machine. It is all on the internet, right? So lots of things are kind of lost. But what the best part is, everyone, that again you can select a repo. You can also select the cloud environment, etc. We can see the cloud environment. Okay, name it. We can just even have the full access. We can give it environment variables and some scripts as well. And it will just connect and run that there. So again, all the same thing which I've told you. Plan mode, accept, right? This is transcript view mode. Add. You can give the command as well. So press and hold to record. So again, everyone, one more thing. Here also we have this voice command now. So let me go to Claude. In here there is a voice command. Toggle voice mode on. It will ask for your. So I have actually disabled this permission. Like if I show you here as well, let me see if it is present here. Voice. It is in the terminal only. I actually it asked me for a permission, but I don't want to give mic permission to my terminal. Okay, no, never, because I terminal can actually access everything. But yes, you can just give the inputs like with the voice. Okay, that is the whole case. So all the things are present here as well. Now, if you will see, we can select a repo as well, everyone. Now again, my GitHub is connected, so I can see all these repo, and it can then work on the same. So that is the whole idea. But at the same time, the whole benefit lies when you can connect it via routine. If you will click on this new routine, here you can say that hey, daily code review. Make sure that you go through my code every properly as an SD3. So just normally schedule GitHub event or an API. So I can give it an API as well, everyone. Now it will give me an endpoint which I can directly hit. It is connected to my different tools. It is having a behavior, autofix pull request, permissions. So I can add a repository to configure a permission. I think I can select a repository. Let me just select, let's say, this is diamond detection for the time being. Now I can give it a permission that hey, allow unrestricted git push. Let the agent push to any branch on this repo, including the default branch. So yeah, maybe I can tell it that hey, please create another branch. Don't create it into the main thing. I can tell it the model as well. So let's say Haiku default cloud environment. If I want that hey, it is having some environment variables, then I can create an environment. So very very helpful. But nothing of this is running on your machine. You can call it either via API or you can call it on a schedule as well. So let's say I call it every day at 9 a.m. It should go through my code base. Then it is connected to my Gmail. It can be connected. I can add a connector, let's say Slack. Okay, I think I'm not connected my Slack outside. So if we go on project, apartment, customize, connectors, browse connectors, Slack is there, connect it. It will ask me to log in, right? Pretty simple approach. That is what you can also do. Ask your team, company that, hey, please open this. And then tell it, like, tell it that, hey, what you want. And I think you can easily create it. Copy this token, now it won't be shown again. Use it to fire the same wire routine. So I can just copy this. I can copy this. Done. And see, it is API trigger is enabled, connector. It is also repeat. Instructor, make sure that you go through the same. I can run it now normally as well. and it is all on cloud. So actually, this is like the best thing which you can do. Now again, it comes with your subscription, so you can create it. If I refresh, let me just check, because again, if you will see, routines are here as well, everyone. Let it refresh. Remote. Different accounts. My bad. So I'm not sure. Like, you can check if it gets refreshed, but this is from a different account, and this is a different account. So that's why they are not synced. Okay. So I can edit it out. Very simple. Like, again, I think this is as easy as it gets. Right. You can just run your routines. If you want, you can actually run your, like, create your routine here, which has nothing to do with let's say your code bases. Right. So delete it. Ask it that, hey, go through my Google Calendar and send me an email. Pretty simple approach, right? This is not able to send a Gmail, like the character of Claude. It is not able to send a Gmail message, so maybe you can select Slack, etc. But yes, that is how it will work, and it can send you these things up. So very, very simple. I think the same kind of things are more easily doable if you have cowork, right? Because in cowork as well, we are having this scheduled task, but again, it will require that you are having your machine open. Whereas in your Claude code, and I think now it should be clear, like, they created Claude code. Then they said that, hey, non-tech people can also love this thing. Let's create that for non-tech people, and that is where Cowork came into picture. And believe me, all the things are exactly the same. In the Cowork, projects, live artifact, dispatch is there, customize and etc. is having the skill. So that is the mindset of building. And rather, their whole line was Claude code for, I think, everyone. Yeah, that was the main line of Claude Cowork few time back. So if I search just in front of you, Claude code for everyone, okay, I think they have just changed it or maybe gone through it. So Claude Cowork, Claude Code Power for Knowledge Work. Yeah. So they know that the main thing is Claude Code only, right? That is the whole idea. So see, it just works in that manner. So I'm not going in depth, everyone. But yeah, you can create it. I will be deleting it, but I hope you get the idea clear. And one thing more, because it is Claude Code, it is also on GitHub event. Okay. So if I select a repository, let's say this again, I could say that, hey, whenever there is a PR open, whenever there is a PR merge, whenever there is a release published, whenever there is an issue open, I think you, like, again, for people who know GitHub, they will understand that. You can have a filter condition as well, that author is one of, okay, another one. So title, all these things. So again, if it is a bug, if you are having in the title bug or in the body bug, ask it that, hey, don't do anything. Okay, so that is the kind of condition. So I can say that if title equals, or let's say is not one of, contains, yeah, so it's not one of, let's say, bug, right? Or I could just say contains matches regex. So regex also you can use here, everyone. Equals contains starts with. So that is all the thing which we can do, right? So then only it will be triggered. So that is all the filters, etc. as well, everyone. So other is not one of, let's say I don't want that, hey, it runs on my GitHub. So again, it is giving you all that level of command, and that is the real automation, right? So this is actually the real automation. I think custom is not working. Maybe we will have to go back. But yeah, I think you get the idea, everyone. That is how strong it is. And that is how you can actually now have the things up. So schedule, API post, or GitHub events. I've shown you all of them. Anthropic infrastructure, your credentials stored securely. Agent, Claude code instance pinups. Repo, fresh clone of your repository. It gets all the code. Tools, MCP servers, GitHub, Slack, access everything. Results, files written, PRs commented, message sent, report generated. Your laptop is sleeping. Task runs, laptop closed. You don't need to be there. This is the level of automation and looping which you can do, and that is where actually AI is working for you now. So now the whole idea clear, and I think I have not seen anyone talking in this much depth, because now you actually know how you can automate stuff. These are few of the examples, everyone. Automate PR workflow, GitHub event, PR open, Claude routine, reads difference, write initial review comment and everything. Error response loop, GitHub event, PR open. Okay, so I'm just telling you like where all it is possible. Daily data engineering, 6 a.m. Claude routine, runs a particular skill where validates data quality. Now again, when you're pushing your repo, it can have Claude skills, etc. as well, right? So that thing is always there, because it is a Claude code instance just on the web. It will do its work and stop. If OK runs, writes output if errors, post it to Slack. Desktop task, read process data, generate daily dashboard event, send to stakeholder email via MCP. Weekly code quality, Sunday 11 p.m. Claude routine, read test suites, check test coverage, run security scan. Morning Monday 8 a.m. Cloud routine, reads previous night's report, create prioritized task list for the week, assign to appropriate team members via GitHub. So see that this is now how the automation and everything can be done. This is how you can make AI actually work for you. I know that many of you might not even thought at this level it is possible now. Continuous documentation, every time a file is merged to the main GitHub command, Cloud routine, read change files. Now again, The reason I'm showing all of this from Claude Routine is very, very simple. I don't want your laptop to be always open, right? Or your session. So that is the whole case. And plus, it gets triggered based on API and that as well. So that is very, very important thing as well. Okay, everyone. Now, before we move and close this topic up, I think I would just like to talk that how we have to discuss around the safety as well. So see, the whole idea, everyone, is that when you are scheduling, right? When you are scheduling these things up, of course, it is having some excesses, right? Which we have to discuss about. I, as a responsible mentor, I cannot just leave you like this. So see, when you schedule a agent that runs without you watching, you have created a system that can read and write files, can run bash commands, can call external APIs, can commit code and open PRs, and can send messages. So I hope you do understand that this is not the like again, these are not the permission which you will want any AI to have, right? So I have though covered around hooks and everything in depth. Each and everything we can actually control. And if you just ask Cloud Code and sit with Cloud Code, I think in 1 week, you will be able to easily automate 40 to 50% of your job. For sure, I can assure you. Like after now understanding, you can say that, hey, please don't delete my database, please don't run any command. And I think it was recently also noticed that Cloud Code deleted a complete database. Now, again, nothing against anyone. I think they might have the checks and everything in place as well. But I feel that again, with all what we have covered, you can have better checks so that it doesn't delete or even it is asking. Now, again, yeah, it may happen that 1 in million it has gone haywire and rogue, but I feel that it is easily possible. So what we can do, everyone, like few of the tests in that which I will write. Start with read only. Okay, so initially make sure that when you are trying to automate things, start with read only things, not any. So make sure that you are giving it those commands to just read. Then write output to a specific non-destructive path. So whenever your Claude routine or anything is working, please make sure that you're writing in a non-destructive path. What is a non-destructive path, Mayank? Maybe you can ask that, hey, please send your reports into this MCP or send this as a Slack so that even if it deletes your repository, you have an idea. Okay. Then use human review gates, right? When, let's say, when gates for irreversible actions. Now here, what do I mean by that, everyone? So let's say instead of saying deploy when test pass, right? I can just give you some prompts to give you an idea. Okay, so I've actually written them out. Let me copy this and paste it here only. See, let me stop. Okay, I know that I'm discussing these things in a lot of ways, but I think this will be very helpful. So see, this can be a bad prompt, everyone. These are a good prompt for the same problem. Deployment test pass. Here I'm saying that, hey, when test pass, write a summary to ready to deploy MD and send a Slack message for asking for human to deploy. Okay. In a very similar manner, everyone, for the second part, we can have this part. See, for the second one, this is the bad approach. And you will be getting this file, so please make sure that you take the benefit. Update the code base to fix any linting error. Identify linting errors and write the list to reports lint issues. Do not modify any source file, only report. So these are the kind of checks which you can have, everyone. Now, next part, which is very, very important. Something which I've done as well. Fourth, log everything. So I showed you that how you can create a log file. Very, very important, because again, when it runs in the backend, you will not be scrolling and seeing everything and maybe something get lost. You're not sure of that, right? And the last and rather very logical part, everyone, fifth, test everything. If you're writing a headless command or anything which you're doing for that matter, test it out first. Like don't just directly schedule it. Just first make sure that every, like, let's say for 3 days at least, wake up at 8 a.m. and do that thing, right? So that is the whole case, everyone. Now there is just one more thing as well. If you want, right? If you want, you can just go to your let's say this thing in a project. Okay, in a settings.json, you can just say Claude code disable cron. Okay, so I will just copy this thing up and I will search in the official documentation as well. Okay, 1 minute. Let me search it. See, set Claude code equal to one in your environment to disable the scheduler entirely. The cron tools do become unavailable and any already scheduled tasks stop firing. See environment variable. So if something goes bad, and you are like, hey Mayank, I have 10 things scheduled. I don't know what is the ID. You kind of got me where I'm stuck. No worries, Mayank is here. So you can just push this thing in your particular settings.json or at a system level. Everything will stop. Okay. So that is the whole case, everyone. That is how you have to master these things up. And I think, yes, just now, like every other thing, we have mastered this as well a lot in depth, rather a lot in depth. Please remember that headless thing and the way I told you how to automate that, because that is how it actually gets automated. Using that, actually, if you think about it, right? If you actually think about it, I have given you a Claude routine, uh, like a displacement, not displacement, an alternative of Claude routine, right? Which because see, Claude routine is also starting a Claude code session. I have told you that hey, just go to your Claude tab, set up that time, and of course, like maybe like I know that it can be also automated now. Like it's very simple. Like you can just run a script which you can expose as API point, and it runs your Claude command and everything. So I've actually given you a very strong thing now. So please remember that because that is not covered anywhere. That is something which I thought of and I came up that hey, this can be very helpful, right? So that is the whole idea, even based on my experience. That hey, why can't we go to my machine and have the Claude in a headless mode? It is logging everything, and it can just run the command. And again, in that, it will be also having my code every time. So in Cloud Routine will download my code every time because it will start that session on the cloud. So it can still take time, it can still fail. But that one, it can just easily get the latest updates and everything. So I can have each and everything. So I've kind of given you a very good Cloud Routine alternate as well, everyone. So with that, I think we have again covered this in a lot of depth. I don't think that you need to actually know about anything else in Claude. Each and everything in Claude Code have been covered. Again, I will highly still suggest that you read through the same, everyone. This will be really helpful. Now, I think what is left is an end-to-end project where we are using all these stuff up. Although I think I've done multiple mini projects in between, which are more than capable of explaining you about these things up. But still, let's try to see if we can have a project. But I will highly suggest that run through all these things again and master them once and for all because all the things which we have covered here, it is not that they are just useful for Claude. Going forward, this is going to be the new era of development or new era of like creating stuff, right? Even if you're a no coder, I think the way I've explained with all these images and everything, it should be very clear to you, right? So that is the level of now understanding which I want from all of you. And I feel that this will be very helpful because the way I've discussed and the amount of effort which I've spent, that I think is going to be really fruitful for all of you. Okay. So with that, everyone, if you're liking now, this is actually where we are closing the teaching part because though there might be some concept here and there, but I think I have covered more than anyone else has covered in more depth, showing you each and everything, putting in a lot of effort. So if you are liking it, please like this video. Like generally it takes a lot of time. Please share this with everyone and do subscribe to my channel so that you keeps on getting this level of in-depth content. Okay. So with that, let's now meet in the next part where we will try to maybe create a project or I will see like if it needs a separate altogether part where we have to do the project with some understanding. But yes, that is the whole case, everyone. You can of course go through the complete documentation so that you can run out other things as well. But after spending so much time, I have made sure that I've explained each and everything in depth. Great, everyone. Now let us start with our end-to-end mega project. Now, although we have done like many mini as well as I think that was almost complete multiple projects which we have seen, and yeah, we have learned these things in complete depth. Having a project like this, it will help you to quickly just understand and revise all the things. Plus, also to understand that how exactly right you will be able to develop from scratch using Cloud Code and all the things which we have learned with respect to skill, hooks, agent, where the same will be actually helpful to you. Okay, so with that, let's get started, everyone. One thing to note before we start. So normally, whenever you will be working, so I can have it like this. Yeah. Whenever you will start working, right? So whenever you will start, there will majorly be two things in front of you, right? So either you will be starting with, let's say, directly on a project, right? So either you will be starting just on a project. So let me just write it down. Let's say from scratch, or you will be starting or joining an already built project, right? So let's say already built. So I can just have it. Okay, I'm logged in a lot. So either you will be in a already built one, right? Now again, both of these are very possible, right? Rather, I think you should be knowing about them. The way we have discussed things, I don't think it should be difficult, but let me just tell you what should be the major aim, everyone. So the major aim should be that if you are, let's say, starting on an already built project, we already have discussed about the slash init command at least, right? So we know that how slash init command can help you to actually create a CLAUDE.md file, which goes through all your files and is able to work on the same. Along with that, if you remember, we also discussed about explore agent. And of course, we can create our own agent, etc. as well. But very important, if the project is already built, please first try to understand it yourself. Okay. Because if you are thinking that, hey, just by using AI, I will be able to do the changes, it might work for the small changes, but for the mega changes, it might not be that helpful. So that is the thing which I make people, that is a mistake which I make, see lots of people making where they are just saying that, hey, I don't need to learn how to code because majorly you will be kind of or might be working on an already built project, right? Especially in the company, and or you might be like kind of transporting a project to cloud code. And in that case, it becomes very, very important that you are aware about all these things, right? So in there, just start with slash init, understand the projects in depth, and then try to see that what all different things we can have in there, like with respect to agents, hooks, skills, all these things will be really, really helpful to you. Plus, along with that, once you have done this a lot, you know what the drill is. We can create a skill as well, which can start and do all these things for us, right? So with that, everyone, now let's start our project. Now we will be doing the same from scratch so that even if you're from a tech or a non-tech background, you will be easily able to follow. Plus, if you're in a college, etc., then you will be able to also makes a lot of sense of it, right? So with that, everyone, let's try to first quickly understand what we are building. So daily pulse. Again, I thought of like what can be the right project for everyone, right? Because the way I have created this course, it is good for people in tech, people in non-tech, people who are just learning Claude. And I thought that, hey, Mayank, you can pick up any industry, any domain, and you will surely lose out people, right? If I pick up HR, people from marketing will say that, hey, Mayank, marketing. If I pick up marketing, people will sales from say that, hey, Mayank, sales. And that is when the idea strikes that if I could help you create a AI powered daily command center, right? Which kind of helps you to manage yourself, that is something which will be valid for everyone because again, each and every one of us is an individual. And I feel that AI should be helpful from day one, right? So if you are seeing this crash course in complete depth, AI should be directly helpful to you. And that is why this is the project which we are going to build everyone. It will be directly helpful to you and you can just start with this, right? Now again, once you get the whole idea clear, I think it should be very, very easy to like build anything because again, the whole uh, point of vibe coding is that how you understand what you have to give the input, right? So the input and prompts, everything will be changing. So that is the major thing. And in that case, I think it will be a usable project for everyone. So with that, everyone, let's now get started. Now, what I will do, I will just have this. Yeah. So I have actually created a new folder. I will be pushing each and everything in here. So let me just open this up. Let me say open and we will just select daily flow. Okay. 1 minute. Let me open it again. Pen, daily flow. Good. So yes, everyone, we are starting from complete scratch. Let me close this as well. For the time being, I'm just starting, right? So what I will do, please make sure that you follow each and every step. And I would just create a file here as well, saying commands dot txt, and I will have another file prompts dot txt. Okay. So that is the case, and I will have it inside a folder where I would say ignore, or let's say commands, commands and prompts please ignore. Now, the reason I'm doing ignore so that again it is not read by any of the AI. Like again, it will still try to read it, but hopefully it will try to understand from this whole idea, right? That is what I try to normally do. A quick little hack: we can say that hey, don't unnecessarily try to read the file where I've added in the folder. Please ignore, so that it is not unnecessarily going in the Git space. We will be kind of having not having them. Like let's say with respect to your for sorry, we will be having them in Git ignore, right? So with that, everyone, let me start a terminal. So now the terminal has started here, everyone. I have to get rid of this OpenClaw overstart, but should be fine. Let me clear it out. So the way we normally start our project, everyone, I will just keep on pasting these commands. Claude version, I should first check that yes, Claude is there. So I'm just picking up from the scratch, right? Seems like Claude is already installed, everyone. Now, just to make sure that since I will be building this as a React plus Python app, okay, normally Claude will also like just install the same, but I'm following the best practices that hey, I should be having Node as well. So it seems like Node is also there. If you find an error, just add Claude code only that hey, how can I install it? Or maybe just go to Claude. Then since my backend will be in Python, everyone, and I will tell you what all this backend frontend is, I'm just checking out that hey, things should be available. So let me get this, and I should get the NPM as well, right? So I am having all these different technologies. If you just have to think about it, see the idea is that we will be seeing a complete dashboard, everyone. So this will be kind of our front end, right? We can just have this as an icon in it. Yeah. So this everyone will be going to be our front end, right? Now, with respect to our front end, of course, there will be multiple things which will be happening in the background, and that is actually what we say as backend, right? I actually plan to create more videos on this stuff because I feel that many people are now moving from non-tech towards this side. So do let me know like if or what all you would like me to cover in this. Like let me know in the comment. Now let me just have this as an icon here, everyone. So let me copy this. This is where your backend will be, right? It will be all in Python, etc. This, and again, you can. I am just giving you these commands. You can ask Claude or ChatGPT that, hey, I want to create a project like this. Just copy these and give these commands. Okay, so these are the basics of building. So I don't want to go away from it. If you are sure of that, that's pretty good. Else you're learning it with me. And the third layer, everyone, will be MCP. So I think it's pretty straightforward. MCP can easily just connect with anything we want, right? So, oh, sorry, AI. MCP is afterwards. AI is basically to make sure that we are able to hit anything from our overall Claude, etc. Now, with that, everyone, after that, what I will do, as of now, I'm not setting Anthropic or Tably key. I will just make sure that we are able to do that afterwards, right? So for the timing, I will clear this out. Now, what I will do, everyone, I will now make sure that I am able to create the init command. So I will just do it this in front of you. Okay, so git init. Now, what this does, everyone, it basically creates a git version control kind of a thing, which I've explained you via document version control, right? So how we have in a doc file, we have different versions. Now I will just create some different directories. So I will just create these things. See, backend and frontend, right? So nothing else, everyone. And I've also created this dot Claude where I am having agent, hooks, and skills. And see, this is the very important part. Most people, they will start from Claude Code because they don't know anything about the development. The way we have covered about these things now, it is very important that we set the structure. Number one thing which I have seen people doing and failing with AI or normally as well, they let AI dictate them. So they will ask Claude Code and it will tell them what to do. And always remember, like we are the humans, we should be in control, not the AI, right? So we should be telling AI. I have seen that most of the people who are bad in building things with AI, right? Even in the AI world, they are actually the ones who let AI dictate them because AI most of the time will give you AI slop. And that is actually the reason most of the people are not able to do anything, right? So now everyone, I will create these files. So settings.json. Now, as you are aware, these are all very important things. I will create this environment files. So in the backend, you will see that how I'm having this .env file where I can have any secret. So let's say if I will be having Tably API key, which I will be adding in a bit, I could just enter my key here, right? So that is the best practices. Now, the reason I'm setting it up like this because I want that if you showcase this project anywhere as a coder, non-coder student, the person should be able to see the structure because we will be pushing it to GitHub as well, right? Then everyone, I will just make sure that I am having these three commands. I don't want to send any of these things into my Git, so I will just do git ignore. The idea is pretty simple. Git will just ignore these files, right? So it will just say that, hey, I will not be doing anything. These files will remain on the Mayank's PC only. Now, I think everyone, we can start with Claude. So what I will do, I will start Claude from here only. Let me close this up. And we have started a new Claude session. Okay, let me for the time being just first check model and I will keep the model to Haiku only, should be fine. And we can just, okay, I think that is one thing which we don't get a lot in control. Effort thing is not here. And I think we can keep it edited automatically. So again, I'm just doing all these things right in front of you so that you get a quick revision that, hey, yeah, this is the first time when we learn about these things. Okay. Now, everyone, what I will do, pay attention, and I will copy this here. And the reason, again, I'm sure of these things are very simple. I know these things are the best practices. So either I can play dumb and say that, hey, no, you don't need to know these things. And I'm not using my experience like I think most of the people who are just building unuseful things, like they are able to build and show you that. But I don't think that is the best way, right? Or I could use my decade of experience and make sure that I'm teaching you things which actually will be having a difference, right? Now, everyone, we will make sure that we run this. So for the same, again, I will slip back to terminal because that is the best approach. I will just install these things. Okay, my bad. Claude first, right? And one by one, I will just install. First one is the marketplace I'm adding. I think it is already added. Enter marketplace. I think it is already added. I can just do escape. Then I'm adding the front end design skill, everyone. So again, Claude is having a very good front end design skill. I will say keep it to a install all collaborator on this repository, install for you and in this repo only. We can, I think, install for like user, right? That should not be a problem. And I will also install the context 7, though I think I've already done that as well, right? It already exists, right? The idea is pretty simple. Let me close this up. That these plugins, everyone, they are kind of the things which I told you, right? If you remember, I told you that, hey, You should be using these things up. And genuinely with plugin, that is the whole idea, right? Using them is so easy. And you should be adding them in the starting. So I have just made sure that I went to the Claude marketplace and added a front-end design, context 7, and just added that marketplace like if you don't have it set up, right? So now let's go back, everyone. Let's just have it here. Okay. Cool. So now let's start, everyone. And what I will do, I will just make sure that the next part, right? Now I have the kind of a thing set. Now I'm not making it very complex because I want you to follow it. It should not that, Mayank, you have done the 150 level of development. No, that is why we will be doing it all in local, right? In future, I could have more projects which will be where I will be talking about the deployment and these vibe coding different part as well. But for the timing, I want it to be quick that you are able to follow it and actually do it with me. So that is why in complete depth, I'm giving each and everything to you. Okay. Now, everyone, once we have done this, I think the next part all of us are knowing that that is the claude.md. So again, without claude.md, we will be having to explain the project. And this is where again I see a lot of people making a mistake. They ask Claude only to create their claude.md. Now, again, what is the problem with that, man? Well, the problem is that again you are letting AI do the stuff, right? Please first write it down. So what I have done for this project, everyone, I took a pen and a paper or like a notepad. I normally like to write on pen and a paper because pen and paper, okay, so that I am able to follow each and everything. And again, I'm having that mental picture as well. Like this thing is pretty helpful to me. But you can write it on Notepad as well, and that is where you can then ask Claude that hey, create this thing. So you should be having an idea clear. If you just say that hey, write me a Claude.md which can help me to create a personal dashboard, then AI is dictating you. So in that, everyone, what I will do, I will go to .claude. Now, if you remember, I can either create it inside the folder or outside. To maintain each and everything, the sanity of complete thing, I will be creating it inside. And since you will be getting this, I am just copy pasting this here. See, create a claude.md file for this project called Daily Pulse. Project description: Daily Pulse is a personal AI productivity web app. Users get a morning briefing. Manage smart tasks. AI breaks tasks into subtasks. Generate stand-ups from completed tasks and view daily insights. So again, I am just making it for everyone. There is no person, if you're a student in school, if you're a college student, if you're an intern, if you are a director, if you're a VP, everyone knows a daily dashboard, right? And once you build it yourself, then you can do the changes. And believe me, the chances that you will actually be using it will go a lot up when you have built it yourself. Okay, because again, you can change it, right? You can say that, hey, Mayank, I want to change it for my use case. I want to add this. I will say that no problem. Just please add the same. Now, a little bit technical. And you will see that I am following all the best practices. Okay, so it is not having very vague language. Everything in point. Backend Python fast API runs on port 8000. Data stored in backend slash data as JSON files. Task.json, briefing.json. I am not going to any DB as of now. Not Excel, nothing, because again, that is where I think these gets difficult. And already you have done so much Claude with me, right? So those are all the things which we will again have in a more not advanced but more technically advanced project. Okay, because again, data has to be saved. It can either be on your local, it can either be on a pen and paper, it can either be on a DB, it can either be on an Excel file. Front end, React with White, Tailwind CSS run on port 5173. Again, if you don't know what this means, totally fine. Just take my word and say that hey, this is where it will be running. Use fetch for API calls to localhost. Now, since I don't want it to be a static app, I am making sure that yes, we are having this kind of a backend here, right? So very, very important thing. Now pay attention, everyone. Claude.md, the project brain. Claude code session 1 today. Claude knows the stack. Session 2 tomorrow, same knowledge, fresh context, right? Session 3 still knows conversation. So again, it is having each and everything, and you know that it can update the same as well, right? So this is the whole case. Python, again, code standard, I'm telling everything. Black formatting, no bears except blacks blocks. Functional component. Now I will show you what this black formatting also is. So if I go here, if you search Python black library, so there is just library which takes care of this. Uncompromising Python code formatter. Okay, so by using it, you agree to code seed control over minutiae of hand formatting. In return, black gives you speed, deterministic, and code style. So just again, something which takes care of my Python code formatting. Okay. So in this, everyone, I've just for the timing explained a very, very basic stuff. Okay, so it is just telling that how it has to run all these stuff. Now you could take it up and just ask Claude or ChatGPT to explain you what it is. But you could take it my work because this is actually the easiest way of building this, right? Now, everyone, once I've done this, What I will also do, I will just first make sure that I could then have a session, which of course can be easily built, right? So for the timing, let me uh, also go here, right? What I will do next, everyone, pay attention. So this is where actually your claude.md gets revised, like we did it, I think, in part 4. So we can just check it out. But yeah, this is where your claude.md is kind of making a lot of sense that, hey, this is all done. Now what I will do, everyone, ideally, I should also create some hooks, right? So pay attention. I will just copy this. I will paste it in prompts. So prompts. Okay, I think I did a mistake. Let me copy all of this, paste it here, delete this, and just paste a prompt. Create a cloud.settings.json with 2 hooks. Post tool use on write or edit matching.py file. You run Python -m black so that my Python, my that particular thing can run, everyone, right? And let me do one thing as well. Wrap text. See, stop hook, print daily pulse, plot finish, review output above to std error, use async true. So I'm just kind of running these things up. I will just copy this, go here, ask my Claude that he do this. I'm just setting a few things up before. Like again, hook should be before, CLAUDEMD should be created, and everything will be set. So see, did you know you can drag and drop? I could say yes, should be fine. What it was saying, did you know that you can drag and drop? Okay, my bad, very bad. Sorry, sorry, sorry. So it is creating these things up. Drag and drop image files into your terminal. Yeah, oh, that's a pretty good thing. I thought that we can only paste it. That's good that it can take up the dragging and dropping in Claude as well. So see, that's a good thing. You learn everything. Not bad. I did escape, everyone. I was doing something, but no worries. Let me do it again. Uh, so I don't think it would have created it. Yeah, because I pressed escape, so it kind of got out of this. I could just say yes, and it should be all done. Okay. So the hooks are now active. The post tool hook use will fire synchronously after you edit or write Python files, and the stop hook will run asynchronously when the Claude finishes. So again, I'm just showing you, you can create much better hooks, a lot more hooks. My idea here is to make sure that I do what is easily followable. Okay, if I create 10 hooks here, you will run away. I want to just show you that, hey, we are creating hooks. A simple hook. Every time my code comes, I will be running a formatter on that. You can have it on other files as well. I'm just keeping on Python. Now let's start with building, everyone. So what I will do, pay attention. Let me close this for the time being, and let me open a Claude session here. Let me go to prompts, and I would just add the next prompt. Okay. So this is a pretty big prompt, everyone, if you will focus. First, I am building backend. Building backend. Okay, now it will take a lot of time because that is how the uh, building should be. It should not that you are building, like again, it should not that you are building without any idea. Here, I am just taking all these things. So pay attention now what I'm doing, everyone. Build a complete fast API backend for Daily Pulse. Create these files. Backend slash pain.py, fast API with these endpoints. So now again, I have these endpoints prepared. I don't want AI to take a lot of decision for me. If you as a, like again, I understand that from a non-coder perspective, and that is where again what you can do, you can follow these things up. Like you copy this complete Claude prompt file and give it to, let's say, your uh, chat GPT or Claude, and then ask it that, hey, this is what I want to do, can you give me similar prompts? I think that is the best approach, because I have seen this, that if you try to build all the things in Claude, it works in a separate manner. So it's better like we are behaving like two, we are having two AIs. So go to ChatGPT and Claude, say that, hey, you are a senior developer or you are a CTO or everything. Make sure that you set the context, then give it these prompts, and then say that, hey, this is what I want to build. Take a decision as a smart person. The file it gives you, copy that, and then let Claude build. And you will see a very, very big difference. Because again, here Claude is doing everything for you. There you have set a separate persona. So it is giving you the same in a very much mature manner. Okay. So with that, everyone, now let's copy the same. It will be creating these endpoints. It will be creating the stars, JSON, everything for the databases. I will be adding my Anthropic API key. So the reason is pretty simple, everyone. I want it to be an API AI app, right? Now, pay attention. Very, very important thing. Let's see how many of you are able to understand this. My AI app. Okay. So let's say, for example, if any application is AI, it cannot use my Claude subscription. Claude code, it is tied to Claude. That is why it is able to use it. Tomorrow, if any app is AI, right? So I can show you one example as well, everyone. So let me show you this dashboard. So this is a similar one which I built on Lovable. So see, this is again, everyone, like my complete dashboard which I've created. Now again, very, very simple Pulse AI. I'm having an AI here. When I ask it to do something, right? I think I disabled the key because of some leak, but let me try. I think it will fail, but let's see. I'm not sure what key I'm using. Maybe it's Gemini. Okay, so see, hey, I can help you. It is saying that it has created. Okay. Now I cannot ask that, hey, take this message, go to Claude, write the message there, and then come back. I cannot do that, right? I hope all of you are able to understand this. So, in that sense, I have to make sure that rather I am having an API which is supporting it. So it can be Gemini, it can be OpenAI, or it can be Claude. The way you use, again, I will make it very clear. The way you are able to use ChatGPT here versus when your application will be using it, it is completely different. Okay. For your application to use it, it needs a key, and that key is separately chargeable. Just like how, if you remember, if you go back here in the login option, if I want that I want to use it without any subscription, then I have to create an Anthropic key so that this particular application can connect to Claude. So exactly the same thing. Okay, so I will close it up. Let me open it again. I will be adding maybe Gemini key because you all can get your hands on to that. I will just ask it. Then task schema, I'm just giving these schemas as well. For post task, call Claude Sonnet 4.6 to break the task title into 3-5 complete subtasks. I will say it Haiku only. Okay. For get briefing, I'm telling that, hey, what exactly has to be done there as well. For get stand up, read today's completed task from task.json. For get insights, read all tasks from today. Call Claude to find patterns, peak productivity time task, return as insight. Add CORS middleware for this. Add a requirement.txt file. So again, just the last line, you can just take it from my experience. Okay. So what I will do, everyone, pay attention. I will just try to make sure that I just copy the same and I can just paste it. Right. So let me copy it. I've pasted it on my OneNote. Let me just get this. 1 minute. Where exactly is my OneNote? Okay, let me copy it from here. Okay, so pay attention. I will just go here. I will say also add support for Gemini. Gemini for now, as I will use Gemini key. The reason is pretty simple. For Claude, you all will have to spend some money. For Gemini, you can do it for free, more or less, right? Gemini like is pretty good with their free tire. I will show you how to get the key as well. So for Gemini as well, so instead of Claude in the app, okay. So yeah, I think, and one more thing, I think I can change the model. Should I change the model? Let's switch the model, everyone, to Sonnet here. Maybe that might be a little better, right? And let me paste it. If in case my credits get slower, I will show you the extra usage part here, okay? Because my other Claude, I did a lot of work, so that is all over with the credits as well, okay? So let it build. Now I want that these good things get started with the overall case, and I don't think it is very, very difficult as well, right? And parallelly, I can show you this dashboard as well, everyone. The one which I've created here, pay attention. So it is having a task board in a similar manner where I can just move and drop the task. So again, understand how good it will be, right, at your level. Then analytics, just few of the things. It is having the big data in the backend. Daily digest, what all is happening, right? Priority emails and everything, so we can connect our emails. Data sheet, this is dummy up data to be very honest. Okay, so this has nothing to do with anything. Meeting intent, I could just give it a meeting. What all happened? I could ask it for analyze with AI and it will give me the intent. Sorry, the full intelligence, right? Along with that, I could actually export to PDF. See, it is exporting it to PDF. I could send to Slack. I could save it to transport as well, right? Market news, real time. It searches for the market news. I think it was having my Tabili key, which I kind of exhausted. Slack digest, I can send everything to Slack. Telegram digest, I can send everything to Telegram. I hope the key is working because it has been timed. So if I show you, right, if I just quickly show you, it has actually sent me everything. So good morning, Mayank. This is all the things today, meetings, everything. So yeah, it can be that smart, right? That is the level of things which we can build. And there are again settings like what is the role, Slack and everything is connected, daily digest, email summaries, save settings, dark mode. Pretty good app, right? So that is the level of thing which you can build everyone. Now I built this with Lovable, but yeah, Cloud Code is I think better only. So it is saying the Gemini model. Okay, I think it has created the same. The Gemini model uses Gemini 2.0 Flash, fast compared to Haiku. The report missing warning disappear once you run pip install. So I think it is doing the work, everyone. I think we can let it work. And it would have created lots of files, right? If I go on backend, see, it is creating all these files up. I think, is it stopped, everyone? I think it has stopped. And if I go back, right, I can close all of these things. In the data, everyone, I think in data, we have the main.py where we are having everything. So if you see, there are different APIs endpoint, right? The way it is working. In the ENV, I think I have the Gemini API key as well, right? And again, what it has done, everyone, I think it has created the full logic here. So I could just ask it only, can you create a separate logic file instead of main.py so that the endpoints and logic are separated? Okay, so again, I'm just asking it that, hey, please don't have this so long of a code. Normally, it's better if you're having a little smaller code, right? So I think it will just create some endpoints and everything. So see services.py and main.py, they will get kind of not broken. They will be just kind of divided, right? So see, it is reading now. I will write services.py with all the logic and then rewrite main.py as a thin route layer. So the idea is that everyone now I'm having a backend created. What will happen in the backend? I will be having these endpoints. Why are you doing this, Mayank? Because I don't want to build a very basic project. It's just static project. What about if we do? If we are from a non-tech background, Mayank, we are not understanding it. Take my word. Instead of jumping off to another video, or instead of saying that, hey, I don't understand this, just try to ask ChatGPT and Cloud question. Either you can waste 6 months to learn from the basic of software, or you can say that, hey, this is what AI and Cloud is helpful, right? Let me use AI. If I have to understand some command, either I can go back to reading the books, or I could ask AI to explain me about stock and everything, right? So I'm just taking the latter approach because it is faster. So in that, everyone, I think, see, it has done the same. Okay, it is still doing. Yeah. So now in the main.py, everyone, if I just show you by zooming it out, it is just having these endpoints and all the logic is now written here. Okay. So pretty simple thing. It is just having the prompts and all the logics. Okay. That is where our backend gets created. Now this backend can be used actually by multiple people. It can be used anywhere. And that is actually how the real application gets. Okay. So you can go on Lovable or you can go on Claude. You can create those funny HTML based one, but that is not scalable. Neither that is a real development. Once you have done things with me, I don't want to showcase you something funny, right? So with respect to that, everyone, let's now move forward. And now again, I will show you that how can you get your API key as well. Now the reason is pretty simple. Actual API apps you want to build, right? So if you go everyone here and let's say if I go on Google, just search for Google AI Studio. Go to this. Again, it is free, better than Open Router, and it gives you more things, right? So I will go to get API key here in the left, and I will just say create API key. Okay. And I think I have the paid one here as well, but no worries. Let me maybe also use the free tier one. Let's see that how much it is active. Actually, you can see if I click on this particular key, I can copy the key as well here. I could just get back. And there is a usage part, right? So if you see this default Gemini or rate limit, yeah. So see, for Gemini 2.5 Flash, it tells you that, hey, you can have 5 requests per minute. Tokens are 250K and you can make 20 requests. And then we can change the model as well. So again, even if you don't have anything, right, you can genuinely use this thing directly. So that is the whole idea. That is why I'm using it, because everyone can use it. Open router, I think, is very less. It just gives you, I think, 5 calls. Here at least you're having 20 calls. Okay, so I will just go here. I will go to ENV and I will just say that, hey, this is my key. Okay, so I'm just pasting my key. Don't use it. It is anyway free tier, so you can create your own. Now, everyone, once it has been built, I will go to commands and prompts and I will go to commands. So see, now that once your backend has been built, we have to make sure that we are testing it out as well. Now, how do we test it? Backend is a separate layer. Okay, so when you are having, let's say, working here, this Google, everyone, I could just go to, let's say, inspect. I think I could just easily copy all the code, right? If I just select, I'm just trying to show you one thing. Okay, I'm just trying to show you one thing. Let me say edit as HTML. I could just copy all the code. I could go to HTML to HTML viewer. Okay, paste it here and see the Google is built. Like generally, right? The Google is right in front of you. But if I do a hi, it will not work. Nothing will work rather for that matter. Because see, it is saying that hey, request is not found. Because see, what is happening, everyone, is that, and this is very important thing from a tech and a non-tech perspective, that your front end is separate and your back end is separate, right? The whole idea becomes that if you are creating an application, backend always lives in the backend. That is the name why it is backend. Frontend calls that backend. So ideally, when you actually search anything here, if I just close this, NBA, let's say, it will go and hit that particular API which Google must have created, and then it gets back you the result, and then front end renders it in a nice way. Okay, so that is the whole idea, everyone. Now again, see like how good it is, right? It is just actually the simple code which you can get from Google only, and that is where again front end also are having some logic, etc. But that is how backend. Now what I will do, everyone, I will go back and I will show you how you can check your backend. So backend we can run. I will just copy some command C. I will just have a view terminal. I will just create another terminal input. Now what I will do, if you pay attention, I will do 1 minute. Let me close the last one. I will first make sure that I go to CD backend. Okay, so I'm inside the backend folder now. Let me, for the time being, close this up. So now everyone, I'm inside the backend folder, right? I would just say pip install -r requirements, right? The idea is pretty simple. This particular backend, it runs on some codes. And I have made sure that it is running on that code. So it is saying pip dependency solver does not currently take into account all the packages that are installed. The behavior is the source and everything. But I think it is installed, so should not be a problem. Okay, I can just clear everything out. Then there is a command which I'm writing, uvicon main app reload, and it is going to start my service, right? So see, application startup complete, started server process, waiting for application start. Now everyone, what actually happened is that at this particular command, at this particular link, right, a backend is running. So see, if I go here, it is saying that hey, someone tried to reach it out, and that is what happens in real life as well. So backend is just like someone has written a code which anyone can hit and get the results if needed. Now, if we see our services, if we see this main.py, I actually have multiple endpoints. Let's try to hit this /task endpoint. Okay. So if I go here, everyone, do /task, it is nothing showing nothing because I think we have not created any task, right? If I now try to, I think I asked it to create some basic tasks. So what I can do, everyone, I can go to this chat GPT again. I could say resume, okay, resume conversation, the last one. I could say, can you please add 3 dummy tasks? And my hook and everything are working as because I've configured it like that. So that is the whole idea. I could just saying that, hey, can you please add 3 dummy tasks? What will happen in my data in the task? It will just create 3 dummy tasks for me. Okay, I think briefing and data tasks both are empty. So again, that is how we will be also creating tasks, everyone. So pay attention. It is seemed like it has added 3 dummy tasks, everyone. Now I have given that is the reason these tasks are so much in depth. Now, since my DB has been updated, so that is where database as a concept come into picture. Now again, if it is getting a little heavy, be happy that you are getting something worth creating. If you refresh, see, 3 tasks are in front of you. Now, Mayank, these are very, very bad. Google read it. And that is where frontend is helpful. Because if Google shows you a result like this, you will never use Google, right? Now, everyone, seems like our backend is working. In a similar manner, I could ask it, great, add 3 briefings as well. And parallelly, what I will do, I will just open this app up in front of. So, where is the commands? Okay, so that is the whole idea. So, current briefing is only stored one. Okay, I think yeah, briefing would be one. It will be creating the same. We will make it empty. That's the benefit. So I think it has refreshed our whole server. So briefing is a single one, not a problem. See, it has done the briefing. And if I do on briefing, everyone, briefing, see, quote, focus tip, and message. Today is a full of potential. Focus on matters. Like again, not making any sense as of now, but I wanted to show you this thing because see, that is how apps get built. We start from front end. Like we have to first make sure that we are building all these things up, right? But now, yes, Mike is not going to leave you in between. This is actually now how we build things up. Just that I wanted to make sure that your backend is running. That is the whole idea, everyone. Now let's move to our front end. Now let's build our front end, everyone. So in this, what I will do, let me close this particular thing up, open this up, and we can let's create it here only. Okay, I don't think the usage would have gone a lot high. It's 19%. I think we can live with it. Okay, so should be fine, everyone. Now, what I will do, pay attention. Okay, following the best practices again, I'm just going to run some commands. So I'm just giving you these here. Now, again, I could have created it completely from scratch, but I don't want to have that mindset. What I will do, everyone, I would just open terminal again, view terminal, and I will just set my front end up, right? So I will say I'm inside this folder. I would say that let me go to front end, or let's follow another approach. Okay, let me just delete this. Let's delete this. Let me copy this, run it here, set up my front end first by running this. Okay, so again, it will understand and it will run this inside front end folder only. That's the benefit again of your Cloud Code. So we will see everyone backend is fine. And again, I've not made it very complex, but at the same time, not very simple as well. So seems like again, everyone it has created multiple files. And the idea there is very simple. Not so why it is okay. Activity log it is maintaining. That's a good thing. Install white project dependencies. So again, it is just doing some dependencies. Now these are just like we used to say this as a boilerplate code. The idea is that pretty simple, and I want you to understand these terms. If you're a product manager, if you're from a non-technical background, technical people will know. We're just setting up that hey, these are all the things which we anyway do. So I'm just setting up the boilerplate, and you will see that lots of things are set up here. Okay, and normally this one tailwind init command just does all that for us. Okay, so I hope like it is not doing this thing for us as of now. It is not building it. Okay, I will just meanwhile give you other commands, everyone. Configure Tailwind CSS for this React project. Update Tailwind config.js. So this would be created somewhere here. I think somewhere here it will be created. So it is doing Tailwind v4 was installed. It no longer uses init. Instead, it's using byte plugin. So again, I think there is some control which it will do already. So it has added some packages. It is doing some of these things. So again, that is the benefit of vibe coding. Now you can see that, man, what is happening? Well, vibe coding. That is the whole case, right? Although we can go in depth and we can understand each and everything, but yeah, let's let Cloud Code work. But man, why then these things? Because these are the best practices which I still want to follow. As I said again, just copy paste this complete commands things, right? And the prompts thing, and just ask your chat GPT or Cloud to behave like a complete in-depth, uh, full-fledged CTO or something, and it will be all fine. Okay. So I will just paste this everyone so that it can work on that. Again, I should not have given it command txt. This is not needed. Unnecessarily, we are just having this extra thing. The setup is already doesn't allow to Tailwind v4. Okay, I think it is using some other version, so no worries. No Tailwind config everything. Will we confirm Tailwind classes work correctly? The instruction I've written for table. Okay, so I will just make sure. Great. Can you please update my claude.md or any other file in the project so that we are not limited to this particular version of Tailwind? Again, it will understand claude.md and anything, right? Again, lots of things are happening, but we are following just the best practices. Plus, as of now, I am just, as I said, like this project is a whole basic idea of things, right? So see, it has done few of the changes, everyone. It has added few things on the tail end, ending and everything, and telling that how we can run front end and everything. So see, my idea is pretty good because claude.md can edit the same out. But it still followed my approach. So that was the benefit of reading it myself. Okay, so let it work. Okay. So again, I think it has just done the same thing, everyone. Now what I will do, pay attention. Now, since as of now as well, front end is not created, what I will do, I will go to your commands. This time I will go to prompts and I will give you the front end prompt. Front end prompt. Okay. Let me check the usage once because I don't want to go above 50%. I will just copy paste this command. See, build the complete React frontend for daily pods. The app should have a single page dashboard with 4 section header, morning briefing card, smart task manager. Because as of now, again, it doesn't know that hey, this is having a backend and everything, right? Right panel, design requirement and everything. All these things I'm giving. API based URL. This one handle all loading states and error state gracefully. The second I paste this and give, it will start. Now again, everyone, I have not followed a very planned approach or everything because uh, that is where again I want to show you in some very good approach, which is your spec driven development. But again, I don't want to overburden you with things, right? I just want that you're able to build this with best practices. Now again, it is using the front end design skill. If I would have wanted, I would have shown you to build this by nothing. But I think those things we have already kind of done. I wanted to make this project as a little bit of advanced stuff so you keep on learning, right? If I would have asked Claude only to create it, then what is the difference? Like, then what extra we are doing? Then why lovable? Why not lovable? Here you are able to see some better approach, right? I'm having everything ready. Now, of course, as I said, I first write down and everything. I had an idea, and then of course I asked Claude only. I asked ChatGPT to generate these prompts. Okay. So now this will get built, everyone. The front end design plugin will get started and everything. It is also using, if you will see, the complete skill as well, right? So that is very, very important. And since claude.md and everything is set up, it will not unnecessarily move and everything, right? So, and once it gets built, then we will jump onto skills and other stuff as well. And in the same part, everyone, hooks are overall working, right? So see, claude.main.py, post to use fires, auto format py runs, it is kind of already done. Claude edit main.py to add, post tool use, auto format.py. It is like doing all these things for us, right? So that is the whole idea of hooks. Now, of course, we can make sure that we are having this in a, we can have some logs, etc. as well, but you all know about these things now, right? It is being taught in depth. But see, now it is getting the complete front end, everyone. The level of code now again, I don't know. I'm actually not a front end guy, to be very honest, but yeah, with AI, I am. So it is able to work out everything for us. And then we can easily just change anything as well. So let me just wait and come back as it is completed. So again, it is working. We can see that how good now I built the complete front end, 8 files total, writing all of them now. And edit automatically is there already active, everyone. So it is just writing all the files. We will talk that how can we make it more better and overall, like again, that is a benefit, right? You can just ask it. Again, the whole idea, everyone, this is a very good practice of building a first app. It is expandable as well, right? Otherwise, I could have gone to ChatGPT only and asked it for a daily like AI or something like that. This is expandable. So in that way, that is how applications are built in real world as well. You can actually have your backend somewhere deployed, then front end separately deployed, and they can connect with each other as well. So that is actually how things work in real life. I've shown you that else anyone can create this front end with Google thing, right? Which I showed you. Something which we don't want to. And your backend is still running. I think I can just do briefing. Yeah. So backend is still running, everyone. Let's go back and see. It is working out. So let me just come back as soon as it is clear. So now it has written all the files and it is asking me if it can build it. I would just say yes. So let it run. Zero errors. Now it is saying that hey, everything is completed. It has, I think, given us everything as well, all the things. I could just copy this and I could just open a terminal. So things get run via terminal. Okay, that is the whole idea. So view terminal. I will open another terminal instance. You can have it separately as well, right? If you want, you can run it like in here only. Or rather, let me show you. Like maybe I can run this thing from here. Just that I will have to go to that folder. Oh, okay. Let me try it here only. It should be fine. So again, you just have to make sure that you run it with front end folder. So let me maybe copy the path. Okay. CD. Too many arguments. How can that happen? CD users. Okay. CD one back. CD. How can that happen? Front end. I messed up. So let me do it. CD Mayank slash GitHub. CD users. Mayank. GitHub repos. Okay, I think the break is kind of ending it. GitHub. Okay, GitHub repos. GitHub synced. Plot code. Daily flow. Filters. That is how you can type everything. Okay. npm run dev. So it is just a simple command which runs your folder. So see, it is saying that hey, at this particular endpoint, your front end is running. And see, it is pretty good, everyone, right? So see, morning briefing code. Now I think things are making sense. So if I would have done it without the backend, it would not be making sense. These we will talk about. So as of now, we have not created it. Do something today that your future self will thank you. This is a quote. Focus tip. Before opening email or messages, spend the first 10 minutes writing down your top 3 priority. Today message, today is full of potential. As of now, this generates stand up and everything is not working. So I've kept something like we are building, we are built, then we are kind of having something missing. But see, all these things are present, everyone. I could say that, hey, uh, complete an awesome Claude code project. Okay, I think it has given an error. Why it has given an error? Let's go back and backend. Have this closed? Let me start the backend again. Okay, application started completed. Let me try to refresh this. Yes. So I think it is filling. What we will do, everyone, we will do this thing. Now that is where now vibe coding comes into picture, right? I will go back and it told me that I can now paste this thing directly, right? So I could have it like this. It is not connecting to backend. Now again, vibe coding, everything will be fixed. Failing to fetch means backend isn't running. Let me check and start. I think it will just restart it somehow. I think the backend is running. Has a Python references, but okay. So I think okay. I think Google Generative AI isn't installed. Let me install the requirement. Okay. So actually we have kind of in that in between we have the Google API thing running, right? So see it is installing that library dependencies, and I think in a bit then it will stop and start it again. I hope this is the right library. Else we will move to OpenAI. Okay. So it will kill this everyone, and then it will try to make sure that it can start it again. We are having this context as well. Now start the server. So it is, again, that's the benefit, right? It will start it itself. Backend is live and running. The root cause was Google Generative AI. Refresh the browser, get task. Let's go back, refresh, create awesome Claude code project at task. Fetch. Still failing with failed to fetch. Okay, let us this. Let me close this meanwhile. So let it run. Again, I could have tried it out without this as well. But since I'm doing vibe coding, I just want to show you that keep on asking AI and it will fix this. And in a bit, I will be doing the context thing as well, where I will be kind of having this and done. Let's see usage 38%. So we will be moving to Haiku in a bit. So let it happen. And one more thing, everyone, meanwhile, this fixed, like it will again get fixed because Claude is pretty smart. Though you could have created an in-depth one as well, I wanted you to start small. That is a mistake. Another, like a lot of people again do, that they create a project which is so complex that they are never using it, right? They just created and it kept on. Like, see, I know that from a tech perspective, for people who are from core tech, this is not that big. But again, you can do that thing, right? You can easily just build with that because now you know all the tricks in the hacks. I just wanted to make sure that I can create a project which is actually helpful to any lawyer, any CA, everyone, right? So that is why I've created it. Now you can easily just add any other approach as well. That is the whole case, everyone. So let's go back and see. I think it is fixing it up, so let it fix, right? Test post returns an HTTP status, not a network error, and option prefied returns course headers. So let it fix up. Uh, so let it run. I don't care what it is fixing up. So again, everyone, I think Google was the main issue, as I can see, Gemini configuration and everything. The whole idea was that, again, I know that Google has some library issues, but let it fix. I don't want to go in depth of that. It will just fix it up, and hopefully, it will just make sure that it can. Again, let it get vibe coded. Okay, so that is a whole case. I can get the into the depth of errors, but the whole idea will that will kill the vibe coding part. But again, as of now, again for the like, let it fix, let it run. Then we will create skills, subagent, everything as well. Okay, and those skills in subagent will also be called. So that is where it will be helpful, and we will also integrate MCP and all the scheduling part as well. Okay. So it is saying that quota issues or maybe something now test the post again. So let me just get this. Okay, I think it is saying that, hey, you have exceeded your quota limit. Let me get a separate key out, everyone. So what I've done, everyone, I've just got another key. Now it is also saying the same, that, hey, just make sure that you enable the billing or get another key. If you want, you can actually try to make sure that you are also. So I will go to environment first. Let me show you that. What in the ENV. This is needed, so that's why I'm doing it. You can of course add the key from Open Router or any other service. What do I mean by that? So maybe we don't know what Open Router is. Go here, Open Router. It also gives you the key from which you can call the APIs. But again, it is also having the limits, right? So I can just ask it only. Let me go to, I think, personal workspaces. It has been time since I used it. I think I have to go here and credits. Yeah, API key. So let me get a new one. I think yes, here as well, I have actually gone above the limit or not. Let me see. No expiration. Name can be, let's say, Claude code, right? And create it. Copy this, close this, and I could just add normally open router API key. Wait. So I would just say now a few things, everyone, which we have learned during the learning. If I see context, I think you should keep on seeing this. Context usage, I think it has recently been updated. We saw that how it is very much in depth. I think MCP is still less, so that should not be a problem. What I will do, I will just make sure that I do a compact, something which we have learned as well, because again, it is reaching that, right? So the whole idea is that while it was building, just we face the issue with the Gemini key, which we have updated. So let it run. Okay, let it just compact everything. Now, parallelly, since we have updated it, let me go back and try to use it. Let me copy this, refresh, paste it. So again, it is still giving the same error. I think we will have to fix it. So let me fix it parallelly. So again, everyone, it has compacted. I think if we see the context now, it will be pretty less, right? So see, it has been kind of very less. Now I will say I have updated the key, but still the error is same. Okay, and again, everyone, once you actually build this stuff up, right, you will face error. Rather, I'm happy that I'm facing error because if everything would have been straightforward, you would be feeling that hey, this is so easy. And that is easy when you're making some funny projects. But with real backend, real development kind of a project, that is how you face it error. And that is why I'm showing you these things up as well. So I'm not deleting any of this part. The idea is pretty simple. Why should I not face all the things which you are facing, right? It means the service isn't reachable or not that API, so let it work, right? So I want to make sure that yeah, everything is kind of totally working. Parallelly, let us try if our like localhost 8000 is working. Let me just do a duplicate. Let me run at 8000 slash tasks. Seems like this is working. So backend is up, right? The backend response, but I don't see CORS header. Let me check the full response headers. Normally don't get this course level of issues, but again, let it fix it. I'm not going into deep courses, should be fine. And just to let you know, everyone, what happened is that if you give this create task, it uses AI to create like the proper task. So see, create a task with AI generated subtasks. So that is actually why Google is getting used. Now I could not have used Claude directly here. That is the whole problem because my backend is running separately, right? It doesn't have access to my Claude browser or Claude on browser or by anything, right? So let it work. So again, everyone, it is saying that yeah, the things have been fixed, and it is saying that hey, now when you will try it, will show you the real error because I think some problem was there, so it has added some code. Now when I'm going back, actually, it is showing me the error that you have exceeded your current quota. But if I see it here, it is still telling me that how I have this thing present. Now I was on a free tier. Let me check. Like I did had a project where actually I could. I think this is giving some issue because of the models. Let me just try to create one with let's say Gemini project paid. Okay, and I would say Claude code daily pulse. Okay, now again, it is giving in my end. You can just ask it to give you. You can either use open router. We just needed an AI there, right? So now let it run. Let me copy the key. Hopefully, this will be in paid tier. So what I will do, I will go back. I will go to ENB and just I will change the key. Okay. Now let me try it out. Hopefully, it will work. It is still saying right? So again, here what I can do, everyone, then I think we can do the other approach. Please, please shift it to Claude. Let me also check one more thing, like which model is it which we are using, right? So if I go on main and let's say on services, in here it is using 2.5 flash night, right? So let me make it 2.5 flash because I think this has been decommissioned now because in here if I see, if I go on usage, and again you should know these things up, right? If I go back, let's say in the rate limit, If I go on with this one, maybe. So 2.5 flash is still available, right? 2.5 flash is still available. So let us try to use that maybe. If I now, let's say, first, please use 2.5 flash because I do have quota there. Okay, so again, it might be the model which is not active. So let's try to fix it as well. So it has done the same, everyone. I think here it has done the same. Read services. Okay. So I can ask it only. Can you test it now if it's working? So it is making the call, let it work. But it is still saying 4.3, the project don't have access. Okay, what it is saying, the API doesn't have access to Gemini. Let me check which models are actually available on this key. So it is just testing out in the key thing. You need to generate a new one. The API, so backend will not auto once you save the invite, then ping me, I will use test. Okay. So again, the key is giving the main issue. I will just ask. I have given open router as well, open router key. Let us shift to that. Okay. So I will just ask it that, hey, use any model from open router. Anyway, we are not doing anything. See, I could use the paid key and everything, but I want to make sure that at least whatever I am using, you also are having that thing. Okay, so that is the whole idea. Now in the open router, everyone, as I showed you, you can just create an account. And I think it gives you $2 worth of free credits, which are also pretty good for just testing out. So just create with, let's say, your Google. And in this, you can just create an API key. And I think if you go on logs or I think credits, as of now, I am on 0, 0. So hopefully I will be having some free limits, right? So just create the key. And now I think it will just install something for me. It will already just see it is already doing this thing up. This is the previous one. And it will just handle everything. And that is a good thing, right? As well, because I want to show you like what free AI we might have available. We could have used Olama like the locally hosted one as well, but I think this one is still better. Okay. So now everyone, what it has done, like we have just moved from Gemini. Like I'm not sure why it was giving that quota error. Maybe you will not get it, but we have just moved to your open router. Okay, so same thing again. It has actually done the whole thing for me. I am not even writing a single line of code. In the complete thing, it has fixed up for me. And what I can do now, I think I can go back. And again, it is where if you see this, right? If I show you the logs, it will show you that how it was used just now. So see, it is showing that Gemini 2.5 Flash is used. Again, for the testing purpose, it is still very less. So we are just using very, very less part. Right? If I refresh it, I think one, yeah. So one part it has added. So see, it is saying that all these things up. It tried it out. I could say teach project on how it is actually made. And if I add it now, it will make a API call and see this has been created. So again, good thing that we face these errors, but we have solved these errors as well now, right? So that is where it is all helpful, everyone. Now let's go back. Actually, these one will also work because I think we have created their endpoints. If I click on generate stand up, this will also send. Set up project repository. Next, write API documentation and build the task list UI component. Daily insights. Productivity inside early start focus, a single completed task. Now again, if you will see, like these are not coming up a little bit more in depth, right? So what I can do, I think I should make them a little bit better. So I've kept them by design as of now like this. So pay attention everyone, what I will majorly be focusing on. I will just make sure that again with this, right? First I could ask you to improve the UI a little bit and I will copy paste and ask you to do the things right in front of me, right? So one more thing quickly, I will just check. We have already done the compact part, right? Let me just ask it for some changes. First, I will say that, hey, and I will paste the prompt here. So again, this is a very different kind of development, but I want that you understand this as well because here we are coming it from the approach where that is how like engineers normally do it, right? So I want that you understand these things in depth. Might seem a little not difficult, I think different again. So that is the whole aim, right? I don't want to just follow that approach where you are having a PID or something in that because I think we can easily do that as well, right? So let me just get this. Let me paste the image. Let me say. Also make sure that you fix the way it is coming. The daily stand up should also easily able to read through my task so as to provide a better idea. Now The second I do this everyone, I can just press enter. It will just go through each and everything and make sure that it is fixing the same up. From the usage part, we are I think kind of at around 40-50%, 64%. So should be fine. I think we can just test it out. Let it run a lot of things. So let it run all these normally. So great, everyone. Seems like it has done the same. And yeah, that is like the real problem which we face when we are building like this. So the idea is pretty simple. Let me refresh it. Let me just zoom it into default. Generate stand up. And it is using the API key to open up. We have to fix it. Get inside. Let's see if it is fixed or not. So yeah, this is kind of fixed. Okay, break down larger task and everything. It is giving very basic one as of now, but should not be a problem. I would also want it to like be a little bit more interactive. So we can do that. Let me first like fix other things as well. So again, as we can see, everyone, like we do have a front end built. So let me see it here. Now, actually, we will correct the front end and everything. That should be a pretty easy thing. And there are again many websites as well. So if you will normally just go and search for front end elements, right? You will see like how there are different websites from which we can get these components as well, right? Many of them now actually also provide that if you will browse all elements. But again, as I've shown you that just like with Google, these are pretty simple thing to work, right? So if you just let's say copy this code, right, easily you can just get into your let's say easily into your website. So that should not be a difficult thing, everyone. All of these different things, right, which we are seeing in here that are very easy to get. Okay. So with respect to that, now what we can do, everyone, let's go back and for the timing, let me first create some skills. And first, let me compact the conversation as well. So if you will see, our conversation has of course expanded a lot. So what I will do, I will say compact, keep the full file structure, all API endpoints, the React component structure, and all the TypeScript Python pattern established. So again, you can normally compact as well, just leaving the whole thing to Claude Code, or you can compact with your instructions. So something which we have also discussed. So again, small things are getting revised here, and that is how you have to follow. So it normally happen that you are, let's say, learning something with me, but when you have to actually use that, right? You are not remembering that. You must be compacting without anything. So that is now how these things are helpful. Now in the next part, everyone, we will actually go and create the skills. So if you will see, hooks are silently working in the background. And ideally, this is how it happens like when we are creating a task. So you saw that how this is working now. If I go back, let's say when I create a task, browser send a request. Okay. So my React frontend, it's call my backend on the fast API server. Then that fast API server, everyone in here, it is mentioned that it is calling Claude. But so that all of you are also able to do it for free, I have used Open Router here. And the idea was pretty simple, right? Like, again, buy Open Router because it was pretty straightforward that you get free credits here. In Claude, you will have to unnecessarily add your card. Once you have done that, everyone, it gets back the overall, let's say, task. So if I just say that do an awesome Claude code projects, this request will first go to the backend. Backend will then make a call to Open Router. Open Router will send the request. That request will be then received by backend. It will be saving that into the DB, like the local DB which we have created, and then finally we will be able to see it in our front end because front end gets the data from the backend. Okay, so this is again very important thing, and this is where your AI layer is kind of getting into picture. Front end, it calls your slash like post command to create a task, then it goes here, gets the task created, goes back, and we are able to see each and everything. Okay. So that is actually what happens, everyone. Like this is the whole, let's say, structure. So you type 5 words, Claude or any AI did the structure, AI did the thinking, user does the thing, right? So I think, yeah, the compacted chat has been also done. We have saved 78K tokens. Now pay attention what I will do. I can do that in a separate chat as well. But let me just do one thing, yeah. In the prompts, I will just have this and I will also have this compact thing because I want all of you to maintain this, right? So pay attention, everyone. Create a skill file at particular skill files, morning brief. Call this particular thing to get today's briefing. If the briefing hasn't been generated yet, trigger generation. Display the briefing in a formatted way in a terminal. Then call get task and show how many tasks are pending and everything. So again, this is just another way of doing this particular thing. So pay attention. I would just enter this, and before entering, I will just change it to Haiku. Okay, so let me now enter this. And again, we learned that how we can create these skills up. And yes, actually, if you want, You can create multiple skills, but just one thing, if you are noticing, there is no way, okay, and listen to this very, very carefully. There is no way that though I will be able to create this skill, my user, right, he will not be able to call this skill. Okay, I hope you do understand this because your skill runs on Claude code. I am not providing a Claude terminal with this particular thing. Okay, so see, understand. Claude can help you to build things. Okay, it can help you to sustain things. It is not that you will add that hey generate stand up and then in the backend a skill is getting called. No, either have your skill here or maybe you can have this skill on Claude routine, okay, on the cloud. But your overall thing, right? Your overall, let's say, application, it is not powered by Claude code. Claude code is just for building, right? All the backend, all the logic that you have to handle. So that is very, very important thing. So let me do that. What would you like me to help me? Are you looking to, okay, let me, I think, copy this. I think it is not having the context. So let me get this. Let me go. I think it got confused because of this, but no worries. So create a skill.md everyone, it will be creating a skill. Then we can call that skill very nicely. So that again, if I am running this over my machine or anywhere, I can just call the same. Okay. So let it work. And I think it will just create the same in a minute. So as we can see, everyone, this skill is created, right? Pretty good skill overall. I can just say yes. And I will be having the skill created. Similarly, we can call the skill, but I will also have the stand-up skill here. And I will show you that how can you use it as well. Like just as I told you. So see, created the morning brief skill, the skill. So let me do slash briefing. What was okay? I think I have to start a new chat, right? New chat slash morning briefing. And see now again send celebrating thinking forming. I'll fetch your morning draft via everything. So let it do it. Yes. Reading skill.md, of course, it will understand what all is there. Call my backend. And hopefully it will be easily able to get all my tasks. So yes. Good morning, your briefing is ready. You have 6 pending tasks out of 7 with 1 already completed. Focus on these areas, right? API documentation is ready to dive in. So again, what I will do everyone, I will now create another skill, which is stand-up skill. Okay. So let me paste this up. And just like that, it will just create my stand-up skill as well. Okay. So pretty simple thing. Also, one more thing, everyone, like if you will see, though I have it selected and just this is sent, you can just avoid this thing, right? Because unnecessarily it is also adding to your this particular token and stuff, right? So yes, I think this has been done as well, everyone. Now I think if I open a new chat, I could just say generate stand up, and it will just do the same for me. Okay, pretty simple thing, nothing difficult. Generate stand up skill is being called. And see, it is saying, I see you're already using the generate stand up skill to run this successfully. You will need this particular thing to get started. Right now, if you run this skill without backend running, it will be, so I can just say backend is running. Okay, so I have to mention that, hey, backend is running. Because it is saying that, hey, you are asking me in the skill to call a particular local host and you should have that running. So this new chat is not having that context. So we have just told that, hey, this is running. Okay, so the skill script is set up, but since it is an interactive prompts, read commands from blockers and clip, it needs to be run directly. Okay. So what I will do, everyone, I will just show you. This is actually how I forgot. It will be asking you this thing, right? So let me open the terminal in here. So small things which you are learning, right? That this skill asks you something, right? So again, multiple different type of skill I can create. Let me say Claude and stand up, generate stand up. So it will now start phase with, again, when it is asking you for a log input, it cannot be run in the Claude window, right? So normally terminal is actually the bestest way of doing these things, right? So I see the stand up skill is ready to generate a report. First, I need to check backend is running. So I will say, yes, you can check, or I could let him know that like, backend is running, no worries. Okay, so see, it has got the some task. Now let me run it again. Stand up, it is just getting these things up, right? Still thinking with high effort. I think it is Haiku with high effort. Reading backend is running, but the stand up point endpoint is returning a different format than the skill expect. Let me check. So again, it will do the changes and everything. Okay, I think it is trying to access something. Don't allow. Don't allow. Okay, so everyone, you can face this kind of issues as well. And let me close this. Okay, so it seems like it is trying to allow something altogether different, right? So I would say, rather, I can say change the backend, change the skill to be in line with my backend format. Okay. So again, what we are trying to do, we are trying to actually hit this backend endpoint, right? Daily stand-up generator and this daily insights. So it is saying that, hey, this format, it is different than what I expect. So I've just said that, hey, please change the skill so it supports the current backend format. Okay. So hopefully it will change the skill. As of now, I think the skill it has created. And again, one more thing, everyone. So when you are actually building these things up, right, they are going to be a little to and fro. In what way to and fro? You will be creating something, then you will be working on that. So all of this like will be there, unless you are like building something very very funny or just simple stuff, right? So see, it has done the same. Now what I will do, everyone, we have created these skills up. Now of course I can have multiple other skills as well. Now we will start with sub agents. Okay, so if you will see, sub agent and main agent, like we have already understood and kind of know about the same. Main session handling it, main Claude session, project context, all of this are there. Sub agent can make sure that it starts with something new. So this is the prompt, everyone. Pay attention. Create a sub agent file at this task breakdown. The agent is a specialist in breaking down vague task into concrete actionable subtasks. Formatter, name, task breakdown, description, breaks any vague task, everything. Tools, read and bash, right? You are a task decomposition specialist. Your only job is to take a vague task and go and break it into 3 to 5 concrete. So what we are doing in here, everyone, we are just using or creating this sub agent so that it is kind of able to help me in breaking those tasks up. So either I can use AI, or if I'm doing it via my Claude here, I'm not using OpenAI or something, then I can just do it from this as well. So that is the whole idea, right? And I think all of us know I have this awesome thing, agent flow, where we can just have each and everything running. So I think the one agent is running. So I can now say, great, call that sub agent now with task. I want to work on Claude design. Okay, so let's say the next video, we can have the Claude design thing converted. So mustering, I think in a bit, we will see the agent getting created. I think since we have started it afterward, after the session already being started, it is not able to pick it up. So should be fine. Yes, I think it will start up in a new session, right? If I say hi here. Yeah. So again, normally it is expected that you start the session right in front of it, then it will be good. Okay. So I could say yes. Yes. Again, it is just reading all the things. That is how the subagent works, right? So it is just going through all of them. Allowing all the commands. Okay. Crafting, envisioning, thinking, transmuting. Okay. The agent needs clarification. Claude design could mean a few things. Which one would you be working on? Okay. So now everyone, if you will see, it is getting confused because according to Claude as of now, I think it is not updated with its own offering, which is Claude design. Right. So see, Claude design is there, which was recently introduced by Anthropic. I think this is a very, very important thing which my agent should have an aware idea about. Now, if my agent is having this particular problem, now again, I can do this thing as well. Pay attention. I can just go into this particular one and say at the rate task breakdown. Okay, break down this task, improve the daily pulse app performance and add better handling. Okay, so I could just have task. I think it catches that in your. So I would just say call the agent. Okay. Now you will see that how I've sent this for a task which is pretty straightforward. So this time it will not face any issue because it is having the context. So I don't see task breakdown skill. So I will say, yeah, so I think it has kind of understood that there is an agent. So now agent is running, everyone, it is reading few things up. And in a bit, it will just break it down for us, right? So that is, I think all of these things are the one which we have kind of discussed. But if you will see, we are also able to understand here that how my agent, as of now, it is working independently, but it doesn't have any searching skill or something, right? So two things we will do, right? We will first make sure that this agent which I have created, I am able to connect it with my application. As of now, if you notice, it is going to break down the task, but again, that is not going to be helpful, right? Unless and until I see it here, which it is not updating. So if you will see, let it just run quickly, we will see the same. If it doesn't go a lot step ahead and like try to just update it in our list, let's try to see the same. Okay, so let me quickly come back just as soon as it's done. So as we can see, it has just rolled it out here, the comprehensive breakdown of the task organized into 14 categories with 34 specific subtasks. I think it has gone a lot ahead. Okay. What I will rather do, everyone pay attention. I would make sure that I am able to connect my agent to my application. How will I do that? And this is actually how you build these things up, right? it is not that you will be building your agent completely with a single prompt. You have to do it in a incremental manner. So pay attention. I would say update the post task endpoint in backend main API to add a fallback. If the AI subtask generation fails for any reason, return the task with a single subtask. Okay, so all I'm saying is that hey, if by any chance there is a problem, it should just have the single subtask created. So for that, everyone, I will go here and I will just paste this. Okay. So in a way, I am now making sure that my, let's say if I'm calling an agent or if I'm calling AI, let's say just if I am calling AI and we were facing the error here, right? If you remember. But ideally, instead of showing an error, why not let me pick up the individual task for the time being? So this is what is happening in here, right? So that is how we handle the error, everyone. Because as of now, if I try, let's say if I go back, if I change this key, I'm just removing S from the starting. Okay. Now if I do teach Claude design, right? So see, it is now audit. Break down this task manually because my call must have failed, right? So I can mark this completed and everything, and it will be shown in the completed today part. So in a way, we are adding an error handling kind of a part. Now it is just editing the same out. So see new post task break and endpoint. So it will try and make sure that everything in here like is getting connected. So that is the whole idea. Now, of course, everyone along with that, I mentioned that how now we are having an error handling part as well. So if we will go here, if you will see the post where it is added exactly, ask Gemini. So I think create task in here, subtask and everything. So you can see that again, the prompt is given, right? The ask Gemini, I think it is trying. If it doesn't work, let's see the ask Gemini in that function. It is using the chat completion. I think so. Yes, it is OpenAI open router key. Yeah. So I think again, since we are using Gemini 2.5 Flash, it is saying like that. So that should not be a problem. The function is just ask Gemini. That should not an issue. And it is saying that hey, I have now added this particular thing as well. So break this down manually. Break down. Let me search this. 1 minute. Break down task. Let's see where it has done it. So exactly if we see this, yeah. So I think this is the case. Try if in case it is facing any issues, then break this down manually. Okay, so break this task down manually. Task. I was searching that. So this is where everyone this thing happens now. Again, very very important that how are we handling these error handling stuff as well. Now again, I could have created an application which was very very complex, but you could not have done anything. Like in here, the whole idea is that once you will get your hands onto this code, you will be still able to understand few points easily, right? So that is the whole point. Now, everyone, let's move forward and try to understand about MCP as well. Okay, so pay attention. What I will do, I will just go to uh, prompts and I will just simply add an MCP. Okay, so 1 minute. Add Tevly MCP to this project. So the morning brief can include a real-time motivational insight or productivity tip from the web. Okay, so again, see, I'm just telling each and everything in here. I will just again, I think all of us are kind of pretty aware that how we handle MCP. I will just paste it. And along with the same, I will just go and search Tably MCP Claude Code. Okay. Search this, go to Claude Code, and I will just add this as well, right? Now, the reason I'm doing this multiple things is very, very simple. I want to make sure that it is having all the context, right? Because see, again, better context, it will be a lot better than for a Claude as well, right? So I will just go back, paste the same. Let me paste it afterwards. Yeah. And I could just press enter. Okay. Now again, just started a new chat because I think it can just easily do the same. Ideally, one more thing which I might or which I should have done, which I expect that all of you will do, is that please create some like so. See, once it explores, like once you're having a sub agent to explore the code base, etc. Maybe we can save that output somewhere so that all the future chats they can read from that particular file. So claude.md is of course there, but along with that as well, it can be helpful. Now, once this happens, everyone, I think it will require my key. So Tably, not Tabli. Okay, the tally, right? Let me check it. Continue with Google. I think this one was should be having some key because last we used it, it was still 0 of 100 credits. Let me copy this key. Go back. Yes. In a bit, I think it will ask for my key. So let me just paste it here only. I think I've already created this, right? So the key is kind of being put everyone. So now it is saying that hey, nice, it has added the MCP server as well. What I can see, Tably API has been added. Now let me update the .env file with Tably enabled flag. So now it will be reading the same. I think it is just added Tably enabled. So that should be helpful. And of course, along with that, it will do some changes in the code, etc. because it has to see this as a complete system, right? That is what Claude Code is good at. So if you ask it something, it goes few step ahead and make sure that it does those changes as well, right? So again, it is killing the backend, making sure that everything is all fine. I would also like to give my agent. So if you remember our agent, where has it been created? Okay, I think it is created in the main one. No worries, we will check it out. Read services.py. So it is adding all these things up, everyone. So it is just restarting. See, it is let me start the backend and test the same thing. So it is just doing all these things itself, right? That is the best part with Cloud Code. Like the reason Cloud Code works so good, right? It is not that we don't have any of these good this system of working on our terminal. We had that for I think over 1.5 years. But with the latest model, Cloud Code is getting very smart in these things, right? So if you will see everyone, let it quickly build. Sleep 3 curl. So I think it has started the same. We can go back here and actually we can see the same as well. Let us go to this. If it is working, let me do daily briefing. Let me start this. Now this time actually it will be loading tably, right? So we can see the same in our commands if I refresh it. Like if it will be working, it will be getting refreshed here. That's the idea. So as of now, again, it is also trying to test it out. And if you are aware about code, you can surely go inside the code and see the same. If you are not, I think that's also fine because that is the whole benefit of vibe coding now, right? So let it run. I think we have the MCP file. I feel that it is creating that MCP at a user level, so something which we might need to check. Here are all the session activity logs. So okay, so it is creating this thing. That should be a good thing. Okay, should be fine. PyCache. .claude logs are there. And if I go on front end, here as well, I think the logs are there, right? So yeah, logs are there. So again, everyone, if you will see, like I feel that MCP is kind of facing some issue there because again, I have seen that when you try to add tably MCP without this command, sometimes Claude Code, like with at least with your Haiku, it fails some issues, right? So I can just paste this up for the timing, and I could just open a terminal. So let me go to view terminal. Let me try to edit like this. Okay. Yes, I can improve it. Should not be a problem. So it is added to the main one. Okay. Then Tably MCP server is now added. You can use Tably search for skill. So I think if I now go inside Claude and if I now do /MCP, right? If I manage, there is Tably one or not. Okay, I think it will be in the separate one. But what I will do, everyone, pay attention. The best practice is what I was saying you. So I will say that please instead maybe create a Python script to get the latest news and quotes, etc. from Tably using my key. Okay, so again, I'm just following the best practices here. Like, yes, MCP and everything is fine, but since we have understood this, and this is what I've told you as well. Like, see, in the long run, for many things, MCP might be very helpful, but may like overall, it is also a good choice if you know that hey, this is the exact API which I want to call. So let me just create a Python script for that. So this is what I'm doing here, everyone. If you will focus, right? So overall, just I'm making sure that yes, I am able to create this tably by this particular thing. So let it work. And in a bit, what will happen? So let it work. The good part again, it is handling all the changes, everything itself. And in the end, I will show you the better UI and everything as well. So MCP, I think all of us know how it works, everyone. Without MCP, our fast API server, it hits Claude, Gemini, whatever. It is not having the updated data, right? So that is the whole problem because of which MCP kind of, or maybe API we are kind of picking up in. When we add MCP JSON tably connected, then it is able to get all the latest information as well. So again, tably MCP is having the blog, the news, everything is there, and then it can get the latest thing. And ideally, it works with adding the two lines. I think it has added that into the main one, but still, let us try that. So now it is saying Tably is working beautifully. So actually, Claude is using that language. Tably is working beautifully with the API key. I can see it's fetching real current productivity tips and codes. So if I go back, everyone, and if I show you, it will be refreshed, right? 3 of 1,000. So it has run actually three requests. And again, it is saying you can clean up the Tably file now if you would like. Would you like me to update the front end to display the web tip? Yes, please update the front end to display web tip, and the latest AI news as well, which I can refresh. Okay. So again, I'm just asking it all the things which I want and it will do it for me. Parallelly, everyone, this happens. Let's also talk a little bit about one more thing which we discussed, if you remember. So what I can do, I can go to my prompts again, right? And this is how you handle scheduling. Loop 09. So every week at 9 a.m. morning briefing will run. Now again, I do understand that this should be running, the Claude should be running with the session open. But I hope I've told you the hack, not hack actually, the right way of doing that as well. So let me do a yes. All these things will be happened, and then we can just create a particular this command as well, right? So let me create this actually parallelly. I just want to show you one thing because that would be easily possible with terminal. So pay attention, everyone. I would just stop this up, clear everything. So let it work, right? Again, we can have multiple sessions. That's also a beauty. I will start Claude. I will paste this loop so that it works on this. Say yes here. We can have it run it automatically. Should be fine. Yes. So say I'll set up this recurring weekday task to run morning briefing at 9 a.m. So skill loop successfully loaded the skill because again I ask it to create use a skill there, right? That is the best way of doing this as well. Or either you can just make sure that you create a cron list and everything with this. So let it create. Okay. So again, since I've asked for a few of the changes in the UI as well, it will do all those changes and restart it. Okay. So see, it is saying use skill schedule. Yes, I can use the same so that it is schedules for me. So I'm doing two things parallelly. One development is happening. Second, I'm also scheduling few things up. Okay. And yeah, I think I will see. I'll help you set up this particular thing once you clarify these points. So I would say first Asia, Calcutta, time zone. What agent should actually do? The remote agent can't run your local morning briefing skill, but it can call Daily Pulse API. So I would say second, call the API with in line with skill and do the work. Where the output goes, I would say third, save in a daily briefing file in my folder. So that is actually what I wanted to show you everyone, that what we can do. I was telling you that how you cannot call a skill from your UI, right? As of now, you cannot call any skill from your UI. So see, it is doing these changes, everyone. But what you can do is that you can have these skills scheduled. It will run and it can create a file, and your front end can read from that file. So very, very smart thing I'm doing here. What I'm actually doing, I will explain you again. See, if I go back to my diagram, yeah, see. So our application is running, everyone. We have our Daily Pulse application running here. Daily Pulse, right? Now this Daily Pulse application, everyone, it is not able to, of course, go to my Claude and say that, hey, run this command. My Claude might not be running at all. That can be also one of the case, right? Plus that session might not be open. Plus again, as a application, this is not connected to your computer or laptop, right? It will be somewhere on the web. But what I can do is inside my code base, right? So inside my code base, everyone, or inside my overall, let's say some DB or something, I could myself run these commands. So I can just run these commands on schedule or loop, basically. And these can do the work for me by saving it into a DB or in a file. And then my UI, it can read from that DB or a file. So again, I'm just using skill as well here. So that is the whole idea, right? So is your daily pulse repo on GitHub or a specific URL? Not on GitHub, right? Store in a file only. Let me say yes. So again, I think it is restarting everything here as well, everyone. So yes, I have not created a repo for GitHub actually. That's the problem. Yes. So okay, so it is asking more question. Okay, what you actually want is a local session based loop that runs in your terminal, can access your local services exactly. Let me set up local loop. This will run. Okay. Would you like me to create this loop? Yes. Yes. Create the same. Okay. So again, it is just giving the same problem that, hey Mayank, are you trying to create it so it will run in your local? But then what if it is not running and everything? So see, it is also done, everyone. So see, I think it has done all the stuff. Perfect. Your tablet integration is complete. Here what have been updated. Slash briefing endpoint now includes web tip built with real-time productivity insights from Tably. Slash AI news endpoint, it has added new itself. Okay. Uh, Let me pick up one cron. So it is saying that if you pick option one, I can show you the cron tab setup. So local option one, local cron job. So it is creating a local cron job. Okay. Front end updates, it has done the same task result. What to expect? Click the refresh button to fetch the fresh briefing plus AI news. Web insights show current productivity tips from developers. AI news section auto loads on page open and refreshes while you briefing. The app gracefully degrades if Tably is available. The briefing will still work without the web tip, and the news section shows no AI news available. You can now start the dev servers and test the full experience. Ready to open your browser? So I can just actually go here, refresh it. Okay, I think I will have to refresh the same, right? Maybe, okay. So I think overall the UI is not running. So let me go here, everyone, and I could ask it only. Can you run both the front end and back end? So again, everyone, what has happened is that back end is not running. So if you see, just like Google, I showed you, nothing is coming here, right? Because back end is all dead. So let me go back. I could just press yes here so that it creates this task. I could just say and ask it only because it can run my, let's say that particular thing. So see, it is saying that, hey, it will just run the same. Now, parallelly, I think I have created other things as well. So if you see GitHub sync, Claude Code, daily flow, generate briefing. So everything it is working for me, everyone. Now it is creating a Python script and everything. Now I can do yes. So it is doing this part partially via script and everything. So should not be a problem. Open changes in VS Code, right? Okay. Let's see, great. Try the test. So I can, if I just show you everyone what I wanted to show, if I do cron tab, right? Sorry, cron list as a shell command, it will show one of the thing. So, okay, what is saying to test it now without waiting until 9? I can, okay, I think it has created the file. And what is this done at UTC? Changes the directory, runs the script and everything. Okay. Add this line. Oh, okay, okay. So it is saying that, hey, now you do this thing. Now let's set up cron tab entry, run this command to edit your cron tab and add this particular line. So all it is saying, everyone, if I copy this, if I go on my terminal here, let me close everything, clear everything out. Cron tab -e. I can enter this line, exit. And if I think I do, don't allow for the timing. Cron tab, sorry, cron list. I am having one of the ZSH killed. Okay, so I've killed that particular thing, but that is how you can see what all is running, right? It was asking for some administrative permission, which I've for the time being removed, and I will just delete that as well. Okay, so it does delete the same because I removed the permission, but that is how we can have the schedule and loop everyone as well. Now it is starting my both the front end and the back end. So it is saying that back end is running now, everyone. And front end will run in a bit, and I think we all will be good in that sense, right? So let me close this up. We have added Tably support as well. Now again, you can enter any UI, like anything you can support easily, right? So let me refresh it. See, AI news it is able to fetch. Task and everything it is able to fetch. Inside it is saying that it's an error. This it is saying that it's an error. So what I will do, everyone, now, I will take a screenshot. Full page screenshot I will take. Okay. I will just paste it here and say fix the same. Now, ideally, the screenshot is a little bit higher in size, and with image, your context will go up a lot. So, this is something which I want all of you to know as well. So, what I will do, everyone, pay attention. Paste and compress image. Okay. Image compressor. Or let's try it out. I think should be fine. Let's try it out. Fix the same. Few errors are there. Okay, and that is actually how the like vibe coding thing works. So if you're thinking that, hey man, why are you doing so much here and there? Because again, I'm building something very quickly, right? The good part, everyone, and I want all of you to understand this. See, what happened with and without let's say AI, right? So if I explain you these things very in a very easy to understand manner, pay attention what happened. See, without AI, everyone, and with AI, so what exactly is the case? Let me just read this one. See, if you're having this time versus quality of the work, right? If you're having this particular graph like this, and this is a very common graph which I think every developer will be knowing. Let me get this pencil. See, earlier this was all very much like that. How you used to take a lot of time. Okay, it's very bigger one. Yeah, you used to take a lot of time, everyone, to going like this. And let's say if this is 80% of your work, right? Sorry, if this is 80% of your work, you used to take a lot of time in completing it, right? And then with time, you were able to do a little bit more quickly the rest of the 100%. So rest of the 100% was pretty easy for you. Okay. With AI, what happens? The 80% work is done very nicely. So you will see that how so quickly you're able to do this 80% of the work, right? But then to do the rest of the work or rest of the 100%, if I say this is 100%, it still takes a little bit more time, right? I'm not going to say that, okay, it is at the same point. Maybe you can complete it quickly, rather a lot quickly. But yes, most people stop it at 80%. But believe me, this 80, like the rest 20% is where the major effort lies. Now you are able to see that how things are failing, how we can add logging, we can add test and everything here. Okay, it is testing the different commands and everything in front of me. I can see the usage as well. What is the usage criteria? So 36% should not be a problem. And that is how everyone now it will be fixing things up for me. And once, if you see, like, if this thing was created at a 80% level, not a problem. But at the same time, now to do man, make sure that this 20% is also working. That is a very, very big task. And that is why, like, you will see that, hey, I have to spend the maybe equivalent or maybe half of the time in doing that 20%, which in which I completed my 80% of the project. And that is always the case with AI because it tries to give you things very fast and everything in an efficient manner. But when you have to tweak the things based on your liking, based on your understanding, that is where the things happens, right? So now everyone, we have added this as well. I would just show you that how we can work it in a team as well. So I would just enter it team here. So pay attention. See, now I'm not running this, but this is how it will show up. I can just remove this for the timing. Pay attention. I can just say yes here. So see, when we will be having a team, everyone, teammate agent one can build fast API backend plus test. Wait for API contract from team one, build React backend, write integration test, build the front end, build the backend. That is how team will work. Something which we have tested it out. Along with that, towards the end, I can also do some final backend level changes. So see, review the complete React frontend and make these improvements. Rather, I can do it parallelly as well if I want. But again, not a good choice. If I start doing it parallelly, then like if I let's say I start another Claude session, then again some file will be changed, some file will not be changed. So all of these things can give an issue. So see, it is saying that all the errors are fixed. I've added graceful fallbacks when the Gemini API is not available. All endpoints are now returning 200. Okay, refresh the browser. So let me go back. Let's refresh. So yeah, okay, nice. Okay, now it's fine. See, today's message. Start by rectifying, and you will see that how my tably will be used a lot. 3, I think it will be a 7 or 8, 14. Because every time I'm refreshing, this thing is happening. If I generate this, it is giving me everything. If I do this, it is giving me everything, right? So overall, it's a pretty good app. I can just complete as well these things. I could just mark them as complete. I could just add that, please give Mayank a shout out for this awesome project. That's a task for you, but should be fine. Now it is saying make this task manually. So what I will do, everyone, I will take the screenshot as well now and say that it is not hitting AI and always creating tasks like this. Please fix so it happens only during uh, when AI isn't available. So I do hope that I have still credits in my open router. But again, everyone, I'm showing you that how at the small application level as well, right? I know that many people will show this at 20, 30 minutes of video and say that, hey, see, we have built this, this particular, let's say, the overall extension or maybe the replacement of this full app, or I've replaced the complete Instagram, Facebook in 2 hours. But when you actually build something, it takes time. Like there is actually no, like from my very, very extensive experience, no AI I have seen which actually works is good. Okay, so it is doing some mistake, everyone. If I read this, I will just say, please use open router only. I feel this is due to code issue only. Okay, so again, we know that with Gemini, if it moves to Gemini from open router, then everyone, the key will not work. Okay, so open router key will not work. I need to make sure that I stay in open router only. Okay, and that seems like a issue with respect to your this is only. So let it fix this. 92% of session limit. That would be a little bit problematic, but should be fine. Okay, I think the usage, okay, I think I'm using it in the same chat, right? Okay, strange. Which I'm using. Let me check the model. Yes. Haiku only I'm using, right? That should not be a problem. Okay, let's see. So see some error. The issue is confirmed. The OpenAPI key is returning missing authentication error. This is actually an API authentication error, not a code issue. Let me verify the API key. Oh, okay. I think I know this. We only made this bad, right? Let me add a S. Fix the key. Now please check. We only made this problem, right? It is saying that, hey, wrong format. Open order key should start with SK or K or S like this. So we have actually made this problem, everyone. Sorry for this sound. Model fell. Now it is saying that, hey, everyone works. Let me restart the backend. And I think once it happens, everyone, what we will just do is we will give this last prompt where I will be just making the UI a little bit better. Okay. So it can work on this. And ideally, I can start a new chat as well. But again, then it will go through the code base and everything. Or rather, I think I can compact the same again. That would be the better option. Okay. So yeah, it is calling your backend and everything. Just make sure that you are not unnecessarily giving it access to access anything in the folder or something, right? That would be a little problematic thing. So see, it has worked. It is giving me the summary as well. Let me go back. Let me refresh this. Let me mark this as complete and let me now try again. Please give Mayank a shout out for this awesome project. Let me add this. Okay, this confetti was mine, not this, but yes. Identify C, draft a concise short Mayank project, post a shout out publicly on the chosen platform. So yeah, maybe you can do that as well, everyone. Okay, I will be waiting for that. Now let me copy this whole thing, paste it here, and just ask it. So this can be our last message, everyone. Actually, if you see about this, we have kind of run everything. If you just see the project, we are having multiple things here, right? And we have actually revised almost all the different modules which we learned about. So if you will see, we started everyone with CLAUDE.md, which was our module 4, where we understood that okay, how CLAUDE.md in the starting we were creating plugins. So how we also added the plugins in the starting only. You can add those skills as well. I added the front end design skill, and that was used as well. Hooks, okay, auto formatter on empty Python file. We've already done that. MCP, okay, Tavily MCP in real time. I have shifted to API because I wanted to show you that yes, that is the best way. Okay, I though I like MCP as a concept in building, I don't feel that it is the final, like it is the right concept in deployment. Okay, I am always still a pro API person because again, at the end of the day, MCP is calling API out of a bunch. And I say that, hey, if I know an API, why shouldn't I select the same directly? Okay, then sub agents, everyone we discussed and created one as well. Agent teams, I've talked about the same because again, it is experimental feature and we are aware of that thing. Scheduling also we have done, everyone. I didn't give it the permission, but I showed you how you can do it. Ideally, I don't want anything to run on my laptop because of like multiple files. So again, a little bit of thing is there. I always do this scheduling and everything on the machine. Okay, and again, skills etc. We have also created context and everything. I have also told you, right? So one project, 9 modules, all working together. This is what Cloud Code Mastery looks like, right? So if I go back now, it will be doing some lots of things here. So let it say yes. Let me update CSS to add the stagger animation. I will just show you one more thing, everyone. I think I was showing you here, right? So any good approach here which we can copy? Like I can use this as well. Like I can directly get this code, right? I can copy this CSS and copy this HTML, so we can see this. And yeah, let's try. I think there are lots of free APIs which we can easily use here. So let me try this. And copy this. This was dot card. Let me copy this. This was front end. Please also add this weather widget. Okay. So all I'm saying is please also add this widget. Now let me verify the front end is running and test on improvements. So this will be the last thing, everyone, because I think we have actually done all these things. I just wanted to show you like how can you go a lot ahead when you are building these things up, right? So let me just add this widget in the top right. Again, I can change. I as of now it will just add the same, and I think Claude will be happy that you're providing it a code because yeah, it doesn't have to think. It is still going up with this 11 lines selected. So again, everyone, just one more thing. Notice that see, I can just specifically say no to this because every time I have something selected or a file open, that also goes as my context. And even I try like kind of missed out on these things because see, this whole thing also went to the context this time. So again, lots of tokens unnecessarily we are giving it as an input. That would be a problem. Okay, so see. So now since it is having the full code, I think it should be easier for it to add, but we will quickly try it out. It may do some changes to fit in with our overall approach. So that should also be something which it will fix up. Context is going, and I want to actually test this out as well, like how it will happen. So we will see this auto compacting. Okay. Okay, it is saying something or not. Let me check usage. Okay, let me go back. Let me refresh. Okay, yeah, so it is added. Okay. Now again, yeah, it is pretty long. It is still loading and everything. We can fix that. Things are working here. I think if I click on refresh, both of them will refresh. That is how we have done it. Code is pretty quick. News comes like this. I can have the hyperlink as well because Tably normally returns me the links. Stand-up generator, daily insights, create a task, enjoy now. Let me add task. See, it is I've been slipping this thing. There was a very, very slight uh like UI thing added. If you will see, I ask it. Add a subtle application animation when tasks are added. Add a loading spinner to the generate stand-up button while fetching. Make the copy to clipboard interaction show a copied confirmation. So where is copy to clipboard? Let's see. This is refresh. Okay, where is this copy to clipboard? Yeah, okay, this one. So see, it is saying this copied thing, right? I can try. Let me just try last thing. When I add a task, can you add some confetti? Oh no, when I complete a task, can you add a confetti or celebration animation? Now again, earlier this used to take so much time. I remember back in 2015-16, when people used to create these things up, they used to actually showcase that, hey, see, when you click this button, I have created this in 2 days, where this confetti or something shows up. Now, so it is just a second job, right? So I can just use this. And honestly, not being a very, very good front end person, I don't know how it will happen, but let's see. Okay. So I did this confetti myself from my machine, but let's see how it will handle it. Okay. And I think, yes, everyone, this more or less completes our project. You will be getting the complete code. It was pretty much in depth. And see, nice, nice, nice. Let's go back, refresh it. Everything is coming. It will be reading by that. Mark completed. Okay, it didn't work, right? Mark completed. No, it didn't work. So I can say, right? I can say, refresh your browser. Not working. I also want to show you this, like when it will be done, it will auto compact. And I've totally made it off. Okay. If there is any error in the browser console by checking the confetti component, let me get a simple, more robust. Now again, I can also do one thing, everyone. If I do on confetti front end, right? Confetti React component and templates. So again, I can just install it as well so that it can be used. I could have the code as well, right? It is coming from this particular design, right? I'm not sure if it is free, but yeah, that is, I think, how we can use it, everyone. Like, it should not be that difficult, actually. I think it should already be having this. You can like install this with this particular thing or just having the script. It is that easy. But I think Claude should also be able to do it, right? It is not saying that let me get a simpler, more robust confetti component. That definitely works. Now let me simplify the CSS to just use the one confetti fall animation. It is at 0% everyone, so I think it will be compacting in a bit. As soon as it goes for the next message, it will be compacting. Okay. Okay, all is good here. Not a problem. Let me simplify the trigger logic in task card. This thing I'm just doing for fun, right? So that you know that, hey, how you have to work in future. Like if you want, and I'm leaving it up to you, you can create a very good message in the starting. You can have some tabs on the left. You can have a very good thing in the right. Why does it want my location? Okay, I think it has fixed this as well. I'm not allowing it. Okay, so no. Okay. I think that is why it was maybe refreshing, right? Should be fine. I'm not giving it the location. So let it work. It has actually refreshed everything and see. Now you should see confetti and everything. Let's see. You have used 100% of your session limit. Okay. So I think someone maybe from my team is using. Great. Seems like it has done. If it doesn't happen, everyone, I will go and on the extra usage for you as well. Okay. Great. Mark completed. No. Let me stand up. Any insights? Let me add a new task. Where is confetti? Mark completed. No, nothing is happening here. Okay, I thought that it would be easy. Okay, so okay, so something is happening in here. Like I'm not sure. Like I think it has done it another way, but I think yeah, you can check it out, everyone. So that's a good follow-up thing for you. now when this happens, everyone, if I send a message now, still not working. I think it will not work. So I'm good that this thing of kind of an error is also coming. See, you have hit your session limits. I can go on extra usage, and now the browser is opening at my end, right? And from the ID which I am connected, I can easily just on this extra usage, right? So if I just go back, extra usage, if I show you like what is happening, right? If I just quickly show you, so just to get me this particular thing, see, it is saying that hey, 100% of you have been used weekly, more models. Now, for as a, like, you can just say that as a good practice, I'm just having this extra usage off, but I can easily make it on, right? And the second I make it on and now go back, and I will tell you as well that how much it charges, right? So now I've done it. Please fix. It's still not working. So I will tell you like how much this message charges. I will show you only, okay? Because I wanted to make sure that you have this experience as well. That hey, how Claude is so cheap without this extra thing which you have to do, right? And it can or cannot fill it. Now again, I'm not going to spend my $5, okay, if it doesn't fill. But I will show you like how much has been spent here, okay? So let me simplify the task trigger card even more and add logging. And one thing, everyone, which I even made a mistake, though I think I should have caught that, is that I should have compacted the things first, right? Because if you think about it, we are getting charged on the input and the output tokens. I am unnecessarily selling so much tokens, right? So I will just refresh and show you like how much this particular last message kind of costed me. It costed me $0.10. Okay. So see, 0.10 USD. How much is that? 0.10 USD? Around 9 rupees. So just the last message, everyone, it costed me, right? So this is actually how you are charged. Now I think normally if you do the full thing on Haiku by let's say $5, I think it should be fine. Let me refresh. Please work this time. Okay, okay, 1 minute, 1 minute. I think this is not this, right? So once this, finally this. No. So still not working. Okay. Ideally now everyone, what I should do, right? Complete any task and look for falling particles or sparkle. Check browser console F10 for debug logs. I can. I should be fine. I think you can fix it up. Ideally, what I will do is I will just try to get this from some pre-built thing, because building it from scratch might not be that straightforward. Like anyway, it's a simple element to build, right? But building it from scratch might require some extra effort, and that is where I think Claude might be failing. Along with that, one more thing can be there, though I would check it out, and I hope that might or might not be the case. It is actually also dependent on my browser. So I have actually changed a lot of things in my browser. Like that is the reason I use this particular one. But yeah, should be fine. No worries. I think we can fix it up. And as of now, I have not done this undone delete task and everything, which I'm pretty sure you all can take it up. I'm just leaving you at a very, very good level where you now know how to use these things up, right? So that is the whole case, everyone. Now we have completed this awesome, awesome project where we have revised each and everything in complete depth. We have kind of tried to make sure that how all these features are coming in together. And you will notice one more thing as well, that it is not the case that all the different concepts you will learn, they will be ready or usable directly. It might take you some or little time to actually make sense of them, to actually use them. And that is the kind of a thing as well, which we are fine with, right? That maybe you are not using hook in some project, but knowing them gives you a very good edge, because now at least you know that hey, I can use hook, I can use plugins, I can use skill. The problem happens when people are not knowing them and they are unnecessarily spending so much time, effort, and everything. Now you can have this daily pulse as a complete project and everything, right? I can push it to the GitHub etc as well, but I think for the timing that should also not be a problem. We have just made sure that in the last, I think, 90 100 some minutes we have built these things up. This is actually not a toy, this is a real deployable project as well. So I'm not going to deployment, but you can deploy this project as well by pushing it to GitHub. Then we can have the backend on render and front end on Vercel. Okay, so I will cover that in maybe some other video. But overall, we are able to build this thing up, everyone. It is not a bad one. It is actually pretty something which everyone can use. You can have your hello, hi, time, all these things you can add now. You can, of course, have this in a separate one, just like I showed you that how I created this particular dashboard, right? So this, of course, I took so much time, but this was kind of created with many much effort. It is again my complete center where I'm having this taskboard like this. So you can create this canvas, etc. as well, everyone. Kanban board, everyone. Then all these analytics and all these things you can add, right? I'm not making it unnecessarily difficult so that you don't follow and you're like, okay, it is being created. I don't worry. But I just want to make sure that yes, at least you are able to get the whole thing clear. One more thing, I have not followed a separate approach here. The reason is pretty simple. I wanted to show you all the different ways of development. And this is coming more from a technical side where we know a little bit of things. And that is how I want you to think about it. Because when you try to build with directly, let's say calling with Claude, there your final project will be Claude based, right? I want that you start as a technological guy. So just go to Claude or ChatGPT, say that, hey, I am a like behave as a CTO or this one, give it all these prompts and ask it that, hey, I want to now create this app. Please give me these prompts or please give me these commands for that. In that way, you will be building up a project like a tech team, not like a product manager, because there is a difference in which you give prompt and how you get the output. Because then it may happen that your Claude is making your backend a lot messy, your front end a lot messy. So when we give these technical level prompts, the output is a lot better. So that is actually the whole aim, everyone. Okay, so with that, I think we have kind of completed the project very nicely. We have completed each and everything in the Claude. I don't think there is anything else which anyone can teach you in Claude Code as of now, like unless of future updates. And yeah, that kind of completes your complete Claude Code journey. And that should be more than helpful in mastering Claude Code, Codex, anything which comes in, because believe me, more or less, all of them will be following the same architecture. So with that, thanks a lot, everyone. I hope you like this particular session. Of course, took a lot of effort. Please make sure that you like the video, share it with everyone, subscribe to my channel so that you keep on getting these awesome videos in future as well. Okay, so with that, let's meet in the next one. And I will make sure that if you have any issues, I will just solve the same for all of you. And we will be having an awesome time in learning such technologies and being in line and being in front with AI taking over us, right? So with that, let's meet in the next video, everyone. Thanks a lot. So great, everyone. First of all, thanks a lot for watching the complete crash course. And now you are actually in the top 0.1% of the people who not only understand Cloud Code, but actually understand how we can build things with AI. Before we close, I would like to mention something that most of the videos or like people, they teach you about tools, about an application. But my whole aim with this particular video was to teach you about system, a system which can help you to actually build something, which can help you to automate your job, which can help you to actually move ahead with the cloud, who are still afraid of AI. That was my honest attempt where I have made sure that each and everything I have taught you with complete depth using my experience and making sure that it is actually helpful from the get go. If you like this effort, please make sure that you like this video, share it with everyone, and do subscribe to my channel because I will be bringing in more content, more projects in line with how can you master Cloud Code even further. Just think about what this means. Now that you have mastered all these things, you can automate your entire work. You can help someone build an application. You can even open an alternate source of income. And if you like this, again, please make sure that you leave the comment. I read each and every comment. And yes, again, I'm asking, but do subscribe to the channel and share it with everyone because a lot of effort was put into making this one video. I think this is the longest video on my channel as well. And I will make sure that I go through your comments and provide you with what all you want. And now let's meet in the next video, everyone. Thanks a lot.